Welcome to Hear Stories PH, your world of manhwa and web novel stories.
Chapter 1. Humans all possess the innate desire to survive, and Ryu Min is no exception. If not for that, I wouldn't have made it this far, he thought to himself. From level 1 to level 20, Ryu Min fought tooth and nail through the perilous survival game, shedding 98 lives along the way. Now, in the 99th life, he stands before the ultimate challenge, the final boss room. And he stands alone. Yet, fate was not on his side. To enter the boss room, a minimum of 5 players are required. What? Ryu Min could hardly contain his disbelief at the audaciousness of the game's demands. At least 5 players are needed. He had fought his way through 20 levels alone, but now he was expected to find 4 more comrades to join him. He had already conquered a quest that was deemed impossible for a solo player, and now this. The weight of defeat burdened Ryu Min's shoulders as he pondered the daunting task ahead. If we needed at least 5 players, they should have made it clear from the start. There were no hints in the quest message or any indication prior to entering the boss room that such a requirement existed. Overwhelmed by the turn of events, Ryu Min almost missed the next message. A player has been identified in the boss room. The condition was not met, and the player will disappear. What? Before he could even react, Ryu Min began to disintegrate on a molecular level. With his last breath, he cursed under his breath. You have died. Congratulations. You have met the condition for the rune of time reversal. Rewind time to the first round. You have used 100 lives. All remaining lives have been used. The skill rune of time reversal has automatically disappeared. As the shadow of death loomed over him, Ryu Min was reborn once again, this time as a lowly level 1 novice player. Starting the 100th regression. December 31, 2021. In front of Seoul's Bosingak Pavilion, citizens and reporters alike had gathered to await the toll of the bell marking the end of the year. Many citizens are eagerly waiting for the bell-ringing ceremony to welcome the hopeful new year. This year's ceremony will feature various figures from Seoul's mayor, to those from all walks of society. As the cameras from the broadcasting station turned towards the crowd, Ryu Min came to his senses. I'm back to where I was before being sucked into this damn game. Looking around, he saw countless faces filled with excitement, eagerly waiting for the stroke of midnight, unaware that their anticipation would soon be overturned by despair. If only I could stop time. But time marches on, whether in happiness, tedium, pain, or hardship, it moves relentlessly forward, never ceasing. Even though I can return to the past before, that's not an option now. There's no going backward anymore. All my extra lives have been used up in death. This is my final chance. I will kill the boss on the 20th round and survive this insane game, no matter what. It may be his last chance, but he still has hope. Knowing that the entrance condition to the boss room is 5 players, he can plan accordingly. I'll have to revise my previous plans completely. Before, he only cared about his own survival, paying no heed to his fellow players. After all, it's a survival game where those who fall behind will perish. Despite reaching the 20th round with unparalleled strength, he was shocked to find that he needs to be in a party of 5 players for the final round. If I didn't have any extra lives, everything would have ended there without a doubt. It turned out to be a game that he could not win alone. To Ryu Min, it seemed like a trap intentionally set by the gods. I have to do it this time. Before, he never had time to look around and see who was there, but now he can't afford to ignore anyone. He must lead 4 other players to the final round, besides himself. Of course, I won't give them a free ride. It's already hard enough for me to become stronger. Again, the plan is to only use them to get through the last round. Who would be the best to join me? Since it's a boss battle, it's better to fill the team with capable allies, right? The memories of some of the named characters who died in round 18 came to mind. Various plans were drawn up in his head. As it was the last battle, there was a need to plan more carefully and thoroughly. While mentally reviewing the plan and making a commitment, the moment arrived. Finally, it's time. Let's count down together. The host's voice rang out and the countdown to death began. 20, 19, 18. People eagerly joined in, counting down from 20 with hopeful expressions. 3, 2, 1. The Soul Mayor and several other celebrities stood before the bell, ready to ring in the new year with a loud clang. Dang, dang, dang. Happy New Year 2022. May you all have a blessed year ahead. Yay. Cheers erupted, and the faces of the celebrants were aglow with happiness. But their joy was short-lived. Kick, kick, kick. Humans are amusing, aren't they? Celebrating the new year without realizing their predicament. A voice suddenly boomed in their minds, causing the laughter to fade from their faces. What was that? Did you hear something just now? What did you say? I didn't say anything. People looked around in confusion, unsure of what was happening. They turned to each other, trying to figure out who had spoken. Only one person remained calm amid the chaos, Ryu Min. He had experienced similar situations 99 times before and knew exactly what was happening. I can't panic. Everything is proceeding as it should be. After a tense silence, unpleasant laughter echoed in their minds again. Hee hee, you look like monkeys trapped in a cage when you all act this startled. But don't worry, you will get used to it, humans are adaptable creatures, after all. What? Where is that voice coming from? Are they playing a prank at the broadcasting station? How can they film a hidden camera at a bell-ringing ceremony? The confusion was overwhelming. Just the sound of a voice was enough to send people into a panic. Even celebrities forgot to ring the bell. They're trying to mess with us. A beautiful angel cosplayer will appear at any moment. They called the owner of the voice an angel, but her actions were anything but holy. Ryu Min had learned the hard truth through 99 cycles of regression. It's not the kind of thing that lowly women like angels would do. This damn game's organizer undoubtedly existed, and this so-called angel was simply an NPC designed to explain the rules. Although it may seem like it's just a game, it's a serious situation. Soon, a bright light descended from the sky, accompanied by a woman who elicited gasps from the crowd. An angel, with a pair of wings, porcelain skin, and a beauty that even celebrities would envy. The woman matched the image of a familiar angel in everyone's mind. Her character may be devilish, but her looks are heavenly. Only Ryu Min remained unimpressed by the angel's appearance. It wouldn't be long before the others realized how little the angels cared for human beings. Trashy humans, falling for my looks like the bunch of lustful animals they truly are. It seems like you're all stupid enough to stare at me blankly. I advise you not to entertain any foolish thoughts. I have no intention of associating with the likes of you vultures. Although the angel's wicked smile was beautiful, the people couldn't bring themselves to smile back. How could anyone laugh when they were being insulted? Seeing all of you frown like that makes me feel like I'm getting through to you. Tee-hee-hee. That's when a brave young man shouted the question that everyone was curious about. Who do you think you are, talking to us? Are you even an angel? The angel's gaze fell upon the young man, and Ryu Min watched with a sorrowful expression. May he rest in peace. It always starts with the young man who defies the angel's will. It happened right then and there. Splat. Suddenly, the young man's head exploded like a watermelon. As blood splattered everywhere, the people nearby screamed in terror. Kaya. How dare you speak impolitely to me, a superior being? Even though he was already dead and couldn't hear, the angel continued to curse him. And who said you could ask questions? You, humans, don't have the qualifications to ask me anything. Don't try to act as if you're on equal footing with me. Unless you want your head to explode like that, humans, of course. With a voice as chilling as the grave, tens of thousands of people held their breath in unison. The terror of knowing that even a single misplaced word could cause one's head to explode dominated the audience. That is surely what the angels desire, Ryu Min thought. This way, there was no time for the panicked crowd to make rational judgments. Do you not understand the situation you are in right now? You do not even know what I am talking about. Well, how could inferior humans like you understand? I will explain it to you. Step by step. After all, this is also my role, the angel said with a cold, penetrating gaze. Every month on the first day, you humans will collectively fall into a slumber, and your souls will be forcibly transferred to a new dimension where you will awaken, the angel continued. Soul transfer. A new dimension. It sounded unbelievable, but no one could refute it. After The situation with the angel's appearance was already beyond comprehension. Your only task there, humans, will be to achieve the given quest. If you succeed, you can return to reality and receive substantial rewards, the angel said. There was no one who was pleased by the prospect of being able to return only if they succeeded. After all, it meant that failure meant death. However, some still held on to hope. They did not know what the quest was, but if they succeeded, they could survive, right? If they strategized and took their time, they could surely survive. But the angel's next words crushed their expectations mercilessly. However, not everyone can survive even if they complete the quest. We will only spare half of the group that passes the quest the quickest. So, it's best not to waste any time. Teehee, the angel said with a sinister chuckle. Only half of us can survive. It was a survival game with a predetermined set of rules and a competitive format. You will go through 20 rounds, one per month. As I mentioned before, only half of the players can survive each round, and as you proceed the quests will become increasingly difficult. Despair was etched on people's faces as they realized they might have to go through this game 20 times before they could live. Hee, don't worry too much. I won't take all of you. Only humans aged 15 to 29 are eligible to participate in this survival game. There was an age limit, and the impact of that statement was significant. Phew, thank goodness. Well, that doesn't include me. While adults who were not in the mentioned age range breathed a sigh of relief, those in their teens and 20s felt despair as if the sky was falling. But I'm included, right? What do I do? My birthday is January 1st, so I just turned 15 this year. Those who were of the appropriate age range felt a sense of hopelessness. Well, I don't really have the right to complain. Although Ryu Min looked like an ordinary high school student, he had lived through countless years after going through 99 regressions. Memories of his days filled with survival vividly came to mind. Why did it have to happen on my birthday? Someone cursed under his breath. It felt a little unfair. There are some humans here who seem to feel unfairly treated. But don't worry, we will take not only those here but also humans from all over the world. The angel couldn't help but grin. There was no longer anyone who thought of the angel as beautiful. A demon, that's what she truly is. Let's see if we narrow down the humans between 15 and 29, the number of participants would be 1,801,029,290. Well, now that the explanation is over, shall we get started? Teehee. It was the defining moment when around 1.8 billion individuals were coerced into taking part in a deadly survival game. Chapter 2. In a dark alleyway consumed by shadows. Crack. A group of teens was tearing open cans of beer and gulping them down. We can legally drink beer now. Not yet, we still have 30 minutes until the new year. Seriously. When do we stop hiding in alleys like rats to drink? You're the rat. Why are you dragging us into it? Because it's frustrating. Don't you guys feel frustrated too? Wang Yongmin, who had chugged his beer in one go, threw the can away nervously. Do you have a lighter? Here, Yongmin Wang. He exhaled a deep smoke cloud and finally relaxed his wrinkled forehead. Why do old people have to ruin everything good? Because they're old, duh. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yongmin and his friends laughed together. If anyone passed by their alley, they would stop laughing and shoot them a cold glare, as if to tell them to pretend like they didn't see anything. And most people would quickly run away without looking back. And that's what happened even now. Hey, did you see that? She ran away because of my glare. What glare? Do your eyes have night vision or something? It was too dark to see anything. Except the cigarette. But that girl who just passed by, wasn't she pretty? She had a sweet, innocent vibe. Sweet and innocent. Really? I want to hug her in my arms and never let go. Ha ha, you're crazy. Ha ha ha. Wang Yongmin made a ridiculous face, and his friends burst out laughing. Hey, if you like her, go and get her number. But I'm underage, will she give me her number? Why be afraid? Soon enough, we'll all be legal adults. When the clock struck midnight, their status as high school students would come to an end. When summer vacation ends, we'll finally graduate from the boring life of the school. What are you going to do after graduation? I'll ask my dad to buy me a motorcycle and maybe look into becoming a delivery driver. Heard it pays well these days. Really? What about TAE sick? I'm going to work in a factory that provides dorms until I have to join the military. My parents keep nagging at me at home, I need to get away from them. Wang Yongmin chuckled as he watched his friend exhale a puff of cigarette smoke with a sigh. Yongmin, what about you? Me. Didn't I already tell you guys that I was going to become a gangster? Whoa, were you serious about that? Wasn't it just a joke? Wang Yongmin scoffed at his friend's surprised reactions. I gave a pretty serious answer, and you thought it was a joke. Of course. Who in this day and age would aspire to become a gangster? A gangster, aren't you scared? You might end up getting stabbed in the stomach and dying. Despite his friend's concerns, Wang Yongmin only chuckled. Damn, you only live once, why not live it up? This guy is crazy, seriously. Ha ha ha. His friends laughed and joked around, but in reality, they all shared the same thought. This guy is insane. Although they were also considered troublemakers at school, they paled in comparison to Wang Yongmin. Right, just do whatever you want. When I graduate, I'm cutting ties with this guy. What a lunatic. Even his friends who had known him since middle school couldn't stand being around. Wang Yongmin. By the way, what's going to happen to the shuttle that you've been bullying once, Yongmin? Graduates. What shuttle? You know, that weird kid in our class. Oh, the motherless kid. One side of Wang Yongmin's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Even if I graduate, I won't let him go. Ha ha ha, you're still going to bully him even after you graduate. Of course. He's my personal shuttle, after all. Wow, I feel sorry for the poor bastard. He probably thinks the shuttle duty will end after graduation. Who said it's going to end just because he wants it to? We should make the most of it. Seriously, you're evil. Even Satan would bow down to you, ha ha ha. As they laughed and joked around, they finished their beer cans. Suddenly, someone checked their phone and saw that it was almost midnight. Hey, it's almost New Year's. Oh, really? Should we go watch the bell ringing ceremony? It's happening right in front of us. Okay, let's go. Wang Yongmin and his friends headed toward the Bosniak Bell Pavilion to listen to the ringing of the bell. Wow, there are so many people here. It's like a swarm of ants. Find me a pretty girl. As he looked around, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling crowd, a friend tapped him on the arm. Hey, Yongmin, look over there. His friend pointed to a spot off to the side. Isn't that the guy you bully on the shuttle? Yongmin's gaze followed his friend's finger to Ryu Min. Oh, right, my shuttle buddy. Seeing him outside of school gave Yongmin an unexpected feeling of happiness. Did you come to watch us bully the geek? I came to beg you not to bully Yongmin in the new year, Ryu Min's friend interjected. Haha, that's an impossible wish. You said it, Yongmin laughed. But as he moved to approach Ryu Min, something caught his attention. That guy. Ryu Min just stood there, quietly lost in thought. Despite looking like the same old introverted shuttle buddy, there was something different about him today. What's with him? He feels different from before. At that moment, the MC's voice boomed through the crowd. Finally, it's time. Let's count down together. The people around them erupted in cheers as they began counting down. Yongmin and his gang joined in, hoping for a bright new year. But I'll spare you today, geek, he thought to himself, not wanting to start the new year with bullying. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year 2022. The crowd went wild. In the midst of it all, Yongmin and his friends exchanged greetings. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Finally, we're adults now. Let's make our dreams come true this year. Ha, ha, ha. Yongmin was about to make a joke when an unfamiliar voice interrupted him. Kyo ho ho ho. You guys look like trapped monkeys. The voice wiped the smiles off their faces, Yongmin included. Is this a joke? At first, he thought it was a prank from the broadcasting company, but then he saw the angel appearing in the sky with a flash of light. This is real. It's not a joke. Despite the shock, he couldn't deny what he was seeing with his own eyes. The floating angel left him speechless. Furthermore, pop. The young man who spoke informally to the angel saw his head explode. Kaya. Cough. Wang Yongmin's expression could only stiffen like the other citizens. A damn beheading. What kind of bullshit is this on New Year's Day? He had never witnessed a person dying in his life, especially not in such a violent death like. A firework exploding in their head. That's why Wang Yongmin couldn't even catch his breath. In front of the angel. Turning his head, he saw that his friends were in the same boat. But, Wang Yongmin's gaze turned to Ryu Min. Why doesn't that shuttle bastard change his expression? If it were someone he knew like Ryu Min, they should have been frightened or frozen in place. But Ryu Min had a calm expression, even more so. Suddenly, he turned his head and made direct eye contact with him. How did that bastard know I was here? He even lifted the corner of his mouth, as if mocking him. That bastard. Although Wang Yongmin's judgment was distorted by the shuttle's arrogant expression, he knew that now was not the time to express his anger. He had realized that he was now caught up in a hellish survival game where he had to survive 20 rounds. Well, since the explanation is roughly over, shall we go now? Kyo ho ho ho. With the devilish angel's laughter echoing in the background, Wang Yongmin's vision went black. Of course, Wang Yongmin was watching. When Ryu Min was in high school, he was a quiet kid. He was a plain student without any noticeable quirks or oddities. I thought everything would be fine as long as I didn't cause trouble for anyone else. But things didn't go as planned. Just because he sat close to Wang Yongmin, Ryu Min was targeted. He didn't do anything particularly bothersome or eccentric. After that I endured all kinds of harassment. During breaks, he was teased, and when he was bored, he was dragged to the back of the school and beaten up. Bread Shuttle was tasked with not only buying bread but also buying alcohol and cigarettes. When the convenience store owner called the police and his parents were summoned, he had to speak with a bitter face. My parents are not here. If he was asked why, he had to answer reluctantly. They passed away in a car accident during middle school. By this point, the pitiful police officer only scolded him not to do it again and sent him home. Then the cycle of torment repeats once again. A vicious cycle. Ryu Min couldn't do anything in front of the strong. He suffered all sorts of misfortunes to the point where he was afraid to go to school. But not anymore. After repeating countless regressions and deaths, Ryu Min became a completely different person. The timid and weak self was gone. 99 regressions had turned him from an ordinary person into an extraordinary one. So maybe that's why he was able to maintain his composure even when he saw Wang Yongmin, who had tormented him. In fact, I feel no emotions even when I see that bastard. The reason was simple. He had already avenged himself to the point of boredom through his regressions. Did I start avenging myself against him from the 7th round? After gaining confidence and becoming stronger through his strategies, Ryu Min took revenge on Wang Yongmin. He repaid what he suffered. Even though he begged for mercy, Ryu Min never forgave him. He killed him. Not just once. He killed him over and over again as he repeated the cycles. Until all the wrath he had held in his heart had been fulfilled. But after doing that for more than 20 times, it became meaningless. Because he had grown tired of revenge, now in the 100th round, he felt no emotions even when he saw Wang Yongmin. There is no point in seeking revenge anymore. There is no benefit to it. If he has to die, he must be used first. He had already planned how to use the guy. But he had no intention of taking him to the final round. First things first. Ryu Min looked up. He found himself standing alone in an empty white space. After a moment, the courteous voice of the devil echoed through the void. Kyohaho, I'm sure you're all wondering where you are. You're in a private space where you can't see each other. Before the transfer of the soul, you need to create a physical body. It's like creating an avatar in the games that humans enjoy. A kind of customization, Ryu Min murmured calmly. Most people were probably flustered by the term avatar, but Ryu Min had created dozens of avatars before, so he remained composed. Soon, an avatar identical to himself appeared in the white space. The avatar moved like a mirror image of himself. Now you can adjust your face and body as you wish. You can also choose a nickname to use in another dimension. It's the same process as creating a character in a game, so there shouldn't be any difficulty. There should be no problem with the progress since most teenagers and young adults are already familiar with games. This opportunity only comes once, so you must all make your decision carefully. Shall we start with choosing a nickname? Shortly after, a mechanical voice different from the angel's voice was heard. Please state your nickname to register in the system within 30 seconds. If you do not decide within the time limit, your real name will be automatically registered. My nickname is. Ryu Min's lips moved without hesitation. Chapter 3. Black Scythe. Without any delays, the system responded to Ryu Min's chosen username. Would you like to register your avatar's nickname as Black Scythe? Yes. This username is not already in use. It has been registered. There was a reason why Ryu Min had chosen the username, Black Scythe. It sounds strong. Usually, when people are asked to come up with a username, they tend to pick one without much thought or waste a good 30 seconds pondering only to have their real name selected for them. However, Ryu Min had come to realize that choosing a username was surprisingly important. Through his experiences with regression, your username determines the impression others will have on you. The place he was moving to through soul transference was a new world, one that could be considered another dimension. In such a place, people wouldn't want to use real names, instead referring to each other only by the usernames they had set previously. After a few rounds, everyone will try to hide their identities, some will even wear a mask. It's foolish to use your real name during the avatar creation process. It's the same reason why people don't use their real names in games, especially in survival games where you have to compete and trample over others to stay alive. That's why usernames are so important. It's one of the determining factors for making a first impression. Though he wasn't sure if the angel was purposely hiding it, it's a fact that the angel didn't mention anything about this. Above every avatar's head was their username, always visible to everyone. Just like a game. That's why the username was a crucial element for making a first impression. Based on my experience so far, it's never good to appear weak. The stronger and more memorable your username, the better. At first, Ryu Min had registered his real name or online username as his avatar's username without much thought. But the easy-to-dismiss usernames ended up attracting a swarm of annoying flies, and he ended up wasting his time dealing with them. In this place, you always have to appear strong. It's good to give off a strong impression. That's why he ended up thinking of Black Scythe as a username. It's also the name of my main weapon, which suits the class that I'll eventually specialize in. The Grim Reaper. In this new world, there were about 30 different classes. As for the Grim Reaper, it was a unique class that only one person could possess. I must specialize as a Grim Reaper again this time. There's no other class that's as strong as this one. Still too early to choose a class, but there's no harm in choosing a path. Please set your physical appearance within 3 minutes. It will be reflected if you strongly imagine it in your mind. Please say, imagining completed, when you're done. If you do not decide within the time limit, your original appearance will be automatically reflected. Time for customizing appearance. Appearance is as important as a nickname in determining the first impression. Usually, everyone tries to make themselves look cool and pretty here. They will treat it like getting plastic surgery, fixing what they hate about their appearance. It's obvious without even looking. However, you should never do that. Especially for women. Having a pretty and beautiful appearance certainly has the effect of attracting attention. It's also good for leaving a good first impression. However, what you're here for is survival. If you have an outstanding appearance, you're bound to become a target. Especially for women, it's more dangerous. Everyone is mistaken. We're definitely not creating a game character here. The other world is also strictly reality. If you die in the other world, you die in real life. Those who forget that and make wrong judgments due to a game-like system are fools. Appearance needs to stand out, but it shouldn't be too good looking or too bad looking. Although his real-life appearance was like that, he changed his appearance to hide his true identity as much as possible. What is needed is to create an impression that looks different from reality, but not too easygoing. Once again, Ryu Min quickly imagined his appearance. He created a cool and cold face with sharp cheekbones, jawlines, and a strong gaze. He changed his physique to a moderate muscular build, unlike his usual petite build. It was an impression that looked strong and fitting for his nickname, Black Scythe. Imagining completed. You have completed customizing your appearance. Creating the avatar now. The avatar creation is completed. We will immediately transfer your soul to the first level. Good luck. In an instant, a bright light hit Ryu Min's eyes. And when he reflexively opened his eyes, a new world unfolded before him. That was fast. The place that served as the field for the first level was a vast meadow. It looked like a place where cows and sheep would leisurely graze on the grass. However, there were no cows or sheep here. Monsters are present, though. Ryu Min looked down at his body. He was 180 centimeters tall now, his body was solid and muscular, and it moved exactly as he intended. It was a body he had customized just a short while ago, yet it felt like his own. I've created it so many times that now it feels like my real body, he thought. Since his 12th avatar, he had maintained this appearance, so it was familiar to him. He didn't react like other people who would be shocked or surprised, nor like others who were even stumbling while walking around. He had already experienced soul transfers multiple times before. Where are we? In a meadow? Someone asked. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, it feels peaceful here, replied another avatar. One by one, the avatars who created their own unique bodies appeared in the meadow. Wait, did my body change? One avatar exclaimed. Did we come in with the body we set before coming here? Asked another. I made myself muscular like this. What about my face? Another avatar wondered. As more people arrived, the chatter grew louder. Some people marveled at the nicknames hovering above other people's heads, while others felt satisfied with the way their bodies turned out. Some were frustrated that they couldn't change their appearance due to the time limit, while others were captivated by the scenery of the vast meadow. Ryu Min, however, wore a bland expression. He had experienced all of this before and was already bored with it. Instead, his gaze was fixed on one spot. It's about time, he thought. A moment later, a person appeared where his gaze was fixed. You're finally here. Wang Yongmin, he muttered to himself. Wang Yongmin, who had a more erratic body than usual, wandered around nervously. As expected, he made his body muscular again, Ryu Min noted. Since Wang Yongmin hadn't changed his face, Ryu Min recognized him easily. His nickname, Wang Yongmin, was the same as his real name, suggesting that he had been too flustered to choose a new nickname in the 30-second time limit. It's hard to come up with a nickname in such a short time, Ryu Min thought. Looking around, he noticed that many people kept their real names as nicknames. At that moment, Wang Yongmin's eyes met Ryu Min's, but he quickly looked away. He probably doesn't recognize me. I completely changed my appearance, Ryu Min mused. While Ryu Min knew who Wang Yongmin was, the opposite was not true. That's fine. Once he confirmed this, Ryu Min looked away as well. Vengeance had already been fulfilled more than enough, so there was no longer any interest. I will use him when it is time. For now, he's only worth keeping alive. Kyohaho, have you all gathered now? An angel descended from the sky along with the halo. Her name was Brielle, the same evil angel from before. Do you like the new avatar I created? As the angel appeared, the surroundings fell silent. I guess it left a strong first impression, that's why it's so quiet. They knew better than to talk back, lest their heads explode. The angel seemed to know this too, as she twisted her lips and laughed. Kikikik, I like seeing your frightened faces. Don't worry, as long as you don't act rudely, I won't kill you. No one relaxed at her words. Let's see, there are a total of 1,802,910 people, so it seems that all the humans in Seoul have gathered. 1.8 million people. Everyone here. People murmured and looked around. There were at most 10,000 people in the meadow. The number of people who were supposed to be there. But no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like there were 1.8 million people. The angel responded to their murmurs by grinding her teeth. Do you think there's only this meadow? Of course, not all 1.8 million people are gathered here. If that were the case, there would be no room to move, right? Ah, monkeys, aren't you? Everyone is participating in rounds with different angels in different meadows, so don't worry about it. Still, 10,000 people were a considerable number. The vast meadow seemed quite crowded. But this is only the beginning. Everyone is forgetting that this is a survival game where only half of them can survive. As the rounds progress, the number of people decreases geometrically. Especially as the game gets harder in the later rounds, more and more people die without even meeting the clear conditions. Finally, in the final round, there may only be one survivor. At round 15, a huge number of casualties occurred. At that time, out of the 2,000 global players, only 50 remained. Not even half, but 97.5% died without making it to the next round. In the end, when I reached round 20, everyone else died. Considering that the start was 1.8 billion people, countless people died. Now that everyone is here, let me explain. First, say the words, status window, in your mind. People followed the angel's instructions with curiosity, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to try. Wow, what is this? Moments later, there were sighs of amazement coming from all around. Everyone was gaping at the empty air because the status window wasn't visible to others. Ryu Min also recited the activation phrase like the others. Status window. Name: Ryu Min. Nickname: Black Scythe. Grade: Beginner. Title: None. Level: 1. Job: None. Strength: 3. Intelligence: 3. Agility: 3. Luck: 3. Common skills: none. Exclusive skills: none. Runes: none. Owned gold: 0. Remaining stat points: 0. Unlocked upon reaching level 10. Unlocked upon reaching level 20. Unlocked upon reaching level 40. Unlocked upon reaching level 60. Unlocked upon reaching level 99. The status window was so pathetic that it wouldn't be surprising to let out a sigh. Below it there were slots for additional functions that could be unlocked when reaching a certain level. I have to start over from scratch, but it's okay. I'm confident that I'll be even stronger this time around. Even Ryu Min, who made it to the final round, wasn't strong from the beginning. I had to die twice just to barely clear the first round. It was a natural result since he was just a high school student who spent his life being bullied by his classmates. But as he repeated the regression, Ryu Min grew stronger. Gradually, his survival time increased and he was able to withstand more rounds. It wasn't until I passed the 99th regression that I finally reached the 20th round. It was a miracle that he, an ordinary person, was able to achieve it, even if it meant sacrificing quite a few lives. Of course, the 7 people who survived up to the 18th round without regression are the real talents. In the 18th round, 7 people survived, excluding Ryu Min. 2 of them survived the 19th round, and only Ryu Min made it to the 20th round. I have to save at least 4 people to meet the requirements and enter the boss room. Ryu Min had made up his mind to choose the 4 candidates that will enter with him the boss's room. There was no player stronger than him in the whole world. But that didn't mean he wasn't considering other candidates. There were many strong players who were eliminated in the previous round. There was no need to match exactly 5 people to the boss room. The minimum requirement was 5, but you can have more than that. The more survivors, the better. The problem was that those who survived to the boss room had to be trustworthy allies. Or Ryu Min had to have strong enough power to control them. That shouldn't be too difficult. Now on his 100th regression, Ryu Min had the confidence to become stronger than anyone else. After all, he was the only one who reached level 99 in the previous round. Now, have you all checked your status windows? If you've played games before, you should know that you're currently at a low level. So get stronger. If you survive until the 20th round, you'll be stronger than anyone else. And, if you clear it, you'll be granted a wish. The angel smirked, its mouth curling upward. We'll not only free you from this survival game but grant your wishes as well. A wish. People's reactions to the word, wish, were mixed. Do you really grant wishes? No way, that can't be true. While some were skeptical or denied it, others had expectations or greed. Of course, Ryu Min didn't belong to either of those groups. He knew that the game was challenging enough to make it difficult to survive until the final round, let alone grant a wish. Before the round starts, let me briefly explain. Say, inventory, in your mind. Inventory. As they memorized the keyword, a window appeared just like the status window. There was a small emerald-colored stone carving inside. By default, 1 item will be given in your inventory. Extend your hand and take it out. As people followed the instructions and put their hands in the air, an item appeared in their grasp. Then the information about the item automatically popped up. Chapter 4. Random Rune Fragment. Classification. Consumable. Grade. Unique. Effect. Acquire a random rune skill. Usage limit. Level 1 or below. Description. This is a special event item created for players. Don't save it, use it, because you can't use it after leveling up. As you can see, the random rune fragment is a one-time use item. It can only be used when you are at level 1, and it's the only unique item that is given to you at the beginning. People looked at the angel with curious eyes as she explained the item. Only Ryu Min, who heard this explanation multiple times, maintained his composure. I don't know what this is all about yet. I don't even know how to use this item or what a rune is. Someone said. Rune is a consumable item that can sometimes be obtained when you defeat monsters or complete quests. If we think about it in terms of video games, it's like a kind of passive skill. When you use a rune, it will be inscribed on your body and you gain the corresponding ability. Of course, the more runes you have, the better. There is no limit to the number of runes you can obtain. That's assuming you can get a lot of them. Ryu Min thought. Since the drop rate of runes is comparable to that of unique items, it's not easy to obtain them. In reality, it's difficult to even get 10 of them in 20 rounds. But that's just for ordinary people. When I last regressed, I had 30 runes. As a rare class, and with many runes, Ryu Min became overwhelmingly strong. Although he had to suffer being wiped out before entering the boss room and without even showing his true abilities. This time it has to be different. It's the last chance, so I have to grow overwhelmingly more than any other regression. Not just 30 runes, but 50, 100, and more. He had to acquire them frantically and become unbeatably strong. When you hold it in your hand, say, use, in your mind to activate the item. As the angel explained the usage, the runes in people's hands disappeared one by one. Use. Ryu Min also used it, and the rune fragment shattered with a crack sound. You have used a random rune piece. Congratulations. The rune of time reversal has been obtained. The acquired rune is automatically engraved on the player's body. Despite the rune being engraved, Ryu Min's face showed no sign of excitement or anticipation. He knew what message would appear in a moment. The remnant of the rune's power is left in the player's soul. The engraving has failed due to the nature of the rune. Engraving failed. It was the expected result. If it had been successful, Ryu Min would have been able to infinitely regress. I knew it wouldn't work, but it's still disappointing. I think this would truly be my last regression. When he first regressed and used again the rune piece, Ryu Min thought to himself that he might get a different passive skill. But it didn't happen. I also tried using it at different times, like with time intervals or just before leveling up, but the result was always the same. It was always the rune of time reversal that came out as if it had already been predetermined. That's why I kept failing to engrave it. However, his situation was others. He didn't think of it as a loss because he still had the experience and knowledge from his 99 regressions. But then something unexpected happened. Confirmation of being the 100th time reversal user through the remnant of the rune's power. Engraved in the soul. Acquisition of the title, last time reverser. What? A title. Although the engraving had failed, he obtained a title. This was the first time it had happened, so Ryu Min's face showed a brief moment of confusion. Is this a title given only to those who reach 100 regressions? It seemed that the system had realized that it was his last regression from the remnants of the accumulated runes. A new title had been registered under the None section. When Ryu Min lightly touched the title, an information window appeared. Title: Last Time Reverser. Acquisition condition: use the rune of time reversal for the 100th time. Effect: when you die, you can stay in a ghost state for 1 minute in the same spot. You can revive with full health at any desired time within that 1 minute. The title disappears after one-time use. Resurrection. At first, Ryu Min didn't understand the difference between titles and runes. After all, both gave passive effects. But now, he knew better. Titles were a higher concept than runes. They're even more effective than runes and harder to obtain. It was a clear advantage. After all, he had acquired such a title instead of a rune. Moreover, unlike runes, titles could be shown off by simply thinking about them, causing them to appear under your nickname. However, it's better to keep the title of the last time reverser hidden. Of course, his ability would still work even if he didn't reveal his title. Resurrection, huh, I've obtained an incredible ability, haven't I? Even Ryu Min, who had gone back in time 100 times, had never heard of a title with a resurrection ability. While the priest job can use resurrection skills, I've never seen it used with runes or items. In fact, it was a higher level ability than the resurrection skill that only restores 30% of one's health. Although the title disappears once you use it, so what? In a situation where there's no way to go back any further, the ability to resurrect was a godsend. Have you all engraved your runes? The angel asked, and people nodded their heads. Some had pleased expressions on their face, possibly because they had obtained good runes, while others were frowning. Your expressions are quite mixed. Whether you got a good or terrible rune, accept the outcome. It's all up to your luck. Ha ha ha. The sound of laughter echoed, but no one voiced his complaints to the angel. Now that the rune engraving is complete, shall we start playing in earnest? As the angel spread her wings, messages appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Round 1. Defeat 100 goblins per person. Entire area. Participants. 1,801,029,290. Achievers. 0,900,514,645. Designated area ESKS 45-5. Participants. 10,286. Achievers. 0,5,143. Defeat 100 goblins. The ones that appear in the game. What is the designated area? Is it where we are? The onlookers examined the quest and nodded in agreement as the angel spoke up. That's right, it's the goblin you all know. And the area ESKS 45-5 refers to the group you belong to. The angel grinned, mysteriously. We made it easy for the first round. You only have to defeat 100 goblins to return to Earth. Pretty simple, right? It's not hard or easy until you try it yourself. Ryu Min thought. But the others had different ideas. Aren't goblins supposed to be weak monsters? Yeah, they're just common mobs in the game. Not as tough as we thought, huh? Here I was, thinking it was a really difficult quest. To the surprise of the worried, the challenge did not seem as difficult as expected, and they began to relax. But if we take it too lightly, we might be in for a big surprise. As someone who knew the strength of goblins, Ryu Min couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Are you all overconfident? Well then, shall we skip any further explanation and go straight into battle? Kyohahoho. The angel fluttered its wings in excitement. Suyuuk. Suyuuk. Monsters the size of elementary school students appeared beyond the meadow. They were the goblins that people had seen in novels and games. What's that? A goblin? Haha, it feels like we've entered a game for real, doesn't it? Despite the appearance of the monsters, people did not panic. They were far away, and above all, the goblins that only reached up to their waist seemed as harmless as children. Was it because they had gained some confidence? No one knows how it started. Suddenly, there were even people denying reality. It can't be a dream, can it? Or a lucid dream that we've only heard about. Has a virtual reality game like the ones we read about in novels already been released? And we've been kidnapped and are being tested without realizing it. Wait, that actually makes sense, doesn't it? As game-like situations continued to occur, their sense of reality and judgment had become blurred. Even those who had been intimidated by the angel felt the need to question. Excuse me, angel, aren't we supposed to get weapons or something? Those goblins have weapons. Weapons. All the goblins visible in front of them were carrying daggers or clubs. As the angel watched, he sneered at the humans below. You're on your own. Whether you grab them with your bare hands or take their weapons, it's up to you. Oh, one more thing. Suuk. Suuk. Huh. Not all the goblins have been summoned yet. Suddenly, a multitude of goblins appeared beyond the meadow, far outnumbering the humans. The green monsters filled the horizon. So far, 50,000 goblins have been summoned. 50,000. 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins. It's not going to be easy, is it? With over 5 times their numbers, the people began to feel uneasy. Well then, fight each other as if your life depends on it, since it does. Now, humans and goblins, battle. The goblins, who had been merely glaring until then, began to act as soon as they heard the Angel's words. Kiok. The people in the front line hesitated as the reckless horde of goblins charged toward them. Facing creatures armed with swords and running toward them, the people were understandably scared. Even a dog running towards me would scare me, let alone a monster with a sword. Ryu Min stepped forward, sensing the people's fear. His sudden move drew everyone's attention. Look at that guy. What's he doing all by himself? Ryu Min ignored the whispers behind him and waited for the goblins to get closer. He didn't do this for attention. He wanted to show his presence to the people. First impressions are important. If he wanted to avoid being bothered by annoying gnats, he needed to show his strength. Here, especially since I need to catch the angel's attention. For that, he needed a little performance. Hey, over here. Hey, if you go closer, it's Danguro. Suddenly, the people fell silent. Thunk. With a clean kick, Ryu Min landed a direct hit on the goblin charging toward him. Key. The hawk-nosed goblin next to him couldn't help but pause for a moment as he watched his comrade's broken neck. Click. That one moment of hesitation was more than enough for Ryu Min to get a hold of the goblin's head with both hands, then turned around abruptly. Squelch. Ryu Min left him dying with his tongue hanging out, making a chilling sound, but the first never seemed to be bothered by it, and quickly stood up with the goblin's dagger in his hand. The dagger quickly joined the play and was lodged and pulled out of the nearby goblin's neck and back, and before the fallen goblin hit the ground, Ryu Min had already targeted the next one like a lightning bolt. Thunk. Whoosh. The sound of the wind leaving the chests of 2 goblins rang out. In a split second, 4 goblins had already been killed. The smooth, seamless movements were reminiscent of a true killer. Eck. As their fellow goblin yelled and charged, Ryu Min's dagger was faster. Thunk thunk, thunk thunk. Green blood spurted everywhere, but Ryu Min swung his dagger without hesitation. It was truly a scene of slaughter. The overwhelming power left those around him stunned and speechless. Chapter 5. As the group watched Ryu Min, mouths agape, they soon turned their gaze with tense eyes. Wow, he's amazing in battle. Who is he? Dude, he's so strong. Black Scythe, his nickname is pretty badass too. Everyone was amazed by Ryu Min, but their admiration was cut short as goblins began approaching them too. They couldn't just stand there in awe. We can do this. Goblins are just fodder in the game, right? This isn't real life, it's a well-crafted virtual reality game. If he can slay hundreds of them alone, they can't be that tough to beat. Was it Ryu Min's brutal slaughter that gave them this newfound confidence? Suddenly, the fear in their eyes disappeared, replaced with hope. But it was short-lived. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Ah, ouch, that hurts. As the goblins swarmed them, piercing them with daggers, fresh screams echoed throughout the battlefield. Those who had underestimated them, claiming that it was child play, now cried out like little babies, begging for their lives. Please stop. It hurts so much. You monsters. Ah, my arm, my arm. Some were hit with clubs and collapsed unconscious. Others were stabbed with daggers and drowned in their blood. Some tried to run away but stumbled and fell underfoot. Others crouched down helplessly, suffering from anxiety attacks. But the goblins didn't stop and kept coming, thrusting their swords into those they had picked out. No one thought it was a game anymore. There was no room for such a delusion. The only thought in people's minds was survival. Their survival instincts took over and ruled their minds. And so, even though many were trying to escape, some people stood their ground and fought back when the goblins came too close. Whack, whack, die, you monster bastards. They swung their fists for dear life and managed to knock out a few goblins. But that was all. Killing was a different matter altogether. Modern-day people who had never even killed a small animal before were in no position to break the neck of a goblin. Thud. Instead, they were the ones who collapsed, powerless, onto the ground after being stabbed with a sword. What can they do? Thump, 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 thump. Surrounded by goblins running at them like hyenas, they were trapped and helpless. Kekeki, this is amusing. Goblins are eating the humans alive. The angel watching from above giggled. To the angel, this fight was no different from watching a fight between a dog and a cat. It was just simple entertainment. Even if the opponent is a child, there's no chance of survival when dozens of them come charging at you. Especially if they're pointing at you a dagger. However, for some reason, there was one person who could withstand dozens of attackers. It was the human who had been slaughtering goblins since the beginning. Who is that human? And what's up with his name, Black Scythe? The angel Brielle asked. Intrigued. She didn't know his true human name, and even as an angel, she couldn't see the player's status windows due to system regulations. Naturally, she also couldn't tell what kind of rune the human had. Such a dog-like system. They let us see the progress of quests, but block us from seeing players' information, Brielle muttered with a frown. She didn't like being assigned as a guide. It didn't suit her nature. But that has changed now. Her lips curled up watching the human bloodbath. As a noble being, being in charge of a bunch of inferior humans is a humiliating task, but the fierce and brutal scene fit Brielle's tastes. To be honest, she didn't expect much from watching a fight between humans and goblins. Kekeki. But it's more fun to watch than I thought, isn't it? The desperate faces of the humans struggling to fight back, the agonizing screams, and the blood-stained battlefield all amused her. Kill them. Kill them all, you worthless vermin. Fight each other like the insects you are. Kekeki. As Brielle watched the scene, her eyes suddenly moved to a different area. What caught her attention was, unlike the rest of the field which is mostly red blood-soaked, this one area she was looking at now was filled with green blood. In the middle of it all, was the player with the nickname Black Scythe. That human again. He is still alive. When she watched him emerge victorious from his first battle with the goblins, she couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. She thought, perhaps he had stumbled upon a powerful rune that gave him a great advantage. But that was all it was, just a fleeting thought. She quickly shifted her gaze away from that human, knowing that his stamina would eventually deplete, and he too would meet the same fate as any other human. Yet, to her surprise, that human was still alive and fighting with ferocity. He was tearing through the goblins like a pack of mad dogs, having already slain 70 of them. Even Brielle, who was keeping track of the quest's progress, couldn't help but be impressed by the feat. It is his first time in battle, but he fights like he has done this before, she marveled. His movements were swift and precise, and his weapons danced with deadly accuracy. Even the goblins were momentarily taken aback by his intensity. She couldn't help but wonder. Could a human on Earth have a profession as a killer? As she watched Ryu Min, her mood lifted. She didn't know what lay ahead, but the situation was turning out to be more interesting than she had anticipated. Brielle's mouth curved up into a satisfied smile. SSHH. Keek. The goblin, who had lost both eyes, fell to the ground writhing in pain. Ryu Min immediately flew through the air and plunged his dagger into the goblin's neck. Thunk. You have defeated a goblin. Experience points plus 4%. Gold plus 10. Level up. Quest progress. Goblin 75 100ths. Remaining goblins until quest completion, 25. Ignoring the level up message, Ryu Min immediately rolled his body to the side. Thunk. The dagger plunged into the ground where he had just been. He quickly jumped up. Keek. He pierced the chest of that goblin and turned to find his next target. A constant stream of unrelenting movement. There was no room for a moment of carelessness. Ryu Min's eyes rapidly scanned the situation. Key. The goblins backed away with fearful expressions. All the goblins nearby had been killed. So he could finally let his guard down for a bit. I can take a breather for a moment. Ryu Min, who had regained his composure, opened her status window. He had already leveled up to 4. Ryu Min's fingers moved quickly as he allocated his stat points. For now, I'll go all in on agility. With each level up, 2 stat points were granted. After reaching level 4, Ryu Min decided to invest all of his points into agility. As a result, his agility, which was previously at 3, had now skyrocketed to 9. Agility is the most important stat right now. Out of strength, intelligence, agility, and luck, agility was the most necessary for the moment. Allocating points to agility not only increased evasion rate but also attack speed and movement speed. Ryu Min turned his head towards his allies, who were about 30 meters away from him, and watched as the goblins and humans were entangled in a chaotic battle. Help me, ah! Die, you monster bastards, just die. That side of the battlefield was a mixture of red and green blood, creating a gruesome sight. And on this side, Ryu Min was alone with a pile of goblin corpses, as if it was a completely different world. But it's inevitable. These people are facing goblins for the first time in their lives. It's not easy for anyone, no matter how old or experienced, to kill goblins. They are terrifying and intimidating creatures. When it comes to actual combat, people tend to freeze and become immobile out of fear. Ryu Min understood that fact. He, too, had run away multiple times during his first encounter. But running away won't solve anything. It cost him 2 regressions to realize that running away may buy him some time, but it wouldn't change the situation. The angels will release the goblins, and we'll have to fight them one way or another. Moreover, even though they were in a grassland that seemed to be spacious at first glance, it was actually surrounded by invisible barriers in every direction. It's like a rat trapped in a box. Even if we can evade the angel's gaze, we're still trapped. In order to escape this hellish situation, the only way out is to complete the quest. However, only half of the members who succeed in the quest can return. The system sends back only the first ones who complete it, so staying put is a disadvantage. It's better to take down as many goblins as possible than to run away. Although it wouldn't be easy to kill 100 goblins alone, Ryu Min thought it wasn't an impossible task. However, it's not an insurmountable task. Having more people means the attention is spread out, which is good. To put it nicely, it meant the attention was dispersed, and to put it bluntly, it meant that there were many people who could act as meat shields. People will start to feel it sooner or later. Whoosh! Ryu Min threw a dagger to hit one of the goblins' foreheads with precision. Of course, teamwork is the answer, but it doesn't increase the kill count for all the contributors. Only those who contribute greatly can increase their kill count. Still, 2 heads are better than 1. Humans have another advantage besides that. Goblins are not half the size of an adult and are even smaller than the middle school student brought here. In terms of reach, humans have the upper hand against the lich. Although humans don't have weapons like clubs or daggers like the goblins. Ryu Min's gaze falls to the ground. If we had weapons, the situation would be different. For now, the weapons scattered widely on the ground are what they have. It was what the goblins were holding before they died. But even then it would be difficult for them to fight like me. Ryu Min and the others have one thing in common. Their basic stats are the same, they all started at 3. Regardless of whether they are muscular or thin, all humans start with the same stats and conditions, regardless of their true physical ability. In other words, it meant that other people could move like Ryu Min, but it won't be easy. It takes a lot of experience to become this proficient. Unless you are an assassin from a movie, it's hard to move like Ryu Min. Moreover, now he is even more agile than before because of the agility boost. Well, now that we've caught the attention of the angel, shall we finish it up? As Ryu Min moved up the field and the nearby goblins start to back away, he couldn't help but grin, and then immediately picked up one of the daggers on the ground and shot it without aiming. Kuga! It hit one of the goblins' chest, while the others got startled by the sight of their fallen comrade writhing in pain. Aren't you coming to me? The goblins kept backing away. Ryu Min picked up another dagger and threw it, and another goblin fell. However, the goblins kept backing away shivering. Ryu Min watched them for a bit and then sighed. If you're not coming, then I'm coming to you. Instantly, he closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of sword moves. The green blood splattered in all directions. As soon as he defeated the last goblin before him, Ryu Min was met with a flood of notifications. You have defeated a goblin. Experience points plus 4%. Gold plus 10. Level up. Quest progress. Goblin 100/100ths. You have completed the first round of the quest. With 100 goblins defeated, Ryu Min was enveloped in a translucent column of light, a protective barrier that isolated him from the remaining monsters. The first round was easy, he thought, relieved that he had made it through. The barrier's appearance meant he had cleared half of the quest, as failure to complete each round within a certain time frame meant immediate disintegration. It shouldn't take longer. Everything is going according to plan. I did go a little crazy with the goblin slaying, not only to gain the attention of the angels but to claim that top spot, Ryu Min admitted to himself. And it seemed that his efforts had paid off, as a congratulatory message popped up on his screen. Congratulations. You have completed the quest in first place for this zone. Congratulations. You have completed the quest in first place for the entire world. Your nickname will be included in the rankings. Being the first to defeat them definitely helps, he thought, knowing that the faster one completed each round, the greater his ranking will be. Plus, rewards were distributed according to ranking, with the top 3 players in each category receiving the most coveted prizes. Rewards are given according to your ranking for both the zone and the entire game, with claiming the top spot in the latter normally grants the highest rewards, he mused. And I, out of 1.8 billion players, am the first to complete this quest. A moment later, another message appeared before Ryu Min, detailing his rewards. Chapter 6. Reward for ranking first in this area, lowest tier rare weapon selection ticket. Reward for ranking first in the entire region, special reward selection box. After reading the message, Ryu Min opened his inventory and found 2 new items, a weapon selection ticket and a reward selection box. Without hesitation, he selected the weapon ticket and a translucent window popped up. You can now choose one of the following rare weapons. Please touch the desired reward. 1. Serrated purple longsword. 2. Stiletto. 3. Javelin. Swords, daggers, and spears. Although there were more types of weapons available, these were the only options presented in the early stages of the game. This alone is worth it. It's a rare item, Ryu Min thought to himself. There are 6 grades of items: normal, rare, epic, unique, legendary, and godlike. Although rare is only second on the list, considering how difficult it is to obtain through conventional means, it is still a pretty good reward. Newbies would probably choose a sword or a long spear, but Ryu Min did not even hesitate and moved his hand. You have selected the stiletto. The reward appeared in his inventory and the information window popped up automatically. Stiletto. Classification: weapon. Grade: rare. Attack power: 15. Effect: agility +1. Durability: 150 150ths. Usage restriction: novice grade or higher. Description: this is the best dagger a novice can use. After looking at the information, Ryu Min discarded the goblin's dagger he had been holding. It was a piece of junk with only 3 attack power and no stats. It's pointless to keep it. I can't even sell it, Ryu Min thought as he realized it would just take up space in his inventory. Ryu Min's gaze then fell on another reward, the special reward selection box that could only be obtained by achieving first place in the entire region. Naturally, it was a much better reward than the lowest tier rare weapon selection ticket he had just obtained. However, for now, I'll hold off on using it, Ryu Min decided and closed the inventory window without touching the reward. It seemed like he had no interest in the items at all. Instead, he opened up his status window and allocated the stat point to his agility before turning his attention to something else. As Ryu Min gazed around the battlefield, filled with the screams of humans and goblins, he wondered if Yongmin was holding his own. As the round passers were unable to move beyond the pillars, there were limitations to his movements. There he is. Far in the distance, the hulking figure of Yongmin came into view. Watching him fight fiercely from behind others put Ryu Min's mind at ease. He'll make it through this one too. While he knew that Yongmin would survive not only the first round but also the 5th, the possibility of unexpected variables made him uneasy. Don't you dare die early. You must be used first, and then I will kill you myself when you're no longer useful. Although he no longer harbored any resentment or desire for revenge, he had no desire to keep Yongmin alive. It seems like this is going to be a drag. He sighed. He wouldn't be allowed to return home early just because he completed the quest quickly. He had to wait until the round is over. It's surprisingly fair game, isn't it? He couldn't help but smile. If he returned home after finishing early, the other participants would be completely exposed to danger. They would still be asleep in their beds. There's nothing more dangerous than being targeted while in soul transfer. If the body on Earth dies while the soul is in another dimension, the soul will die as well. At that point, no matter how strong the player is, it's pointless. They're just defenseless and helpless. Whether they wished for such a risk or not, the system only returned the round passers to their world after the round ended. That's why Ryu Min was waiting idly. It's just boring to wait like this. That's the only problem with finishing first. Save me. Arg. Stop it. Please. Even amidst the desperate screams of people, Ryu Min felt bored. He had seen it many times before. The weak ones perish while only the strong survive. There's no choice. To escape this game of death, we have to compete and survive. It was a reality that Ryu Min, a mere human, could not change. Ryu Min shook his head and recited a spell to pass the time. Progress window. World. Participants. 1,801,029,290. Achievers. 3,900,514,645. Current area ESKS 45-5. Participants. 10,286. Achievers. 15,143. As he checked the quest progress window, he found that there were only 3 people who had finished the quest, including himself. I'm first, and there is already a second and third achiever. However, in this area, there was only one person who had achieved the quest, himself. Well, it looks like the second and third places were taken by people in other areas, he said, consoling himself. Nevertheless, if he couldn't make it into the top 3 in the world, whether in the previous area or this current area, it would be meaningless to try hard since there was no reward given beyond third place. Even though we all receive gold as a quest reward for achieving the quest, it's not that special, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, the number of achievers in his area increased from 1 to 2. Looking around, he saw a man trapped in a translucent column in the distance, who had just defeated 100 goblins and achieved the quest. More and more people will start to appear now, he thought. As he expected, quest achievers began to appear here and there. Even the third spot in this area has been taken, he observed. The slow pace of progress gradually accelerated, and as a result, the number of goblins also decreased significantly. Well, it's not the ranking that matters. What's important is finding a way to make it into the top half, he thought. He turned his head and saw a giant man trapped in a column. It was Wang Yongman. He looked like he was struggling and gasping for breath, unlike the other achievers who were turning their backs and relaxing. Meanwhile, intense battles were taking place all around him. Kiok, Yuek. Although there were all kinds of screams, there was no chaos like before. Perhaps they have already adapted to this environment where they have to kill to survive, he thought. As a result, the number of goblins decreased noticeably as time passed, although the number was still higher than that of humans. Moreover, humans had better stats than goblins, and they could increase their stats by killing them, so it was only natural that players had the upper hand. The number of goblins is decreasing. It's time for the angels to intervene, he thought. When the number of quest achievers exceeded 400, and the number of goblins, which was originally 50,000, decreased to 10,000, the angel who had been watching from the sidelines finally intervened with a wicked smile. Kehehe, this is fun, they're hunting them down, should I add more goblins? Flap. Fluttering her wings seemed to be the signal, as the corpses that had been scattered across the meadow vanished in an instant. It was only natural for the people to be perplexed. What's going on? The goblin corpses disappeared. It's not just goblins. Other corpses are gone too. Although the people were taken aback, it was only temporary. As goblins began to appear here and there, they all wore expressions of disgust. Kyo ho ho ho, I've replenished 50,000 of them. There won't be a shortage of them, so stay assured. Kick kick kick! Exclamation mark. Even if she didn't know, the people were probably cursing the angel right now. Kill them. Ah! The people had to swing their weapons again to live or die. They were too young to scream for their lives like this in a bloodstained place like this. Achiever. 1021 5143. Achiever. 2129 5143. Achiever. 3533 5143. As the number of quest achievers increased, the goblins decreased exponentially. Each time, the angel cleared away the corpses and added more goblins. Has it been about 5 hours like this? Ryu Min, who had been sitting on the ground looking at the progress window, suddenly stood up as if it was time. It will end up soon. It's time to wrap this up and go home. But there's something he must do before that. Achiever, 5143 5143. Finally, the moment came when the number of quest achievers filled up. Huh, what's going on? The goblins that had filled the meadow suddenly disappeared without a trace. It seemed as if it were a dream. Half of the challengers have passed. The angel spoke as if she were regretful. Unfortunately, the rest must be annihilated. What? Annihilation? Wait a minute. Please, angel. I just need to catch one more. Please. That's when it happened. Those who failed to finish the quest were scattered like dust. It was about 3,000 people. 3,000 people disappeared without leaving a trace. The remaining 2,000 were killed by the goblins. Puff. People couldn't even scream at the sudden arrival of death. The achievers who had been watching from the pillar swallowed their dry saliva. If they hadn't achieved the quest early, they might have been annihilated like that too. If you can't make it to half, you'll be gone without a trace. The group that once numbered 10,000 has now dwindled down to a mere 5,000. Sadly, there was no way for Ryu Min to save them, as it was a rule of this cursed game, just as the angel had pointed out. Why the long faces? You survived, so shouldn't you be happy? The angel quirked its head, only to shrug its shoulders a moment later. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You all made it, so congratulations. You can go home now. At the mention of going home, the tension in the air dissipated, replaced by a collective sigh of relief and laughter. However, the angel still wore a smirk on her lips. They weren't out of the woods yet. I should remind you though, that round 2 will be much harder. So, you better do better next time. Teehee. They had just cleared round 1, and yet they had to face round 2 in a month, and no one can escape this reality. After all, they had suffered, they had only bought themselves a month of time. As this realization hit them, their faces turned ashen. The angel barely managed to hide her devilish grin. Well, before you go home, shall we take a look at the rankings first? The angel spread its wings in a courteous manner, and a message box appeared before Ryu Min's eyes. Round 1 results. Overall. First place, Black Scythe, LV5, no job, 0 hours 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Second place, Stupid Fools, LV5, no job, 0 hours 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Third place, Heavenly Demon, LV5, no job, 0 hours 17 minutes and 7 seconds. Area ESKS 45-5. First place, Black Scythe, LV5, no job, 0 hours 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Second place, Life is a Documentary, LV5, no job, 0 hours 23 minutes and 55 seconds. Third place, Black Flame Dragon in the Right Hand, LV5, no job, 0 hours 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Black Scythe is currently ranked first in both overall and area ESKS 45-5. Rank Reward. Lowest tier rare weapon selection ticket already distributed. Special reward selection box already distributed. Clear reward, 1000 gold undistributed. Clear reward, you have earned 1000 gold as a clear reward. Congratulations. You can purchase items from the shop with the gold you've earned. The shop function will be unlocked when you reach level 10. Everyone, not just Ryu Min, is staring at the empty air. They are all looking at the results together. The others probably only received 1000 gold. Ryu Min achieved the top score, which came with a reward, but the others only received gold. Now there's no one who doesn't know that I'm ranked first place, right? Sure enough, people looked at Ryu Min with envy and jealousy. However, most of them sent looks of reverence for his achievement. The gap between Ryu Min's achievement time and second place was overwhelming, so it was even more impressive. It wasn't just humans who were surprised. To think that the first place in the entire area came from my zone, it's amazing. The angel's attention was focused on Ryu Min. Black Scythe, answer me. Yes. How can you be so strong? Did you get some special runes? The angel stopped talking in the middle of the sentence. What a foolish question, I almost revealed something unnecessary. It was clearly a mistake. It was like advertising that she couldn't see the player's status window. Of course, Ryu Min knew that fact through repeated lives. The angel was secretly flustered. That's why Ryu Min decided to tease her a little. If you look at my status window, you'll know what rune I have, right? It was a natural question, but the angel was not flustered. Then you already know. Did you think I, an angel, wouldn't know your information? I just asked even though I knew. She's lying. Ryu Min knew that the angel had no right to see the player's status window. She only has the authority to guide and proceed with the game, she can't know the player's personal information. As he progressed with regression, he surprisingly learned a lot about the angel. Was that why? Angel. What, human? Can I make one request? A request? Ryu Min was able to make a bold statement. I feel like the reward for ranking first is too cheap. What did you say? I wish you had given a better reward. Trying to negotiate with an angel, how bold. People who were watching were surprised by Ryu Min's daring words. Chapter 7. Wait, what did that person just say? I think he's asking for a better reward. Did he just try to negotiate with the angel? Is he insane? He must be out of their mind to act like that. The people murmured, but the angel couldn't hear a thing. Brielle doubted her own ears. What did you say just now, human? I'm not satisfied with the reward. I want something better. The angel asked again, thinking she misheard, but the human's demand remained the same, as if it were his right. How dare this human speak to me like this? The beautiful face of the angel Brielle contorted in frustration. Should I gouge out his eyes? Despite the menacing expression on her face, the human continued to stare at them boldly. It was almost laughable. I thought he was actually decent when I watched him take the first round, but now he's spewing this nonsense like a lunatic. Does he think he's invincible after taking down a few goblins? The angel wanted to bash his head out of frustration, but she couldn't. She had already used up her authority to kill using that skill. That arrogant human. I can't kill them, wait, hold on. Suddenly, Brielle's expression changed, a faint smile appearing on her face. What's stopping me from killing him? If I want him dead, I can just kill him even without that skill, right? With a good idea in mind, Brielle turned to face Ryu Min. You wanted a better reward, right? The barrier surrounding Ryu Min vanished in an instant. I'll make a deal with you. Follow me, and I'll give you a better reward than you can imagine. The others will wait here until I come back. The people nodded, knowing they couldn't go anywhere, trapped within the pillars. She's going to give him a better reward. Does that mean she'll do what Black Scythe said? Did he just make the angel really negotiate with them? Maybe I should ask for a better reward too. Only if you're ranked first place, I bet. I envy him now. If I knew that, I would have asked her myself. The people mumbled as they watched Ryu Min follow the angel with envy in their eyes. As Ryu Min watched the envious glares from others, he bit his tongue in frustration. What's there to be jealous about? If only they knew what the angel had in store for me. The angel wasn't really taking him away to offer some reward or compensation. If it's just a reward, they could have given it to me here. Why move me to another location? There was only one reason why the angel moved him to a quieter place, to lure him into a trap and kill him. Ryu Min was certain of it. But why was he so sure? Because he had experienced it firsthand. He had been killed by an angel before. Was it the 12th regression? When the angel backstabbed me, I felt so dizzy. At that time, and after 12 regressions, Ryu Min managed to kill the goblins with his experience and skill, achieving the top rank for the first time. I was expecting a huge reward for being first. But when I saw the special reward box given to the top ranker, I muttered under my breath, it's not as great as I thought it would be. Of course, he had the right to complain. The problem was that the angel had overheard him. I didn't know then. I didn't know that complaining would anger the angel. And the price he paid for that was steep. The angel had lured him by promising an even better reward, then struck him from behind. He died for no other reason than for annoying Brielle. That was why Ryu Min could never see angels in a positive light. To them, humans were nothing more than lowly insects, even when dead. I'm sure she'd kill all humans if she could. But there's a reason why she can't. The angels are not as powerful as they appear to be. They made people believe that they cannot compete with an angel. If they try, their heads will explode. But this was all part of the game plan. She only killed that guy at first to instill fear and make people obey her every command. That skill that makes heads explode is a one-time ability. It's a privilege of an angel that can only be used once. The ability to kill instantly was called the head explosion. A piece of information he obtained through torturing the angels from the previous regressions. If I didn't use up that privilege in the beginning. This is why Brielle couldn't think straight anymore. It was also why Ryu Min didn't flinch in fear. Angels without their powers aren't really that scary. They may have wings and a few tricks up their sleeves, but that's about it. Physically, they're not much different from humans. If anything, they're weaker and more fragile than they appear. Angels are just humans with wings. Ryu Min wasted no time in seeking revenge on the angel in his next regression. In the process, he discovered a few things. Angels are weaker than he thought. And killing an angel yields hidden rewards. You can't miss out on hidden rewards, especially if it's an item that can be used to advance to the unique class, Grim Reaper. When an angel is killed, an item necessary for advancing to the Grim Reaper class is obtained. Since then, Ryu Min continued to kill angels. In the next regression and the next after that, he deliberately made a name for himself from the first round and then tried to piss off the angel to the point that she would decide to kill him. I guess this is the last time. Every time, the angel tried to stab Ryu Min with a hidden blade in her wings. But it was always the angel who ended up being defeated. Getting hit in the back would only work once. It was easy, he just had to attack the angel in the back first and obtained the reward before getting hit himself. As he was thinking these thoughts, the angel turned around, possibly because she felt a cold chill on the back of her neck. Why are you so far behind? Can't you keep up? Oh, yes. Ryu Min approached with quick steps, but the angel's expression was still full of displeasure. Humans always have to be shouted at to understand. Tisk. And what's worse, they are all greedy. Humans were a race that could not feel full even if they drink the ocean. If you want to be treated like a pig, then you'll get what you deserve. Sure, I'll show you the price of your greed. Kyohahoho. Brielle laughed to herself as the thought alone was amusing. She never had any intention of exchanging the reward for Ryu Min. She didn't even have the ability to do that. How can I change the reward that's predetermined by the system? She had only enticed him with sweet words. In order to kill the human in front of her in a place without any witnesses. There's no rule that says I can't kill a player. Didn't she already kill one at the beginning? Well, that was a one-time thing and now it's not possible. In fact, I can kill humans, but I can't kill them openly. Who knows what kind of trouble I'll get into if I do that. There's no rule that says she can't kill a player, but there's also no rule that says she can. It would be a huge problem if she killed a player for personal reasons. What if the players rebelled later, claiming unevenness? She would ruin the game they have worked so hard for. At that point, Brielle would not be able to avoid responsibility. So the cleanest and best way is to kill them without leaving any witnesses. Brielle couldn't bear to look at the person who hurt her pride. She couldn't just let it go, it would be against her dignity. Other humans are scared and obey well, but this person who's ranked number 1 has stirred things up by haggling for rewards. They're all the same, after reaching number 1, they became greedy. What a stupid bastard. He could have settled for what he got, but he had to run his mouth. The more she thought about it, the more she felt disgusted by him. After we pass this place, I'll kill him right away. The angel who had become so distant that none of the players could see her suddenly stopped walking. This was a good place to get the job done. Well, you want a better reward, don't you? What kind of reward do you want? At that moment, Brielle turned around and was surprised to see a fist in front of her. Whack! Kia! She stumbled and fell, clutching her face in pain. She couldn't regain her composure due to the shock, not the pain. What's going on? Did that human hit me? Soon, she realized what had happened to her, and her smooth forehead wrinkled uncontrollably. You damn human. She turned her head, but the human was nowhere in sight. However, she could easily tell where he was. She felt his presence behind her. Ryu Min was holding his new dagger tightly. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to do? Crack. Kia. The sound was chilling, and the angel's mouth opened wide in horror. Ah. Stop overreacting. Ryu Min brushed away the drooping wings and grabbed the other one. He was determined to break both wings, so the angel couldn't escape. Crack. Screaming in pain. Despite the angel's scream, Ryu Min shouted back in disbelief. It always amazes me to see you scream like this, it's really different from how you acted. Tough before, laughing at the people dying, how was it kyohahoho? Are you insane, human? What are you saying? You were going to kill me with that dagger hidden in your wings, weren't you? Seeing the angel's stunned expression, Ryu-min smiled. I knew it. Killing you. I never thought of that. You don't have to lie. Because it's all over the face. Briel's eyes widened. How could a human like you? I don't know about that. Ryu-min raised her hand, revealing a dagger he had selected as his first prize, a stiletto. What are you doing with that weapon all of a sudden? Don't you see? The piercing look in Ryu-min's eyes silenced Briel. He didn't say anything, but she knew she would soon die in this spot. Although fear crept into her heart at the moment she was caught, Briel's pride remained unbroken. Are you crazy, human? Did your head explode or something? Nope, you can't use that anymore. The moment her weakness was exposed, Briel was speechless. The voice of the angel was filled with confusion. Do you really think you can survive by doing this? Surely my colleagues won't just stand by and watch. What colleagues? Don't you know that angels are selfish beings who are not interested in others, even their own race? Whether you live or die, none of them would care, replied Ryu-min, gripping his dagger. Briel's face showed desperation as she realized the danger she was in. Wait, there's nothing to gain by killing me, pleaded the angel. There is. You just don't know it, replied Ryu-min with a smirk. If you kill me, you'll regret it. You won't be able to go home, said the angel in a last-ditch effort to save herself. We can go home. The system will automatically send us home after a period of time, said Ryu-min dismissively. How do you know that? What else do you know? Asked the angel, grasping at straws. Why do you care? You're dead anyway, said Ryu-min, before stabbing the angel in the heart. Briel's eyes widened as Ryu-min's dagger pierced her chest. Gah! She screamed as her body shook and he fell to the ground, while her golden blood was flowing from her torn chest. Ryu-min didn't even look twice at her. Instead, his attention turned to the message that had just appeared in his vision. It was a message about a hidden reward. Chapter 8. You have slain an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to have killed an angel. You have earned the title the first angel slayer. You have obtained angel's blood as the reward for slaying the first angel. You have received the rune of slaughter as the reward for being the first to slay an angel. The acquired rune will automatically be engraved on the player's body. The cascading messages were enough to make an ordinary person lose their mind, but Ryu-min remained calm as this was a situation he had experienced and received rewards from many times before. Angel's blood. Classification. Consumable. Grade. Unique. Effect. Enables Reaper job advancement. Usage restrictions. Level 10 or higher. Description. An item given to the first player who slays an angel. Only those who kill an angel are qualified to advance to the Reaper job, which is the angel's nemesis. Players could have a job starting from level 10. There were over 30 different jobs available. And the advancement method was simple, obtaining the job advancement item. Looks like I just got what I needed, Ryu-min said calmly as he examined the golden liquid item in his inventory, angel's blood, given only to the first person to slay an angel. It was also an item that allowed for unique job advancement. As expected, I was the first to slay an angel, Ryu-min thought, knowing that no one at this point would dare to challenge an angel. Unless they were insane and wanted to die, of course. I also got a title, Ryu-min said, touching the title he had earned. Title: The First Angel Slayer. Acquisition condition: obtained by being the first to kill an anger. Effect: all stats are doubled when facing holy monsters. Upon checking, it was undoubtedly the right title he had obtained in his previous regressions. It was an excellent title when facing angels or holy attributed monsters. Ryu-min's gaze turned to the last reward he obtained. Rune of Slaughter. Effect: all stats increase by 1% up to 100% each time a target is killed. It lasts until the end of the round. The rune was engraved on Ryu-min's body. It was the reward he got for being the first to kill an angel. If the other angels find out that I've already obtained one rune, they'll be shocked, Ryu-min thought to himself. Indeed, obtaining runes was not an easy task. Even obtaining one per round was a challenge. In fact, it was comparable to the difficulty of acquiring a unique item. But, that's just the standard for an inexperienced player in the game, Ryu-min reminded himself. He had already figured out how to get past each level with ease. I need to obtain more runes this time around, so I can become even stronger, he thought. Since it was the last level, Ryu-min had nothing to lose and had to use every possible means to become more powerful. Unfortunately, I won't get any rewards for killing an angel now, Ryu-min sighed. The rewards for killing an angel were only given to the first player who achieved this feat. That meant nobody else could get anything from killing an angel, which was why there was only one player in the game who had the Archangel Death class. The angels probably never even knew about these rewards, Ryu-min thought. Until the 12th regression, Ryu-min was unaware of this fact as well. Like everyone else, he was afraid of the angels' abilities and considered them to be unbeatable. But from the 13th regression onwards, he began to learn about the hidden rewards that came with killing an angel. When you kill an angel, you can get materials necessary for a hidden job, Ryu-min realized. From then on, he made sure to kill the angels every time he encountered them, as he saw no reason not to, especially when they offered a hidden reward. That's when I really started to focus on death class, Ryu-min said. Until that point, he had survived in the game as a hunter. But once he switched to the death class, he realized it was a much better job. It has bonus stats, transfer runes, and an excellent skill set, Ryu-min pondered. It was far from a mediocre class like a hunter. As far as he was concerned, it was a powerful and desirable class, one that anyone would envy. But even then, I couldn't clear the final round. Nevertheless, since there was no job as good as death, Ryu-min aimed for it once again. He deliberately provoked the angel and lured him to a different location. Instead of getting stabbed, he struck first with a blow to the back of the head. By killing the angel, he obtained a huge reward starting from the first round. From then on, I abandoned the hunter job and switched to death. Ryu-min repeated the same method of killing the angel with each regression. There had no mercy for someone who was trying to backstab him. In the process, Ryu-min learned many things. He learned just how weak the angels were, and that his ability to smash their heads wasn't just a one-time fluke. I also gained other information. Not only did he gain rewards, but he also tortured the angel to extract information. He learned about their race, ecology, role, purpose of the game, and system privileges. However, even the angels themselves did not know the key information. They are just long-term horses that follow orders from above. It was suspected that there was someone behind the scenes who was equivalent to a god. But, I'll have to go all the way to the final boss stage and make a wish to find out the details. After confirming his rewards, Ryu-min reached into his inventory. It was time to use the special reward selection box he received as the first place reward for the entire area. Use it. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the reward you want. 1. Experience points tripled buff limited to the second round. 2. 2000 gold. 3. Information about the second round. Although there were 3 options to choose from, Ryu-min did not hesitate. What's important now is to quickly reach level 10 and change jobs. Ryu-min immediately chose the first reward. You have chosen the experience points tripled buff. The buff will automatically apply at the start of the second round. With still a month to go until round 2, Ryu-min had already made his reward selection. There wasn't anything worth choosing other than the 3x experience points boost. Receiving 2000 gold isn't bad, but it's better to change jobs as soon as possible, Ryu-min thought to himself. Changing jobs meant gaining a skill, and in this game, skills were worth far more than anyone could imagine. Skills are practically worth 3 runes put together, Ryu-min reflected. Having a skill greatly increased a player's power, and on top of that, receiving a rune reward as a commemoration for changing jobs was an added bonus. The sooner Ryu-min changed jobs, the more he stood to gain. As for the third reward, there's no point in choosing it, Ryu-min concluded. The third reward offered information about round 2, but it was of no use to Ryu-min since he already had all the information up to round 20. With a cold gaze, Ryu-min looked down at the angel's corpse. The golden blood that had splattered across the ground began to evaporate into thin air. Soon, the angel's body disintegrated into dust, leaving no trace behind. This was the natural process for creatures of spirit like the angels. Their bodies vanished along with them after a certain amount of time. I'm glad I don't have to bother with the disposing of the body. This way there's no evidence left behind, Ryu-min thought. He scanned the area just in case there were any witnesses, but the sky and surroundings were clear of anyone who might have seen him. Since I killed the angel in the same place at the same time as before, there shouldn't be any problems, Ryu-min reassured himself. He had used the same method as always, and since there were no witnesses or evidence left behind, he needn't worry about anything. Angels are a selfish and self-centered bunch who only care about themselves, after all, Ryu-min mused. He wondered why no one had seen him, but that was the only concern he had. From round 2 onwards, a different angel will take her place, just like before, Ryu-min thought. There was no need to worry about witnesses or evidence. Even without an angel supervising, they could all return safely. Although they might not receive detailed guidance on how things will be when they return. As the message announcing the end of round 1 appeared, Ryu-min and the others who had been trapped with him retreated to the shadows. Congratulations on surviving, the message read. End of round 1. Entire area. Survivors, 900,514,645. ESKS 45-5 area. Survivors, 5,143. Your soul will return to your original dimension shortly. Round 2 begins at midnight on February 1, 2022. See you in the next round. With that, Ryu-min and the others who had been trapped with him disappeared from view. Phew. Gasping for air as if he had come back to life, Wang Yongmin sat up, exclaiming, "Oh my God." The first thing he saw was a multitude of people surrounding him. Where are we? This is the site of the festival, right? He wondered. He immediately checked his phone for the time. 5:20. It was January 1, 2022. 5 hours and 20 minutes had passed since the start of the festival. It roughly matched the time he had spent in that dream. My head, he groaned. My arms and legs are all sore. Nearby, his friends who had been sleeping on the street started to awaken one by one. Hey, Yongmin, are you up? I was asleep. Not just you, I was also asleep. What, did we all fall asleep together? Wait, then that was all just a dream. I also had a weird dream. Me too. Yongmin, did you dream too? Well, actually. Looking around, Yongmin's expression turned serious. I don't think it was just a dream. What do you mean? Listen to what people are saying. His friends perked up their ears at Yongmin's words. We've come back. We really came back from that hell. What? I swear I was fighting goblins. I'm alive, I survived. As people muttered and murmured, his friends' expressions gradually turned pale. It didn't make sense for so many people to have had the exact same dream. Does that mean it was all real? The goblins, the first round. Then, does that mean we have to be called for the second round on the 1st of next month? Damn it. His friends' faces fell at the bleak reality, but they couldn't completely fall into despair. Hey, why isn't he waking up? Tisik, wake up. Tisik. One of their friends was still asleep. He seemed asleep, but he was as still as death. Fuckle. He's not breathing. Listen to his heart. Can you hear his heartbeat? His friends frantically tried to confirm Tisik's condition. But the results were despairing. His heart's not beating. What? Then is he dead? Tisik, is he dead? His friends couldn't believe that he was gone, but they couldn't deny it either. Could it be that he couldn't catch 100 of them? Or he couldn't make it to the top half? According to the rules of the game, they understood the reality of their friend's death. And it wasn't just Tisik who couldn't get up. Almost half of the people gathered there were still lying on the chilly asphalt. Are all the people who can't get up here dead? See corpses. The thought of corpses made him feel sick. It would have been fine if they were goblin corpses, but the thought of dead humans triggered revulsion. Did only half of us survive? Fuck, what do we do for the next round? Can I survive? His friends were already worried, but Wang Yongmin remained calm. No, he pretended to be calm and held back his laughter. If he laughed now, not only his friends but also others would look at him like a madman. If this isn't a dream but reality, then it's not just me who's screwed, but everyone in the world. Right. It was only for those between the ages of 15 and 29, but still, it was a lot of people whose lives were at stake. We have to survive this, no matter who we are or where we come from. It's about equality, isn't it? He was envious of those who were born to good parents and lived comfortably. On the other hand, he felt that his life was unfair. But there's no point in complaining about life anymore. Haha. His life was already ruined, even without his parents. He had thought of becoming a gangster as soon as he graduated from school. These days, he knew that gangsters made a lot of money from illegal activities. Don't worry, you guys. Just survive, what's there to worry about? But it's unfair, we haven't even had a chance to enjoy ourselves, and now we have to die. We're not the only ones in this situation. What's unfair about it? Upon hearing Wang Yongmin's words, his friends fell silent, seething inwardly. You bastard with your pathetic life, you wouldn't even be missed if you died right now, one of them muttered. I still have so much I want to do, Wang Yongmin said, oblivious to his friend's thoughts, and then seemed to have remembered something and kept looking left and right. As he scanned the area, searching, his friends asked, what's wrong? Just looking for someone, but I can't seem to find him, Wang Yongmin explained. Who? Your personal shuttle? His friend asked. Wang Yongmin nodded, frustrated at not being able to locate Ryu Min. Where could that bastard have gone? I thought I saw him over there before I fell asleep. Did he die in the first round? He wondered aloud. Eventually, Wang Yongmin gave up searching for Ryu Min. Well, maybe that loser died, it's not like he would have made it far in the competition anyway. He thought to himself. No weakling like Ryu Min could survive in such a cutthroat competition. As he turned his head, he suddenly noticed a person wearing a strange suit of armor. Huh, who's that guy? Where did he get that outdated armor from? Wang Yongmin muttered. In that moment, a lightning bolt of realization struck his mind. No way, he thought. He immediately yelled to his friends, hey, everyone, turn on your status windows. It works. Here too. Huh, status window. But that can't be possible. Really? It's working. As they muttered about the status window, a transparent window appeared in front of Wang Yongmin, visible only to him. The system that he thought was only applicable in this otherworldly realm worked in the real world too. Does this mean all our stats and items will work too? One of his friends asked in disbelief. This is amazing. Wang Yongmin and his friends exclaimed in unison, their spirits lifted by this glimmer of hope in their otherwise bleak situation. Chapter 9. In the early hours of today, an unbelievable event occurred at Bozingak Pavilion in Jongno Gu, where a bell-ringing ceremony was taking place. Over 10,000 people collectively lost consciousness. Let's watch the video first to see what happened. The video contained an astonishing scene. A winged woman appeared in the sky with a bright light. People were stunned by the appearance of a woman who looked like an angel. She moved her lips as if saying something, but nothing could be heard. Shortly after, a young man asked the angel a question, and his head exploded like a firework. A scene of a human being killed was fully broadcasted, even though it was pixelated, its brutality was vividly felt. The tens of thousands of people at the scene panicked. The angel murmured something as if explaining, and then people began to lose consciousness. Roughly 10,000 people fell asleep. The people shown in the video fell unconscious like cut-off dolls. Eventually, the police are seen investigating the remaining people. According to witnesses, the angel claimed to have taken people aged 15 to 29 to another dimension. Although it was a bizarre claim, there were many witnesses, and the appearance of the angel was captured in the video, making it hard not to believe. This phenomenon happened nationwide, especially among those aged 15 to 29. There were reports of angel sightings everywhere, and many people fell into a trance-like state. In total, more than 128 countries have confirmed cases of the trance-like state, including Japan, China, Russia, and the United States. 1.8 billion people have been kidnapped to another world. Not their physical bodies, but their souls. Shocking news articles were published one after another on the news portal sites. Netizens had two different reactions to the news. What's going on? Are the journalists drunk? Why are only these absurd and unbelievable news articles being posted? Today isn't even April Fool's Day. 1.8 billion souls were kidnapped. This is fake news on an enormous scale. Haha, the journalists are really conspiring. Even the video seems like it's manipulated. Many people couldn't believe the obituaries, which seemed a bit ridiculous, but there were also many who believed them without a doubt. Are the reporters all children? One person scoffed. Did they have nothing better to do than publish fake news from the new year? You can see this story is being shared on other websites too, another chimed in. I will never believe these news guys, even if they above told us to run because a war had broken out. I wouldn't believe them, someone else added, laughing nervously. Despite the skepticism, a surprising number of people found the news believable, especially as it was being reported across all types of media, from broadcast TV to radio and the internet. It was hard to deny that this was a real, serious situation unfolding before their eyes. I thought it was just a hoax, but it's actually real, one person commented. What the hell is going on? Another asked. I read a detailed article about it on another website. Apparently, it's a survival game that lasts for 20 rounds, someone else added. So does that mean I'm going to be captured by an angel too? A frightened voice piped up. Don't worry if you're between 15 and 29 years old, another replied. But I'm still worried. There are 1.8 billion people who aren't waking up from sleep. A concerned voice trailed off. My friend's older brother was really captured. He's still breathing but he won't wake up. Someone said. I'm a 49 years old father, and my only middle school aged son won't wake up no matter what I do. Please, someone, tell me what to do, another pleaded. My little brother is sleeping and won't wake up. What should I do? Yet another asked. What are we going to do? Is the world ending or something? Someone else quipped, cynically. As Ryu Min read through the comments on his phone, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's finally started, he thought to himself. The internet was buzzing with talk of the survival game, and Ryu Min was reminded once again that he was back on Earth. But this is just the beginning, he reminded himself, scrolling through another article. At around 5:20 a.m., approximately half of those who had fallen into comas woke up. The other half stopped breathing and died, resulting in an estimated 900,000 deaths in Seoul alone, and 4.5 million across the country, a historic disaster in which 11% of the population died. The worldwide death toll from the coma shock is estimated to be around 9 billion people, causing chaos across the globe. Although the obituaries had been dealt with, there was still a bigger problem at hand. A survivor said that they created a character as if entering a game and completed quests. They fought against goblin monsters on the plains, armed only with their own bodies. Breaking news. Survivors calling themselves players are able to summon weapons and armor out of thin air. The real problem is that the players' abilities have been brought into reality, Ryu Min thought to himself. Even though he killed the angel and the players in his area didn't hear any explanations, it didn't take them long to figure it out. Since the system itself is based on abilities rooted in the soul, they can still be used even if the body changes. Of course, this information was learned from torturing the angel in the previous regressions. At present, their stats are not high, so it won't have much impact, but later, as they level up and become stronger, players will truly become transcendent beings. When that happens, some players who lack self-awareness will begin to exercise their power like lawless outlaws. It would lead to the creation of weaponry that even the military and the latest weapons couldn't control. At that point, they won't be able to focus solely on quests like they can now. There will be a variety of problems to deal with even after they return to this world. That realm and this reality, both would be filled with chaos in just a few months. He couldn't sit idly by in such a world. If he does, Earth would be destroyed before they even reached round 20. There is only one solution. We must control the players with overwhelming force. Beasts will only bow down before superior strength. Ryu Min would have to control the players through sheer force, just as he had done before. That way, he could quell the chaos and even make it to the final boss. Of course, this time around, he would need a different strategy. He had to take 4 others with him to the final round, not including himself. It would be best to bring a priest and buffer. If the boss room requires at least 5 people, it must be that strong. He had some candidates in mind and a plan for how to persuade them, but it's not time to act yet. There are more important matters to attend to. After the end of round 1, Ryu-min immediately left the location of the ringing bell ceremony. The place he was heading to was none other than his home. It was a multi-family home located in Seodaemun-gu, Seoul. Ring ring ring, beep beep. The first thing Ryu-min noticed as he entered the house was the cup ramen container sitting on the kitchen sink. Looks like we're having cup ramen for dinner again. It was a familiar scene that he had seen before, every time he came home in his previous regressions. Ryu-min opened the door that had been closed. On the floor, one person was sleeping soundly under a blanket. It was his younger brother, Ryu-won, who was in his 3rd year of middle school. He was Ryu-min's only family. Wake up. As Ryu-min shook him, Ryu-won tossed and turned before finally opening his sleepy eyes. Get up, it's morning. What time is it? Ryu-won looked at the wall clock as he spoke. What? It's not even 6 o'clock yet. You won't have time to sleep more. Why? What's going on? I'll explain later. Put your clothes on first. Let's go. Where are we going? If you want to watch the sunrise, I'd rather sleep more. Listen to me, At Ryu-min's low voice, Ryu-won closed his mouth and looked at his older brother. The serious atmosphere of his older brother that was different from usual made Ryu-won's expression serious as well. Why are you like this, What's going on? This is not the time to sleep peacefully. The world is in chaos. Why? Did something happen when you went to see the ceremonial bell ringing? First, come out. I'll talk while we walk. The brothers passed through the narrow kitchen and went outside. The cold air of the yet-to-be-risen dawn made Ryu-won shiver. Let's walk a bit. Okay. The brothers walked in silence through the dimly lit alleyway. Ryu-won turned his head and glanced at his brother. What's going on that's making him look so serious? He had never seen this side of his brother before, but he didn't dare ask him anything. He thought that his brother would explain everything on his own, but his atmosphere was strangely different from before. No, he's completely different. His jaw was clenched, his eyes were full of strength, and his stride was determined. He looked so different from his usual small and timid self. After they walked for a while, Ryu-min spoke. Do you know what's happening in the world right now? Of course, I don't. Why? Did something happen while I was sleeping? Check the internet news. Ryu-won did as he was told and pulled out his phone to look up the news. Holy, what's this? Ryu-won stopped in his tracks and couldn't take his eyes off his phone for a while. Is this for real? People were taken to another world by angels. Well, only their souls were taken. Ryu-min nodded. I can't believe this. Could it be Hung too? Ryu-min nodded his head. We managed to catch 100 goblins in that other world and barely made it back alive. Wow. Although Ryu-min spoke the truth, his younger brother still seemed skeptical. Why wasn't I taken too? Because you're not yet 15 years old. Although Ryu-won was going to be in his 3rd year of middle school this year, he was still only 14 years old. It was fortunate for him, considering the desperate situation. However, Ryu-won continued to read the article, unable to fully comprehend the situation. The comments section was full of lamentations from people who had lost their siblings and children. There were too many witnesses for this to be a lie. Why, how could this happen? Ryu-won sighed and looked back at his brother. It was amazing how his brother, despite his small stature, managed to survive. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Don't worry about me. How can I not worry? You're the only family I have left. It was since the day when their parents had passed away in a car accident and Ryu-min had comforted Ryu-won as he sobbed with tears and snot. To me, Hung is like a father figure. Although he was too shy to say it out loud, Ryu-won looked up to his brother and relied on him like a father. But the truth was, Ryu-won was still worried. Mental strength and fighting ability are two different things. Although he admitted that his brother had strong mental strength, it didn't mean he was good at fighting. Moreover, he was physically small and had been beaten up before. Every time that happened, he told me not to worry because he could handle it himself. But how could he not worry? If something happened to his brother, he would be all alone. As Ryu-won was lost in thought, Ryu-min spoke up. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. In that other world, there's a system called stats that renders physical conditions meaningless. Even girls can fight goblins on equal footing. Really? Ryawan was surprised. And later, when you see me in action, you won't have to worry about me too. More importantly, do not interfere. What are you talking about? If you want to know, come with me. I don't want to. I won't take a single step until you tell me where we're going. Despite his younger brother's stubbornness, Ryu Min just chuckled quietly to himself. He had already experienced this kind of response in the previous episode. Wanna know? Hey, stop joking. Bei Taegyu. The mention of the name made his brother's face freeze. We're going to the hideout of your bullies. What? You were getting bullied lately at school by a guy named Bei Taegyu, right? Ryu Won was shocked. He had never been bullied before in his life, and he even enjoyed going to school and hanging out with his friends. But he didn't want to burden his older brother, who was already working hard to support them both, so he kept it to himself. However, somehow, Ryu Min knew. Did you know about it all along? Did you think I wouldn't? Ryu Won bit his lip. He thought he had hidden it well, but it turned out that his brother had known all along. Tu didn't think you knew. Ryu Min didn't actually know about this, it all happened in the first regression. It wasn't until several hours after returning from the first round that Ryu Min learned the truth about his brother's bullying. Ryu Won had come back home with a swollen face, and it turned out that he had been beaten up by Bang Taekyu and his gang. Ryu Min was shocked and angry that he hadn't been able to protect his little brother. He felt guilty that he had let his own weakness burden Ryu Won. But he knew he had to do something. After all, Ryu Won was his only family. By the way, what did you say earlier? That we're going to his hideout. Yeah, why? Why do you think? Ryu Min smirked. I can't just let someone who bullied my little brother get away with it. I'll break his arm if I have to. One arm won't be enough. He wanted to make sure that Ryu Won would never be bullied again, and that meant putting Bang Taekyu in his place. I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. He won't dare bully anyone ever again. Chapter 10. Die bastard die. Loud noises echoed through the factory since early morning. Thump, thump, thump. Bei Taegyu knocked down 3 students on their knees, one after the other. Didn't I tell you to bring me 200,000 won each? Didn't I? What? You won't answer. Are you ignoring me? Just a moment please. Bei Taegyu kicked the student's chin. Thump, thump, thump. The students groaned and cowered like turtles as the beating continued. Are you blocking me? Huh, look at me. The sight of Bei Taegyu grabbing the students' hair and slapping their cheeks made the gang smoking cigarettes behind him laugh out loud. But in reality, they were tense and fearful of Bei Taegyu's merciless attitude. Of course, it's Bei Taegyu. He doesn't spare even the nerds. Even other school seniors are afraid of him. Remember, don't mess with Bei Taegyu, no matter what happens. Bei Taegyu was 185 centimeters tall, a rather large build for a second-year middle school student. Undoubtedly, he was overwhelmingly dominant among his peers and famous even among the gangsters for his fighting skills. Motherfuckers, I was planning to buy a motorcycle with the money I thought I would receive today, but you useless bastards haven't helped me since morning. Bei Taegyu turned to his gang. Hey, do any of you bastards have any money? Us? Really? I'll definitely pay you back next month. The gang was taken aback and each of them nervously scratched the back of his head. Sorry, I rarely get some allowance from home. I don't have any money either. Haha. Although they refused as politely as possible, Bei Taegyu's expression twisted. You useless bastards. Should I just squeeze you dry? What? Us? Yeah, you bastards. What's the difference between you and the shuttle kids if you can't even lend me money? Bei Taegyu was genuinely furious, causing them to bow their heads and apologize. Sorry, we couldn't help. I'll try to save some money from my allowance to help you buy the motorcycle. Forget it. The bastards said allowance. How will you ever save enough money? Frustrated, Bei Taegyu kicked the students lying on the ground in a fit of anger. Thud, thud, fucking punks. Thud, thud. If these brats had brought the money on time, this would never have happened. It was only when the students were lying down, exhausted, that Bei Taegyu's stomping stopped. They couldn't even groan in pain anymore. Fucking scum. Get lost. Bei Taegu spat on the ground and pointed his finger at the delinquents. One of them quickly offered him a cigarette. Phew. As Bei Taegu took a puff and exhaled smoke, he turned to the gang again. Hey, where can we get some money? Money? You mean, like, right now? Yeah, we need it no matter what. I don't know. They rubbed their chins and pondered as if it were their own problem. If they couldn't come up with a way to get him some money, they'd be in hot water again. What about robbing a convenience store? You wanna go to jail? Or stealing from homeless people who beg near the station? Those hobos hardly make any money. What's the point? How about we extort other students on the street? That's probably the most realistic option. But where can we find students at this hour? Most of them are stuck at home on vacation. You could check out the PC room or the karaoke place. But there are a lot of CCTV cameras these days. It'll be tough. Then we need to cover our faces and be careful. As they were casually conspiring to commit a crime, one of the gang suddenly spoke up. Oh, by the way, Taegu. Yeah, why didn't you call that shuttle guy in our class? You mean, Ryu-1? Bei Taegu's lips curled into a wicked grin. I was planning on calling him today anyway. He deserves a beating as a New Year's gift. What if he doesn't show up? Don't worry, I know where he lives. We could always pick on him. Right, that'll work. While the gang looked at each other in agreement, Bei Taegu shook his head. That guy's a pauper. I believe he can't even afford cup ramen. Huh, really? Do you think I'm lying for no reason? Oh sorry. But how poor could he be if he lives in Seoul? The gang looked puzzled, and Bei Taegu shrugged his shoulders. I don't know either. But when I see him getting beaten up and not even earning a single penny, it must mean he's really poor. He even lives in some old, run-down house. Oh, really? Still, it's kind of strange, isn't it? How can he attend school in Seoul if he can't even afford to live properly? Are his parents crazy? That bastard's parents are dead. They died in a car accident, so he lives with his older brother. Although they might have felt a bit sympathetic, the bullies snickered and laughed. Fuck, haha, life is so pitiful. He doesn't even have parents. Ha ha ha. So that's why he's so poor, that fucking bastard. Ha ha ha. Their mocking turned into a conspiracy theory. Hey, Taegu. From what I've seen, that bastard doesn't seem poor at all. I think so too. He must have inherited some money, so why doesn't he use any of it? These days, even orphans get a lot of welfare benefits, so they actually live pretty well. That's right. I think he's just trying to act poor so he won't get robbed. He's probably eating a fancy steak somewhere once he's out of school. The bullies' argument seemed convincing enough to turn Taegu's face a shade of red. How dare that bastard to try mess with me? I'll call my gang and kill him right away, that mother F you. Just as he was about to take out his phone to make a call, Taegu suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Taegu? Wait, don't you hear something? The bullies all stopped to listen. Thump thump. They heard footsteps in the quiet abandoned factory. Not just one, but at least two pairs of footsteps. Soon enough, two men appeared in front of the bullies. One of them was someone Taegu knew well. Oh, it's you. It was Ryu-1, who had been the leading character of the conversation they had just a moment ago. Taegu let out a long sigh. He felt his tension dissipate completely. So you said the tiger would come, and he did know, not the tiger but a dog, perhaps. Is this your new lackey, Ryu-1? As soon as they saw him, they started throwing insults at him, and Ryu-1 immediately looked scared. While Taegu felt somewhat satisfied with his reaction, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. The other man's expression remained unchanged. Didn't I ask you who this bitch you brought with you? He's my. Before Ryu-1 could even say anything, Ryu-min stepped forward. I'm one's big brother, he said. Big brother. Taegu muttered with a sneer. Didn't I tell you before? If you don't want to get beaten up, watch your mouth. But now you're coming with your big brother to the hideout and causing trouble. Oh, no, I didn't say anything, Ryu-min protested. Tisk, you're a fool. You and your big brother are both done for, Taegu said, his eyes locked onto Ryu-min. Although Taegu was still expressionless, he noticed a flicker of fear in Ryu-min's eyes. Haha, what a loser. You're scared over nothing, he thought. He had suspected that Ryu-min might put up a fight, but it seemed he was mistaken. Well, it's too early to judge just yet, Taegu thought as he glanced over at the other guy. He couldn't hear anyone else coming, so it seemed like they had only sent 2 people to find them. Is this guy really worth fighting? Taegu wondered. He had fought many opponents in his life as a gang member, even some who were smaller than Ryu-1. But underestimating someone based on their size is a mistake. I need to see what this guy can do, Taegu thought. He signaled to his friends, who nodded and stepped forward with him. Well. It's a good day to be alive. Someone actually has the balls to confront Taegu. One of the guys said. Your big brother's supposed to be a tough fighter, right? If you're so confident, how about you take on all 3 of us? Another guy added, sneering. Despite their threatening demeanor, Ryu-min didn't show any sign of fear. Looks like he's got some guts. Let's see what he's made of, Taegu thought. They were close enough to strike now, so Taegu was ready to see what Ryu-min could do. I love a good fight, especially when it's between scrappy underdogs, Taegu thought as the tension mounted. Suddenly, Ryu-min launched an unexpected attack and landed a blow. Arg, you bastard! One of Taegu's friends exclaimed as he swung a punch at Ryu-min. But Ryu-min was too fast, dodging the punch and landing another hit on the first guy, knocking him to the ground. The other guys rushed forward to attack, but Ryu-min continued to dodge and strike with lightning speed. Damn it, he's good, Taegu thought as he watched his friends being taken down one by one. Although they had come looking for a fight, Taegu realized that these guys were no match for Ryu-min. It didn't take long for all 3 of them to fall to the ground. Taegu's eyebrows furrowed like a bowstring. This fucker. He had wondered how well someone so small and lanky could fight, but now he had his answer. It's nothing special. While his boxing skills seemed somewhat decent, it was nothing special to Taegu, who had a background in the sport. Hey, one's brother. Where did this guy learn to box? As he walked past the fallen members of his clown crew, Taegu talked. Looks like they never taught you how big of a difference there is in boxing weight classes. Ryu-min looked up as Taegu stood in front of him. Taegu was 185 centimeters tall with a sturdy build, while Ryu-min was 165 centimeters tall and looked fragile. The difference in weight classes was obvious, and one could easily predict the outcome of a fight between the 2 without even watching them. However, to Taegu's surprise, Ryu-min didn't seem discouraged at all. Looks like you don't watch the news either, do you? What news? Tisk. Ryu-min clicked his tongue in a pathetic manner, and Taegu's veins bulged on his forehead. What news, you little shit? Frustrated, Taegu threw a sucker punch, which Ryu-min easily dodged with a quick turn of his head. Most people would have been hit and staggered by the punch, but Ryu-min managed to avoid it effortlessly. Taegu continued to throw punches and kicks, trying to land a hit on Ryu-min, but to no avail. He had hoped to gain an advantage in the fight by taking the first move, but things didn't go as planned. If you'd watched the news, you'd know that you can't just come at a player like me like that. Ryu-min casually dodged Taegu's attacks and then struck with a precise punch. Thud. Taegu was hit right in the face, but he had enough resilience to stay on his feet. Humph. Did a mosquito just bite me or something? This isn't even ticklish. Thud. Ryu-min didn't care about Taegu's taunts and connected with another punch. Taegu's nose felt numb. I'll kill you. With deadly force, he swung his fist, but it missed its mark. Thud. Thud. After a few more blows, Ryu-min no longer felt the need to even listen to him. His anger was all-consuming. Thud. Thud. Regardless of anything else, Ryu-min continued to target Taegu's face. Even with weakened strength, punching someone in the face was bound to leave damage. As evidence, Taegu's nose bone caved in and his lips burst open, bleeding. When it comes to one-sided attacks like this, strength and skill don't matter. Fuck, just one hit. Just one N. Despite getting beaten up, Taegu didn't give up. He couldn't admit to losing against someone like that. This isn't the time to be prideful. Ryu-min's fist once again struck Taegu's face. I got hit again, damn it. He couldn't even count how many times he'd been hit. Now, he couldn't feel the pain on his face anymore. Ryu-min's movements were so clean and efficient that it seemed like his previous display of skill was just a fake. Taegyu tried a hook, but Ryu Min dodged it and jammed his fist into Taegyu's chin. Ah! For a moment, Taegyu's vision went blurry as he saw Ryu Min's fist coming at him again. As much as he didn't want to admit it, attacking alone wouldn't solve anything. He instinctively lifted his hand to block, but crack! Instead of hitting his guard, Ryu Min grabbed his outstretched fingers. Snap! Ah! Taegyu screamed in agony as Ryu Min grotesquely broke his fingers. But as he leaned forward, Ryu Min's knee hit him in the face. Ah! Hey! Before he knew it, Ryu Min had grabbed Taegyu's other fingers. Snap! Snap! Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Snap! Snap! Stop it! Please! I beg you! But Ryu Min mercilessly twisted all 10 of Taegyu's fingers like they were chicken wings. Hey! Ryu Min spoke again in a chilling tone. If you touch my little brother, you'll regret it. Don't you have anything to say? Why yes, I got it. I won't touch him. Now, with tears streaming down his face, Bei Taegyu weakly nodded his head. But then, Ryu Min grabbed onto one of Bei Taegyu's arms, clearly not intending to let things end like this. What are you planning to do? Bei Taegyu protested. I need to make sure you won't change your mind later on, Ryu Min replied sternly. Please don't do this. Please. Bei Taegyu begged, struggling to free himself from Ryu Min's grip. Despite Bei Taegyu's resistance, Ryu Min twisted his arm in a grotesque direction with a sharp snap. Ah! Bei Taegyu screamed in agony. If you try to seek revenge or report me to the police, I'll find you no matter where you hide. Ryu Min threatened, his voice dripping with malice. And it won't just be a broken arm, too. At that moment, a deep-seated fear took hold of Bei Taegyu's mind for the very first time in his life. Chapter 11. As they walked towards home, Ryu One couldn't help but stare at his older brother, unable to keep his mouth shut any longer. What happened? Did you learn martial arts somewhere? When would I have had time for that? Ryu Min had been working a part-time job to earn a living ever since he became a high school student. He had worked while going to school with the goal of at least earning his diploma, leaving no time to learn anything like martial arts. Then how did you do that? Those moves were incredible. Did you not read the news? Players can also use their abilities in the real world. Ryu Min opened his inventory and pulled out stiletto. Wow, where did that come from? He almost forgot that the system can't be seen by others. As a player, I can use my abilities in real life, just like this. He put the dagger back in the inventory, and it disappeared like magic. Ryu One couldn't believe what he was seeing, but what happened at the hideout was even more unbelievable. My brother defeated Bei Taegyu. I can hardly believe it. Even middle school seniors and high school students were scared of Bei Taegyu, but Ryu Min defeated him easily, without even taking a hit. Do all players move like you, How can anyone move like that? My agility stat is 11. Stat. Like in the game. Ryu Min patiently explained everything to his brother, who was still learning. So did you put all of your points into agility? Yeah, that's right. What's the average agility? For an average adult, it's about 3, and for an athlete, it's around 10. Ryu Min was like a seasoned boxer in terms of agility. Then what happens if your agility reaches 30 or 50 as you level up? I don't know. I've never reached that level. Of course, that was a lie. Ryu Min had increased his agility to over 300 in his previous regressions. Once you reach 300, you become a monster. At that point, you can even dodge bullets, and modern weapons are useless against you. Only another player at your level can hope to defeat you. From now on, there will be players causing accidents everywhere, from murder and rape to arson, kidnapping, and theft. Some twisted players exploit their abilities for all sorts of crimes. This is not a far-fetched tale. It is a reality that will unfold in just a few months. Even inside players will kill each other, Ryu Min thought to himself. In their desperation to survive the rounds, some players even target each other's lives. I can't let my brother get caught up in a war between players. In the 10th regression, Ryu Min revealed to his brother that he was a regressor. As a result, his brother was kidnapped just because he was a family member. My brother didn't even boast about it. The reason was simple. The kidnapper, Jang Sok-yun, had a rune that allowed him to read other people's thoughts. Afterward, Ryu Min got his revenge on Jang Sok-yun. He even managed to take possession of the hidden rune that he had accidentally discovered, the rune of inner thoughts. Jang Sok-yun, I guess I will be taking your rune again in this round. The rune of inner thoughts was extremely useful not only for obtaining information and dealing with situations but also for identifying enemies. It was one of the 18 essential runes on Ryu Min's list that he needed to obtain. If I have that rune, my brother won't have to worry about being kidnapped by Jang Sok-yun anymore, but Ryu Min didn't want to reveal that he was a regressor. It's my fault that my brother suffered like that. Even if it was just a past incident and prevented future threats, he felt hesitant about telling him the truth. He felt sorry for his brother just for experiencing such an ordeal. That's why he didn't want to reveal his identity to his younger brother anymore. Hung, thank you for helping me, but don't worry about it. Huh, you're worried that Bei Taegu might report us to the police, right? Well, yeah, we don't even have enough money for medical expenses. He won't report us if he doesn't want to die. Ryu Min was confident that Bei Taegu won't report this incident. He had already proven that he wasn't stupid enough to ignore such a warning in the previous regressions. He'll probably just make excuses about getting hurt in a street fight. The people around him will take care of him. Ryu Won felt relieved, knowing that Bei Taegu wouldn't dare to talk. But Ryu Min didn't care even if he did talk. Because he'll shut up if we pay him off in the end. Although Ryu Min's financial situation was currently dire, he wasn't worried. We can always make money. However, his brother still seemed troubled, his face full of concern. As they walked, Ryu Won's mind kept circling back to the thought that anything could happen. After all, I don't know what might happen in this situation, unlike my brother who has been through it multiple times, he thought to himself. Although Ryu Min laughed it off, saying that they had nothing to worry about because of the money, Ryu Won couldn't help but worry about something else entirely. Is this really the brother that I know? He had only glanced at him for a moment, but he could tell that he looked the same as he had been yesterday. He couldn't help but recall the way his brother had ruthlessly broken someone's finger without a second thought. But Ryu Won wasn't afraid of his brother's cruelty. In fact, he found it thrilling to see Taegyu's agony. The problem is that the brother I know isn't this cold and heartless, he mused. Does becoming a player change a person so drastically? Or does the harsh experience of killing and being killed in the game transform them? I don't know much about surviving a game like this. He glanced at her brother, who noticed his staring and looked back quizzically. What's wrong? Nothing, it's nothing, he replied, relieved to see that his brother was still himself when he wasn't fighting. If he's still the same in normal life, then that's enough, Ryu Won thought, trying to ease his worries. Just then, they spotted a convenience store. Ryu Won's stomach grumbled loudly, prompting Ryu Min to chuckle. Are you hungry? Want to grab breakfast at the convenience store? Sure, that sounds good, Ryu Won replied, scratching his head self-consciously. Despite the fact that eating at a convenience store might seem unappetizing for most people, it was the only option for the siblings, who were barely making ends meet. Convenience stores had become so popular in recent years that they offered almost everything that people needed. As they entered the store, Ryu Min walked over to the ATM. What are you doing, Hung? Ryu Won asked. Just getting some cash, he replied as he inserted his card. Ryu Won peeked over his shoulder and saw the balance displayed on the screen. Available balance, 133,202 won. With a measly sum of 133,000 won, Ryu Min's entire fortune was hardly impressive, but for those who struggled to make ends meet, it was everything. Despite his limited funds, Ryu Min managed to eke out a living by working part-time at a meat restaurant every weekend. Although it was a relatively impoverished existence compared to others, he was able to get by. However, to his younger brother's surprise, Ryu Min withdrew most of his savings and cash. What are you planning to do with all that money? His brother asked, bewildered. I have something in mind, Ryu Min replied with a smile before heading into the convenience store. His brother followed him inside, intending to purchase his usual instant noodles, but Ryu Min had other ideas. To his brother's astonishment, he headed straight for the frozen food section. Here, pick something out from here, Ryu Min said, gesturing towards the expensive frozen foods. But, Hung, these are too expensive, his brother protested. It's all right. Today, we can eat to our heart's content, Ryu Min replied, seemingly intent on spoiling themselves for once. Did the boss at the restaurant give you a bonus or something? His brother asked, still suspicious. You know he wouldn't do that. It's just that it's New Year's Day, and we can't celebrate it with just ramen. His brother's discerning gaze seemed to probe him further, but Ryu Min simply shrugged it off. With all their expenses piling up, it wasn't easy to make ends meet, but he wanted to give his brother a special treat on this day. Are you sure we can afford this? His brother asked, still hesitant. We can, Ryu Min reassured him with a smile. His brother's eyes lit up as he finally selected something he'd been wanting to try for a while. Spicy pork belly with chili paste. Hung, are you okay with this? His brother asked. It's fine. We'll be able to get by, Ryu Min replied, his smile never faltering. His young brother knew that he was putting up a brave front. The reality was that they were barely making it through each day. This is why Ryu One had never tasted pork belly before, because it was too expensive for them. Don't worry, One. Soon, I'll make sure to take you to the best meat restaurant and treat you to some premium Korean beef soon, Ryu Min promised, noticing his brother's expression. It's okay, Hung. We can't afford high-quality beef. This is enough for me. He smiled and said this, but Ryu Min knew it wasn't true. At a young age, he had never experienced dining out like everyone else. Of course, he wanted to try it too. Just wait a few days. I'll treat you to a real meat feast that will satisfy your cravings, said Ryu Min. His words were not just empty promises. There was a reason why he was indulging in such extravagance. A huge sum of money was coming in a few days. I'll pick this one, Ryu Min said, choosing frozen steamed chicken. Looks delicious, Hung. Can you share some of it with me? I'll share mine with you, his younger brother asked. Sure, Ryu Min agreed. After picking 2 packets of instant rice, Ryu Min paid with his card at the counter. He returned to his seat, opened the packaging, and placed the food in the microwave. Eating at the cramped house was never as comfortable as having a convenience store meal. All done. Let's eat, Ryu Min said. I'll enjoy it, Hung. They sat down and enjoyed a simple dinner together. It's delicious. Do you like it? Have some more, Ryu Min said as he offered his brother his portion. His brother was overjoyed and ate heartily, like a person who had been starving for days. Ah, that was good. As his brother patted his stomach contentedly, he suddenly looked puzzled and asked, by the way, Hung, what's up? You paid with your card earlier. If you didn't need money, why did you withdraw 100,000? 1. He must have thought that Ryu Min withdrew cash because he needed it urgently. I told you, I have a reason for it, Ryu Min replied, taking out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. It was a lottery ticket. Why do you have that, Hung? Can't you guess? Only then did his brother realize why Ryu Min had withdrawn 100,000 won. Are you going to buy lottery tickets? Yup. But you're still a high school student. You can't buy lottery tickets, can you? Forget already. Today, I turned 19. Ah, that's right. He realized that today was Saturday, the day of the lottery draw. But when he looked at the number of tickets that Ryu Min had brought, he was surprised. Wait, how many did you buy? 20 tickets. Are you seriously spending 100,000 won on lottery tickets? The maximum purchase limit is 100,000 won per person, Ryu Min explained with vivid sadness. His brother still jumped up and exclaimed, Are you insane, Hung? How can we afford to spend 100,000 won on lottery tickets in our current situation? Even buying just one as a celebratory purchase for turning into an adult was an enormous extravagance. It may seem like a waste, but it's necessary to spoil yourself once in a while, said Ryu Min. But who knows if it'll even work? You're just throwing your money, replied his friend. Let's wait and see, Ryu Min said confidently as if he knew he was going to win. But that wasn't the only surprising thing. Hung, what are you doing? Why are you picking the same number twice in a row? His little brother was going insane. Well, it's the winning number, so why not? Ryu Min chuckled. Chapter 12. As Ryu-1 arrived home, he started nervously nibbling on his fingernails, a habit that surfaced whenever he felt anxious and restless. "I told you not to bite your nails," his older brother scolded him. "But what can I do, Hung? I'm so worried," Ryu-1 replied, biting harder on his nails. "Just don't worry," his brother reassured him. "How can I not worry? We just blew 100,000 won, Ryu-1 exclaimed, feeling frustrated. He watched as his brother marked only one number on their lottery ticket, knowing that it was a futile effort. "I bet we've already lost," Ryu-1 muttered. "Don't worry, it's the winning number." "How can you possibly know?" Ryu-Min simply replied, "I dreamt of this number." Ryu-1 rolled his eyes, feeling incredulous. "You dreamed of it? Come on, Hung." Though Ryu-Min didn't care whether his brother believed him or not. He had already seen the future through his repeated regressions. In a few hours, when the lottery is drawn, Ryu-1 will be a different person, Ryu-Min thought to himself. He knew from experience that his brother's attitude would change completely after winning. Nothing beats the lottery when it comes to making a quick buck, he thought. For Ryu-Min, predicting lottery numbers was easier than catching a goblin. He believed that it was better to secure finances with lottery winnings before the players destroyed the economy. Right now, with over 900 million deaths, the economy is already in turmoil. We need to secure our future with lotteries, coins, and stocks, Ryu-Min thought. He knew that money was the key to everything, from escaping poverty to luring players with his wealth. In the future, players would trade items for money, and he wanted to be prepared. Although in-game gold is more valuable than real-life money, it's still better to have more money than less, Ryu-Min thought. While Ryu-Min had no worries about the future, Ryu-1 wasn't so lucky. In his mind, the lottery was already a lost cause. "I could have bought something delicious with that 100,000 won, Ryu-1 sighed. Ryu-1 couldn't understand the meaning behind his brother's actions. He knew that 100,000 won was a lot of money for his older brother, who barely had enough money to save after covering his basic needs and expenses. Despite working part-time at a barbecue restaurant on weekends, his brother could only earn 400,000 won per month, barely enough to make ends meet. Why would he waste money? It's not like him. Ryu-Min knew that securing their financial future was vital, and he was determined to make it happen, even if that meant relying on the lottery. Sigh. Ryu-Min said nothing as he watched his younger brother sigh once again. He knew that by dinner time, his brother's attitude would have taken a complete turn. And sure enough, "Welcome everyone. We will now begin today's lottery drawing. If your numbers match, you win regardless of the order in which they are drawn. Shall we start with the first number?" As the lottery drawing began, the brothers pulled out their phones to tune in. With bated breath, Ryu-1 clasped his hands together. "Please let us at least win 5th place." With their livelihood on the line, the stakes couldn't have been higher. Meanwhile, Ryu-Min, who already knew the outcome, maintained his usual stoic expression. "The first lucky number is 3. Ryu-1 peered at the lottery slip on the dining table. 3. I have it. Thankfully, they had won one number already. What will the second number be? It's 18. 18. Got it. They had gotten 2 numbers right. One more correct number and they would win 5th place. Ryu-1's eyes lit up with anticipation. What if we win 5th place? At 1,000 won per game and 100 games with the same number, a 5th place win would net them 500,000 won. Not only would they make back their investment, but they would also gain a profit of 400,000 won. Please, please, please. Even Ryu-Min doesn't know why, but he finds his brother's intense concentration a bit amusing. Unintentionally, he chuckled. Don't worry, there's no need to be so nervous. Huh. Just then, the third number was announced. Wow, Hung, we did it. We won 5th place. Ryu-1 was overjoyed and at a loss for words. It seemed as if he had been holding his breath, afraid that they might not even break even. This is amazing. We're getting 5 times our investment back. Was your dream of winning the lottery really that clear, Hung? That's right. But they weren't out of the woods yet. The 4th number is 38. The 5th number is 21. As each number was called out, Ryu-1's eyes widened with excitement. His hands and feet trembled with anticipation, and he could hardly tear his gaze away from the lottery slip. They hadn't gotten a single number wrong up until now. The lottery drawing is now complete. Today's winning numbers are 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1. The bonus number for second place is 5. We'll see you again next week. Thank you. The broadcast ended with the final number, but Ryu-1 couldn't take his eyes off his phone. Hung. Yeah, can you pinch my cheek? Why don't you pinch it yourself? Is this a dream? I wish it was. Ryu-1 shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Don't worry, it's not a dream, Ryu-min said with a reassuring smile, but Ryu-1 couldn't shake off the surreal feeling that he had a winning lottery ticket in his hands. First prize, first prize. He blinked and examined it again, and there was no mistake. Hung. Is this really not a dream? I said it's not. Ha ha ha. Ryu-1 ran around their small house in excitement. Isn't this great? What am I even saying? Of course, it's great. Hung, aren't you happy? I am, Ryu-min replied with a smile. When Ryu-min won the lottery for the first time, he shouted in excitement, but after repeating it dozens of times, it became a mandatory process like an annual event. 100 tickets and all first prizes, ha ha ha. Lower your voice. The neighbors can hear you. Oops. Ah, okay. Ryu-1 was still in disbelief, staring at the lottery ticket. First prize, we really won first prize. Ryu-1 looked up at his brother with a quiet voice like a crawling ant. Hung, we marked all the tickets with the same numbers, right? Yeah. Then how much is this worth? I don't know. It depends on the number of winners. But Ryu-min already knew the results, how many winners there were and how much the prize money was. It's going to be a world-class prize, isn't it? Ryu-min thought, even though the world had already turned upside down. Hung, be safe. Yeah, and you behave yourself while I'm gone. What would I do? And who do you think am I, anyway? You're my precious brother. And I'm just worried about you, especially after that incident with Bang Tae Gyu. If someone comes looking for us, don't open the door. If you're so worried, why don't you take me with you? I can't. It's a national rule to claim the prize alone. I want to go too. Okay, I'm going. Ryu-min waved his hand as he walked towards his destination. It was none other than the main branch of Nonhyup Bank, where he would collect his lottery prize. It was tough holding out until Monday, he thought to himself. Ever since they found out about their win on Saturday, he and his brother had a modest party. They grilled pork belly outside and had their first ever dining out experience. We couldn't afford Hanwoo beef, but it was still worth it, Ryu-min reminisced. Although it was only a one-time experience, the impact of dining out hit hard. Their living expenses were now down to the wire, with only enough money left for the bus fare. Still, we managed to get by with ramen until Monday, Ryu-min thought optimistically. He could only receive his winnings on a weekday when the bank was open. So, as long as he had enough money for the bus fare, his finances were not a problem. All he had to do was go to the bank and millions of won would be deposited into his account. The next stop is Nonhyup Central Branch at Seodiman Station intersection, the bus announced. Ryu-min got off the bus and walked down the street. Soon, he saw a tall building in front of him. It was the main branch of Nonhyup Bank where he would receive his prize. Normally, he would be nervous before entering, but maybe it's because it's the umpteenth time I've collected a first prize, but I don't feel nervous at all, Ryu-min thought. The bank was crowded with customers, but none of them were lottery winners like him. Ryu-min approached the lobby desk of the new building and said as he had before, I'm here to collect my lottery first prize. Ah, I see. Congratulations, lucky customer, the bank employee replied. The employee wasn't surprised at all. After all, first prize winners were quite common, happening every week. However, the employee couldn't help but glance at Ryu-min. He looks quite young to have won first prize, the employee thought to himself. Although there were lottery winners in their 20s, Ryu-min looked so young that he could have been mistaken for a high school student. The employee needed to confirm that this wasn't a lie or a mistake. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me where you bought the ticket? The employee asked. I bought it at the GS24 Yonwei branch, Ryu-min replied. What? Ah, the employee exclaimed involuntarily. She remembered the conversation she had with her superior before she took her seat at the desk. This time, there were 107 first prize winners. What? 107? That's a lot, isn't it? Yes, compared to the usual 10, it's a new record. But you know what's even more amazing? 100 of them came from the same location. Excuse me, only one spot. Did one person buy all of them? That's right. Someone played 100 tickets with the same numbers and won first place. Wow, that's amazing. It's envy-inducing to win just one, let alone 100 tickets. I checked, and the prize money is enormous. Anyway, I'm preparing myself in case I have to collect the prize money this week. If someone who bought the ticket at GS24 Yanwei branch shows up, be sure to call me. They're a top-tier VVIP customer. The employee's mind flashed with the words of their boss. I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment? Sure. After asking for permission, the employee got up and returned with someone else. Oh, thank you for waiting. I'm Kwon Jun-ho, the branch manager of Nonhyup Bank. Hello, I'm Ryu Min. Ryu Min shook the bank manager's hand lightly with a calm expression. You won first place. Congratulations, lucky customer. Thank you. We shouldn't be doing this here. Let me escort you personally. Ryu Min rode the elevator with the bank manager to the third floor. Meanwhile, the bank manager glanced at Ryu Min. Look at this. This young man doesn't seem nervous at all. Not only did he win first place, but he, the bank manager himself, had come down to meet Ryu Min. It would have been natural for Ryu Min to be nervous, but he remained calm. In fact, he seemed even more relaxed than before, which was quite impressive to the bank manager. Come this way, the bank manager led Ryu Min to the lottery department. Ryu Min ignored other winners who came to collect their prizes as he walked past them. He couldn't afford to wait around, especially after winning the jackpot in 100 tickets. Oh, Mr. Bank Manager, is that you? A staff member greeted Ryu Min with a sidelong glance. Bending down slightly to get a better look at him. Who is he? Is he the bank manager's son? The employee wondered, but the bank manager introduced Ryu Min before she could ask. This is our VVIP lucky customer who came to collect his prize. Please assist him with anything he needs, the bank manager said with a smile. VVIP. The employee finally realized who Ryu Min was. The winner of 100 games at GS24 Yanwei branch. Surprised, the employee stepped forward and greeted Ryu Min. I'm glad to meet you, lucky customer. Please have a seat here on this comfy couch. Are you thirsty? Can I get you something to drink? Coffee, juice, or green tea? The employee asked with a smile. No, thank you. I just want to collect my prize and go home as soon as possible, Ryu Min replied. I see. Then may I see your winning lotto tickets first? The employee asked. Ryu Min took out 20 lotto tickets from his pocket and handed them over to the employee. As she checked the numbers, she couldn't hide her surprise. All 100 games were the same, and they were definitely the winning numbers. Can you see the future or something? Why would anyone pick the same numbers like this? And still be right. The employee couldn't hide her envy. Verification completed. Congratulations, all 100 games were first place winners, the employee announced after verifying the tickets. Yay, and how much did I win? Ryu Min was trying to match her energy. The total prize was 205 billion won. There are 107 winning tickets this time, and you, sir, have 100 of them. The employee was having a hard time swallowing her saliva. Your winning prize is approximately 192 billion won. If you deduct the tax, Ryu Min would still receive about 150 billion won in his bank account. Chapter 13. While riding the bus back home, Ryu Min peered into his VIP bank account which he recently opened at Nonhyup Bank. The account balance read 15,052,102,983 won, a whopping 150 billion won. Despite the staggering amount, Ryu Min remained unfazed, showing no signs of surprise. Truly, lottery is his only way to become rich. But I can't be satisfied with this. I must keep investing this money, he thought to himself. He even rejected the financial products suggested by the bank since he had no intention of leaving his money idly in the bank. I'll leave about 10 billion won and invest the rest in Bitcoin. The cryptocurrency had been booming since the previous year, and next month, Bitcoin was expected to surge fourfold. However, Ryu Min knew that the cryptocurrency market could become volatile as the population started to decrease rapidly. Regardless, he believed that Bitcoin was a safe bet for next month since it was set to surge 4 times. Now that I'm an adult, I can even open a stock account. He planned to invest in stocks after Bitcoin since he was confident that he could predict which stock would skyrocket in the future. Of course, I'll still have to continue playing the lottery. Winners are announced every week, and Ryu Min had already memorized the numbers for the next 5 weeks. I don't need to remember anything after that. The lottery market will collapse just like cryptocurrency. He could accumulate his fortune 4 more times by winning the lottery and planned to go all in on a single number to maximize his winnings. Of course, I might raise suspicions if I keep winning the lottery. But who cares? People will just say I'm lucky. As a lottery winner, the bank has no choice but to pay out the winnings. After getting off the bus, Ryu Min walked into his small home consisting of a narrow kitchen and a small room. However, it didn't bother him much. He knew that he wouldn't be living there for long, as he planned to move to a much better place. Hey, Hung. His younger brother greeted him eagerly as he waited for him at home. Did you come back with your lottery winnings? Instead of answering, Ryu Min pulled out his bank book from his pocket. Whoa, how much is all this? 1, 2, 3. Counting the digits, Ryu Won looked up with widened eyes. 150 billion. He expected to win a substantial amount since they won 100 tickets, but he never thought it would be this much. It's originally 192 billion, but after taxes, it's only about this much. How can you be so calm, Hung? How can you joke in this situation? It's a whopping 150 billion. Not 1.5 million won, but 150 billion. Shish, someone might hear us from the next house. Well, it doesn't matter anymore since we're moving out anyway. Moving out? Are we moving to a better house? Ryu Min nodded and smiled, and Ryu Won's face lit up with joy. Haha, we're moving out. Moving out. Are you this happy about it? Of course. This place has bugs and the house is small. Plus, it's expensive. You're right, it is considered expensive with a monthly rent of 500,000 won, even if it's Seoul. Despite the high rent compared to the house size, they chose to live on their own in Seoul. For one reason, it's the house where we used to live with mom and dad. 3 years ago, their parents passed away in a car accident. Thinking about his younger brother crying in sorrow at that time still made Ryu Min's heart heavy. It felt like being suddenly thrown into the forest alone with my brother. When parents suddenly pass away, it is the obligation of relatives to take care of their children until they become adults. However, they all turned their back on us and left. At the time, Ryu Min was a freshman in high school and Ryu Won was in 6th grade. They had no choice but to live on their own at a young age. That's when I started working part-time jobs. Since Ryu Won was still in elementary school, Ryu Min had to earn enough money for their living expenses. Fortunately, there was a kind restaurant owner who was willing to hire Ryu Min as a high school student, but I can't say he was that kind. The boss, who lowered Ryu Min's pay and bullied him as a high school student, was another form of violence to Ryu Min. Expensive rent, the boss's abuse, and the bullies at high school. I endured them all and lived on stubbornly, but not anymore. He's now an adult and he has money, so he doesn't have to endure it anymore. I tried not to move out of the house where we lived with our parents, but now they can finally let go of their parents. After experiencing countless regressions and spending so much time in that house, there is no longer any regret. Little brother. Yeah, we need to look for a new house to move into. Do you want to come with me? Yeah, let's go together, Hung. They had already decided on where to move, but there were still a lot of things to do. They had to let the landlord know that they were leaving, and they also needed to contact the real estate agency. They also had to stop by the local government office to get some paperwork done and open a stock account. After we find the house, can we eat something, Hung? Of course, what do you want to eat? Ryu Won raised the corners of his mouth. Meat. 7 p.m. It was peak hour, and the restaurant should have been full of customers. But this one here wasn't. Damn it, we have to do something about this business. What kind of restaurant has flies buzzing around? The owner's face was filled with dissatisfaction because not a single customer had walked in yet. That's why I don't hire part-time employees on weekdays. There are no customers. Sigh. It was useless to complain, but it was the harsh reality. In such a narrow alley, it was tough for a small restaurant like theirs to survive. Just because the rent is cheap, it doesn't mean we can slack off. Fuck, I never knew it was going to be this bad. It was too late to regret it now. They had to operate the restaurant in some way to make ends meet. Damn it. When business is over, I'll have to eat meat and drink soju alone. He complained a lot, but he managed to make a living on weekends when customers came in. The owner also hired part-time employees at a cheap price. Haha, it was a good idea to hire high school students. They're naive and easy to take advantage of, right? According to the law, high school students should be paid a minimum wage. However, the owner paid his part-time employees only about 80% of the minimum wage. He cut their wages, claiming they were high school students. Students should be studying, not working part-time. If they didn't like it, he told them to go look for another job. But they took the bait. Thanks to that, the owner had been able to evade taxes. Well, if you think about it, that kid, Ryu Min, agreed to it, too. He should be grateful just for getting a job from me. He heard that the kid didn't have any parents. He should be thankful for getting a job. He's not even good for the business. I guess it's time to cut him loose and find another part-timer. Also, he would be an adult this year or the next one. If he demands the money he hadn't received or asks for a raise, it would be difficult. Before anything else, let's quickly get rid of this scrawny guy and find a prettier female part-timer, he thought. After all, wouldn't that increase sales even more? As he grinned at the thought, he heard the sound of the door opening. The boss, who had been wiping down the tables, turned reflexively and smiled. Welcome, he was about to say, but to his surprise, it wasn't a customer who walked in. Ryu Min. It was the high school part-timer he had been internally criticizing just a moment ago. The boss's expression changed instantly. Gone was the smile on his face, replaced only by an irritated look. What are you doing here at this time? And who's that next to you? This is my younger brother. Oh, hello there. Why would a high school part-timer bring their sibling during a weekday when they weren't scheduled to work? The boss thought, his expression uneasy. What brings you here? You didn't come here to work, did you? I'm actually quitting my part-time job here. What? The unexpected announcement made the boss's face scrunch up uncontrollably. He had planned to let him go anyway, but the fact that he quit first left a sour taste in his mouth. What am I supposed to do if you quit suddenly like this? It's not sudden. It's Monday, so you still have plenty of time to find a replacement until the weekend, don't you think? Who do you think you are to just quit like that? Don't you want to make money? Shouldn't I have your permission to quit? Who do you think you are, brat? The boss narrowed his eyes at Ryu Min, but only briefly. Well, fine, I get it. If you want to quit, then quit. Got it. Now leave. But I haven't finished my work yet. What else do you want? You've been paying me only 80% of the minimum wage since I'm a high schooler, right? But you're supposed to pay me based on the standard minimum wage. You agreed to that, so do you have any evidence of me agreeing to that? I was a clueless teenager, I didn't even know until recently. Ryu Min smirked, and the boss hesitated to reply. Ryu Min continued, not only that, but you made me work past 2 a.m. Did you know that's illegal? I found out that teenagers can't work past 10 p.m. The boss was taken aback, his face showing signs of the trouble that was about to unfold. You didn't even provide meals, cursed at me for no reason, and abused your power. I didn't realize until now, but you are really a trash human being. What did you just say, you little brat? How dare you say that to an adult? I'm already 19 years old, I'm also an adult. If you keep using that language like before, I won't be able to stand it anymore, Ryu Min said firmly. Surprisingly, the boss was at a loss for what to do when Ryu Min came out so strong. So, what do you want? Do you want me to apologize for my mistake? The boss asked. Yes, I want to hear a sincere apology, Ryu Min replied. This bastard, do you really think will apologize to this little punk? The boss muttered. If you don't, then I'll have no choice but to report you to the labor department. We'll also proceed with criminal charges for the illegal things you've done to me, Ryu Min threatened. The boss knew that what he did was illegal and that the threat of reporting him was terrifying. He might even have to close his business due to hefty fines. All right, I got it. Just an apology, right? The boss said. Not just any apology, but a sincere one, Ryu Min insisted. Damn it, this little punk. The boss's pride was hurt, but he had no other choice. If he could stop the report to the labor department with just one apology, it would be a cheap price to pay. The boss's head hung low. I'm sorry, Ryu Min. I've been saving a few pennies and deducted them from your pay. I'm really sorry and I'm sincerely reflecting on my actions. Please don't report me to the labor department. That doesn't sound like an apology, it sounds more like an excuse. And it doesn't even sound sincere, Ryu Min said. Damn it, then what do you want me to do? The boss grumbled. For a moment, he couldn't control his temper and was about to explode, but he managed to calm down and keep his mouth shut. See, you keep getting angry, it seems like you don't really want to apologize, Ryu Min pointed out. Fine, I'm sorry, okay. Isn't that enough? What else do you want? Do you want me to pay you the wages I deducted from you? The boss asked. No, I won't ask for the wages. Instead, Ryu Min's face lit up with a smile as he sat at one of the tables. Bring me something to eat. After I fill my stomach, I might not feel like reporting you anymore. Chapter 14. Tap tap. The boss set the side dishes on the table, his face twisted in disgust. Boss, please smile. If you serve with that expression, the customers will all run away. What? The boss glared sharply, biting his lip to quell his mounting anger. Just stay calm. Cater to this brat's whims today, and I can avoid the fine. After all, they wouldn't see each other after today. Determined to endure just for one day, the boss forced a smile onto his face. Is that okay? Who speaks informally to customers? Just because they're young, does it mean they will speak informally? Is it okay? Yes. It looks good because you're smiling. As the boss smiled back at Ryu Min, he inwardly cursed him. Insane psycho. The boss turned and retreated to the kitchen, his face still flushed with anger. Seeing that, Ryu Wan, who was beside him, asked cautiously, Hung, is this really okay? It's fine. You don't know how badly the boss treated me, do you? But what if he seeks revenge later? Unnecessary worries. Revenge. Could a player like him even physically retaliate? No such case has occurred as we've progressed through the chapters, but if there is, then just retaliate the same way. No, retaliate even more, so he won't harbor any more frivolous thoughts. Soon, the meat the boss ordered was brought out. The meat is served. It was the most expensive sirloin in the restaurant. Sizzle. As Ryu Won listened to the sound of the meat cooking, he swallowed his saliva. Not pork belly, but Hanwoo Korean beef. Ryu Won eagerly anticipated his first taste of an expensive dish. Eat a lot. Oh, Hung, you eat a lot too. The brothers' meal began as the boss left. Wow, it's so delicious, Hung. This is Hanwoo. Yes, it's a delicious cut of beef from Hanwoo. I heard it was tasty, but I didn't know it would be this good. It's like it's melting in my mouth. I'm glad you like it. Ryu Min smiled contentedly and surveyed the restaurant. It was peak time, but there were still no other customers. Throughout their meal, Ryu Min occasionally called the owner over. Owner, can you give us more garlic here? Owner, can you give us more dipping sauce here? Owner, can you add another serving of rice? Owner, can you add more beef tenderloin? The owner finally exploded. If you were going to order, why didn't you do it all at once? You should eat in moderation. Despite the owner's outburst, Ryu Min continued to voice his grievances about the mistreatment he had experienced. Though the owner might not have known it, he would soon learn that the customer is always right. Are you frustrated with your own work, sir? With a single comment from Ryu Min, the owner was left speechless. Please bring us 4 more servings of beef tenderloin quickly. How much more do you plan to eat? Well, you didn't pay me what you owed me anyway, so what's the harm in complaining? Oh, no. I'll bring it right away. Ryu Min vented all the abuse he had experienced from the owner. Unbeknownst to the owner, he was coming to understand the reality that the customer is always right. If I can just make it through today, if I can just make it through today. Ignoring the suffering owner, Ryu Min and his brother finally finished their meal after 9 p.m. They left the restaurant with satisfied faces. That was delicious. That was really good, Hung. Ryu Min turned around to glance at the owner. It was a bit pricey, but it was worth it. Thank you for the meal, sir. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. The owner's face had become even more haggard during the long meal. Are we leaving now? Yes. What about the bill? Ryu Min looked at the owner silently, his hands clasped together, and a pleading expression in his eyes, as if he genuinely didn't want to report him. I won't report you. The owner's face lit up with a smile. Haha, are you serious? Thank you. Well, I've already left your employment. I'm on my way to file a report. What? Ryu Min smirked wickedly at the bewildered owner. I've reported your behavior to the labor department already. I even filed a criminal complaint. So brace yourself for a visit soon. What are you talking about? Once my unpaid wages are recovered according to the labor department's order, I'll consider. The cost of this meal is interest on the money you owe me. Good luck with your future business, although I'm not sure if you'll be able to continue. Have a nice day, One. Yes, Hung. The brothers left the restaurant, leaving the owner with a sullen expression. Ryu One looked up from his phone while reading an article. Hung, there's an article here. Yeah, I saw it. The comments say, how could he have played 100 games with the same number? Did he come from the future? Well, that's how it is. Hung, did you really come from the future? How did you accurately predict the numbers? I dreamed it. It was a very vivid dream. It was hard to believe, but Ryu One didn't press for more answers. The fact that his brother had become a player was already incredible. Is it true that 18 billion people have been caught and only 9 billion survived? That's what they say. There are so many articles on the internet. After 5:20 a.m. on January 1st, everyone who fell asleep with sleep paralysis died of cardiac arrest. Numerous articles and news stories covered the event. Although some YouTubers claimed it was a conspiracy, they were in the minority. It was a reality that was hard to believe but had to be accepted. Can't believe the whole world is in chaos, and yet you still don't believe it. You have to believe it. Ryu Min smirked at his younger brother's words. It's hard to believe unless you experience it firsthand. Things will only get more chaotic from now on. We've only survived the first round. With each decrease in the population, the world would plunge further into chaos. The economy would collapse, and the social system would be paralyzed. Some say it's the era of dystopia. If players exercise their power here, the chaos will escalate even more. That's why Ryu Min had to amass as much money as possible immediately. Money was useful and had its advantages. How did you like the house we saw at the real estate agency yesterday? Do you like it? Of course. It was incredible. I've never seen such a spacious and luxurious house in my life. I've only seen pictures, though. Apparently, it's the best place to move into right now. The security is excellent too. Ryu Min planned to move to Galleria Forest in Seongsudong. The property was valued at 7 billion won, but he didn't spend that much. He signed a lease instead of purchasing the property. But why did you sign a lease instead of buying it when you have so much money? I'm broke. Ryu One looked at his brother with wide eyes, but Ryu Min didn't seem bothered. I invested everything in coins except for 1 billion won. What? Coins? What is he talking about? Coins? His younger brother was baffled. You mean, Bitcoin? Yeah. You invested 14 billion won into it. Yep. Hung. What were you thinking? Ryu Min raised his hand as if to say, I know what you're going to say. It's foolish, I know. It may seem like I have no plan and it may appear reckless, but that's not the case. Do you have some sort of faith in it? That's why I invested everything except for 1 billion won. He earned 15 billion won overnight, only to see it vanish. Of course, it wasn't lost, but invested. However, in Ryu One's eyes, it was gone. Even Ryu One, a middle schooler, knew the risks of coins. Is it really okay? I don't want to meddle since it's your money, but don't worry. You don't have to be concerned about losing it. Well, I'm glad. He couldn't feel relieved. It wasn't even regular stocks, but coins. As if understanding his brother's thoughts, Ryu Min reassured him. Don't worry about money. If I win the lottery and earn more, it's all good. Huh, lottery. I dreamt of the winning numbers for 5 rounds. Really? Just in your dreams? I'm certain. I only remembered the numbers from 5 rounds. Of course, you don't know if they're the first place numbers. Wow. If he could win the lottery 4 more times in the future. If 150 billion won comes in 4 more times. Ryu Won covered his mouth with his hand. If you remember the numbers, don't forget them. I won't forget. Besides that, Ryu Min checked the time on his phone and stood up. Let's have lunch outside and get ready to move. What? Where to? Oh, did I not mention? We're moving today. Crack. With a punch, Wang Yongmin shattered the brick wall. Wow, this is lethal. He punched the wall again, and it crumbled even more. Each time he did this, Wang Yongmin couldn't help but be amazed. How could anyone not enjoy having power beyond that of a mere mortal? I can even use my status and inventory in real life. This is incredible. Even the runes were applied in the real world. It's a rune that doubles my strength. I was lucky to get it. Although the runes weren't ranked, it was evident just by looking at them. The rune of strength he had chosen was particularly remarkable. I already wanted to increase my strength, but acquiring this rune is incredible. With runes like this, he poured all his stats into strength. As a result, he could easily break bricks with his bare fists. Although it hurt after a while. With this, my fist is like a nuclear weapon, even Tyson would be jealous. Wang Yongmin laughed and brushed the dust off his fists. That's enough for the test. Should we move on to a real fight now? Hee. He stretched his fists and walked toward a shabby multi-unit house. It was none other than Ryu Min's residence. That arrogant shuttle brat, how dare he glare at me like that? It had been a few days, but the sneer and glare he displayed at the construction site were still fresh in Wang Yongmin's mind. You thought I would just let it go. You're dead, Ryu Min, you little brat. He hadn't seen him since returning to reality. He tried to call him as usual, but there was no answer. Did he think he could avoid me by hiding? Although he couldn't reach him, he knew where Ryu Min's house was. I'll have to fix this bad habit myself. He didn't know if the guy was alive or dead, but he would find out by going to his house. Even if they were both in the same round and both survived, he was confident he could beat him. Even if a nerd awakened his strength, he was still a nerd. Here it is. Wang Yongmin pressed the doorbell at Ryu Min's house. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. But no matter how many times he pressed it, there was no response. He put his ear against the front door, but he didn't hear any movement. Is this guy deliberately not coming out while he's at home? He thought Ryu Min was hiding like a coward, expecting Wang Yongmin to come looking for him. Hey, aren't you the student? What are you doing there? Wang Yongmin turned his head at the voice from behind. An old man was approaching him. What's it to you, old man? You're not even the landlord. I am the landlord. Really? Then can I enter if you're the landlord? My friend lives here, but I can't get in touch with him. Can you please open the door? Tisk, tisk, tisk. The old man didn't answer and clicked his tongue. Your friend left the house. What? Yes, the house is empty. I came to check it out because he said he moved somewhere else. Moved? When? Today. Do you know where he moved? I have no idea. Wang Yongmin frowned and gnashed his teeth. This brat moved without saying a word. He never expected his bread shuttle to retaliate against him this way. Chapter 15. Galleria Forest in Seoul Forest. Wow. Ryu Won was in awe as he gazed up at the 45-story high-rise luxury apartment complex. This place looks amazing. It's so much better than our old house. I had no idea it was this impressive, even after seeing pictures of it. Ignoring his younger brother, who was unable to stop talking, Ryu Min informed the security guard of their move-in status. What about our luggage? Did you bring it with you? No, we left everything behind and came here. After verifying their identification, they were granted access. A security officer, who worked inside, checked their identity again in front of the elevator. Ryu Won was impressed by the high-level security, which was reminiscent of a spy movie. Wow, there's even a separate security team. The security here is better than anywhere else. They finally arrived at their new home on the 43rd floor and went inside. Wow! As soon as Ryu-1 stepped into the house, he was in awe. Hung, how many square meters is this place? 100 square meters. Oh, my god. It was a significant upgrade from their 10 square meter multi-family house to a luxurious 100 square meter apartment. Wow, 10 square meter. Ryu-1 couldn't believe this wasn't just a dream. But, Hung, is it okay for just the two of us to live in such a big place? It's fine. We need to live in a place like this since we have the money. Although they were moving, the two brothers had almost no luggage. Although it may seem a bit empty, all the necessary appliances are built in. For everyday items, you can go downstairs and buy them. We have already ordered the furniture, and it will arrive today. In the meantime, feel free to explore the house. Okay. Ryu-1 wandered around the house, admiring every room. Wow, how many rooms are there? There are 4 bedrooms, and each one has its own bathroom. Wow, each room has its own bathroom. Amazed, Ryu-1 looked out the window. He could see the nearby Seoul forest and even the Han River in his sight. The view was undoubtedly fantastic since they were on the 43rd floor, close to the top. Hung, isn't this place too big for just the two of us to live in? It's necessary to spend this much. The security here is top-notch. On the first day of each month, players experienced jet lag. Players were most vulnerable when they fell asleep. No matter how much we flew and crawled in the other world, it's all over if we die in reality. There was no guarantee that accidents such as fires, earthquakes, or natural disasters would not occur while sleeping. Therefore, players had to prepare to cross over to the other world from the safest place. That was the reason why Ryu-Min had moved into an expensive apartment. Later on, players will start targeting each other. Of course, players could not target each other directly since they slept and woke up at the same time, but it's possible for them to hire non-players to commit murder. There had been a player who hired an assassin to eliminate their competition in the previous regressions. That was why Ryu-Min decided to hide his name. How is it? Do you like the new house? Are you kidding? It's amazing. Ryu-1 exclaimed excitedly, and Ryu-Min's mouth naturally curved upward. I'm glad you like it. Ryu-Min had luckily hit the jackpot in his dream and bought an expensive house. However, his younger brother had no idea that he had obtained this wealth by paying a very expensive price of 99 deaths and that he was preparing to pay the last. Ryu-Min couldn't help but think of what he has suffered so far, and Ryu-1 read that bitter gaze behind his brother's smile. Ryu-1 wiped his smile off his face and said apologetically, I shouldn't be happy like this. I'm sorry, Hung. What for? In a month, you'll have to come back to that world and fight again. But I've been acting so happy about everything. Sorry, I'm being thoughtless. It's okay. Ryu-Min understood his innocent nature. Ryu-1 was still just a middle school student, and Ryu-Min himself had matured too early for his age. No, maybe it's not that he matured early, but rather he just lived as much as his age. Aloud, Ryu-Min laughed and lightly tapped his brother's back to cheer him up. Why are you thinking like it's the end of the world? Worried that I won't come back from the next round? I'm just being cautious. Ryu-Min snickered. It was impossible for him to be eliminated in the second round. He was the only one who had made it to the 20th round, after all. Let's not worry about unnecessary things and go eat while touring the shopping center. There's a Korean restaurant on the second floor that has great food. Okay. Ryu-Min took his brother around the store to lighten his mood. Ring ring ring. Wang Yongmin called, but Ryu-Min blocked the call without a second thought. He probably knows by now that I've moved. Ryu-Min had known that Wang would come after him to retaliate, based on past experiences. However, he would not encounter him in real life. Well, unless it's in the other world. Ryu-Min laughed and put his phone in his pocket. Ryu-1 was wandering around the shopping center, but he couldn't shake off his uneasiness. I forgot all about the fact that we sold our souls to the lottery. And Hung is going to be pulled back into this world next month. It wasn't as if he found it fascinating that his brother had become a player or that he had moved into a nice house. Players will be pulled into the other world every month to finish a mission. Next month, and the month after that. It was like having a life with an unknown expiration date. Ryu Min was acting calm, but it was like the calm before a storm. He's not showing it, but he should be really worried and struggling. He must feel like he's standing at the edge of a cliff, even though he doesn't say anything. Ryu Min didn't worry at all, but Ryu Won scolded himself again. You idiot. Your brother is in danger, and you're laughing and being happy about the move. What could he do to help his brother? Ryu Won pondered while reflecting on his actions. I should at least help with housework. That's the only thing I can do right now. Ryu Won decided to take charge of the household chores so that his brother could rest comfortably with the remaining time he had left. Hung, if there's any laundry, give it all to me. I'll do it all. Hung, I'll be cleaning, so you can rest in your room where it's quiet. Hung, I'm thinking of going grocery shopping. Can you give me some money? Ryu Min smiled at his younger brother. I'm grateful that you're helping with the housework, but there's no need to work so hard. We can solve the problem of meals by eating out, and we only need to do laundry and cleaning once a week. But I still want to help in some way. There's no need to force yourself. We can live just fine as we normally do. But since you'll need some money, I'll give you my card. Ryu Min pulled out a card from his wallet. There's 50 million won in it. It'll be enough for living expenses, but don't spend it recklessly. Wow. Thank you, Hung. Although he gave the card to his brother, Ryu Min knew that his brother wasn't someone who would spend money unnecessarily. Ryu Won was the type to save up, so there was no need to worry. Even if I don't do anything, he will still end up being the one in charge of the household chores until the 99th round. It'll be the same this time too. Thanks to that, I didn't have to worry about the household chores. Ryu Min checked his coin account. The coins he had invested 14 billion won in a few days ago had risen to 16 billion won. He had made a profit of 2 billion won just by sitting there. I should buy a lottery ticket this weekend, just like last time. I'll buy 100 tickets with the same numbers. And without a doubt, he would win first place and make nearly 15 billion won. The world would be surprised, but he had to cash the money right away, so he didn't care about his reputation. I'll focus on saving money for the next month. A deep smile appeared on Ryu Min's face. The day after they moved, Ryu Min looked at his younger brother with a puzzled expression as he saw him dressed in outdoor clothes early in the morning. Where are you going? I ordered some rice cakes, so I'm going to pick them up. Rice cakes. It was a different pattern from before, and Ryu Min frowned. Since we have moved in, it means we have to give rice cakes to our neighbors, right? That way, people around us will have a better impression of us. Ryu Min quickly understood his brother's intentions. He wants to make a good impression on the neighbors around us. If they offer them rice cakes, at least they wouldn't think of them as cheap or rude. Ryu Won may have come to this conclusion after pondering what he could do. Raising our reputation won't hurt, he thought. Unlike his brother, Ryu Min didn't care about other people's opinions or judgments. Offering rice cakes to our neighbors, it's a great idea. Really? I thought since they're our neighbors, we'll probably run into them often in the elevator. We can bring up the fact that we ate rice cakes together, and it will eliminate any awkwardness. And also, Ryu Won continued talking excitedly, pleased that his older brother approved of his idea. Ryu Min watched him with a contented smile. I'll take the rice cakes and give them out, so you can stay home, Hung. No, it's better if we both go to greet the neighbors. I can't just leave it all to my younger brother. Since Ryu Min didn't have much to do anyway, he thought it was a good idea. Let's go get the rice cakes. The brothers went to each house to deliver rice cakes. They planned to visit every apartment in the building, but to their surprise, their neighbors were all kinds of generations. Ding dong. When they pressed the doorbell, they heard a sound from the intercom. Who is it? Hello, we're new neighbors who moved in yesterday. After a moment, a well-dressed middle-aged woman opened the door. Ryu Won politely bowed his head. Hello, we're the ones who moved into apartment 4302. We hope to get along well with our neighbors. Oh, nice to meet you. From the looks of you, you must be brothers. Yes, this is my older brother. Ryu Min bowed his head and the woman did the same. Nice to meet you. Perhaps because she was wealthy, she exuded grace. Ryu Won quickly offered her a plate of freshly made rice cakes. Please try some rice cakes. We received them this morning, so they're still warm and delicious. Ow, thank you. I'll enjoy them. A smile appeared on the woman's face. The brothers felt proud of themselves for making a good impression on their neighbors. Let's go to the next house, younger brother. Okay. They went next door and rang the doorbell. Although there were a few houses that didn't respond, most of the residents were at home. During the morning, we're neighbors. Please try some rice cakes. The neighbors all thanked them and took the rice cakes. Seeing the recipients, joy made the givers feel proud. Finally, they headed to the top floor. This is the penthouse. We share the 44th and 45th floors. Wow, then only rich people must live here. Well, I don't know the details, but I heard that corporate conglomerates and celebrities live here. Ryu-1 pressed the doorbell as he listened to his brother. However, there was no response, and it seemed like an empty house. Are they out? Ryu-1 pressed the doorbell again, but still no answer. I guess they're not here. Let's go, older brother. Just as they were about to give up and leave. Ryu-1 was taken aback and couldn't believe his eyes. A woman with an angelic appearance, who looked like she could pass as an actual angel, stared at them with rabbit-like eyes. Next to her, a tall man in a suit furrowed his eyebrows. Who are you? Are you fans? Yes. We're the new residents who moved in downstairs. Downstairs. The man, who saw the rice cakes they were holding, inferred the situation and scowled. Whatever. Please try some rice cakes. It's okay. They don't eat that kind of thing. Come inside. As the man opened the door, the woman glanced at them before entering. Once the front door closed, Ryu-Min was speechless. What kind of person was that? So rude. Ryu-Min muttered as he looked to his side. His younger brother had a shocked expression on his face. That kind of person lives in the penthouse. Don't pay attention to him, I'm fine. Did you see it just now? It's amazing. What are you talking about? You saw it too, right? Co Aaron. Ryu-Min replied with an indifferent expression. Who is she? Chapter 16. Actor Gong Ji-sok suffered cardiac arrest. Fans devastated by the shocking news. Hallyu star Cha Il-woo remains comatose. The star of Asia faded away. The deaths of major actors including Sim Hwa-yeon, Soi Yun, and Gung Seo-jin continue. Investigation revealed that only 58% of celebrities pulled into another world survived. Even celebrities cannot escape. Surviving celebrities were reported to have panic disorder and emotional anxiety. As she skimmed through the article, her finger stopped. It was because of the message that came up. Hong Son-ah, Aaron, did you hear the news? Senior Gung passed away. Co Aaron, yeah. Hong Son-ah, are you going to the funeral tomorrow? Co Aaron, yeah, I'll go. He was a senior who took care of me a lot during our drama filming. Hong Son-ah, alright, I'll let our manager know, so we can go together tomorrow. Co Aaron, okay, got it. After exchanging messages with her close friend, Co Aaron let out a long sigh. What's going on in the world? At 22 years old, she found herself sighing more often these days, despite her young age. This was because the world seemed to have gone insane. So many fellow celebrities dying one after another. One of them was Gung Seo-jin, a senior actor who was filming a drama series with her. She promised to attend his funeral with her fellow actors, but that wasn't all. Gong, Shim, and many others. There were more people to pay their respects to. The TV series were forced to stop one after another. Seniors who were much more successful than me couldn't make it past the first round and died. Compared to those seniors, she was a rookie who had just begun to rise. She had managed to pass the first round, but the others didn't. The reason was simple. They were unlucky. If I didn't get good runes, I might have been one of them too. At that moment, a bitter smile escaped Co Aaron's lips. I've grown up a lot too. It's amazing to think that I used to believe that I would be mentioned in articles as a no-named actor. Some might think she was doing well living in the penthouse, but it wasn't true. She wondered if she could have become this successful without the company's sponsorship. What are you thinking, Miss Aaron? A man in a suit who had just finished checking the house came up to her. It was An Sang-chul, the bodyguard who had been appointed by her manager 6 months ago. Oh, no, it's nothing. Bodyguard Nim, you can speak to me candidly. Haven't I told you that before, Miss Erin? I was just thinking about why the world has become like this, and how I can survive in the next round. Don't worry about the next round. You have me, so what's there to worry about? Haha, is that so? The bodyguard laughed confidently and hung his suit on the dining table. Then he took out wine from the wine cellar and poured a glass. Would you like a drink? Oh, no, thank you. I'm fine. Despite feeling uncomfortable with the way her bodyguard acted like he owned the place, CO Erin couldn't help but accept the situation. I guess it's not really my house, she thought. To herself, the penthouse was just a residence provided to her by her sponsor company, and the bodyguard was also necessary personnel provided to her by the same company. Strictly speaking, he's probably here to watch over me rather than protect me. Erin was not oblivious to the fact that she was being monitored to some extent. Erin, you worry too much. Please trust me and try to relax. I've been your manager and bodyguard for over half a year now. Don't you think you can trust me by now? Of course. Who else would I trust if not you, my bodyguard? Despite being in the other world, Erin was not completely alone. She had her bodyguard, who was 29 years old, with her when she completed the quest to defeat 100 goblins in the first round. It was not an easy mission, but with the help of her bodyguard, she managed to clear it. The effect of the random rune pieces she received was also significant, but she felt that she could trust her bodyguard to help her through any situation. At least I can trust my bodyguard, she thought to herself. At first, when the sponsor company assigned her a manager and bodyguard, Erin was more cautious than anyone else. She didn't like the idea of a stranger, especially a man, wandering around the penthouse. However, after half a year of seeing the bodyguard's dedication to his job, Erin felt somewhat relieved. Through the quest, Erin had seen firsthand the bodyguard's sincerity in protecting her from the goblins. That was why Erin trusted him more than anyone else. I don't know what kind of quest the second round will give us, but don't worry too much. We can work together and get through it. Don't give up because I will always protect you no matter what. Thank you so much. Erin let out a sigh, recalling the earlier incident. By the way, I saw someone moving in downstairs earlier. I saw it too. They had these rice cakes that looked really good. Eating those would make you gain weight. But still, wouldn't it have been better to accept them rather than rejecting them and upsetting the neighbors who came over to say hello? Forget about the greeting. People only do that so they can expect something in return. If you accept, they'll keep coming back for more. Erin remembered the two young men who she met in the hallway. They both looked friendly, and one of them even seemed familiar with her but still kept his composure and did not act surprised to see her there. He must be one of her fans, who knew she was a popular actress sponsored by the company. I think one of the neighbors I saw earlier looked like he was over 15 years old. Do you think? He also cleared the mission and defeated 100 goblins. Well, that's true. It's amazing that someone who has experienced such harsh conditions is just calmly walking around like it's nothing. Well, Erin managed it too. So is catching 100 goblins really that difficult? Failing at that would make you a loser. Ha ha ha. The bodyguard's skill was outstanding, to the extent that he caught the goblins really fast. According to rumors, he ranked 153rd in that area. But he's not as good as that guy. CO Erin remembered the scene where a player with the nickname Black Scythe massacred the goblins. In front of him, the goblins looked pitiful. While the bodyguard was good at fighting, compared to Black Scythe, he was nothing more than a child. However, even CO Erin, who knew little about these things, could tell that Black Scythe was an overwhelming player, as evidenced by his ranking of first place. What kind of person could he be? Is he living a normal life? In reality, could he be working for a special forces unit? If she could team up with such a skilled person, her chances of surviving the second round would improve. He would be her top choice for a partner, even if she had to pay for it. God, I was so thirsty. Now that I've finished, I'll be on my way. Thank you for your hard work, bodyguard. Given the current situation, there may not be any scheduled work other than attending funerals for a while. Until then, rest well, and don't worry about the next round. Okay, I understand. The bodyguard put down his wine glass and left the house. Only CO Erin remained in the spacious 110 square meter penthouse. She felt a chill and couldn't help but hug herself. This time, I was lucky to survive, but can I survive the next round? Feeling uneasy, CO Erin's hands trembled. Time passed and it was now Monday, January 31st. Ryu Min visited the Nanhyup Bank to collect his 5th consecutive first-place prize. "Oh, have you come again, lucky customer?" The bank manager's expression showed surprise, but that was all. With his winnings accumulating from 5 consecutive lotto wins, Ryu Min had become accustomed to the attention. "Is it another 100-ticket streak this time?" asked the bank manager. "Yes," Ryu Min replied. "What is your secret?" the bank manager asked. "I told you last week, I dreamt the numbers," Ryu Min said. The bank manager was astonished. "What kind of dream tells you the winning lotto numbers? For 5 consecutive weeks," he thought. "Wow, that's really impressive," the bank manager said. "I wish I had a dream like that. I shouldn't say that, I'm sorry Mr. Ryu Min, please follow me from this way." The bank manager was embarrassed by his honest admission and quickly led Ryu Min to the lottery team's office. "Welcome back, lucky customer," said the lottery team member, no longer surprised by Ryu Min's frequent visits. "The total winnings this time will be less than last time, as the total prize money has decreased by 15% on average." With the second round of the game approaching, people were becoming increasingly anxious. Ryu Min's VIP account, however, had over 12 billion won. "Did you collect the prize money?" Ryu Won asked when Ryu Min returned home. "Yes, it was around 12 billion won this time, not much compared to last time," Ryu Min replied. Ryu Won made a disgusted expression. "Are you going to invest this money in Bitcoin again?" Ryu Won asked. "Yes, that's the plan," Ryu Min said. He had been investing his lotto winnings into Bitcoin, which had resulted in his funds growing to over 150 billion won. Ryu Won did not try to stop his brother. However, he was worried that he was becoming too complacent and was afraid that something bad might happen if he continued to take risks. "Let's go eat lunch," Ryu Min suggested, trying to change the subject. The brothers ate lunch and dinner outside before returning home and waiting for midnight. "The second round is about to begin," Ryu Min said, lying in bed in his secure bedroom. "Please come back safely," Ryu Won said. "Who do you think I am? I even beat Bang Tae Gyu," Ryu Min said confidently. "Still, please be careful," Ryu Won said. "Don't worry, just get some sleep. When you wake up, I'll be up too," Ryu Min said, reassuring his brother. The time had come. "Let's go." February 1st, just as it struck midnight. Swoosh. Ryu Min's body collapsed onto the bed. Flash. When he opened his eyes, Ryu Min found himself in a different location. He was standing in a clearing surrounded by a forest, a different environment from the meadow of the first round. Did I arrive already? It was instantaneous, wasn't it? Survivors from the first round, each with their own nickname floating above their heads, appeared out of nowhere. "Oh, isn't that the guy who ranked first in the previous round? Yeah, Black Scythe, right. He certainly left an impression." As rounds progress, a player's nickname becomes increasingly valuable, whether he liked it or not. Ryu Min held a steel stiletto in his hand and waited for the others to appear cautiously. This was Ryu Min's intention, as he wanted to keep his distance from the others. Observing his surroundings, Ryu Min recognized several familiar faces. This was inevitable since the current gathering consisted of the survivors from the previous round who were present in the Ta-Jong area. As expected, Wang Yongman and his friends were also present, and their larger builds made them easy to spot. It wasn't until approximately 5,000 people had gathered in the forest that the angel appeared in the sky, accompanied by a strange voice in everyone's head. "Is everyone finally here?" It wasn't the angel from the previous round. "Hey, isn't that a different angel?" "Really?" Of course, it wasn't the same angel from the first round because Ryu Min had killed her. Seemingly sensing the unease, the angel spoke. The angel who was in charge during the first round had an accident and couldn't make it. "Don't worry though, humans. I will be the one leading you well from now on. Kikihihi." The newly appointed angel's laughter sounded strange, unlike her beautiful appearance. "Now that everyone is here, shall we reveal the quest for the second round?" The angel flapped her wings as everyone stared at her in anticipation. Chapter 17. Round 2. You must select a district representative in 3 hours. All districts. Participants. 900,514,645. Achievers. 900,514,645. District ESKS 45-5. Participants. 5,143. Achievers. 5,143. All the participants who checked the mission for round 2 were surprised. What's this? Selecting a district representative. I thought we were going to hunt some monsters again. So, we're not fighting. There were other things that were a bit odd. Wait, why is the number of achievers like this? This time, the achievers' status was at 100% when it should have been at half. Does that mean everyone can survive this time? Many parts of the quest message left them confused. Someone needed to explain. It seems like my explanation is needed, seeing everyone's confusion. As if to volunteer, the angel spoke with a proud tone. As you can see, this round is not about fighting. You just need to select a district representative. District representative. As the name suggests, it means the representative of that district. They have basic authority to command others and have significant power to force other humans to do their bidding. He has authority to command others. Wow, that's powerful. They could tell from the angel's explanation how significant the district representative's power was. In 3 hours, a voting right will be generated for all of you. You just need to select one person as the district representative. That's all. Suddenly a brave young man raised his hand and asked, "Is that really it? Is there nothing else?" "Yes. If you vote, you will be counted as an achiever and can return home. This is like a rest round. That's why the achievers are at 100%. In short, the goal of this round was to choose the king of each district. Just voting is enough to pass. It's a piece of cake. Most players were relieved that the quest was easier than they thought. However, some were suspicious and unable to shake their anxiety. Wang Yongman and his friends were among them. Something's not right. They said that only half of us can pass each round, but now they're giving everyone such an easy pass. The angel said it's a rest round. Even if that's true, it's still weird. We came prepared for a tough battle, but all we have to do is vote. Tisk. Yongman, just go along with it. They said we'll survive if we vote. What's the problem? I'm frustrated because I've been putting in all my effort, but I haven't been able to use it properly. Tisk. Ryu Min overheard their conversation nearby and lifted the corner of his mouth. You want to use it properly, huh? It seems he was rewarded with the rune of strength. Again. Ryu Min, who knows all the information about most rounds through repeated regression, would definitely know Wang Yongman's rune. The current situation was the same as the previous regressions. Now for the next 3 hours, they'll discuss who to vote for. The angel had already explained that the district representative would be given the authority to command others. This is the powerful ability that can make humans in his area do anything. If he commands them to kneel, they will kneel. If he orders them to die, they will die. If he asks for an item, they will give it to him without hesitation. If he needs someone to be a bait for monsters, they will volunteer themselves. And they cannot refuse because the system forces them to comply. It's a position that wields immense power, akin to that of a king. Everyone would want to be in that position. Of course, they discuss who should be chosen to represent us. And at the center of that discussion, Black Scythe's name will rise and fall. It was no surprise that people looked at him differently. The atmosphere seems to suggest that they want to nominate me as their representative. If they have to choose a representative, it's only fitting that they would choose the strongest. It was only natural that he, who had been ranked first in the previous round, would be noticed. However, Ryu Min had no interest in becoming a representative. The position of area representative was like a poisoned chalice. I wouldn't want to become a representative just because of the authority it entails. It would only lead to various losses. There was something that the angel did not tell him about the power of authority. The power of authority does not apply to those who have a job. Once he reaches level 10 and changes his profession, he can escape the power of authority. In the end, it's only half-baked power. Furthermore, starting from the 3rd round, the representative will bear all the responsibility. because of their position. Knowing this, Ryu Min had no intention of becoming a representative. It was a burdensome and dangerous position, after all. Of course, others can still nominate and vote for me as a candidate without my consent. Ryu Min wasn't worried, though. After regressing dozens of times, he knew he wouldn't become the representative. For now, selecting a representative is not the most important thing. The sub-quests are more important. If one were perceptive, he would notice something odd in the quest message. The word main was added in front of the quest. The fact that there is a main quest means there are also sub-quests this round. In other words, there is another quest in this round besides voting. Getting a job is the sub-quest and the hidden quest of this round. Anyone can have a job once they reach level 10, as long as they have the appropriate item. Fortunately, I already obtained the Death Angel's job item in the previous round. Therefore, Ryu Min had nothing to worry about. He just had to reach level 10. I don't have time to discuss with them for 3 hours. I'll hunt and level up to 10, then change my job. That way, he could escape the power of the area representative. Ryu Min's gaze turned to a message that appeared in a corner. Second round limited experience 3x buff is now in effect. It will be automatically removed at the end of the second round. Luckily, he had that bonus from the first round, the 3x experience buff, so it wouldn't take long. Ryu Min glanced around and left the area. Crackle, crackle. As people continued to debate, Ryu Min walked through the field and towards the nearby forest. He had no interest in the area representative or participating in the discussion. I don't care who becomes the representative. Chapter 34. Ryu Min's current goal was to reach level 10 as soon as possible to advance to the next job. That was why he had come into the forest. If you go deep into the forest, hobgoblins appear. They sometimes drop items and other useful things. Both hobgoblins and their larger cousins, hobgoblins, were better for experience and stronger than goblins. However, they were still not much of a challenge for Ryu Min. I wasn't thrown into this bloody game to chit-chat for hours with people. The forest itself was a good hunting ground, and if he wasted his time discussing the election, he would gain nothing. Only those who step up to gain something will discover the existence of sub-quests. As he wandered through the forest, he would encounter monsters, and as he hunted, he would gain experience points and eventually reach level 10. The sub-quest window will only appear if they enter the forest, and then they would realize that discussion was not the answer to this round. Of course, the position of district representative looks good, but it's a position that only 1 out of 5,000 people can get. It's better to give up early. Furthermore, since it was a poisoned chalice from the beginning, it was better not to even consider it. Ryu Min believed that the key to this round was to hunt and become stronger as soon as possible. Keet, keet, queet. Suddenly Ryu Min saw a hobgoblin emerge from behind a tree, holding a hunting knife in its hand. The hobgoblin was slightly larger than a hobgoblin and looked somewhat intimidating. But it was nothing more than a toy in Ryu Min's eyes. Come to me. Keet. Tap. When Ryu Min snapped his fingers, the hobgoblin rushed towards him, apparently insulted. But Ryu Min didn't stand there. Taut. As Ryu Min moved, the distance between him and the hobgoblin rapidly decreased. Before the startled hobgoblin could react, Ryu Min's stiletto plunged into its throat. You have defeated the hobgoblin. Experience point buff x3 is currently in effect. Experience point plus 9%. Gold plus 1/5. Current kill count, 1/100th. The rune of slaughter increases all stats by 1%. With the experience point buff x3 and the effect of the rune of slaughter, Ryu Min's stats were boosted. However, he didn't have time to check the messages. Where there is a hobgoblin, there is another hobgoblin nearby. Ryu Min quickly surveyed the area. As expected, there was another hobgoblin nearby. Heat. Hobgoblins never roam alone. Ryu Min grinned and ran towards the hobgoblin. You have defeated the hobgoblin. Experience point buff x3 is currently in effect. Experience point plus 7.2%. Gold plus 1/5. Current kill count, 50/100ths. The rune of slaughter increases all stats by 50%. Your level has increased. As Ryu Min killed more hobgoblins, the experience he gained from each one decreased. This was a natural progression, as it required more experience to level up the higher he got. The rune of slaughter displayed Ryu Min's current kill count. There are 3 hours and 30 minutes left until the vote. Ryu Min had raised his level from 5 to 9 in just 30 minutes of hunting. Before he knew it, Ryu Min had reached the level where he could change his job if he gained just 10,000 more experience points. As he scanned his surroundings, Ryu Min cautiously allocated his stat points. Agility is still the way to go for stats. In the beginning stages, agility is the only stat that matters. In order to survive, one must dodge enemy attacks and wait for a chance to counterattack. Unless one was a fool, most people would understand the importance of agility. Although it would be efficient to invest in strength runes as Wang Yongman did, it's a rookie mistake to stubbornly focus on increasing physical strength. Even if one's strength was powerful, it was useless if he got stabbed by a sword. Eventually, the situation would arise where agility was necessary. It's not just agility, all stats are important. A player's stats consist of 4 categories: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increases physical damage, health, and defense, while intelligence increases magical damage, mental power, and thinking speed. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and dodge rate. Luck increases critical hit rate, item drop rate, and additional gold. There is no stat that is unnecessary. It's important to evenly distribute stat points across all 4 categories. This is especially true for Reapers since they're hybrid jobs. While most jobs are divided into physical or magical damage dealers, Reapers use both. Increasing intelligence is just as important as increasing strength for damage output. It's ideal to just increase all stats evenly. After dozens of tests, Ryu Min reached this conclusion without a doubt. If he could also obtain the balance rune, which gives bonus effects for evenly distributing stat points, then he'd be on fire. Like the rune of inner thoughts, the balance rune is a must-have. For now, clearing the sub-quest quickly is the top priority, especially since there are additional rewards for being the first to achieve it. Since he moved first and has the experience point buff, it won't be difficult to clear. As Ryu Min prepared to resume hunting, he heard a rustling sound. Ryu Min stopped moving, and the rustling sound stopped too. Is someone following me? It could be someone who followed him from the open field or someone who followed the corpses of scattered monsters. I didn't pay attention to my surroundings because of hunting. Did I pick up a stalker? Ryu Min's expression wasn't good since there hadn't been any stalkers in previous regressions. As a regressionist, this was the scariest outcome. He couldn't be sure if such a thing would change the future. Whoever you are, come out and state your purpose. Otherwise, Ryu Min pointed his blood-stained dagger towards the direction of the sound. Be prepared to die. Was the threatening tone effective? Crack. The stalker revealed himself from behind a tree. As Ryu Min's eyes scanned the surroundings, they caught a glimpse of a familiar face. That person, Co Erin. She was a rising young actress, popular among the younger generation. Known for her exceptional beauty, kind and diligent personality. Her nickname was even Co Erin. Why would a girl like that follow me? Ryu Min wondered to himself. He was sure that the person who had been following him was Co Erin because of her recognizable face, nickname, and the fact that she lived in the penthouse upstairs. Just as Ryu Min was about to ask why she was being followed, a man emerged from behind a tree, and it appeared that Co Erin was not the only one following Ryu Min. We're sorry for the trouble. We didn't follow you with bad intentions. Please forgive us, said the man named Sang Chul, smiling as if he wanted to reconcile. However, Ryu Min's lips didn't move. He recognized the familiar nickname and face. Sang Chul. Isn't he Ma Kyung Rok's right-hand man? Ma Kyung Rok was the eldest son of a top domestic conglomerate. He was one of the people Ryu Min was targeting, going with the nickname Cheonma. There was also a top-class priest connected to Ma Kyung Rok among those Ryu Min wanted to recruit. To beat the 20th round, he needed to catch Ma Kyung Rok's attention. I didn't expect to meet Ma Kyung Rok's right-hand man so soon. Although Ma Kyung Rok was someone Ryu Min needed to get close to, that didn't mean he was a saint. In fact, he could be considered a villain. He acted gentlemanly on the outside, But he had a psychopathic hobby in secret. There was no reason for Ryu Min to view this sick man as a favorable candidate. But why isn't Sang Chul with Seo Aaron? Ryu Min recalled the man he saw when he visited the upper floor. He was the one who made Ryu Won nervous while he was standing next to Seo Aaron when he tried to give her that rice cake. Is it possible that the man who was with Seo Aaron is actually in Sang Chul? Although he couldn't be sure they were the same person since he had customized his appearance, Ryu Min had a hunch that it was him. There was a rumor that Ma Kyung-rock sponsored celebrities as part of his business. It seemed likely that the man he saw yesterday was in Sang Chul. Where did you start following me? Ryu Min asked the group. From the starting point. We saw you going into the forest and followed you. Were sorry if we made you feel uncomfortable. They apologized, but Ryu Min's expression didn't soften. In the previous rounds, no one had followed him. It was natural that Seo Aaron had no reason to follow him. The future has changed. It's because I did something different from before. Could it be because of that rice cake? He had only given her rice cake and met her, but it seemed to have had an impact on her feelings, leading to her following him. Why did you follow me? Ryu Min asked Seo Aaron, his tone cold. I didn't follow you with bad intentions. I wanted to propose something, Seo Aaron replied nervously. Propose? Yes, you won first place in round 1, right? So, I thought it would be good if we could work together. Work together. Ryu Min's lips curled into a sneer. Isn't that a term used when someone needs help from another person? Yes, that's right, Ryu Min said with a mocking smile. I don't need you guys. I can fight well on my own. Didn't you see everything during the chase? Seo Aaron nodded in agreement, realizing that Ryu Min was right. After chasing after him for 30 minutes, they saw how many corpses Ryu Min has left behind him. It was a scene so overwhelmingly powerful that they knew he wouldn't need such an alliance to survive. Don't waste my time with pointless proposals, and just go back. I have no desire to team up with anyone, Ryu Min said, turning his back as if there was nothing left to see. As he disappeared into the forest, and Sang Chul expressed his dissatisfaction. What's up with that guy? He's as arrogant as they come. On the other hand, Seo Aaron, visibly relieved, slumped to the ground. I guess it wasn't for nothing that he was the top ranked in the first round. His intimidation is no joke. Intimidation, huh? Well, anyone would be tense if they were threatened with a sword. Wouldn't they? Still, because he was ranked first, there was a sense of atmosphere that was hard to comprehend. His gaze was also frightening. Maybe it's because he customized himself well. It would be difficult if we think of him as the face of reality. I guess. Mr. Bodyguard has also changed his face. Seo Aaron sighed deeply as she looked in the direction where Black Scythe had disappeared. I hoped to team up with the top-ranked player, but it didn't go as planned. See, what did I say? I told you, someone like him, with such a strong sense of pride, wouldn't make a good ally. That's true, but I thought it would be better to team up because it increases our survival rate. If we had managed to get the Black Scythe on board, it would have been better. Forget it. Let such a sick human being live and die on his own. He would only be a hindrance if we tried to put him in a team. But it's still a shame. It's a shame indeed. We wasted our time following him for nothing. Joining forces to survive in this harsh world was not an easy task. But I didn't know there would be monsters in the forest. Exactly. Doesn't the Black Scythe have any interest in the vote? They're probably discussing who to choose as the representative at the starting point. He probably thinks it's difficult to be chosen as the representative, so he gave up on it from the beginning. Seo Aaron nodded in agreement with Sang Chul's words. Since only one person out of 5,000 would be chosen, the competition would be fierce. Well, let's go back too. Maybe we'll get a lot of votes just because you're a celebrity. Sang Chul turned his head and said so, but Seo Aaron didn't plan on moving. How about hunting during the remaining time we have Instia? What? Hunting? Yes. Black Scythe has already given up on the vote, and there's no way it would be us. Right. Sang Chul nodded at her reasonable words. Well, that's not a bad idea either. Then let's go, Mr. Bodyguard. The two of them entered the forest, weapons in hand. They had given up on the chasing Black Scythe. They didn't have the confidence to persuade him, and they were afraid that they might get killed by his sword if they followed him again. But what they didn't know, crack, that someone was chasing after them too. Chapter 19. Phew. Ryu Min dismissed Co Aaron's proposal without a second thought and continued his hunt for hobgoblins. Collaboration. I'm already busy enough. There's no need to consider it. He could easily catch monsters alone. There was no reason to join forces. Still, it's not bad that Ma Kyung-rok's right-hand man lives on my floor. Although the future had changed, it was not at a level where he had to worry. The future connected to branch lines could change at any time. As long as the main line doesn't change, it was fine. When I return to reality, I need to confirm if the man who was with Co Aaron is indeed Ma Kyung-rok's right-hand man. The confirmation method was not difficult. He just needed to find out if the name of the man, who may or may not be Co Aaron's bodyguard, is in Sang Chul. If he is in Sang Chul, I can approach Ma Kyung-rok more easily. However, he would not do anything immediately. It was not yet time to contact Ma Kyung-rok. That was why he rejected the proposal. What's important now is to level up through hunting. Ryu Min returned to the forest. Kyok, Kit. The hobgoblins ran towards him, but they couldn't even touch him. They were easy to handle due to his agile movements. Their death was inevitable. Current kill count, 61 hundredths. All stats are increased by 60% due to the Rune of Slaughter effect. Since the beginning of the hunt, his stats had increased by 1.6 times. The Rune of Slaughter is definitely useful if I just stack the stacks. At that moment, 5 more monsters appeared. Kiao, Krung. Although they were just good experience points for Ryu Min, he couldn't help but smile as he saw the noticeable increase in his stats. You have defeated the gnolls. Experience point 3x buff is applied. Experience point plus 7.2%. Gold plus 20. Current kill count, 65 100ths. All stats are increased by 65% due to the Rune of Slaughter effect. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. You can now use the store. The job change condition has been met. You have received a hidden sub-quest. Ryu Min immediately checked the sub-quest. Change job before voting time. Find and acquire a job item. If successful, you will receive a 50% discount coupon for today's item. Most players would be wondering about the job item and how to acquire it. They would probably think, find and acquire a job item. How do I get it? What's the benefit of getting a job? Since there was a job category in the status window, most players should be aware of its existence. However, some players might not know about jobs yet. Nevertheless, getting a job was always beneficial unless someone was foolish. The age between 15 and 29 is the prime time to be familiar with games. The problem was that most players knew about jobs, but did not know how to acquire a job item. At first, I was lost too. I thought it was random when catching monsters. Of course, getting a job item as a drop from monsters was really rare. However, job items were generally easier to obtain when certain conditions were met. For example, to become a warrior, you need to catch 30 monsters within an hour after raising your strength stat to 10 or higher. To obtain a job change item, one must perform actions related to their job. For example, a berserk must hunt for a certain period of time with bloodshed, and an assassin must successfully ambush monsters from behind multiple times. This means that a person's job reflects their personality to some extent. Ryu Min obtained the job of a hunter in his first regressions. He had obtained it by repeatedly tracking and running away from monsters in the forest. But I no longer need to be a hunter. He didn't need to obtain a hunter's job change item either, as he had already obtained another one in the previous round. Ryu Min took out the angel's blood from his inventory and recited the activation word. Use. Light burst forth from the angel's blood, and a message appeared before his eyes. You have used a job change item. Please choose carefully as you cannot change your job. Do you want to change your class to Grim Reaper? YN. Ryu Min didn't hesitate to answer the question that required no consideration. Yes. At that moment, Ryu Min's body shone in a golden light. The intense light was enough to blind him, but it lasted only for a moment. The message appeared in his mind as if nothing had happened. Congratulations. You have changed your class to Grim Reaper. As a job change reward, you have obtained the Scythe of the Grim Reaper, and the Rune of the Grim Reaper. The obtained rune is automatically inscribed into the player's body. You have learned the Grim Reaper exclusive skill, Seal of Death. The next skill can be learned automatically when you reach level 20. He received a weapon, a rune, and a skill as job change rewards. However, that wasn't the only good news. Your rank has increased from beginner to trainee. You have completed a sub-quest. You have received a 50% discount coupon for today's item. There are several ranks in the game: beginner LV1, trainee LV10, regular LV20, expert LV40, master LV60, and grandmaster LV99. Ryu Min's rank increased from beginner to trainee as a result of his job change. Ranking up had various benefits. New job skills were acquired and existing skills were strengthened. Lock features could be released, and players could wear better items than they could before. However, if you don't change your job, you'll be stuck at the beginner level forever. That's why changing jobs was an essential element for growth. Many rewards were received, but the message was not yet over. The first job changer reward was yet to be obtained. It has been confirmed that the player is the first job changer. As a reward for obtaining the title First Job Changer, you have received a random gold pouch. As a reward for the first job change, you have learned the common skill, Track. Ryu Min grinned as he received his rewards for his first job change, a gold pouch and a new skill. The common skill, Track, was particularly exciting for him. This skill is impossible to obtain in the early stages, he thought to himself. There were two types of skills in the game: job-specific skills and common skills. Job-specific skills were exclusive to certain professions, like the Death Seal skill he had learned before. On the other hand, common skills were available to anyone and could be purchased from the store at level 10. Although they can be quite costly, Ryu Min murmured, thinking of the gold needed to just buy one skill. Thinking about this made him want to check out the new store feature he had just unlocked. By selecting Shop Window on his menu, the window that opened up displayed various items, including weapons, helmets, armor, gloves, shoes, necklaces, rings, and skills, all neatly categorized. Unfortunately, they're all normal grade items, Ryu Min muttered to himself. Nevertheless, with enough gold, he could buy any item he desires. However, the problem was that the store only sold normal grade items. Of course, they sometimes sell rare or epic items too, he mused. But it's quite rare. In the today's item corner, they sold random items every day. Ryu Min's eyes flickered to the upper right corner of the shop window. Today's item: experienced hunter's leather armor. Category: armor. Grade: rare. Defense: 22. Effect: agility +2. Durability: 225 225. Usage restriction: trainee rank or higher. Description: armor that experienced hunters enjoy wearing. The sales time was based on a 24-hour cycle starting at midnight, which meant he could tell the current time by counting back from the end of the sale. Tomorrow, there will be a different item for sale, Ryu Min thought to himself. Since the items on sale were random, it was challenging to obtain a particular item. However, Ryu Min was pleased to see that a rare item was displayed on the first day. At least it's possible to buy something better than normal grade items from the store, he muttered. Currently, the purchase price of normal armor Ryu Min could wear was 1,000 gold. He could buy a rare armor for 2,000 gold that was 50% better, which seemed like a reasonable price. That epic item is what I need, he murmured. While rare items were usually sold, they occasionally sold epic items as well. They were sold once a week, so it might be difficult to get the item he wanted. However, Ryu Min had figured out when the epic item he needed would appear based on his previous experience. After this round ends, the epic item I need will appear in 2 weeks. I just need to use the 50% discount coupon at that time. As the rounds progressed, more expensive items appeared in the today's item corner. So it would be better to wait as long as possible and use the discount coupon on more expensive items, but Ryu Min trailed off. Unfortunately, the 50% discount coupon expired when the next round began, which meant it could only be used within a month. Random gold pouches are the same. They have an expiration date, so you have to use them. Before the next round, the gold pouches received as a reward are consumable items that randomly give gold when used. Since luck is necessary, Ryu Min decided to increase his luck stat before using it, just like in the previous round. Ryu Min's gaze turned to the skill list at the top. Erase traces, explore surroundings, sense danger, emergency treatment, and more. Various common skills were being sold in the shop window. Ryu Min examined the skill he received as a reward among them. Common skill, tracking. Effect. You can track the location of the desired target. The price was a whopping 20,000 gold skill. An outrageous price that most players couldn't afford. The prices of other common skills were similar. It wasn't just something that was impossible to get early on. Most players will probably learn it by mid-game. They were called common skills because anyone could buy them in the shop. Ryu Min looked around the shop window and then closed it. There aren't any items worth buying. He had 3,000 gold, but there was nothing to buy right now. He needed to save money if he wanted to buy an epic item in 2 weeks. Ryu Min opened his inventory and checked out the weapon he received as a commemoration of his job change. Reaper's Scythe. Category: Weapon. Grade: Rare. Attack Power: 25. Effect: Additional attack power +1 every time you swing it at an enemy up to 5 stacks. Durability: 225/225. Usage restriction: Trainee or higher. Description: A giant scythe that the Grim Reaper uses. It's hard for beginners to handle. Ryu Min took out the scythe from his inventory. A giant scythe that exceeded his height was in his hand. Swish, swish. Ryu Min smiled as he swung it a few times, recalling the sensation. The grade is rare, and the effect is great enough not to change weapons until level 20. Lastly, he checked the rune he received from the job change celebration. Rune of the Reaper. Effect: When using the scythe, the weapon's attack power doubles, and when night falls, attack speed increases by 50%. If you stay still at night, the chance of enemies detecting you decreases significantly. Basically, the attack power doubles, and the attack speed increases by 1.5 times at night. With decreased detection chances, it was the perfect rune for using the scythe. That's why the Reaper is strong at night. Even though it was daytime now, the attack power was strong enough at 2x. Finally, when he opened the skill list, he found another skill besides track. Exclusive skill: Death Seal. Effect: Place an invisible seal on the target that only the caster can see. You will be able to see the remaining health of the target under the seal, and when the caster attacks, 100% additional damage is dealt. Can only be cast on one target at a time. It can be considered as a debuff that doubles the damage dealt. Since it didn't consume mana like in a game, it was better to cast the seal and fight. However, the fact that it could only be used on a single target was its only drawback. Everything I expected from the rewards came through. There were 2 hours and 20 minutes left until the vote. Chapter 20. The only thing left for Ryu Min to do was to level up by hunting. Before that, should I check Wang Yongmin's location first and test out the 20,000 gold skill? While I'm at it, whenever Ryu Min acquired the track skill, he would always check Wang Yongmin's location. Track. Please imagine the face of the target and state their nickname. Ryu Min thought of the target based on the message. Wang Yongmin. Face and nickname match. Tracking target's location. You are currently 190 meters away from the target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. Did he come into the forest too? He's closer than I thought. Wang Yongmin, who was 2,000 meters away in the previous regressions, was now quite close. Should I take a look? Ryu Min quickly made his way through the forest with his scythe. Hawk, hawk, hawk. Pant, pant. The sound of rough breathing between a man and a woman echoed in the deep forest. But it didn't last long. Pant, pant, I can't run anymore. My leg hurt too much. Co Erin, who had breathed in all the way to her chin, collapsed onto the ground. And Sang Chul, who was next to her, was also panting, but he knew there was no time to rest. Erin, we have to keep moving. Otherwise. And Sang Chul couldn't bring himself to finish his sentence and looked around. If they rest like this, no one knows what would happen if they were caught off guard by the people chasing them. It hurts, but you have to get up. My leg hurt too much. An arrow had hit Seo Aaron's calf, and Sang Chul's thigh had been cut by a sword. But now was the time to move. It was better than being caught by the pursuers and dying. Even if we get hurt in this world, our real bodies will be fine. We can go back home as long as we survive. Is that right? Okay. I'll try to endure the pain. Seo Aaron gritted her teeth and got up from her spot. And then it happened. Where do you think you're going with that body? The pursuers who had been chasing them finally caught up. Less than 30 seconds of rest had closed the distance between them. Damn it. That damn woman. And Sang Chul cursed inwardly as he immediately raised his sword. There was no other choice but to fight now. Even though they were both injured, they had to fight. Oh, and Sang Chul. Are you going to fight us? One of the pursuers, a large man, approached them with a smirk. His name, whether it was his real name or not, was Wang Yongmin. You're fighting us? Wang Yongmin laughed. Don't you have eyes? Look at us. Wang Yongmin and 3 others held weapons and glared at them. One of them even had a bow, giving them the upper hand. Can we win if we fight? They were already tired from running away and being wounded. It seemed best to avoid a direct confrontation. What did we do wrong? Why are you attacking us out of nowhere? Huh, you didn't do anything wrong. Then why did you attack us? Hand her over. What? Who? Wang Yongmin chuckled. The girl next to you. We don't have any business with a guy like you. It's Seo Aaron next to you that we want. Oh. Seo Aaron gasped, realizing that this whole ordeal was because of her. But are you really Seo Aaron? The actress Seo Aaron. Can't you tell just by looking? Her nickname's Seo Aaron and she looks exactly like her. Someone else might be imitating Seo Aaron's face and nickname. So what? As long as it's enjoyable. Oh, is that so? KKKK. Hey, and Sang Chul. If you leave Seo Aaron behind, we'll let you go. How about that? And Sang Chul gritted his teeth at Wang Yongmin's proposal. He could clearly see their intentions. Was Seo Aaron their target all along? If that was the case, they should have said so from the beginning. He regretted being here with Seo Aaron, knowing that if he didn't protect her, he would fail to meet the expectations of Ma Kyung-rok, the company representative. As her manager and bodyguard, he was assigned by the company to watch over her, but in reality, he was just assigned to surveillance duty. He had no intention of dying for Seo Aaron. However, there was one thing that bothered him. If I can't protect Seo Aaron, I'll disappoint Ma Kyung-rok's expectations. And Sang Chul tightened his grip on his sword. He had to survive with Seo Aaron no matter what. Oh. Wang Yongmin smirked. Look at those eyes now. Are you planning to fight? You guys. Do you know that this is a crime? A crime. Kekeki, you're funny, old man. Wang Yongmin shrugged and laughed. This is a whole other dimension. What laws exactly are we breaking? There are no laws here. Even so, this is not just a game. This is real life. You'll commit a crime if you kill us. In fact, you already committed a crime by injuring us. Oh, is that so? Then what are you going to do about it? Are you going to report to the police that Wang Yongmin attacked Seo Aaron and Sang Chul? Yeah, KKKK. Wang Yongmin and his friends laughed at his response. Do you have any evidence? There's no CCTV here, is there? How do you even know if it's my real face? And how can you prove if I used my real name as my nickname? Everything he said was true. There was no evidence, no proof. They couldn't take a picture or make a testimony. Their appearances in this place were avatars different from reality in the first place. And Sang Chul knew that. He was just hoping for a slim chance. Darn it, persuasion isn't working at all. Judging from their bloodshot eyes, it seemed unlikely that they would listen to words. Come to think of it, if his words had been effective, they wouldn't have shot arrows at him. Zing. Although he felt pain in his injured thigh, there was nothing he could do. He had to fight, even if it meant risking further injury. For the sake of Ma representative. And Sang Chul was about to move his body. Crack. When someone appeared from behind a tree. It was a player holding a long scythe. As soon as Ryu Min landed on his feet, Wang Yongmin threw a punch, but it missed and only cut through thin air. Despite throwing a series of punches, Ryu Min dodged them all with his agile body movement. In the meantime, he occasionally landed a few punches to the jaw and the body. Why do I keep missing? Why the feeling of getting hit without being able to retaliate made Wang Yongmin's blood boil. This bastard. Stop swearing, it's getting annoying. I'm sick of it. Suddenly, Ryu Min's close-range hook hit Sang Chul's ear. Ouch. Yongmin's head was spinning as he collapsed to the ground. He could not get up anymore. Yongmin. His friends realized too late that something was wrong and drew their weapons. In particular, the one with a bow protested. Ting. But Ryu Min was not the one to be hit by a blind arrow. He dodged it lightly and ran towards him. Die. Ting. Once again, the arrow missed him and only hit thin air. Looks like you were lucky enough to find a bow while hunting. Suddenly, Ryu Min was standing in front of the enemy with a sickle raised above his head. But meeting me was not unlucky. As he swung it down, the arm holding the bow was severed. Ah, that bastard. Kill him, you son of a-b. Yongmin's friends rushed into attack, but Ryu Min remained calm and simply scanned the area. Now is the time. As soon as they got closer, Ryu Min swung the sickle downward. Swish. The person standing in front of him was hit and fell down screaming. Ah. **T. My leg. The person following behind him was startled and stopped. At that moment, Ryu Min flew through the gap between them. Do you really have the determination to wield a weapon and fight? Without waiting for an answer, Ryu Min's sickle immediately traced a curve. Thwack, thwack. The arms of the 4 opponents who were gathered together slipped off like butter. Ah, ah. It didn't take long for Ryu Min to subdue them. As expected of the Death's Seal. Even with armor on, you can cut off arms in one blow. Ryu Min used the Death's Seal before he started wielding the sickle. The damage had doubled, and even the arms of the armored enemies were sliced off with a single stroke. Hukuk, hukuk. Looking around, the battle had already ended. Their arms and legs had been cut, and their pride had been shattered. Too easy. However, Ryu Min did not put his sickle away. The fight was not over until he was satisfied. Pook, pook. Ah, ha ow. I'm gonna die. Ryu Min struck their arms and legs with his sickle as they writhed in agony. Despite their agony, he did not stop his assault. Stop whining. You won't die that easily. He had no intention of killing them. They're just trash that will fall off by themselves when it's time. However, he intended to instill fear in them so that they could never climb up again. Ryu Min struck their arms and legs again and again with his sickle. Ah, who? Even though they writhed in pain like they were about to die, they wouldn't die. He had adjusted his damage so they wouldn't die since he can also see their health bar. Finally, Ryu Min passed the howling thugs and stood in front of Wang Yongmin. Wang Yongmin, who had closed his eyes and was lying down, trembled weakly. Pretending to sleep won't work. There are no exceptions. Ryu Min's sickle moved. Swoosh. At that moment, one of Wang Yongmin's arms was cleanly cut off. Don't be so dramatic. That's not even painful. It's not a bluff. Ryu Min had lived through worse pain than having his arm cut off. All because of the Wang Yongmin gang. The daily torment from the thugs was an unbearable pain for the victim. Ryu Min's sickle moved again. Wang Yongmin, whose other arm was also cut off, let out a pitiful scream. Watching that gruesome sight, Sang Chul gulped down his saliva. To cut off the arm of a defenseless opponent. It might seem cruel to others, but Sang Chul was not one of them. Instead, he admired the ruthless efficiency. The Black Scythe, a man worthy of being on par with the boss. He had previously thought the Black Scythe was all talk, but now he knew better. The Black Scythe was more than qualified. And his skills were undeniable. With that kind of ability, he's hardly likely to refuse our proposal. Sang Chul was inwardly impressed with the top-ranked player. After slicing Wang Yongmin's thigh a few more times, Ryu Min glanced over at Sang Chul. And then approached them with an indifferent expression. Though he was an ally, Sang Chul couldn't help but feel tense. Are you okay? Yes, thanks to you. Now you don't have to worry about being jumped by these bastards again. As you can see, they won't be able to move. They'll probably just have to resort to voting or something. Thank you, Black Scythe Nim. Sang Chul bowed his head, and Co Aaron followed suit. Thank you so much for your help. But, aren't they going to die like this? Why does it matter? They're not even worth saving. Oh. Co Aaron fell silent at the cold words. On the other hand, Ryu Min bit his tongue inwardly. She's too soft. She's not even a saint, so why worry about these guys' lives? She's worried about the lives of those who had tried to harm her. The reason can't be just to maintain an image as a public figure. But from Co. Aaron's perspective, it wouldn't be easy to condone murder. No matter what, I achieved my goal. He had made and Sang Chul owe him a favor. There was no need to worry about them anymore. The guys who had their limbs cut off were groaning like they were about to die, but there was no need to pay attention to them anymore. They won't die. They have enough stamina to last until the end of the round. When time passes and the round is over, they would come back to life. It's not like losing limbs in this world means losing limbs in reality. As long as they had their lives, they could return to reality unscathed. In my heart, I want to kill them here and now, but I can't do it yet. Killing them would be meaningless. There was no great animosity, nor any benefit to be gained from their deaths. It's not like they're monsters dropping experience points. If he were going to kill them, he had to make use of them first. They still have some use. Wang Yongmin and the other thugs too. At that moment and Sang Chul politely asked a question. Black Scythe Nim, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask you something? What is it? Why did you choose to spare them? In this world, killing someone like them wouldn't be a problem. The ominous words made the thugs listening flinch. Unlike Co. Aaron, and Sang Chul seemed to hope that these guys would be killed. As expected of Ma Kyung Rok's right-hand man, Ryu Min answered without hesitation. Chapter 21. Wang Yongmin was totally taken aback when the Black Scythe appeared. What the heck? Why is this guy here? He wondered to himself. To make things worse, he had just run into the first place winner from the last round. But what really caught his attention was the massive scythe the Black Scythe had slung over his back. That thing looked absolutely menacing. What are you doing here? Ryu Min asked. Why don't you just mind your own business and leave us alone? Wang Yongmin replied. Hey, quiet, I didn't ask you, the Black Scythe said, turning his gaze towards Sang Chul. I'm asking you, what's going on? And Sang Chul felt like he was at the end of his rope. These guys chased and attacked us, they're targeted Aaron. If you help us out, Black Scythe, we'll make it worth your while. Things weren't looking good at all. This is why he had to swallow his pride and ask for help. Ryu Min scanned the crowd, taking in the fear on Co. Aaron's face and the excitement on Wang Yongmin's. I get it, Ryu Min said, piecing together the situation. In this world where there are no taboos, Co. Aaron's good looks were enough to make any sick guy excited. This was a world where criminals could get away with murder, even between players. Ryu Min turned his attention to Wang Yongmin. Is what he said true? It's none of your business whether it's true or not. Just leave us alone, Wang Yongmin said. It does concern me. Someone I know is involved, Ryu Min said, stepping between Sang Chul and Wang Yongmin's group. He had taken a clear stance. Co. Aaron and Sang Chul were secretly impressed by Ryu Min's boldness. Little did they know, Ryu Min had his own motives. This is my chance to make a good impression on Ma Kyung Rok, Ryu Min thought to himself. If he could save Ma Kyung Rok's right-hand man, then surely Ma Kyung Rok would be pleased. Plus, he could also use this opportunity to have Sang Chul owe him a favor. Without requiring anything in return. Making someone like Ma Kyung Rok indebted to me will lead to a great reward, Ryu Min thought to himself. Most importantly, he couldn't let Wang Yongmin's group, one of the types of people Ryu Min despised the most, get away with this kind of thing. They were the kind of people who deserved punishment. When Ryu Min approached with his scythe, Wang Yongmin raised his hand, looking surprised. What are you doing? If you come any closer, I won't let you get away with it. Wang Yongmin threatened. Are you that scared of me? Ryu Min smirked. Damn, of course, I am. Wang Yongmin thought to himself. Wang Yongmin was at a loss for words. The Black Scythe, who was known for being that guy who slaughtered goblins like a madman in the first round. Who would want to fight against a monster like him? Despite having the rune of strength, Wang Yongmin didn't want to face the Black Scythe. Above all, he's even holding a creepy weapon now. If you don't want to fight, just say it. All you need to do is kneel down and beg earnestly, and I will let you go. Wang Yongmin's eyebrows twitched at the insulting remark to his pride. Are you telling me to kneel down like a loser? His friends and Co. Aaron were looking at him, too. In that situation, Yang Min's pride couldn't allow him to bow down to someone else. I didn't want to fight if possible, but this guy is getting on my nerves. He also had the strength to break a wall. Maybe he could smash the Black Scythe with one blow. Now or later, he had to be dealt with anyway. Yeah, maybe he's just a piece of crap. Determined to fight back, Yang Min focused his eyes. He loosened his fist joints and approached, step by step. Don't you forget. You asked for this, you bastard. He narrowed the gap, sneakily. If I land the first hit, I'll have the advantage. Then what can this guy do? There's no way a human can withstand an attack with the strength to break a wall. Surely, the guy would scream and crumble if he hits him anywhere with his fist. Don't come with me. I'll deal with this guy alone. Shouting at the rear to his friends, Yang Min took a step forward but suddenly stopped. That guy had suddenly put his scythe away in his inventory. What are you doing? It'll be troublesome if I win too easily, won't it? Ha, this bastard. As he stopped in disbelief. Thwack. Ryu Min suddenly rushed in. Yang Min was startled, but only for a moment. You stupid idiot, you're dead. He swung his fist, but it only grazed Ryu Min's cheek. Thwack. Instead, Yang Min got hit on the head with a front kick and staggered. Ah, you bastard. There was no time to curse because Ryu Min's sidekick landed on his chin. Ah, his head was spinning, and he suddenly felt like someone was climbing on top of him. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Pounding punches rained down on Yang Min's head. It felt like getting hit by a hammer each time. This guy's strength is similar to mine. He couldn't even believe a ridiculous thought like that. He couldn't think because he was hit 6 times without being able to land a single punch. It was embarrassing. This bastard. He screamed in anger and struggled. Finally, Ryu Min jumped off. You lost. Why not just kill them? It's simple, there's nothing to gain from killing them, Ryu Min explained. Nothing to gain? Sang Chul asked, feeling disappointed by the response. Yeah, killing them won't benefit us, Ryu Min replied, glancing over at Wang Yang Min's group, who were all avoiding eye contact. Also if we kill them it will backlash. Backlash? And Sang Chul asked, confused. Wang Yangmin and his friends breathed a sigh of relief when Ryu Min confirmed that they didn't have to kill anyone. In this game, only half of the survivors can live through each round. The achievers take their place, but if the population decreases, the achievers' chances decrease as well. It was important to keep as many survivors alive as possible. As Ryu Min turned to leave, Sang Chul called out to him. Black Scythe, can we at least get your bank account number so we can repay you in real life? Not necessary, Ryu Min replied coolly, disappearing into the forest. Sang Chul was impressed by Ryu Min's generosity. He helped us without asking for anything in return. Sang Chul felt a great deal of admiration for Ryu Min's lack of greed. We won't bother with those trash anymore, Sang Chul said, feeling grateful. Now he needed to report back this incident to the representative as soon as possible. As he turned to leave, he noticed the men who had attacked him earlier whimpering in pain. He wanted to kill them, but as Ryu Min had said, there was nothing to gain from it. And Sang Chul also noticed Seo Aaron's gaze. Let's go, Aaron. Yes, Seo Aaron replied, and they both left the area together. In the forest, some players hunted and leveled up while in the open field, a heated debate was taking place. The discussion quickly turned into a market-like atmosphere, with people vying for attention. Vote for me, I have what it takes to be the district representative. One person shouted. No, I'm more qualified than any of these small fries. Vote for me. Another argued. What? Small fry? Do you want me to tear your head off, you son of a bitch? Hey, you two. Don't fight. Wouldn't it be better to work together instead of fighting? Right. Someone who gets so easily agitated like that isn't fit to be a representative. I'd rather be the representative. Please support me. You don't need any of them. My father is a member of the National Assembly. Wouldn't it be better for someone like me to be the representative? What bullshit. Prove it, you bastard. Insults and curses were flying back and forth from every direction. Many people spoke as they pleased, perhaps because they had customized their appearance. Suddenly, a young man with a firm face clapped his hands and calmed the crowd. He went by the nickname of Minchul Youth. Hey, everyone, we don't have time to waste like this. We need to choose a representative. Quickly. We only have 2 hours left. His loud and commanding voice caught everyone's attention. So how are we going to choose our representative? Does anyone have a good idea? As people listened closely, the young man smiled inwardly. As expected, Rune of Persuasion is working. He was disappointed when he first pulled the random rune piece and got the Rune of Persuasion. After all, it was a useless rune that didn't work on monsters. However, it wasn't the case with people. No matter what he said, people listened and acknowledged him. That's what the Rune of Persuasion was all about. It's not a scammy rune either. It just says that the chances of persuasion increase with proper explanation. His words didn't always get through, but he could persuade people most of the time. With the Rune of Persuasion, he easily passed the first round by using people as shields to defeat 100 goblins. If I use it wisely, I could become the district representative. Hee. While he was laughing to himself, people started to argue again. Mincho Young, tell us quickly. Don't you have any good ideas? I do. What is it? Why don't we choose candidates, not just one candidate first? After we pick 5 candidates, we can choose one of them. Well, that's not a bad idea, is it? Well, it's not gonna work if we just ask each other to vote for ourselves like a bunch of sheep. People nodded in agreement with the young man's opinion. However, there were opposing opinions. I mean, who's going to be the candidates, and what criteria will be used to choose them? Exactly. If we're not on the candidate list, we won't even have a chance. How about we just draw lots so it can be fair? Despite some objections, the young man never lost his smile. If persuasion doesn't work at first, then I'll just have to keep persuading. As long as their levels were the same, the Rune of Persuasion worked. Eventually, things would go his way. And it did. Without paper or pen, how are we going to draw lots and control 5,000 people? Well, I guess you have a point. The young man persuaded the objectors again, and they nodded in agreement. It's easy to incite these pigs. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed and spoke again. Then, shall we nominate 5 candidates? If you have any recommendations, raise your hand and speak up one by one. However, you cannot nominate yourself. Otherwise, everyone will try to become a candidate. That makes sense. I was going to recommend myself. No one nominated any candidates. After they agreed on nominating someone else, there was no one that came to mind. Chapter 22. I can't just give up my seat to anyone. Then who should I recommend? I don't want anyone else but me to become the representative. If not me, then who else? Silence fell upon the crowd of 5,000 people. There was no obvious candidate in sight. No one wanted to recommend someone else. As expected, everyone's quiet. But I guess I wouldn't want to recommend someone else either. Hee. Minchul Youth was pleased with the situation unfolding as expected. If it continues like this, the list of candidates can only narrow down to those who stand out. Without any suitable candidates, the chances of him, who currently received the most attention, being mentioned as a candidate were high. I'll just need to wait a little longer. And as expected, I recommend Minchul Youth as a candidate. Thankfully, someone raised their hand and recommended him. Bingo. Haha. Minchul barely held back his laughter. Thank you for recommending me, I never expected it. Can you tell me why you recommended me? Well, I think the representative should be someone with leadership and integrity. Is that so? Do you think I have those qualities? Yes, in my opinion. You are currently handling the situation well, aren't you? Hee, one more naive person added. Minchul laughed, but it was only a laugh in response to praise. No one knew that inside, he was sneering. Thank you for evaluating me so highly, it's a little burdensome, but since you recommended me, I will run as a candidate. Does anyone else have any other candidates to recommend? I recommend Black Scythe. Another candidate appeared, but Minchul still had a smile on his face. This was also expected. The previous round's top ranker can't be left out as a candidate. Since he had caught so much attention early on and had overwhelming results in the ranking, it was expected that Black Scythe would be mentioned as a candidate. Moreover, wasn't he the one who caught the attention of that angel? At least there should be votes for the top 3 ranked players in the area where their nicknames are known. As expected, someone raised their hand and recommended the second and third place rankers. As well. Life is a documentary in second place and Black Flame Dragon in third place. They may have lower recognition than Black Scythe, but they were still the top players. It would be even weirder if they weren't mentioned. Now we have 4 candidates. Who's the last one? Is there anyone left? The youth smiled and quickly proceeded, knowing that fewer candidates were better. Alright, let's narrow down to these 4 candidates before we vote. Should we have each of them come up and speak? They can make promises or resolutions. Okay, let me start. Clearing his throat, Minchul Youth scanned the audience. Thousands of eyes were fixed on him. It's a piece of cake to convince these suckers here. If he could speak in front of the people, he was confident that he could win even against Black Scythe. Ahem, speaking in front of so many people is making me extremely nervous. But, I will say a few words, thinking of the effort put in by the person who nominated me. If I become the representative of this district, I won't disappoint. Man, you're full of bullshit. Minchul turned his gaze to look in the direction of the voice. Who's that? A man with a rough appearance walked out from the crowd. His nickname was Life is a Documentary. That guy is ranked second in this district's ranking. His lanky and wobbly gait, coupled with his spitting like a thug, made Minchul furrow his brow involuntarily. Hey, everyone, Minchul was about to say, but he got interrupted again. Can't you just shut up? It's annoying to even look at you. What? Hey, Minchul, you think the world is that easy, huh? What are you talking about? Just a few words can make people stumble like chewing gum. It's funny, isn't it? Right. The Minchul didn't show it, but he was surprised inwardly. It was a vibe that the man knew his own abilities from the way he spoke. What? How? How come he figured it out so easily? Wait, is it just a coincidence? In the moment of confusion, the man shook his head disapprovingly, displaying his discomfort. Who do you think you are, trying to tell us how to choose a district representative? You're just a propagandist. Do you everyone will fall for your bullshit, you son of a bitch. Huh, that's too much for a first impression. Words are a person's face and personality. Why do you think you can use such harsh words? Minchul said seriously, but he was secretly amused. He'll probably apologize and say he's sorry. The power of persuasion is strong. But it didn't seem to work as well on the other person. You're trying to teach me how to talk, you asshole. Do you want to get killed? Stuttering like a bitch. You're such a disgusting little piece of shit. Hey, isn't this too much? What's so much? This is what a gentleman like me says to a piece of shit like you. Minchul was at a loss. Why isn't my persuasion working? He tried again, but Life is a Documentary still kept spewing curses. He didn't seem to have any intention of apologizing. He even threatened him that he will cut his throat if he talked again. What happened? Is this really happening? In the moment of confusion, Life is a Documentary spoke to the people. Hey, you sons of bitches. If you don't vote for me, I'll make sure you end up like what I'm going to do to this bastard. Got it? At that absurd remark, Minchul snickered. Wow, this guy is completely clueless. Does he think can win people like that? I can't believe it. Without a persuasion rune or something like that, there was no way an authoritarian method would work. But that thought lasted only for a moment. Laughing, are you? Out of nowhere, Life is a Documentary was next to him. He drew a short sword and stabbed Minchul in the stomach. Slash. I told you, if you fuss, you'll die. Thud. Thud. Life is a Documentary repeatedly sliced Minchul's body with his short sword, standing up with a face covered in blood. For a moment, people froze at the gruesome murder scene. If you don't vote for me, everyone will end up like this son of a bitch. Jo Jong-sik was a big shot in Seoul's underworld, known far and wide. At just 31 years old, he had already climbed his way up to the top of the gangster hierarchy, which was a pretty big deal in a city as competitive as Seoul. I guess I was just born to be a gangster, Jong-sik thought to himself. He had all the qualities necessary to thrive in this world: the right upbringing, the physical ability, the street smarts, the fighting skills, and the courage to do what it took. Without those qualities, he wouldn't have been able to make a name for himself in the city. But now, he found himself in a strange new world, dragged here without warning. Why the Hell did I end up in this dump? He muttered under his breath. He'd been attending a rival gang's funeral when he was kidnapped and brought to this place. I even made the stupid nickname, Documentary Life, but what good did that do? He cursed and swore, but it was all in vain. All he could do was survive by defeating the green monsters that inhabited this strange world. Although it was a struggle for survival, Jong-sik found himself adapting surprisingly well. He even managed to clear the first round with ease, earning the second place in his district. I've still got it, he thought to himself, as he took down goblins left and right. He had the insight rune to thank for that, a powerful tool that allowed him to anticipate his opponents' moves. But second place just wasn't good enough for Jong-sik. He wanted to know who was in first place, and why they had managed to slaughter 100 goblins in just 10 minutes. It was a humbling experience for Jong-sik, who had struggled for over 23 minutes to survive. Who's in first place? Black Scythe, he muttered, recalling the nickname of the man who had slaughtered the goblins without breaking a sweat. He must be a special forces soldier or something, he grumbled to himself, frustrated at being beaten by someone he didn't even know. Jong-sik couldn't help but focus his attention on Black Scythe, hoping to defeat him in the next round and become the top-ranked player. When the quest for the second round was announced, Jong-sik was disappointed to learn that it involved selecting a district representative and engaging in a 3-hour discussion with a bunch of less capable players. It was a waste of time, in his opinion. But Jong-sik knew that becoming the district representative would give him the power to control all the other humans like slaves. It was an opportunity too good to pass up, even if it meant enduring a boring discussion. As he waited for his chance to strike, something unexpected happened that threw everything off balance. Jong-sik furrowed his eyebrows as he noticed a guy nicknamed Minchul Youth is trying to persuade people to join his side. What's up with that pank? He couldn't help but notice the system message that appeared every time the Minchul spoke. Youth Minchul is using a persuasion rune to influence the player. Players with higher levels are immune to persuasion. His own rune allowed him to see through the power of the persuasion rune. So he's trying to manipulate people with the persuasion rune. After reading the message, Jong-sik understood the situation. Players with higher levels are immune to persuasion, right? While others were level 5, Jong-sik had already reached level 6, thanks to the level up reward as the second place winner in the area ranking, which was his trump card. What a manipulative little brat. I should kill that guy first. Without hesitation, Jong-sik stabbed the young man to death, shocking everyone. But to him, as a gangster, it was nothing. Did just killed someone. That man just killed someone. Jong-sik smirked at the onlookers' horrified reactions. So what? We're all gonna die anyway. Might as well speed up the process. You're a murderer. Come in if you have a problem. Brandishing his dagger, Jong-sik laughed off the insults. If you don't want to come in, I'll come out. Jumping into the crowd, he swung his dagger and blood splattered as 2 people collapsed. Their throats slit. Ah, that crazy bastard. What if he hit someone? Ha 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 ha. Jong-sik went on a rampage, stabbing anyone in his way. If this was reality, headlines would scream about the carnage, but this was another world. No journalists to take pictures, no police to save the day, and no CCTV cameras to provide evidence. Die, you bastards. Ha 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 ha. With each swing of his dagger, blood sprayed and players fell to the ground. Players, who had no means to fight back, breathed their last breaths. Stop him. Let's kill that crazy guy together. Players armed with weapons clashed, their only goal to kill the enemy of their common foe. The enemy called life is a documentary. Chapter 23. Despite being ranked second, Jong-sik knew that he could easily be overwhelmed if enough people attacked him. However, things did not go as planned. Hey, watch it, you idiot. You almost hit me with that sword. What? Who do you think you are, talking to me like that, you little punk? Seriously, how do you even know my age? You're such an old fart, dude. You punk. The players who were supposed to face Jong-sik suddenly started bickering with each other. And then one of them crossed the line. Thunk. Ah. Oh no, are you okay, bro? You son of a bitch. Who do you think you are, stabbing him like that? Help. There's another killer here, please help. With weapons in hand, even a minor argument could easily turn into a massacre. Die. Kill these murders. Or we will be next. You sons of bitches. The debate turned into a battlefield in an instant, and Zhou Zhang's dagger reached even the timidest of players. Ah. Ow. You. Zhou Zhang's violent attack didn't stop until there were no more people left to attack. When he turned around and saw how the others were fighting each other, he couldn't help but wonder, why are these guys fighting among themselves? Zhou Zhang was confused, but still stabbed the person next to him. Hey, stop fighting. But it was too late. The excited crowd was deaf to Zhou Zhang's voice. I said stop it, you sons of bitches. Although Zhou Zhang was the one who started this massacre, he still had something to say. Why are you fighting to the death with each other? Are you enemies? His words made everyone hesitate and step back from each other. Zhou Zhang's comment brought the situation under control. Don't kill each other for no reason, just vote for me. Who the hell are you to tell us to vote for you? Is that how you really want it to be? When Zhou Zhang pulled out his dagger again, the person who spoke earlier flinched and backed away. Blood was splattered all over the place, proving to everyone how crazy Zhou Zhang was. Now, listen to me carefully. You will vote for me. If you don't, I'll remember your name and face, and I'll definitely kill you in the next round. Got it? No one answered, but Zhou Zhang knew that he had intimidated them. I guess they're all scared of me. Zhou Zhang was familiar with the look of fear on people's faces. Threatening and intimidating people was his specialty. After all, people only listen when you draw your knife. It was clear to Zhou Zhang that he would become the representative of the district. If I become the district representative, I'll wield the powerful authority of leadership. He had already thought about what he would do once he became the representative. Black Scythe. I have to kill that unlucky bastard first. Zhou Zhang decided to order the people to kill Black Scythe, his rival, and the only obstacle in front of him to becoming the first-ranked player. That was the ending Zhou Zhang desired. As Ryu Min's scythe sliced through the waist of the Null, a message flashed on his screen. Null has been defeated. 3x experience point buff applied. Experience gained, plus 3.15%. Gold gained, plus 20. Current kill count, 265 100ths. All stats increased by 100% due to the Rune of Slaughter. Level up. The Null didn't stand a chance against Ryu Min's doubled weapon damage from the passive skill of the Grim Reaper and doubled stats from the Rune of Slaughter. I even marked him with the Seal of Death which doubles the damage. It really didn't stand a chance. Before his job change, hunting monsters had been easy. But now, it was even easier. However, as he leveled up, it became harder to gain experience points. He had caught 200 monsters in 2 hours but only increased 6 levels. Even with a 3x experience point buff, I'm only gaining 2 to 4%. No wonder it's taking so long. Despite the slow progress, at level 16, Ryu Min was still ahead of other players. He had yet to reach level 20, but he was still ahead of many players who were oblivious to the existence of sub-quests. Alright, it's time to wrap things up. After putting the scythe in the inventory, Ryu Min opened the status window. Instead of investing in agility like before, Ryu Min invested in luck. I have a random gold pouch, so investing in luck is a good idea. Higher luck was useful in many ways. It increased the chance of getting extra gold from monsters and also increased the drop rate of items. Critical rate also increases, and for a strong damage dealer like Ryu Min, it was even more effective. Critical damage is good because it ignores the opponent's defense, and the damage is doubled compared to normal attacks. Even though the probability of a critical hit was low, Ryu Min knew the potential benefits of raising his luck stat to increase his chances of critical hits. My current luck is only 30, so the chances of a critical hit are only 3%. But if he could gradually increase it to 300, the chances of critical hits would rise to 30%. That would be a huge help. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him, notifying him that it was time to vote. Time remaining until vote. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. It is time to vote. All players in the designated area are being summoned to the starting point. In the blink of an eye, the environment around Ryu Min changed as he was teleported from the forest to a wide open field. What are those people? They just appeared out of nowhere. I think they're players who were summoned from the forest. The players who were at the starting point were surprised to see how many players had been summoned from the forest. But they were also surprised to see the bloodbath at the starting point. What the heck is going on? People are dead. What the hell happened here? The bloodstains and corpses scattered throughout the area were enough to shock the players who had gone into the forest. Ryu Min, however, was not surprised. He had expected a big fight to break out. It had happened in the previous round, too. Of course, he also knew the cause of the fight. Ryu Min turned his head to follow the gaze of the others. There stood a player named Life is a documentary, with her arms folded. As expected, Zhang Sik has taken control. Zhang Sik. As the head of the Zhengxi gang, he was a talented fighter who had achieved second rank. In the first round, Ryu Min acknowledged his talent, but because of his reckless personality, there was a risk of taking him to the last round. We should take care of the ticking bomb that could go off anytime, but it's not the right time yet. He needed to make use of Zhang Sik in the third round first. At that moment, Zhang Sik noticed Ryu Min looking at him and approached him. Hey, Black Scythe. He came over with a swaggering gait and suddenly smiled. Where were you? I've been waiting for you. What's up? It's nothing special. I just have a proposition for you. Zhang Sik sniffed and spoke indifferently. I'll say it straight. Come under my wing. Come under my wing. Zhang Sik nodded at Ryu Min's question. Yeah, submit to me, and I will show you mercy. Zhang Sik twirled his dagger in his hand, making it clear that he meant business. Ryu Min couldn't help but let out a chuckle, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Huh, what's so funny? Zhang Sik demanded, clearly annoyed. Ignoring Zhang Sik's stern expression, Ryu Min instantly opened his inventory. With a swift movement, a massive sickle appeared in his hand, making Zhang Sik's dagger look like a toothpick. Zhang Sik swallowed hard, feeling a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Where did you get that weapon? He asked, trying to mask his fear with a snarl. Kneel, Ryu Min commanded, his voice ice cold. If you admit your mistake and kneel down now, I'll let you go, Ryu Min added, his voice as sharp as the edge of his weapon. You little bastard, don't you understand the situation? I'm gonna be the next representative of this area. Zhang Sik spat, his bravado returning, albeit a bit shaky. Is it hard for you to understand what I'm saying? Or do you need some blood spilled to calm your anger? Ryu Min retorted, his sickle glinting in the dim light. Zhang Sik found himself at a crossroads he didn't expect to be in and swallowed his curse. Damn it, I didn't think he'd have that kind of weapon, he thought, realizing he had put himself in a dangerous position by provoking Black Scythe. It wasn't even a sickle, but a massive, towering weapon that looked like it could take down a bear. I was prepared to fight, but with this measly dagger Zhang Sik's thoughts trailed off as he bit his lower lip, his confidence waning. Why don't you answer me? Since we're having a conversation, you must know Korean. Right? Ryu Min asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Damn right I do. I'm Zhang Sik, the boss of the Zhang Sik faction. There's no thug in Seoul who doesn't know my name. Zhang Sik boasted, brandishing his dagger. Huh? You think I'll kneel to someone like you? He taunted, his eyes flashing with defiance. Come on, fucker. Try to attack me with that fancy weapon. But you better be ready to die, he warned, taking a fighting stance. Ryu Min laughed inwardly at Zhang Sik's bravado. Whether it was before or now, he's always full of himself, Ryu Min thought to himself. Should I stop playing around here? He mused, his eyes flickering with amusement. He had no intention of killing Zhang Sik, let alone hurting him. He needed someone to become the representative of the area and use him in the next round. If I show off my strength for no reason, more votes will go to me than to Zhang Sik, Ryu Min concluded, his mind made up. He only needed to show enough strength to not fall behind. Moreover, just like it has happened in previous regressions, it was time for the angel to appear. And sure enough, the angels appeared right on cue. Have you all gathered? Humans. Lucky you, Ryu Min said as he quickly stowed away his side in the inventory. There was No need to draw attention to himself. Next time, find me earlier if you want to die. Jo Jong-sik let out a sigh of relief as Ryu Min turned away. He thought I was a goner. It was a sigh of relief. Honestly, my pride is hurt, but at least I didn't die. Bluffing seemed to have worked a bit. Though, in reality, Jo Jong-sik didn't want to fight the Black Scythe. Phew, I am safe for now. But if the others vote for me to become the district representative, I won't have any reason to be afraid of him anymore. He would have the power to control others like slaves. While Jo Jong-sik was plotting revenge, the angel laughed. Keek, so humans, have you discussed who you're going to elect as your representative? The players remained silent. It was hard to tell if this was a discussion or a threat. The angel had already been watching everything that happened up until now, and she has also seen the corpses scattered throughout the field. Keek. It seems that you haven't just been talking for the past 3 hours. The number of participants has dropped from 5,143 to 4,988. More people had died than they had thought, but not all of them had died in the quarrel. Some had died by monsters after entering the forest. Whether humans live or die is not my concern. Shall we proceed with the vote as planned? The angel's wings fluttered and the same message appeared before the humans. Now, we will begin the vote to elect the district representative. You may cast 1 vote per person, and the player with the most votes will become the district representative. If there is a tie, the tied player will be put forward as a candidate, and a revote will be held. To vote, you have to look at the person you want to vote for and think of the word vote in your mind. Players who do not complete the vote within the time limit of 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round. Voting time limit: 0 hours 4 minutes and 59 seconds. As time was given, the players murmured and glanced at each other. Look at the person you want to vote for. The players' gaze naturally shifted to Jo Jong-sik. Of course, they're all looking at me. Haha. Chapter 24. As expected, a lot of people were looking at him, mainly because he threatened to kill anyone who didn't vote for him. But there were still some people avoiding his gaze. Hey, you over there with the round face. Me. Me. Why aren't you looking at me? You didn't vote for me, did you? No, I did. Don't lie to me. I've been watching you, and you've been looking elsewhere. Jo Jong-sik spent most of his 5 minutes pressuring people to vote for him, even threatening them, all in the hopes of gaining just 1 more vote. After 5 minutes, the angel spoke. Time's up. We had a total of 4,988 votes, and fortunately, there were no stupid humans who forgot to vote. Shall we count the votes? A transparent window popped up in front of everyone, displaying nicknames and numbers. Like a real-time voting chart. The numbers kept climbing until the results were announced. First place, Life is a Documentary, 2,412 votes. Second place, Black Scythe, 2,077 votes. Third place, Black Flame Dragon on the Right Hand, 249 votes. Fourth place, Puffed Up Bread, 6 votes. Fifth place, Cute Baby Bird, 5 votes. Jo Jong-sik frowned. He had expected overwhelming results. I only got 2,412 votes. And Black Scythe came in second. The difference in votes between him and Black Scythe was only 335, a rather close gap. That left Jo Jong-sik dissatisfied. I told these guys to vote for me, but they secretly voted for Black Scythe instead. Jo Jong-sik glared at those around him, but there was no way to tell who voted for whom. Well, I can't do anything now that the results are out. Jo Jong-sik smiled. As long as he won the election, he didn't care about how close the results were. I've become the district representative, just as expected. I now have the powerful authority to control these weaklings like slaves. Jo Jong-sik's gaze turned to Black Scythe. You beat 5,000 humans no matter how strong you are. If he ordered people to kill Black Scythe, even if he fights back, he would eventually die. You bastard. You'll regret not killing me. He. While Jo Jong-sik was inflated with anticipation, the angel announced the results. Alright, it's been decided. The winner, Life is a Documentary, is the district representative. No one was happy with the results, as most people only voted for Jo Jong-sik out of fear. The only one smiling was Jo Jong-sik himself. He, now everyone has to treat me with absolute respect, or else I'll use my authority to kill you all, you son of bitches. His announcement was like that of a dictator, and the faces of the people darkened with shadows. Then, as the zone representative, I will grant, life is a documentary, the authority to control people. Soon, a message appeared in front of Zhou Zhongsik. Congratulations, you have become the district representative. You have obtained the unique power of the representative, the power of command. You can check the details in the skill section of your status window. Finally. Zhou Zhongsik opened the status window with a sly grin. There was a new skill added to the list called Control Authority. He chuckled as he read the information. Temporary skill, Control Authority. Effect. You can force players to obey your commands. The affected player cannot refuse the command under any circumstances. Usage limitation is 10 times, and then the skill will disappear after all uses are consumed. You can only give one command to each player. Note: players with jobs are immune to this skill. Zhongsik's smile faded as he read the details. What's this? I can only use it 10 times. He had thought that he would be able to command others as much as he wanted. Well, it's still a powerful skill, but he was disappointed to find out that there was a limit to its use. What's the last line? It doesn't work on players with jobs. In other words, those with jobs were immune to commands. Of course, Zhongsik had no idea how to obtain a job, so he didn't feel like he should worry about it. Well, everyone else is in the same boat. If used properly, he could control the situation with his newfound power, as long as he kept the penalty a secret. Best of all, he could eliminate his unwanted competitor, the Black Scythe. That damned bastard. I'll command him to give up all of his items and commit suicide. Wait, it says only one command can be given to a single player. Zhongsik's mouth twisted into a grin. Then I'll threaten him to give up all of his items first and then command him to commit suicide. That should work. Of course, even if he gives me his items, I'll kill him anyway. The thought of being able to eliminate his hated rival made Zhongsik laugh involuntarily. But his laughter was short-lived because the angel revealed unexpected news. Okay, everyone. You've voted, so it's over, right? Well, no. There was a hidden quest this round. What are you talking about? A hidden quest. Ignoring the bewildered onlookers, the angel fluttered its wings. Change jobs before voting time ends. Get the job change item and acquire your job. Reward. Receive a 50% discount coupon for today's items. What's this? A sub-quest. People were surprised by the sudden appearance of the quest. They couldn't believe there was another quest. There was a sub-quest hidden in this round. When you reach level 10, the job changing window will appear. Did you not know? Well, how can we level up when there are no monsters around? Someone complained and the angel looked annoyed. No monsters. The forest is full of monsters. Hunt in the forest to reach level 10. You can obtain the items you need for the job change by defeating the monsters. People sighed, realizing how much time they have wasted. Darn it, we weren't supposed to argue and waste our time here. We should have just gone to the forest to hunt. If we had done that, we could have completed the sub-quest and received the reward. They all sighed with regret, but it was too late. Don't be too disappointed. Anyone can change their job when they reach level 10, so just aim for it in the next round. The angel tried to comfort the people. Moreover, there are only 80,000 people who managed to successfully change their jobs in the entire world, which is less than 0.01% of the total 9 billion survivors. 80,000 people. So many people have changed their jobs. Although it was a small number compared to the 9 billion survivors in the world, it did not sound small to the players. They felt inferior knowing that there were 80,000 people who had higher levels than them. Oh, by the way, there's one job changer in our area too. People were surprised by the angel's words. There's a job changer. Who is it? Shall we find out who it is by looking at the sub-quest results? After a moment, the result of the sub-quest appeared and people's eyes widened. Round 2 sub-quest results. Overall ranking. First place, Black Scythe, level 16 Reaper, time 0 hours 39 minutes and 42 seconds. Second place, Celestial Demon, level 10 Dark Knight, time 2 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. Third place, Dumb Idiots Level 10 Shaman time, 2 hours 37 minutes and 17 seconds. ESKS 45 to 5 specific area. First place, Black Scythe Level 16 Reaper time, 0 hours 39 minutes and 42 seconds. Second place, none. Third place, none. Everyone who saw the final results was blown away. Wait, Black Scythe got first place. And Black Scythe is the only one who advanced in our area. And his advanced job was no ordinary one. A Reaper. What kind of job is that? It sounds insanely powerful. That's why he was wielding that huge scythe, huh? Zhou Zhongsik, like everyone else, couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn, of all people, it had to be Black Scythe. The power of authority doesn't apply to those who have advanced. Looks like the plan to eliminate Black Scythe is a lost cause. Round 2 rankings were based on who completed the subquest the fastest. Turns out, the top advancer in our area is the player named Black Scythe. The angel, who had been composed, couldn't hide their surprise. Whoa, not only did he secure the first spot in this area, but in the entire competition. And all, in less than 40 minutes. While Ryu Min advanced in just 39 minutes, the second place took a staggering 2 hours and 36 minutes. What a massive gap. The angel was taken aback by such a speedy record. Wow, Black Scythe, you're amazing. Being a Reaper, the only class of its kind, and even having a nickname that matches it. The angel genuinely admired Ryu Min. Tell me, Black Scythe, how did you come up with such a cool nickname? Did you already know you'd become a Reaper? Even with the angel's piercing question, Ryu Min remained unfazed. The angel has no idea how one becomes a Reaper. They only know it's the only class of its kind. If Ryu Min were to mention that he obtained the advanced item by killing the angel, it would be a major shock. To be honest, I had no idea that my class would match my nickname so well. Then, is it just a coincidence that you became a Reaper? Yep. Ryu Min gave the same response as before. The angel's reaction mirrored the last regression. Oh, I see. So, this is what they call destiny. He. That's interesting. The angel's smile revealed her genuine amusement. She probably won't ask any more questions and will just move on. And she'll start talking about the power of authority. As expected. Guess what, everyone? Only one human in this specific area has a class. And that means he's the only one immune to the power of authority. He. Huh. Immune to the power of authority. What do you mean, angel? People asked the angel with surprise. He, since I'm already talking, should I spill everything? Humans with a class are not affected by the power of authority. In other words, the area representative can't control Black Scythe as they please. The people were astonished, but the angel wasn't done speaking yet. Moreover, the power of authority can only be used 10 times. Area representatives can't wield unlimited power. Only 10 times. That's how it works. People's gaze naturally shifted toward the area representative. Zhou Zhongsik's expression was one of utter perplexity. Damn it. That crazy angel. Why did she tell them? Zhou Zhongsik glared at the angel as if he wanted to kill her. It was clear that the angel had deliberately revealed his secret by speaking with such a mischievous smile. Well, then, shall we reward Black Scythe, who advanced the fastest? According to the angel's signal, a message unfolded before Ryu Min's eyes. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in this specific area's quest. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the overall ranking. Currently, Black Scythe is ranked first in the overall ranking and in this specific area. As the first place reward in this specific area, you will receive the choice of lesser rare armor. As the first place reward in the overall ranking, you will receive the special reward selection box. The rewards were granted through the inventory. Ryu Min immediately used the items. You can choose one of the following lesser rare armors. Please touch the desired reward. 1. Medieval Knight's plate armor. 2. Skilled Hunter's leather armor. 3. Well-ventilated wizard's robe. No need to hesitate. The choice is obvious. Ryu Min instantly picked option 2. Option 1 would slow down his movements due to its weight, and option 3 had almost no defense. Option 2 was the most comfortable to move in and also increased agility, which suited Ryu Min the best. Next, Ryu Min used the special reward selection box. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the desired reward. 1. Triple experience buff limited to round 3. 2. 3000 gold. 3. Information on round 3. This is the same situation as round 1. Without any hesitation, Ryu Min chose the experience buff. There was no reason not to choose the experience buff in round 3, where many monsters would appear. Round 2 ended. Overall ranking. Survivors, 873,500,205. Specific area ESKS 45-5. Survivors, 4,988. After a while, your soul will transition into your original dimension's body. Round 3 will begin on March 1, 2022, at midnight. Congratulations on surviving. We'll meet in the next round. Chapter 25. It was a little past 3 a.m. Wang Yongmin, who got out of bed, quickly checked his arms. They're still here. Both of my arms are fully intact. When Wang Yongmin's arms were severed by Black Scythe, he felt a deep sense of despair. He worried about how he would live without arms. As I expected, as long as I don't die, I can return with a perfectly healthy body. Overjoyed, he jumped around on the bed, waving his arms. But that joy was short-lived. When he thought about the player known as Black Scythe, who had inflicted extreme pain on him, cold sweat trickled down his spine. Never again, I ain't messin' with Black Scythe, no more. There was no room for pride. No pointless thoughts of revenge. Wang Yongmin, facing a stronger enemy, didn't even entertain those ideas. Damn it, I ain't getting caught up with that cold-blooded dude ever again. Just the thought of it gave Wang Yongmin the chills as he picked up his phone. He was worried about his friends. Hey, how you holdin' up? You alright? My arms grew back, man. Let's get the gang together and meet up. After contacting his crew, Wang Yongmin stepped out onto the streets. In the dimly lit alley, a group of folks were puffing on cigarettes. Yongmin, you made it. His crew, the survivors from round 2, were there. Look at this dude, arms and legs all intact. And you look unscathed too. Not a single bruise on your face. Damn it, still get the creeps just thinking about getting whacked by Black Scythe. As soon as Black Scythe was mentioned, his friends shivered. Let's make a pact. We don't ever bring up the name Black Scythe again. Yeah, have you seen the final rankings? That guy was all alone at the top. He reached level 16. While we're stuck at level 5, damn it. And he's a freaking Reaper. A real damn Reaper. Seems like this whole incident gave them some serious trauma. Damn it, we all nearly died and barely made it out alive after losing our limbs. And they could say with confidence that they never experienced something worse than that. That was a very close call from death. Yeah, I said it, right. Messin' with CO Aaron was a reckless plan. Look at us now, we barely survived. It's because of this guy, all hyped up about CO Aaron before. You were hyped too, don't lie. To be honest, it wasn't a totally reckless plan. But we were this close to pulling it off. Yeah, right. If we had just offed that bodyguard next to him. Who the hell would have thought Black Scythe would show up? The group hung their heads low, smoking their cigarettes. Regretting the past ain't gonna do them no good, it's already too late. But you know what, thank goodness our real bodies are unharmed. We ain't getting into that mess no more. Gotta live peacefully, like extras. Damn it. Forget about chasin' after CO Aaron. We should have just gone huntin' in the woods or something. We could have at least scored some rewards. Yeah, you're right. Once we hit level 10 and advanced, we could have shrugged off the area rep's orders. But you know what? The new area representative they picked is a real scumbag. Heard he's some gangster from a faction. Dude had some serious balls going up against Black Scythe. As the conversation shifted to the area representative, Wang Yongmin pondered. Don't you guys know Zhou Zhongsik? Who's that? He's the boss of the Zongxi gang. He's like my idol. Guess you guys ain't into gangs. Hee, our Yongmin, dreamin' about becoming a gangster. Already got yourself a role model. Hey. Wang Yongmin snapped at his friend's laughter. Hey, don't laugh at me. I'm dead serious. So, when we had to vote, did you choose life as a documentary because you want to join him? The gang I always wanted to join is the Zongxi gang. The problem is, I don't know how to make contact. Since he became the area representative, you can talk to him in the next round. That's the plan, man. Wang Yongmin thought to himself. As soon as they enters the other realm next month, he planned to go find Zhou Zhongsik. I'll go and talk to him. I'll ask him to let me join the Zongxi gang. A mischievous smile played on Wang Yongmin's lips. He wasn't sure if Zhou Zhongsik would accept him, but it was still worth a shot. Well done, Aaron. What did I do? It was the bodyguard Nim who went through a tough time. Co Aaron, returning from the other realm, looked at Ensang Chul with eyes full of gratitude. Ensang Chul, the one who had drawn his sword to protect her from the pursuers. Even though their relationship was mostly business, gratitude was still gratitude. Co Aaron's gaze shifted to Ensang Chul's thigh. Are you okay where you got hurt? Yeah, I'm fine. And what about you, Aaron? Not a scratch on you. Just as like I told you. Even if we get injured in the other realm, our physical bodies in reality remain unharmed. Thank you for looking out for me. And Sang Chul chuckled, seemingly amused by Co Aaron's sudden gratitude. Haha, no problem. It's just part of my duties as your manager and bodyguard. Having considered abandoning her before, and Sang Chul couldn't help feeling a twinge of guilt. I also want to express my gratitude to Black Scythe. I wonder if there's any way. At Co Aaron's words, and Sang Chul raised his head. We don't know how to find him in reality because we don't know his true name or appearance. Besides, it seems like Black Scythe doesn't want to reveal himself either. He doesn't. I didn't ask for his bank account number for no reason. But he flatly refused. That indicates that Black Scythe was aware. He might be afraid that sharing the bank account number would lead to his real identity being exposed. If you truly want to show your gratitude, maybe we can meet them in the next round and give him an item or something. Or we could find something useful to him. Even though he seems like he can survive just fine even without our help. That's a good idea. I'll have to think about how to express my gratitude. Well then, rest well today, and let's meet tomorrow morning. Okay. As Co Aaron turned around, saying her goodbye lost in thought, and Ensang Chul stepped out of the penthouse, raising his phone. Though it was dawn, he had something urgent to report. Mr. Director Ensang Chul. You're still awake. I poured a glass of whiskey as soon as I got back. I saw the final rankings. Congratulations on advancing to Dark Knight. Why make a fuss about that? How did things go on your end? Co Aaron and I could only reach level 8. Leveling up turned out to be harder than expected. We got injured along the way, which hindered our hunting. You got injured. I was actually planning to report that. Do you have some time? It's related to Black Scythe. Black Scythe. The voice on the other end of the phone turned chillingly calm. Come to the hotel. I'll hear the details in person. Sure, I'll be there within 20 minutes. After Ensang Chul hung up, he quickly got into his car. Little did he know, there was someone tailing him from behind. The very first thing Ryu Min did upon returning to reality was to utilize his skills. Envision the face of your target and state their name. Ryu Min visualized the image of the man he had encountered while laboriously gifting the rice cake. Ensang Chul. In the alternate realm, thinking of the customized face and nickname was the requirement. However, in reality, it's the actual face and name that matter. Meaning, even without personal acquaintance, if one knew the face and name, locating the person became possible. This is precisely why the tracking skill proved invaluable. It facilitated the easy detection of individuals in need within the real world. And not only that, but it also proves handy in determining their true identity by matching their given name. Just like now. Face and name confirmed. Tracking target's whereabouts. A contented smile graced Ryu Min's face as he received the confirmation message. Just as I thought, the guy who stood beside Co Aaron and rejected our gift was indeed Ensang Chul. Before, Ryu Min remained oblivious to Ensang Chul's appearance in reality. Thus far, he had only witnessed him in the other realm, playing the role of Ma Kyung Rok's right-hand man. But things had changed now. I've come to know his real-life appearance as well. Of course, sharing the same name in the game and in the real world did not guarantee that this Ensang Chul was the same person from the other realm. Nevertheless, Ryu Min held a strong intuition. Given how close he sticks to Co Aaron, chances were high. Suddenly, a message materialized before Ryu Min's eyes. Target, Ensnared Chul, located. Currently 85 meters away. To track the target, follow the arrow ahead. He's rather nearby, isn't he? It seemed likely that he was with Co Aaron in the penthouse on the upper floor. If Ryu Min had resolved to closely monitor Co Aaron, it would be no surprise for them to be together. The distance is changing. The real-time display of Ryu Min's proximity to Ensnared Chul was changing, drawing closer. And then retreating. Given the swift alterations, it appeared as if Ensnared Chul was riding the elevator. Descending to the parking lot. Where could he be heading in the dead of night? Could it be? Predicting Ma Kyung-rok's course of action was a rather obvious task. Shall I give chase? It would help confirm his true identity too. Once confirmation of his contact with Ma Kyung-rok is obtained, suspicion would solidify into evidence. Determined, Ryu Min swiftly donned his outdoor attire. In the midst of preparations, he turned his gaze and noticed his younger brother slumbering on the floor. Seeing him asleep here, it seems he eagerly awaited my awakening. Ryu Min smiled and gently shook his brother's shoulder. Wake up. Hung. Ryu Won blinked, instantly springing to attention. Hung. You're back. You should be sleeping in your room. Why are you here? I couldn't help it, Hung. I was worried something might happen. I told you, there's no need to worry. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Even if I suffer injuries in the other realm, my real-life body remains unscathed. Besides, the second round was a voting session, so there was no need to engage in combat. It was more like a bonus round. Ryu Won breathed a sigh of relief, placing a hand over his heart upon hearing those words. Thank goodness. But why did you change your clothes? I have somewhere to go. What time is it now, It's 3 a.m. And you're going out at this hour. Well, I have some important matters to attend to. Don't worry, get some more sleep. Leaving behind his concerned younger brother, Ryu Min stepped out of the house. Despite the growing distance between him and Ensnared Chul, Ryu Min remained unfazed. With the tracking ability at his disposal, he could locate him whenever he pleased. Clank. Ma Kyung-rok, who was gently swirling his whiskey, gazed out of the window. The moonlight casting its glow upon the Han River appeared unusually dim tonight. What a perfect night for work. However, he had to suppress the urge for now. He had a report to receive from his loyal subordinate, Ensnared Chul. The Black Scythe. Ma Kyung-rok was eager to reveal the identity behind the enigmatic figure known as the Black Scythe. Where could the player who was ranked first in rounds 1 and 2 be hiding? Moreover, it seems he shares the same zone as his subordinate, Ensnared Chul. Although we aren't in the same zone and haven't crossed paths. Black Scythe was ranked first and Ma Kyung-ok was second in both rounds, unbeknownst to them, an undercurrent of rivalry surged beneath the surface. One could even deem them rivals. As someone who occupied the second and third ranks across all zones, Ma Kyung-rok had every right to make such a claim, didn't he? To think this involves the Black Scythe. A sense of unease gnawed at him. He didn't even hold the Black Scythe in high regard. Could it be that he picked a fight with my subordinate? If that were the case, he couldn't simply let it slide. Provoking his loyal subordinate was, in essence, a challenge to himself. The Black Scythe. If he becomes an enemy, it will prove to be quite bothersome. Ma Kyung-rok tilted his head back and poured whiskey into his glass. Thud. As he set the glass down, a glimmer danced in his eyes. Anyone who dares to obstruct my path shall not go unchallenged, even if they hold the top rank. While his gaze burned with determination, a knock echoed from outside. Is the representative present? It's Ensnared Chul. Yes, come in. Ma Kyung-rok, adjusting his appearance, turned around with a smile. His previous intense aura had dissipated entirely. Director N. It's good to see you again. Ahaha, it's a pleasure to see you, representative. I owe it all to you. What have I done, even though we're not in the same zone? Just having the representative by our side gives me strength. Thank you. Director N, you certainly know how to flatter. It's not flattery, it's genuine admiration. I can't express enough how fortunate I feel to have you as our representative. Congratulations on your survival, albeit belated. Survival, what's there to celebrate? The second round was a mere cakewalk. And indeed it was. It was a simple quest where all they had to do was vote, to the point where even receiving congratulations seemed lackluster. That's precisely why I grew more suspicious. Unlike the first round, it was ridiculously easy. Moreover, the inclusion of a main quest in the task window seemed suspicious, and the generous 3-hour time frame for voting raised doubts. Ma Kyung-rok ventured into the forest, driven by curiosity. He wondered if there was something new to discover. Perhaps there's a hidden sub-quest. However, he couldn't find anything, so he tried to kill a few monsters here and there, and before he noticed he reached LV-10. To his surprise, a quest emerged once he reached level 10. He discovered this fact unintentionally, engrossed in his hunting. Congratulations on obtaining a class representative. Oh, no. It was just luck. It wasn't an empty statement. While luck played a part, and Sang-chul perceived it differently. I've always felt that the representative is truly humble. Humble. I was merely stating a fact. Don't you believe that luck is also a form of skill? Besides, is it easy to secure the second and third ranks across all zones? Having someone like the representative as our leader is an extraordinary honor to me. Ha ha ha. Director N, your praise makes me wonder if there's something you want. And Sang-chul appeared slightly embarrassed, but he didn't show it. The representative truly knew him well. Tell me, is there something you want to ask? In that case, may I ask one thing? Yes, go ahead. You recently advanced to the Dark Knight job, right? If it's not too intrusive, could you tell me where to obtain the class-specific items for the advancement? While cautiously gauging Ma Kyung-rok's reaction, and Sang-chul inquired, and Ma Kyung-rok readily answered, it's nothing special. I just happened to come across the advancement items while hunting monsters. Half of it was true, while the other half was a lie. Indeed, advancement items dropped when hunting monsters, but they weren't specifically for the Dark Knight advancement. The Dark Knight was an exclusive job attainable only by those who possessed the rune of the Dark Knight. The rune of the Dark Knight. A deceptive rune that enhanced overall stats and bestowed the ability to imbue weapons with dark aura, an enchantment of sinister power. Upon reaching level 10, one automatically transitioned into the unique Dark Knight job. I was fortunate to think such a remarkable rune emerged from a random rune fragment. Ma Kyung-rok's lie stemmed from his desire to keep the rune, a significant piece of information, to himself. After all, even if Sang-chul was like family, he couldn't reveal everything to him. Even real family members might choose to remain silent. Human nature was capable of such sudden shifts, especially in relationships founded on business. However, it doesn't mean I don't value Director N. And Sang-chul was an exceptional talent and his indispensable right hand. If anyone dared to harm his subordinate, Ma Kyung-rok would ruthlessly tear them apart. Without hesitation, Director N, let's get down to business. Who is responsible for injuring you? No trace of a smile lingered on Ma Kyung-rok's face. His expression was so cold that one would never imagine he had been laughing moments ago. Could it be the Black Scythe? The Black Scythe. What about him? You mentioned something over the phone about an incident involving the Black Scythe. If that bastard had a hand in it, I'll definitely find him and seek revenge. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes brimmed with intensity, prompting Sang-chul to hastily wave his hands. No, that's not it. Black Scythe was the one who attacked me. Oh, really? Yes. Black Scythe is actually my savior, the one who saved my life. Your savior? As Ma Kyung-rok's eyebrows twitched, the intensity dissipated from his gaze, and he spoke. Tell me more. And Sang-chul recounted every detail of the events that unfolded in the forest. So, you nearly lost your life because of those thugs targeting Co. Aaron. Yes. If Black Scythe hadn't appeared, we could have both perished. Well, Co. Aaron might have survived, but even if she did, the psychological shock would have rendered her entertainment career impossible. He narrowly escaped losing his cherished subordinate and the potential ruin of his business. Ma Kyung-rok gritted his teeth, a resolve taking hold. What happened to those thugs? You surely killed them, right? While Black Scythe inflicted enough pain to be lethal, I didn't kill them. Ma Kyung-rok tilted his head, perplexed. Why not? I asked the same question out of curiosity, and it turns out killing them wouldn't yield any benefits. It would only reduce the survival points without significant gain. That makes sense, but who knows what those guys might do in the future. Tisk, tisk. Ma Kyung-rok clicked his tongue, shaking his head. He's speaking so carelessly because it's not directly related to him. Leaving behind any traces would be foolish, even he should know this. Nevertheless, thanks to Black Scythe, I was able to protect my subordinates and my possessions. He acknowledged the debt he owed to Black Scythe. Did you express your gratitude? Yes, but he said it wasn't necessary and left immediately. Perhaps he's cautious to avoid exposing his identity. It seems he's quite cautious. If Ma Kyung-rok had known the Dark Scythe's account number, there might have been something he could do. However, in reality, there was no way to ascertain Black Scythe's true identity. There was no means of contact. Director N, if you encounter Black Scythe in the next round, please express my gratitude. I'm truly thankful for his assistance. That was the only method of communication through which he could relay his message to Black Scythe. Understood, Representative. I will deliver your message as instructed. Also, keep an eye on Black Scythe, and see if there's anything we can do to help. You know, I can't ignore a debt, right? Of course, I'll do just that. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask something important. Ma Kyung-rok's gaze flickered with renewed vigor. What are the nicknames of those thugs? Ryu Min nodded, utilizing his tracking skill to pursue and Sang-chul. As expected, he's Ma Kyung-rok's right-hand man. And Sang-chul was currently in a hotel room registered under Ma Kyung-rok's name. Could his entrance into Ma Kyung-rok's building be dismissed as a mere coincidence? That guy is surely the Sang-chul I know. Though he raised suspicions before, it was now confirmed. He turned away, knowing there was nothing left to investigate. Lingering nearby would only raise suspicions without any actual gains. Who would have thought that a celebrity sponsored by Ma Kyung-rok lives next to us? I should be grateful to my brother for this unexpected gift. If his brother hadn't come up with this idea, Co Aaron would have never crossed paths with him. He never had a chance to uncover Sang-chul's true identity before either. The future has changed, but it seems to have changed in my favor. Taking advantage of their neighborly connection might help earn Ma Kyung-rok's trust to some extent. I'll proceed step by step. Whether I'll bring Ma Kyung-rok to the 20th round remains to be seen. Ma Kyung-rok possesses the Dark Knight's rune. Considering his previous transformation into a Dark Knight, it appears that hasn't changed in this regression either. It's a powerful rune. However, the drawback is the absence of a rune reward for the transformation. While most transformations offer rune rewards, the Dark Knight's rune lacks such benefits. Upon reaching level 10, one only receives a single weapon and skill. Forcing the transformation into a Dark Knight is inevitable. Above all, the Dark Knight has a significant flaw. That flaw is the requirement to charge a specialized mana known as Dark Mana in order to use Dark Aura. And Dark Mana cannot be gathered through conventional means. In a way, it aligns well with Ma Kyung-rok's psychopathic hobby, but it can be considered a drawback, right? Setting that aside, the Dark Knight's rune is undeniably powerful. The fact that Ma Kyung-rok hasn't fallen behind in the rankings is proof of its effectiveness. However, including a psychopath like Ma Kyung-rok as a comrade would be risky. Although there will be a way to control him once they reach the maximum level, it's still a concern. Besides, there are plenty of other talented individuals apart from Ma Kyung-rok. As long as there are alternatives, there's no need to rely on him. For now, I'll keep him as a candidate and exploit his potential. I need other talents at the moment. Especially for the 20th round, having a supporter is crucial. As soon as the day breaks, I'll get to work. This is the perfect opportunity to nurture and prepare a supporter. Chapter 26. Somewhere in a convenience store. The owner Min Do-hoon anxiously scrolled through internet articles, his trembling eyes scanning the screen. 4 consecutive wins last month, and another first prize this time. The winner only bought tickets with the same numbers worth 100,000 won. The jackpot alone is 12 billion won. 5 consecutive wins, totaling a staggering 68.5 billion won. Instant billionaires overnight. The secret to his 5 wins. When asked, the winner claimed it was a dream he had that revealed the winning numbers. Dreams revealing winning numbers. Min Do-hoon's heart skipped a beat as he delved into the comments, only to find a string of absurdity. Wow, I'm so envious. I wish I dreamt of the numbers just once. As if the lotto god would bother giving numbers maybe to a woman. Damn it. Hey winner Nim, seems like you're unbelievably lucky. In that case, how about giving me a mere 100 million won? Are you seriously asking for money without providing any information? Forget about the loser. My account number is Nonhyup Bank 291-2894-9311-110. To the winner, if you're reading this, please spare me even a penny. Kihyup Bank 281-293-099-39001. You bastards. Shamelessly begging like that. Nonhyup 291-2919-3999-912, Park. Bongchial. I can't let myself miss out. Wahup Bank. Are we surrounded by losers here? No one's thinking straight. Why would the winner come here just to read comments, doesn't he have nothing else to do? He'll probably waste the money on lavish cruises and such. In times like these, what's the point of having money? When lives are hanging by a thread from age 15 to 29. Does it not matter if you're over 30? Perhaps he used his player abilities. Like foreseeing the future. If he possesses such abilities, he'll probably hit the jackpot dozens of times more in the future. Don't worry about that. Haven't you seen the breaking news? They're discontinuing lottery sales after this round due to fairness concerns. No way really. Sigh. Although the comments echoed with astonishment, for Min Do-hoon, it was simply a reminder. A while ago, he had received a call from the franchisee. With lottery sales now halted, they were required to refund customers who had purchased tickets yesterday or today following the proper procedures. That's why he nervously skimmed through the article, yearning to see it with his own eyes. And there it was. Breaking news. Complete suspension of lottery sales starting February 1st. The government has decided to halt the sales of various lotteries, including Lotto, effective immediately. Given the global economic turmoil caused by the death of 900 million people and the prevailing atmosphere of mourning, it is deemed inappropriate to continue selling lottery tickets. However, this is merely a superficial reason. The underlying cause lies in the public outcry over fairness due to the emergence of players. Players possess unique abilities through a power known as rune, and the predicament arises from the significant disruption these powers bring to society. For instance, it is rumored that the winner who claimed nearly 70 billion won in winnings over the past month is a player in their 20s. The controversy over fairness had arisen since the consecutive wins of that particular lottery winner. By the way, all citizens between the ages of 15 and 29 are now considered players. There are approximately 870 million players worldwide, with around 4 million in our country. Anyone who purchased tickets on Sunday or Monday can receive an immediate refund by presenting the lottery ticket at the point of purchase. The news of the complete suspension of lottery sales was splashed across the main page of the portal site. Naturally, Min Do-hoon's face contorted with concern. What are we going to do? Sales have been shattered to pieces. GS24 Yanwei branch was a convenience store that also dabbled in lottery ticket sales. Due to the absence of other lottery retailers in the area, their business flourished. Furthermore, recently we've even enjoyed the promotional effect of having had the 100 ticket winner visit. But now, thanks to that very winner, they found themselves in this ironic situation where they couldn't sell lottery tickets anymore. Sigh, as if it wasn't challenging enough dealing with all the expenses. For Min Do-hoon, his concerns were about his daughter graduating from high school. She had been his sole source of strength when he faced the downfall of his business, the divorce from his wife, and the struggle with debt. To send our Yuri to a decent university, I need to earn several times more than I currently do. And of all times, they were now unable to sell lottery tickets, just when money was tight. Sigh. Just as he let out a deep sigh, the door swung open, and his daughter, with eyes that were gentle and unwavering, entered. Oh, Yuri, you're here. Dad, why are you sighing so heavily? Sigh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Doesn't look like nothing. Your face clearly shows the stress. Don't hold back, tell me. Min Do-hoon couldn't help but share his concerns, as if he had no other choice, with his Daughter's persistent prodding. He felt guilty for burdening his daughter, but if he didn't vent, the pent-up frustration would drive him insane. They've discontinued lottery sales. Yeah, we're already struggling to cover all our expenses, and now we're left wondering how we'll make ends meet. Sigh. Worry crept onto Yuri's face as she listened to her father's sigh. Having assisted at the convenience store during school breaks, she was well aware of how significant lottery sales were for their overall revenue. Yuri forced a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Dad. Now that I'm graduating, I can assist not only during breaks but every day. That way, we can save on labor costs. Don't say that. I already feel bad for putting you to work. Did you force me? I help because I want to. Even so, it's not right. Didn't we make a promise? Once you graduate, you'll quit working at the convenience store. Then I'll find another part-time job to contribute to the family. No, that won't do. Students should focus on their studies, not juggling part-time jobs. I'll find a way to send you to college, no matter what. You don't need to worry about this side of things. But Dad, we're struggling already. Oh my dear, Dad will handle it. Just focus on your studies, okay? You're a high achiever, and becoming a doctor is your dream, right? Dad, I've given up on that dream already. What? With the current situation, what's the point of going to college? We don't even know if we'll survive the next round. Min Do-hoon felt a sudden jolt as if he had been struck from behind. Being overly preoccupied with earning money, he had forgotten about the harsh reality his daughter was facing. Oh right. Money isn't the most important thing now lately. I've been so absent-minded. I'm sorry, Yuri. I haven't been able to be of help. Dad, you have nothing to apologize for. It's an uncontrollable situation, like a natural disaster. But still, I'm really okay. I survived the first and second rounds. I'll be able to endure the next one too. And guess what? I obtained a job this time. A job. Instead of answering, Yuri raised her hand. A radiant aura enveloped her, seeping into Min Do-hoon's mind. What is this? This is the bless skill I gained by acquiring the buffer job. It enhances overall stats and has a stimulating effect on regular people. Hey, what an incredible ability. I truly feel stimulated throughout my whole body. Min Do-hoon turned his shoulders, no longer burdened by the usual stiffness. To think my daughter has become such a talented individual. It's truly astounding. I'll occasionally use the skill on you. So cheer up, Dad. Yes, thank you. I'll find strength too. That's what they said, but Min Do-hoon couldn't hide his disbelief. Arg, damn the lottery. My daughter is in a life or death situation, and here we are talking about this trivial issue. Min Do-hoon reproached himself, shaking his head in frustration. Now, he worried more about his daughter's life than the convenience store's sales. Dad, what's wrong? It's nothing. Let's switch places now. I'll take over. No, it's okay. It's fine. You've been guarding the convenience store all night. You can stay a little longer. Thanks to the buff you gave me, I think I can handle another 3 hours easily. Still, go home and rest. Quickly. As Yuri gently nudged her father aside. Suddenly, the convenience store door swung open, and a customer walked in. Welcome. In an instant, Yuri's reflexive greeting transformed into wide-eyed astonishment. Min Do-hoon shared the same surprise. That customer. What? Dad, do you know that person? That's him. The winner of the first prize, the one who bought 100 tickets with the same numbers at our convenience store. It was rare for someone to manually purchase 100,000 won worth of tickets. Min Do-hoon remembered it clearly. The person looked young, and they even went through an ID check. The customer, Ryu Min, glanced toward the ladies section before approaching. Amidst it all, Yuri stared intently at Ryu Min, but he pretended not to notice her piercing gaze. Good day, sir. Do you remember me? I came here a month ago and bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets. Rather than responding, Min Do-hoon stared at the person before him. Up close, he could clearly recognize the customer from that time. Why has he come? Is he here to express gratitude? Min Do-hoon wondered. Sometimes, customers who won second or third place would come and express their gratitude, calling it fate. But this customer seemed different. He bought the tickets manually, so there's no need for him to feel grateful to me. As if trying to discern Min Do-hoon's thoughts, Ryu-min replied with a troubled expression. Dear customer, what brought you here today? I want to apologize first. As Ryu-min suddenly bowed his head, Min Do-hoon looked at him with surprise. What's this all of a sudden? I saw the news. Due to my consecutive first-place wins, lottery sales have been suspended. I unintentionally caused damage to your store, so I wanted to apologize. For a moment, Min Do-hoon was taken aback by the unexpected apology. It's all right, really. It's not the customer's fault. It's not like we're going to starve because we can't sell lottery tickets. Min Do-hoon casually brushed it off. With this unexpected apology, the lingering resentment in his heart seemed to dissipate. Besides, if you think about it, it's not entirely the customer's fault either. You said you marked the numbers in a dream, so what could you have done? If it were me, I will go all in on the lottery too. Still, I feel like you've suffered because of me, and it doesn't sit well with me. In that sense, Ryu-min extended a white envelope he had prepared. What's this? I want to offer you a small compensation. It's 10 million won. Excuse me. Surprised, Min Do-hoon quickly waved his hands. There's no need for this. Take it back. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you accepted it. After all, I did cause you some harm. Sir. Well then, I'll take my leave. With those final words, Ryu-min walked out of the store. Hey, sir. Caught off guard, Min Do-hoon was flustered as the customer quickly departed. I can't believe he's giving me such a large sum of money without any hesitation. Dad, shall I run after him and return it? Why yes, do that. Yuri grabbed the envelope and hurriedly went outside the store. Fortunately, the customer hadn't gone far. Excuse me, wait. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Ryu-min turned around. Yuri, panting heavily, approached him. Ryu-min, it's you, right? Who are you? Don't you recognize me? I'm Yuri. We've been in the same class. Really? Responding as if it were his first time seeing her, Ryu-min disappointed Yuri. Didn't you notice me? We were in the same class. Sorry. I'm not good at remembering people's faces. It was a lie. Ryu-min already knew that they were in the same class and that she was the convenience store owner's daughter. And the fact that she was the only player with a buffer class. He didn't know at first that the convenience store where he bought the lottery tickets was run by Yuri's father. I only found out after the 20th regression. And it wasn't even in the real world, but in the other realm, where he became acquainted with Yuri and accidentally learned the information. Only later did Ryu-min realize they were in the same class, and it surprised him quite a bit. To think we get to know each other even though we were in the same class but did in another realm. Such coincidences exist, he thought. I know this is a bit straightforward. If you have some time, how about we go somewhere to have a chat? Ryu-min smiled subtly at Yuri's proposal. I actually don't have any plans, I just came to apologize, let's go and catch up. Just like he thought, his planned approach disguised as a mere coincidence had worked like a charm. Chapter 27. Yuri and Ryu-min headed towards a nearby park, their destination of choice. Let's take a seat here, Yuri said, gesturing towards the bench as soon as they arrived. Without wasting a moment, she handed Ryu-min an envelope, catching him off guard. I can't accept it, she urged. But this is the money I gave to the boss, Ryu-min protested. We can't accept such a large sum, so just take it, Yuri insisted. To Yuri, 10 million won was an immense amount of money, but to Ryu-min, who possessed billions, it was a mere pittance. It's certainly a significant amount to them. Well, I anticipated her refusal anyway, Ryu-min thought to himself. She has this personality which doesn't allow her to be indebted to anyone, no matter how poor she may be. From personality traits to preferences, favorite foods to household circumstances, Ryu-min prided himself on having a decent understanding of Yuri. He had spent a lot of time collecting information to warrant such confidence. Therefore, Ryu-min believed he could win Yuri over to his side. Take it quickly. My arm hurts, Yuri insisted, shaking the envelope she held. However, Ryu-min had no intention of accepting it. If I take this envelope, my relationship with Yuri will come to an end. I must find a way to Keep our connection alive by using the lottery as an excuse. With a determined expression, he shook his head. I won't take it. What? Yuri seemed taken aback by his response. I already told the boss, but this money is given out of a sense of guilt. It's the bare minimum of my conscience, Ryu-min explained. But the amount is too substantial. No matter the amount, I hope the boss will accept it. Otherwise, I'll keep feeling remorseful, Ryu-min declared. Though he uttered these words, Ryu-min harbored no actual remorse toward the boss. After all, when the next round commenced, there would be a multitude of losers, shaking the economy to its core. In the end, the lottery market will crumble naturally within a few months. He had merely expedited the process by monopolizing the prize money. One could argue that using future information wasn't entirely ethical, so he didn't completely lack a sense of guilt. In any case, the damage caused by my actions warrants compensation. That's why he insisted on offering 10 million won, even if Yuri continued to refuse. Consider it like repaying my debt to you. Please, take it. But it's too much. It's burdensome, Yuri persisted. This money was meant for this purpose, regardless of the amount, Ryu-min chuckled inwardly, but his expression remained stoic. To receive Yuri's assistance, he had no choice but to put her in debt in some way. Please relay the message to the boss. Let him know not to feel burdened since it's not a significant sum for me. Yuri sighed in defeat as Ryu-min firmly declined her offer. Is this really who you are? Why are you so stubborn? Yuri trailed off, sighing. If we're done talking, may I leave? Ryu-min stood up, surprising Yuri. Just a moment. In that case, since 10 million won is too much to bear, I'll only accept 1 million. How about that? Why do you get to decide? You should ask the boss, Ryu-min questioned. Even my dad wouldn't want to receive such a large amount. Dad? Ryu-min wore a startled expression, completely caught off guard. So, the convenience store owner is your dad? Yes. Well, I visit this place often, so it's quite remarkable. It's amazing for me too. To think the first place winner of the lottery is my classmate. A classmate. They hadn't spoken to each other, but they were classmates. Considering them true friends was a challenge. But I had no idea we were in the same class for real. I figured it out the moment you stepped into the convenience store, Yuri exclaimed. I'm sorry. I'm truly terrible at remembering faces. Plus, this is our first proper conversation. Ryu-min apologized sincerely. I see. Although they had been classmates for a whole year, they never had the opportunity to converse. Becoming close between genders and with their timid nature made it no easy task. Of course, the Ryu-min of then and the Ryu-min now were worlds apart. He seemed like a completely different person. To Yuri, who was engaging in their first genuine conversation, it was hard to perceive the change. Then it means you just learned my name today too? Yuri questioned. I'm sorry, but yes, Ryu-min admitted. Yuri's lips parted, astounded by the revelation. She hadn't anticipated Ryu-min being entirely unaware of her name. I can't believe you don't even know my name. It's disappointing, but I'm not giving up, Yuri stated, her eyes ablaze with newfound determination. It seemed to fuel her self-esteem rather than a gaze of resignation and disappointment. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Yuri. We're classmates, and as you can see, this is what I look like. Can you remember that? Don't answer me like this. Look closely. Make sure to remember it, Yuri insisted, extending her head as if urging him to imprint her features in his mind. Yuri's resolute gaze unsettled Ryu-min, sparking a flicker of confusion. Phew, it suddenly hit me. What am I doing? Graduation is just around the corner, yet here I am discussing exchanging names with a classmate. It feels somewhat bittersweet, Yuri sighed. Well, at least now I know. It's not like we won't be able to keep in touch after graduation, Ryu-min pointed out. Yuri's eyes subtly shifted at his words, but Ryu-min acted like he failed to perceive the change. In that sense, could you give me your number? Ryu-min requested. My number? Yuri seemed taken aback, and question marks hovered above Ryu-min's face. Why? Is it not usual for classmates to exchange numbers? Ryu-min clarified. Alright. I'll input it. Give me your phone. As Ryu-min handed Yuri his phone, she deftly entered her number. In an instant, Yuri's phone vibrated with an incoming call. It's my number. Save it, he instructed. Okay. Since we've met like this, let's stay in touch often. Sure. Well then, I'll leave first. I have some things to attend to. Wait, the envelope. Ryu Min waved dismissively and departed without a second thought. Yuri stood there, gazing at his retreating figure, feeling a sense of confusion. In the end, I couldn't return the envelope. Yuri placed a hand on her chest, her gaze fixed on Ryu Min's gradually disappearing form in the distance. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart pounded as if on the verge of malfunctioning. To suddenly ask for my number. Her heart raced, leaving her in a state of flustered confusion. Asking for such a request as friends was, of course, most people would accept. But it's because he doesn't see me as a friend. Yuri hadn't confessed to anyone, but she always had feelings for Ryu Min. Initially, when she first laid eyes on him, he didn't pique her interest. He seemed unassuming, quietly blending into the background without drawing attention. But then fate intervened, and she stumbled upon a scene she never expected. Ryu Min being harassed by Wang Yongmin's gang in the narrow alley. At that moment, I couldn't muster the courage to step in. I could only report it to the police. He probably still doesn't know it was me, she thought. And he likely never would. She had stood by, merely observing as the police arrived and took control, not daring to intervene. Since then, Yuri had secretly trailed Ryu Min. I wonder what I was thinking back then. Was it out of empathy? Or perhaps a sense of duty as the informant? Now that I reflect on it, it was for both reasons. Yuri's intent was twofold: to ensure Ryu Min safely reached home and to report any reoccurrence of the gang if they were to appear again. But then something unexpected happened. Ryu Min nonchalantly entered a small butcher shop tucked away in the back alley, brushing off his pants. Observing him work there, seemingly at ease, Yuri came to a realization. He's strong. There's more to him than meets the eye. Despite his unassuming and fragile exterior, his inner strength surpassed anyone's expectations. That was Ryu Min, her friend, and that was how he carried on with life. That's when my interest in Ryu Min began. During breaks, she discreetly observed what Ryu Min did, and sometimes, on the way home, she secretly followed his path. In the process, she unintentionally discovered he had a younger brother and witnessed a side of him she hadn't seen before. They seemed to have a great relationship. Seeing Ryu Min's care for his younger brother sparked an even greater interest in him. Fondness developed. Yet, despite trailing him, encountering the gang multiple times, and even reporting them again, Yuri couldn't summon the courage to step forward. I lacked courage. She could only silently watch from a distance and offer support when needed. If only she had possessed the bravery to speak up sooner. But it's too late now. My feelings for him have grown too strong to ignore. Coincidental interest had transformed into genuine affection. Observing Ryu Min's unwavering strength, like a steadfast tree, evoked both admiration and a racing heart. But her lack of courage prevented her from initiating a conversation. Still, I wanted to talk to him before graduation. Perhaps it was being in the presence of someone she liked, but things never went as planned. Being busy helping her father and working at the convenience store left no opportunity for them to connect. Little did I expect to meet him here. She could never have imagined encountering her secret crush at the convenience store. And she certainly never anticipated him taking the initiative to ask for her number. It was surprising. I never expected him to be so assertive in claiming our friendship. Her own impulse hadn't deceived her. Despite his unassuming and fragile appearance, he possessed a personality that defied timidity. And there were even more surprises to come. I can't believe he really didn't know my name. Even though we hadn't had many chances to talk as friends, isn't it too much to not know a classmate's name? Is it possible to be so disinterested in someone? It subtly hurt her pride. He can't remember my face, huh? Well, I'll make sure to leave a lasting impression. Under the pretext of being friends, she would imprint her face in his memory. To ensure he wouldn't forget her, she will stay in touch, making sure her presence was etched into his mind. To ensure he wouldn't forget her name, nor her face. Now is the time to gather my courage and put in more effort. This is an opportunity gifted to me by destiny. In the past, she missed her chance due to lack of bravery, but not this time. She couldn't let go of the chance to grow closer to Ryu Min, the person she admired. I'm so curious. How did he spend his vacation? Is he still being bullied by the gang? How did he win the lottery? Is it easy to catch goblins? How much did his level increase? It was regrettable that they hadn't had many conversations, but all of this will change now. Ryu Min's number was conveniently saved on her phone. He can't pretend like he doesn't know me now, especially after this incident. Though she wanted to return the money, since he wouldn't accept it, she decided to consider it a debt. That way, I can use the 10 million won as an excuse to continue contacting him. A delightful smile graced Yuri's lips. Yuri, have you eaten yet? I have something to tell you. Can we meet around 1 o'clock? I'll treat you to lunch. Ryu Min, sure, let's meet. I'll treat you. Yuri, no, I insist on treating. Hee. Ryu Min, I have money, haha. Yuri, that doesn't mean you should take advantage. What do you like? Ryu Min, me, what about you? Yuri, I'm fine with anything, so choose something you like. Ryu Min, exchanging messages with Yuri, smirked. As expected, she wants to treat me first, thinking of it as a debt. It was a positive sign. By continuing to engage with Yuri like this and naturally building a bond, she could become an ally. In the past, I didn't pay enough attention to her, but not this time. I'll find a way to save Yuri. No matter what. Up to the round 20. It's about time. Checking the clock, Ryu Min changed into his casual clothing. His younger brother asked, "Where are you going, Hung?" "To meet a friend." "Is it a girl, by any chance?" "Guess." Ryu Min smirked at his brother's baffled expression. "I'll have lunch outside, so you can eat by yourself. You have the card I gave you, right?" "Yeah, Alright, then I'm off." As Ryu Min left, Ryu Won murmured softly by the entrance. Could it be a potential romantic interest? Chapter 28. Chiik. Yuri couldn't believe her current situation as she sat in a steak restaurant, having lunch with Ryu Min. It felt like a dream come true. To have a meal and converse with someone I like, it's a moment I've only fantasized about. Can this really be happening to me? The reality of it all hadn't quite sunk in, much like when she was first dragged into this otherworldly realm. "Are you enjoying your steak?" Yuri asked Ryu Min. "Yeah, I really like it," Ryu Min replied. "Then let's dig in," Yuri said, her voice tinged with shyness. For a while, the only sounds between them were the satisfying cuts into their juicy steaks. I should say something, Yuri thought to herself, feeling the weight of the occasion. Although it was just a simple meal, it felt like a date, and she found it difficult to find the right words. This won't do. How can the person who invited the other remain silent? It will only make the atmosphere awkward. I need to summon my courage. Breaking the silence, Yuri took the initiative to start the conversation. "How did you manage to win the lottery jackpot? They said you won it 5 times in a row." "Oh, that. It was revealed to me in a dream. I was lucky," Ryu Min explained. "Wow, so, you must have made a fortune," Yuri marveled. "Do I even need to worry about money for the rest of my life?" "No, but I still need to worry about my life, though," Ryu Min chuckled. "Oh, right. I've been curious about something. How was your first round? Was it tough? Dealing with those goblins?" "I had quite a hard time," Yuri shared, recalling her own struggles. Though initially difficult, Yuri managed to find her voice, and the conversation flowed smoothly. Their shared experience as players created an unspoken bond, making time fly by unnoticed. "What zone are you in?" Yuri asked. "ESKS 45-5, Ryu Min replied. "Oh, I'm in ESKS 122-7. What a shame. Looks like we won't be able to meet in the other realm," Yuri said with a tinge of disappointment. Ryu Min couldn't help but smile inwardly, assuring himself, "Don't be disappointed. We might meet in the future, who knows?" As the number of survivors dwindled, the zones will naturally merge, allowing them to meet, even if they were in different areas. "What level are you?" Yuri inquired. Ryu Min pondered briefly before answering, 10. "Really? I'm also level 10. Have you chosen a class yet?" Yuri asked. "Not yet. How about you?" Ryu Min replied. "Fortunately, I was able to obtain a job change item. It granted me the buffer class." Yuri revealed. Ryu Min felt relieved when he heard the term buffer. Things were progressing as he had foreseen. A buffer. Sounds like a class that generously gives buffs to others. Like granting buffs in a game, Ryu Min inquired, deliberately feigning ignorance. He chose not to mention that he was well aware of the buffer's skills. After all, this way he could receive buffs from Yuri. Oh, would you like to experience it firsthand? I have a buff called Bless that enhances your stats, Yuri offered. Really? I'd love to try, Ryu Min eagerly accepted. As anticipated, Yuri began to cast the buff, and Ryu Min's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ha-aat. A radiant cluster of light emanated from Yuri's hand and permeated Ryu Min's mind. In that moment, a message materialized before him. Skill Bless effect. All stats increase by 50%. Duration: 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Bless, the main skill of the buffer class. A miraculous buff that elevates all stats by a whopping 50% for 3 hours. As expected, the skill effect is absolutely amazing, fitting for a unique class, Ryu Min marveled while gazing at his status window. His stats had received a remarkable boost, rising across the board. It's already impressive, but it will become even more powerful in the future. When a player's rank increased, the effectiveness of acquired skills also advanced by a level. His own skill, Seal of Death, followed the same principle. When she reaches the maximum level, the skill's effectiveness will double. In other words, the 50% stat increase would surge to 100%. To put it simply, Yuri's growth would also benefit Ryu Min, because he could receive her buffs. Of course, that's assuming Yuri reaches the maximum level. It wouldn't be a difficult task. By saving Yuri and growing together while receiving buffs, they would naturally reach the maximum level. For now, it will be challenging to receive buffs since we are in different zones. Even if he received buffs right before entering this otherworldly realm, the buffs wouldn't persist. Injuries suffered in this realm didn't affect their physical bodies in reality. In essence, the pre-receiving buffs trick wouldn't work either. Still, I'm grateful that I will be able to receive buffs as desired. From the beginning, Ryu Min's intention in approaching Yuri was to receive the Bless buff in the real world. That way, I can increase my chances of obtaining the random gold pouch. The random gold pouch, received as the initial class change reward, was an item that gave a random amount of gold. Since it was distributed randomly, luck played a significant role. The higher the luck stat, the more gold it would yield. What will happen if I maximize my luck with the Rune of Slaughter and then use the pouch? He might acquire a more substantial amount of gold than he initially anticipated. Wow, this is fantastic. Thanks for the buff, Yuri. Hehe, if you ever want a buff, just let me know. It's no trouble at all. Got it. But I have one question though. Yeah, what is it? Why did you invite me here? You mentioned having something to tell me. Lost in the conversation, Ryu Min forgot to address the important matter. Yuri's face flushed with embarrassment. Thank you for the delightful lunch. Let's meet again next time. Yeah, let's fight together in the next round. Hehe, indeed. Let's survive and meet again. Ryu Min smiled as he shook hands with Yuri, then turned and walked away. To think that he, as the last survivor, would be eliminated in only the third round. It was an outcome beyond imagination. However, the one who should be concerned wasn't him, but Yuri. Well, if everything goes as I foresaw, she'll hold on until the fourth round. Meeting Yuri in the other realm would only be possible from the fifth round onward. Until then, he can't help her due to being in different zones. Well, she'll likely survive. After all, Yuri's rune is that good. Since it was a rune associated with survival, there was no need to worry. By the way, I never expected Yuri to possess that item. Ryu Min recalled his conversation with Yuri during their meal. I wanted to thank you for the 10 million won you gave me. My dad says thanks too. Is that what you wanted to talk about? I told you I'll find a way to repay you, even if you say I don't have to. It doesn't sit right with me to accept the money like this. If you don't want to take the money back, then I thought maybe I can repay you with something else. So, please accept this. What is it? I obtained it while hunting in the otherworld. If you don't want money, I'll give you this instead. I'm not sure what it is, but it's an item, so it should be useful. I can't. Oh, please don't refuse my sincere gesture. Just take it. It was as he had predicted. Yuri, who disliked being indebted, would find a way to repay him. But I never expected her to offer me this. Ryu-min retrieved the item he received from Yuri from his inventory. Lowest grade violet magic stone. Category: possession. Description: a beautiful violet stone. Faint traces of magic can be sensed. When monsters are defeated, there is a low chance for magic stones to drop. They come in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, each corresponding to a different rarity, and among them, violet is the most challenging to acquire. Due to the lack of information, I still can't determine the exact effect, but I'll find out when I reach level 20. Magic stones are incredibly valuable items. At level 20, the combination feature would be unlocked. By then, people would try various combinations of items to discover the right recipes. Eventually, they will learn that by combining magic stones with equipment, they can add additional effects to the item. Red enhances damage, orange boosts strength, and yellow increases luck. Green improves agility, blue enhances intelligence. Ryu-min also had a magic stone he obtained while hunting. It was a lowest grade dark blue magic stone that reduced incoming damage. They are all good, but among them, the violet magic stone is the most precious. It has a low drop rate and it boosts all stats. It was also the most essential magic stone for Ryu-min, who wanted to evenly increase his stats. To receive something like this without any cost, I'm lucky. Indeed, his luck stat was high. Thanks to the bless buff that had raised his stats by 50%. I'll save the magic stone for level 20 now, should I check the gold pouch as planned. Of course, before that, he had to boost his stats using the rune of slaughter. But how can he increase his stats in reality where there are no monsters? There are always methods. Ryu-min took out a sealed plastic bag from his pocket. Inside the bag were 100 small millipedes, each measuring 1 centimeter. The rune of slaughter increases stats by 1% every time the target is killed. The same goes for insects. It's not necessary to only kill monsters to raise the stats. As long as the target was alive, anything would suffice. This fact had already been verified in previous regressions. In this otherworldly realm, there are no insects, so killing monsters is the only way. But in reality, it's different. In fact, it was easier to stack the stats in a reality teeming with insects. With money, he could order thousands of millipedes. Ryu-min placed the bag on the ground. He stomped on it, crushing the millipedes to death. Squish, squish. Current kill count, 67 100ths. With the effect of the rune of slaughter, all stats increase by 67%. Current kill count, 100 100ths. With the effect of the rune of slaughter, all stats increase by 100%. With just 2 stomps, he quickly reached 100%. Status window. Name: Ryu-min. Nickname: Black Scythe. Rank: Trainee. Titles: Time Reverser hidden, First Angel Slayer hidden. Level: 16. Class: Grim Reaper. Strength: 9, Intelligence: 9. Agility: 69, Luck: 45. Common skill: Tracking. Exclusive skill: Seal of Death. Runes: Rune of Slaughter, Rune of the Reaper. Gold possessed: 6,250. Remaining stat points: 0. Shop: allows purchasing items. Unlocked at level 20. Unlocked at level 40. Unlocked at level 60. Unlocked at level 99. His luck had increased from 15 to 45. Thanks to the combination of the Rune of Slaughter and the Bless buff, it had tripled. With this, I can expect good results. It couldn't be considered extremely high, but it was the best he could achieve at this point. After the end of the second round. Random gold pouch. Category: consumable. Rarity: rare. Effect: obtains a random amount of gold between 1 and 9,999. Usage restriction: until the next round, novice rank or higher. Description: a limited time item given to first-time job changers. The item automatically expires when progressing to the next round. It is influenced by the luck stat. Ryu-min gazed at the gold pouch he took out from his inventory. Now is the time to use it when my luck is at its highest. Since it was a time-limited item, he couldn't wait until the next round. He made up his mind and recited the activation command. Use. As light burst forth from the pouch, Ryu-min pondered. I wonder how much I'll get this time. Even with the same stats, the amount of gold has always varied. From around the 20th regression, Ryu Min had never missed the chance to receive the gold pouch before proceeding to the third round. It ranged from 3,000 to 6,000 gold. But back then, my luck stat was 30. Unlike now, I didn't have Yuri's buff. That's why he had high expectations. Now, with his luck stat at its peak, he should be receiving more gold. Pop. A message indicating the result appeared simultaneously. Ryu Min's face was filled with confusion. Chapter 29. Ryu Min has used the random gold pouch. Congratulations. You have obtained 9,999 gold. Ryu Min was taken aback for a reason. It was because he had never seen such a number before. 9,999 gold, that's the maximum, isn't it? The momentary confusion soon gave way to a smile on Ryu Min's face. Isn't this even more exciting than winning the lottery 5 times in a row? His lips curled up in delight at the unexpected outcome. I knew it was worth receiving the blessing. He checked his remaining gold, convinced that luck had truly favored him. I have 16,249 gold. With this, I can buy an epic item in 2 weeks and still have some left. With a 50% discount coupon, he would have gold left over. And with the remaining gold, he could afford other items as well. Ryu Min smiled happily as he headed home. As soon as he opened the front door, his younger brother came out to greet him. Hung, did you have a good date? Seeing his brother's cheerful smile, Ryu Min was puzzled. A date? What are you talking about? Didn't you go on a date with your crush? Don't talk nonsense. What did you have for lunch? I ordered jjajangmyeon. Let's treat ourselves to something better. What's wrong with jjajangmyeon? I've been wanting to eat it for so long. Okay, fine, let's eat it. A mischievous smile escaped Ryu Min's lips. It was only a month ago that he was begging for money. I used to keep track of every penny in my bank account, but now, I don't even know the exact amount. He no longer had to worry when buying things or ordering food. He could simply order whatever he desired. That's how much money he had. Moreover, he had 150 billion in Bitcoin, so he no longer had to worry about money. It will continue to grow. At least for the next 2 weeks. Ryu Min was confident because he hadn't taken actions that would affect the future. He was certain that it would double in value in 2 weeks. During that time, I should take some time off and get a driver's license. I'm already an adult. Having a car was convenient in many ways, so he needed to prepare for it. Ryu Min decided to apply for a driver's license while he was at it. He didn't need to study. He had more driving experience than anyone else. Ryu Min scored 95 on the departmental exam. Congratulations on passing. The monitor showed this message in front of Ryu Min. Quickly checking his answers on the computer, he stood up from his seat. Is it already over? The supervisor was surprised, first by how quickly he finished and then by the results. Not only was he the fastest, but he was also qualified with a high score. I solved it roughly, but I passed without any problems. He didn't study separately. He didn't need to study materials for the written test or enroll in a driving school. He had enough basic knowledge to pass. Ryu Min received his pass stamp on the application form and went to the counter. After receiving his learner's permit, he left the test center. Now he only needed to take the skills test and the road test to get his license. The practical test is a sure thing. Ryu Min confidently signed up for the skills test. A day passed. Ryu Min looked at something in his hand with a smile on his face. It was his driver's license with his picture on it. It was easy, so easy. He had obtained his license in just 3 days. There was no difficulty in the practical test. He got a perfect score of 100 on the skills test and the road test. I passed the practical test smoothly as well. He passed the test without any practice. He had already surpassed the skills of a veteran driver, even without any practice. If I did well on the written test, I would have had a perfect score. The faces of the examiners who stared at him with surprise when he scored perfectly were still fresh in his memory. Now that I have my license, should I go buy a car right away? Without hesitation, Ryu Min headed to a luxury car dealership. Supercars, especially imported ones, were easier to drive than domestic cars. People automatically maintained a safe distance and gave way when driving them. Buying from a showroom would take too long. Buying directly from the source was cheaper and faster. Zing. As soon as the automatic doors of the showroom opened, the dealer looked at Ryu Min. Huh, a young customer. Dealer Choi Tae Gook quickly scanned Ryu Min. Judging from the way he dressed, he must have just become an adult and come to buy his first car. Customers who came to the dealership to buy their first car were usually one of two types. They either want to show off or they are the sons of conglomerate families. Choi Tae Gook smiled widely. He preferred the latter, the sons of conglomerates. Welcome. Have you come to see the cars? Yes. I'd like to see the most expensive Lamborghini model, please. The most expensive one. Capuer, a term used to describe a poor person riding in a luxury car. If he was looking for an expensive car, he wasn't a capuer. Is he the son of a conglomerate? Maybe even the second generation. Choi Tae Gook's smile grew wider. Ah, you've come to the right place, sir. As luck would have it, we just received the same model in stock. Shall we take a look? Please follow me. Choi Tae Gook, slyly changing his address to Sir, led Ryu Min to the parking lot where the supercars were displayed. The place was filled with cars making roaring sounds. This is the Lamborghini Aventador, which is currently waiting for delivery. It's a lower trim level that another customer ordered, but the design is the same, so you won't have any problem looking at it. Is it possible to receive it as a direct import? If you sign the contract today and place an order, you can receive it within a month. Oh, the price is over 900 million won for the highest trim level, but if that's too much of a burden. I like it. Let's proceed with the contract without further ado. Money was no longer a concern. Indeed, sir. Your vision is exceptional. Ha ha ha. Dealer Choi Tae Gook's face bloomed with laughter. After signing the car contract, 2 weeks passed. Ryu Min was looking at his Bitcoin account on his cell phone. It has reached 300 billion. Finally, the time had come. It was time to cash out on Bitcoin. Ryu Min sold his Bitcoin holdings. He had amassed a cash amount of 300 billion won. As soon as he had the money, his brother entered the room. Hung, let's have lunch together. Sure, but why are you smiling like that? Did something good happen? Oh, I just sold all my Bitcoin a while ago. Really? How much did it rise? 300 billion won. Ryu Min's words caused his brother's eyes to widen. It was a word that he couldn't comprehend. What 300 billion? It took Ryu Won a moment to react, thinking back to the jackpot Ryu Min had won. Hung, even if you sum up all the money from winning the lotteries, it would only be around 70 billion. That's right. And you're saying it became 300 billion. Are you sure it's 300 billion? Yes, I am. Ryu Won marveled at his brother with a doubtful expression. Wow Hung, I've always wanted to stop you from investing in Bitcoin, but now you've struck it big. Don't worry. This time, I've invested in stocks. Haha, okay. Stocks would be safer and better. What? Stocks. Seeing Ryu Min taking out his phone to open a stock trading account, Ryu Won jumped up. What are you doing, Hung? Isn't this enough? Do you really have to touch stocks? If I don't strike while the iron is hot, what's the point? You don't know anything about stocks, how will you invest in something you don't understand? True, but I had a dream that is guiding me. A dream. Ryu Won closed his mouth, unable to say anything. It was a dream that led his brother to win the lottery 5 times in a row. If it had been someone else saying such things, he would have snickered and stopped them. But he couldn't doubt his brother anymore. So, did the dream tell you to buy specific stocks? Yes. It said that if I buy them now, it will be a huge success. With that assurance, Ryu Won couldn't stop him anymore. Go ahead and do as you wish. It's your money, and I won't interfere. Don't worry. It will work out this time too. With those words, Ryu Min checked the stock market. He saw a company ranked 85th on the KOSDAQ with a market capitalization of 900 billion. 1. Cheonma Consulting, a company owned by Ma Kyung-rok. It's currently a decent company involved in various consulting fields, but after the 4th round, they would start a rapid growth phase by implementing a special system. This was a future he had come to know through his countless regressions. I know it will strike big, so there's no reason not to invest. Of course, it wasn't just because of the money. If he could acquire Ma Kyung-rok's stake in the company and gain control. As a major shareholder, I can exert a significant influence and profit. This was the reason Ryu Min had secured funds through the lottery and Bitcoin. To seize control over Ma Kyung Rock's company. First, I'll invest 280 billion to acquire a 31% stake. Ryu Min decisively pressed the buy button. His 280 billion was poured into Cheonma Consulting. He left 20 billion for his living expenses. I'm done. Let's go have lunch. Ryu Min smiled with a relaxed expression, but Ryu Won couldn't shake off his worries. Once again, the dream that Hung mentioned has to come true. He had no reason to worry about losing the money because it wasn't his in the first place. He was worried that his brother would be devastated if the outcome didn't meet his expectations. I should pray every night for Hung's success. Ryu Won had made up his mind, but there was no need. The fact that Cheonma Consulting would hit the daily limit was already a predetermined outcome. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the wall clock's second hand seemed unusually loud. 5 minutes left. Ryu Min sat in his room, waiting for midnight. It was because tomorrow was the day when the epic item he wanted would appear. I've been saving gold for this day. He had enough gold after hitting the jackpot with the random gold pouch. But that was not it. Ryu Min reached out to his inventory. A piece of paper fluttered into his hand. Today's item 50% discount coupon. Category: consumable. Grade: rare. Effect: purchase today's item at 50% off the price. Usage restriction: until the next round, beginner rank or higher. Description: a limited time item given to those who finish the sub-quest in the second round. The item will be automatically consumed when the next round begins. Since I have a discount coupon, I can save a considerable amount of gold. Ryu Min smiled as he waited for midnight. A few moments later. Tick-tock, tick-tock-tock. As soon as midnight struck, Ryu Min opened the shop window. As planned, there was an epic item displayed in the Today's Items section. However, oh, what should I do? There was an unexpected problem. Chapter 30. Today's item: skeleton bone necklace. Category: necklace. Grade: epic. Effect: intelligence +3, attack speed +1% per enemy killed, up to +25%, lasts until the end of the round. Durability: 500/500ths. Usage restriction: apprentice grade and above. Description: a mysterious necklace made by stringing together bones of an unknown skull. The skeletal bone necklace, a remarkable piece of jewelry. Not only does it enhance intelligence, but it also grants a significant boost to attack speed. And at the price of only 4,600 gold, it offers incredible value. For players who have diligently collected gold, it's an item that screams cost-effectiveness. However, due to the presence of the intelligence stat, not many people will choose to purchase it. Examining the status window reveals detailed explanations for each stat. Intelligence is a valuable attribute that enhances magical damage, mental prowess, and mental speed. But it appears to be of little use to physical-based jobs. After all, it primarily boosts magical damage. That's why those pursuing physical-oriented jobs hesitate to invest in items with intelligence. While the increase in attack speed is enticing, it's not enough to sway their decision. On the flip side, the same applies to magic-based professions. This item fails to capture their interest. After all, it features an attack speed effect, which holds little relevance for skill-centric hunting. Consequently, this skeletal bone necklace remains neglected by both sides. However, for me, it's an exceptionally beneficial item. As a hybrid class like the Reaper, Ryu Min greatly values both intelligence and attack speed. Thus, the item proves to be a perfect fit for him. Not only did he anticipate its release today, but he also encountered an unforeseen predicament. What should I do? I have more gold left than expected. Initially, his plan was to purchase the epic necklace and then allocate the remaining gold to acquire other equipment, helmet, gloves, boots, and a ring, all in normal grades, totaling 5,000 gold. Though they are normal items, it's better than nothing, so that was the plan. Yet, upon calculating, he found himself with plenty of gold. Even after acquiring all the remaining equipment in normal grades, I'll still have 9,000 gold. In the previous round, I only had 2,000 to 5,000 gold left. Due to an unexpected stroke of luck in his opening of the random gold pouch, his Calculations went awry, catching Ryu Min off guard. Wait, what if I don't buy the normal equipment and solely purchase the epic necklace? By utilizing the 50% discount coupon, he could acquire it for a mere 2,300 gold. That means I'll be left with 14,000 gold. He found himself left with a lot of gold, more than he had anticipated. If I gather an additional 6,000 gold, I'll have a total of 20,000 gold. That would allow me to purchase another skill. Rather than investing in normal equipment, he decided to gather more gold, enabling him to acquire another skill earlier than expected. This will expedite my future plans. With this newfound realization, Ryu Min proceeded to utilize the discount coupon and purchased the skeletal bone necklace. Today's item 50% discount coupon has been redeemed. You have purchased the skeletal bone necklace for 2,300 gold. A surplus of 13,949 gold remained. For now, he put the purchase of normal equipment on hold. His plan was to gather an additional 6,000 gold by the third round to acquire a new skill. Gathering approximately 6,000 gold shouldn't pose a challenge. Luckily, the third round would bring forth a lot of monsters, presenting great opportunities to earn gold. Furthermore, I can quickly accumulate attack speed stacks now with the skeletal bone necklace, which will help me hunt. That's precisely why he acquired an epic item. A satisfied smirk crept upon Ryu Min's face. He eagerly awaited the arrival of the third round. And time passed. As expected, that day arrived. March 1st. The passage of time remained unwavering. The third round has started. Zhou Zhongsik surveyed his surroundings. The scenery that unfolded before him resembled a village on the brink of collapse, almost like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. What kind of mission awaits us this round to begin in such a desolate place? Curiosity gleamed in his eyes as he observed the village's bleak interior, while players emerged accompanied by a dazzling light one after another. Once again, they found themselves being drawn back into this otherworldly realm, a fact that failed to uplift their spirits. However, Zhou Zhongsik stood apart from the rest. In fact, his lips curved into a subtle smile. After all, he had become the representative of this region. He wielded immense power, allowing him to exert control over these individuals as if they were mere pawns. If I so desire, I can manipulate these people like obedient slaves. But the smile on Zhou Zhongsik's face quickly faded. A memory from the previous round resurfaced, an action performed by an angel, and his expression contorted in displeasure. That damn angel, trying to toy with me. The restrictions imposed on the authority title had only brought trouble upon himself. If only they hadn't mentioned the limit of 10 rounds. Then I could have treated these people like puppets at my beck and call. Concern etched Zhou Zhongsik's face. He worried that the revelation of the power of the authority's limitations would cause the players to view him with disdain or worse, rebel against him. And as if on cue, is that person our region's representative? Life is a documentary. What was his real name again? Wasn't he some kind of gang boss? Remember when he threatened us while brandishing a knife, demanding our votes? He was swinging it around and killed people without a second thought. And now he shamelessly appears, boasting that he will survive. Instead of that murderer, the representative should have been Black Scythe. Shish, he might hear you. He still has the power of the authority, you know. What difference does it make? Since it has limitations, there's no need to be afraid. You're right. With the limitation, he can't use it recklessly, can he? Whispers filled the air as people conversed among themselves. Zhou Zhongsik glared at them, his eyes brimming with suspicion, before bellowing. I can hear every word, you bastards. Why is this idiot swearing and acting like that? What? Who said that? Who spoke just now? Muffled murmurs echoed, but amidst the crowd, it was impossible to pinpoint the exact source. Zhou Zhongsik's face twisted with anger. The authority of a regional representative was weakened by the revelation of the restrictions. Damn it, I knew it would turn out like this. These damn idiots, and those damn angels. Having forcefully taken the position of regional representative, Zhou Zhongsik didn't enjoy a favorable reputation, except for one individual. Excuse me. Suddenly, a towering man approached, bowing at a 90-degree angle, capturing Zhou Zhongsik's attention. Wang Yongman, what's your story this time? Life feels like a documentary, sir. No, Senior Zhou Jiangxik of the Jiangxik faction. I deeply respect you, sir. A brief pause followed as Zhou Jiangxik observed Wang Yongman, trying to discern the meaning behind his respectful address. And who are you? Judging by your manners, you must belong to my faction. Where did you come from? Ah, I'm not part of the faction yet, but I'm a young man in his 20s who aspires to become a gangster. What? Aspired to become a gangster? These kinds of damn fools exist too. Zhou Jiangxik had encountered countless fools in his lifetime, but someone bowing down and worshipping him was a new experience. Senior Zhou Jiangxik is my role model. The Jiangxik faction is the organization I aspire to join and admire. So, what do you want? I want to serve you for a lifetime. Please allow me. With his imposing stature, Wang Yongman prostrated himself before Zhou Jiangxik. His face flushed with longing. Zhou Jiangxik couldn't help but burst into laughter. The idea of someone worshipping him wasn't entirely unappealing. Get up. Yes. Are you oblivious to the people's gaze around you? I am. Do you not understand that my image has been tarnished? I do, sir. And despite that, you're willing to cling to me. Wang Yongman surveyed his surroundings. People cast disdainful glances his way. It's all right because I hold deep respect for you, sir. As long as I'm with you, I couldn't care less about these people. Is that so? A wide smile spread across Zhou Jiangxik's face. That was an answer I found pleasing. Very well. I will take you under my wing and nurture you. Thank you. I consider it an honor. Wang Yongman bowed again, his face glowing. Zhou Jiangxik's smile widened. Has everyone gathered? Humans. Kahehe. At that moment, the angel materialized, capturing everyone's attention. It seems we have about 90 fewer participants than before. Have you been quarreling with each other? The number of participants decreased. The angel's words sought to dispel any lingering doubts, as its wings gently fluttered. Round 3. Protect the relics for 3 hours. Entire region. Participants. 856,030,200. Achievers. 214,007,550ths. ESKS 45-5 area. Participants. 4,900. Achievers. 1,225ths. Huh. Did it really decrease? The number of participants in the ESKS 45-5 area dropped from 4,988 to 4,900. Surely, young adults like them wouldn't die naturally. Could it be because they were fighting? Both in the game and in reality. Humans are always hungry for conflict, aren't they? Kahehehe. Did players really fight in reality? I haven't seen any news about it. While the angel's words left people bewildered, Ryu Min's reaction differed. News of their fights probably hasn't surfaced yet. They were dismissed as simple murder cases, lacking attention. However, the players were secretly engaged in a power struggle, even though it hadn't garnered much public awareness. The decrease in the number of participants was a testament to that. It won't be long before people find out. They'll realize that players are a dangerous existence. Clashes between players were to be expected. Throughout the 99th regressions, Ryu Min never witnessed players forming alliances and bonding. They treated other players as rivals, pushing each other away. Though they briefly joined hands for cooperative missions, it was short-lived. Once the mission ended, they pondered how to distance themselves from one another. Even in collaboration, it was never enough. And it's not just our region. The decrease in participants is happening worldwide. A reduction of approximately 90 people was an understatement. The number of participants would continue to decrease. And it will occur occasionally. If they weren't satisfied with the situation, they would resort to violence in the real world. Without hesitation, various crimes would erupt, and even ordinary citizens would eventually become victims. The world where players reigned was fast approaching. I don't have much time left. I must strengthen myself as much as possible, to possess a power that can protect my brother and surpass anyone. While Ryu Min made his determination, someone cried out. Wait, look at the number of achievers for this round. Angel, isn't something strange about this? Is it an error? The number of participants was 4,900, yet there were only 1,225 achievers. The achievement count, which should have been half of the participants, had been halved. Again. As people grew perplexed, the angel covered its mouth with its wings and burst into laughter. Kahahehe. Look at how humans panic. Are you surprised that the number of achievers decreased? Is it an error, you ask? No, it's perfectly normal. It's normal. What's happening, angel? The angel grinned with a mischievous smile in response to the people's objections. Have you all forgotten? How typical of humans. It's the rule that only half of the participants survive each round. But in the previous round, everyone survived due to the vote. Remember? So, isn't it natural that only a quarter will survive this round? Well, it wasn't an incorrect statement. If they considered the number of survivors that should have remained, a quarter was accurate. People were aware of this fact. However, they were simply caught off guard by the lack of prior explanation. Only a quarter of the participants can survive. No wonder the previous round was said to be easy. Darn it. Who would have expected such a trap in the third round? It felt as if they had been told that their credit card bills for the current month were exempt, only to have them combined and charged the following month. There's no need to feel unjust. We simply reduced the number of survivors who couldn't be reduced last time. Just work hard to be in the top 25%. It was absurd, but no one dared to argue. Challenging the angels' whims might make their heads explode. After all, they were forcibly thrown into a survival game. Given their predicament, they had no choice but to follow the rules. Now, let me explain the details of the third round. Chapter 31. The angel spoke, its voice resonating through the air. As you can see, the quest is all about safeguarding the relic. Safeguarding the relic. Players questioned, their eyes narrowing in curiosity. Everyone, cast your gaze upon the village center, the angel urged. All eyes turned toward the heart of the village. There, standing tall at a height of 5 meters, was a colossal diamond-shaped crystal. Its presence seemed alien amidst the ruins, a stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere. Every 30 minutes, a wave of monsters will emerge, setting their sights on that artifact. Your task is to work together and protect it during the course of 5 waves, the angel explained. So, it's a cooperative mission this time. One of the players chimed in, comparing it to a defense game. It feels like one of those defense games, doesn't it? While the murmurs filled the air, the angel's voice resonated once more. Due to the nature of the rounds, expect a high number of monsters. However, there's no need to fret. The monsters will be weakened by a third of their usual strength. Of course, this means that the experience points and gold rewards will decrease accordingly. They'll be weakened by a third. Wang Yongman questioned, raising an eyebrow. Doesn't that make it too easy? The angel nodded in response. Indeed, it may seem easier, but don't underestimate the challenge. Your goal is to protect the artifact unscathed for 3 hours. Additional rewards will be granted upon success, and the round will conclude. Furthermore, the ranking of the players will be determined by the number of monsters each has slain. So, we must protect the artifact and slay as many monsters as possible. If we fail to protect the artifact, someone inquired. In that case, a severe penalty will be imposed, the angel replied. The round will end, and similarly, survivals will be ranked based on the number of monsters slain. If we protect the artifact, we receive additional rewards, and if it breaks, we face a penalty. Few people murmured, contemplating the consequences. To secure a high rank, we must protect the artifact and defeat numerous monsters. Understanding dawned on the people, and they nodded in agreement. It was a cooperative mission, yet at the same time, an individual mission that hinged on each person's performance. So, all we need to do is kill as many monsters as possible, one of the players summarized. His eyes gleaming with anticipation. The same fervor ignited in the eyes of others. Particularly in this round, only 1,225 achievers can survive out of the 4,900 participants. Fierce competition was inevitable. The angel's gaze shifted to Zhou Zhang-sik, a mischievous smile crossing her lips. And do you remember how we selected district representatives in the previous round? Life is. A documentary was voted as this region's representative, didn't he? Zhou Zhang-sik, the center of attention, met the angel's gaze with a stern expression. Starting from this round, you hold the authority of a district representative, the power to lead, the angel declared, relishing in the situation. Kahehe. Zhou Zhongsik clenched his lower lip, a mixture of frustration and defiance evident on his face. That damned angel is laughing at me, he grumbled internally. I'd love to sew that angel's mouth shut. Although spoken in jest, Zhou Zhongsik found himself in a situation where he truly desired to silence the angel's voice. I'm sure you're all curious about what happens if the district representative dies, the angel continued, its words carrying a weight of intrigue. Once again, the angel's statement dropped like a bomb, igniting a surge of emotions. If the representative dies due to a monster's attack or natural causes, the position becomes vacant. However, if another player is responsible for the death, killing the representative, the killer immediately becomes the new district representative, wielding the authority, and they gain 10 usages of the authority power. The revelation hung in the air, leaving the crowd astounded. If you kill the district representative, one of the players' voice trailed off, anticipation brimming in his eyes. You can become the new district representative. Another completed her sentence. The gazes of the onlookers instinctively converged on Zhou Zhongsik, a mixture of hostility and curiosity. Amidst the boos and jeers, Zhou Zhongsik stared back at the angel, his eyes filled with resentment. That damned angel, he cursed internally. How unfortunate that it's still grinning. Having experienced the angel's mischief before, it was only natural for Zhou Zhongsik to feel a surge of hatred. Maybe I should shut that angel's mouth for good, he contemplated, momentarily entertained by the idea. However, the reality quickly set in. He found himself in a situation where silencing the angel was beyond his reach. Okay then, the monsters will come in 10 minutes. Cooperate for 3 hours and survive well. I don't know if it will be cooperative. Kahei. The angel disappeared along with the light, leaving behind only a laugh. After confirming that the angel had completely disappeared, Zhou Zhongsik shouted, "Fuck you, you damned angel." His frustration was evident. However, this violent attitude has only drawn more eyes toward him. Yet, despite the crowd's piercing gazes, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. The challenge lay not only in his position as the district representative but also in the limited 10 usages of his authority. The crowd couldn't help but ridicule him, convinced that with such a restricted number of usages, he wouldn't dare to use the authority recklessly. However, even a cornered rat knows how to bite a cat. You think 10 usages is not enough? That's right, Zhou Zhongsik admitted with a glimmer of acknowledgement in his eyes. It's a damn weak ability. I'll admit that, but let me make one thing clear. A cold smile played on his lips, sending chills down the spines of those who witnessed it. I will make sure to kill the first few who dares to charge at me. Whether I use the authority or any means necessary, these people will meet their demise. Zhou Zhongsik's venomous declaration caused the crowd to hesitate, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Have no fear, everyone. That guy may seem intimidating, but his level is similar to ours. Someone spoke up, attempting to quell their concerns. That's right, he hasn't even changed jobs yet. Another chimed in, rallying their spirits. Let's swiftly eliminate him and overthrow the district representative. We can overpower him with our numbers. Though some were roused by their loud voices, no one stepped forward willingly. The fear of being the first to face death halted their progress. Damn them all, Zhou Zhongsik scoffed, gripping his dagger tightly. They underestimate me completely. With his weapon drawn, Zhou Zhongsik eyed the approaching individuals, his resolve unwavering. Come on, you bastards. Zhou Zhongsik taunted, his voice filled with defiance. His provocation seemed to waver the crowd's resolve. Hey, it seems they won't come so easily. No one wants to be the first to die. Even if his opponent was stronger, Zhou Zhongsik knew that with just one usage of authority, he could easily overpower them. Except for those unaffected by the power of authority, like the Black Scythe. Damn it, I wish I ran into the forest like the Black Scythe and hunt down some monsters. If only he had leveled up and changed jobs, he would have received sub-quest rewards and been free from the limitations of the authority. Damn it, becoming the district representative has made me a target. What a pain. Had he known about the consequences, he wouldn't have forced people to vote for him. Zhou Zhongsik's gaze shifted to Black Scythe, standing alone in the distance. Lucky bastard. He envied the Black Scythe, the sole person in the district who had already changed jobs. Lost in his thoughts, Ryu Min ignored his gazes. He couldn't help but think about the third round. The third round quest is nothing special. It's just about stopping the 5 waves of monsters. Protecting the relic while stopping the monsters. It seemed like a straightforward quest, but there was one crucial aspect to consider. The monsters would grow stronger with each wave. But that's not a problem. We can earn more experience points and gold this way, Ryu Min mused. For Ryu Min, who needed to amass a substantial amount of gold in this round, stronger monsters would actually be beneficial. The true challenge lay in the activation of the hidden sub-quest. To unveil the sub-quest, I need to use Zhou Zhong-sik. To be precise, Ryu Min required Zhou Zhong-sik's authority. While it would be easy to obtain that authority by killing Zhou Zhong-sik and becoming the district representative, but I must not become the district representative this round. There are severe penalties lurking behind that position. He needed to use the authority without becoming the district representative. For that, he needed Zhou Zhong-sik's cooperation. Ryu Min surveyed his surroundings. The majority of gazes were fixed on Zhou Zhong-sik, filled with caution, but a few exhibited determination. They seemed to be in a tough spot, just as I expected. Ryu Min smirked. As planned, the time had come for Ryu Min to step forward. Step by step, Zhou Zhong-sik was taken aback as Ryu Min approached, wielding a massive scythe. What? Why are you here? Don't come any closer. But Ryu Min had a reason. He was the only former occupant in the area, unaffected by the authority. Moreover, his level was a formidable 16, far surpassing Zhou Zhong-sik's level 6. Naturally, tension seeped in, leaving Zhou Zhong-sik on edge. Don't be scared. I'm just here to talk. Scared? Who said I was scared? Though he denied it, beads of sweat formed on Zhou Zhong-sik's forehead. Being the main target of everyone around, he had to be cautious when someone approached his territory, especially when it was someone like the Black Scythe. Is he planning to lull me into a false sense of security and then attack suddenly? It was only natural for Zhou Zhong-sik to harbor suspicions. A quick glance here and there revealed the watchful eyes around him, ready to pounce on his vulnerability. But contrary to his concerns, Ryu Min lowered his scythe, showing no intention to strike. Maintaining a safe distance, he eased Zhou Zhong-sik's guard. I just came to talk. No need to worry. What do you want to talk about? Zhou Zhong-sik looked at Ryu Min, his eyes filled with suspicion. I believe you're in a difficult situation right now, aren't you? Who's in a difficult situation? I'll protect you. What? Zhou Zhong-sik's eyes widened in astonishment at the unexpected offer. I'll guard you from other players. I'll take personal responsibility and be your one-on-one protector. Zhou Zhong-sik was left speechless, lost in thought. The Black Scythe will protect me. With his high level and special job, having the Black Scythe as his guardian, I can then hunt monsters without worrying about the others coming after my neck. He could freely engage in monster hunting, achieving remarkable records without being on constant alert. And who better to be his protector than the top-ranked player of all districts? It was only natural. Glancing around, Ryu Min noticed the hesitant expressions on people's faces. The Black Scythe protecting his life. Does that mean we have to confront the Black Scythe too? Well, that's obvious. Although Zhou Zhong-sik, a non-job player, might be underestimated, the Black Scythe was by no means an easy opponent. Even if a horde charged at him, a single swing of his massive scythe could send their lives into oblivion. Some, intimidated by the infamous name alone, took a step back. To Zhou Zhong-sik, it was a sight both remarkable and surprising. So, the reputation of the Black Scythe precedes me this much. Indeed, he had silently secured second place in the rankings. Despite the blow to my pride when I think back to that time. Observing the disgruntled crowd, Zhou Zhong-sik felt a sense of satisfaction. But proposals always came at a cost. What do you want in exchange for protecting me? Zhou Zhong-sik asked, maintaining composure. It's nothing significant. Just obey my instructions without question. That's the only condition. What? Confusion clouded Zhou Zhong-sik's face. Just blindly follow my orders. But isn't that the same as becoming your subordinate? Zhou Zhong-sik's expression shifted, and he asked earnestly, why are you making this proposal to me? I can't reveal the reason. If all that you're going to do is order me around, why don't you tell me now what you need? I can't reveal that either. When the time comes, just obey my commands without question. That's all you have to do. Being told to follow orders without knowing their nature, Zhou Zhongsik couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. After all, he had his pride as a leader, guiding his subordinates. Zhou Zhongsik was about to raise his middle finger as usual and curse, but he quickly reconsidered. Wait, what will happen if I refuse this proposal? I have no idea how this guy will react. Would he immediately swing his scythe and sever his neck? Fearing such consequences, Zhou Zhongsik retracted his almost raised finger. Make your decision. Everyone around you is waiting for your answer. After much contemplation, Zhou Zhongsik finally spoke in a low voice. Chapter 32. I will refuse the offer. Ryu Min didn't faze Zhou Zhongsik's response. It was exactly as expected. He won't easily let go of his pride, Ryu Min thought to himself. Surprisingly, it was the onlooking players who were taken aback. He's rejecting it. If he had followed the Black Scythe, he could have safely hunted with Black Scythe by his side. Perhaps his pride was hit by knowing that he will obey Black Scythe's orders. Is his pride more important to him than his own life? No wonder why Black Scythe is better than him. How shallow. Some players mocked Zhou Zhongsik and responded accordingly. Their dismissive attitude seemed to amuse Ryu Min. It was the same as in the previous regression. I knew it, if I firmly draw the line at this timing. The players would aim for Zhou Zhongsik without considering their own circumstances. Ryu Min raised his gaze and looked at Zhou Zhongsik. Judging from Zhou Zhongsik's tense demeanor, he seemed to realize that his life was on the line. Maybe in the next round, but I can't be the zone representative this round, Ryu Min thought to himself, lacking any desire to kill Zhou Zhongsik. Alright, if you refuse, there's nothing I can do about it. As Ryu Min turned his back and walked away, Zhou Zhongsik wore an astonished expression. What's this? Are you just leaving like this? Well, were you hoping I'd spill your blood? Ryu Min glanced at Zhou Zhongsik, who remained speechless, and declared in a manner for others to hear, I won't pay any attention to you anymore since you rejected your offer. Whether you live or die, it's none of my concern. Leaving only those words behind, Ryu Min calmly turned away, leaving the other players murmuring. Did you hear that? He said he won't pay any attention to him. Then it means we're free to target that thug. A sinister glint returned to the players' eyes. Without the involvement of the Black Scythe, they could take aim at Zhou Zhongsik more freely. It was the situation Ryu Min had anticipated. Sensing the unsettling atmosphere, Zhou Zhongsik secretly regretted his decision. Darn it, should I have just accepted the offer? However, following the Black Scythe's orders was even worse than death to him. Zhou Zhongsik, the boss of the Zhou family who held Seoul in his grasp, couldn't allow his pride to be compromised. At that moment, a message appeared before everyone's eyes. The first wave will commence shortly. Prepare for the first wave and protect the relic. After 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters remaining, the second wave will proceed. Time remaining until round end, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It's begun. Everyone, protect the relic. Upon hearing the news of monster appearances, people swiftly and confidently moved into action. They gathered in the center of the village, intent on safeguarding the relic. However, Zhou Zhongsik couldn't join them. Instead, he retreated towards the village entrance, evading the others. I can't afford to fight alongside those who have their sights set on me. I might even get stabbed in the back. Zhou Zhongsik bit his lip, completely alone. Fine, I've always liked to work alone anyway. Survival depended on individual achievements, he didn't care about cooperation. But Zhou Zhongsik turned his head to the side. What's that guy doing over there? Black Scythe stood guard at a different village entrance. It seems like he's going to protect the other entrance too. And then, it happened. Whoosh! The sound of a longhorn whistle seemed to echo, and monsters emerged from the other side of the village. Suit. Naturally, Zhou Zhongsik's eyes widened at the sight. There were more monsters than he had anticipated. Damn it, how many are there? He could roughly estimate the substantial number of monsters. Seeing that multitude, Zhou Zhongsik felt a sense of despair. I can't handle such a massive number alone. Fortunately, there were 4,900 forces present, so it wouldn't be a problem if each person only dealt with 2 monsters. Moreover, unlike the open meadow in the first round, this place was a confined space, a village. There was a limit to the number of monsters that could enter. Above all else, all the monsters are goblins. And they're weaker than usual. The opponents they faced in the first round are now weaker. Even so, I can't handle such a vast number by myself. Zhou Zhongsik retreated to a safer spot, away from the surging green tide. He planned to hide within the village for a while, observing the situation before engaging in battle. But why isn't he moving? Zhou Zhongsik still couldn't comprehend why the Black Scythe was merely standing there. Is he really planning to face the goblins alone at the entrance? There were 4 village entrances in total. The Black Scythe was guarding one of them. Even if the entrance is narrow, it's still wide enough for at least 10 goblins to pass through. Could he truly handle 10 goblins at the same time? You damn brat, boasting just because you have a higher level. Zhou Zhongsik scoffed at the Black Scythe and concealed himself behind a window on the second floor of one of the houses. He believed it was a safe spot to observe the situation. In such a confined space, it would be easy to dispatch the goblins if they entered. Zhou Zhongsik swallowed nervously and peered out the window. He could see Black Scythe confronting the goblins. Huh, he's more skilled than I thought. With each swing of the massive scythe, gleaming in the sunlight, goblin heads were severed. Not just one. Every swing claimed the lives of 4 goblins simultaneously. It was a one-shot kill with every swing. The sight before him was unexpected, but Zhou Zhongsik remained unfazed in his thoughts. He's going wild for now, but eventually, he'll exhaust himself and collapse. However, there was no sign of weariness in Black Scythe's relentless onslaught. On the contrary, his speed increased with each passing moment, tearing the goblins apart with ease. Startled by this sight, Zhou Zhongsik's eyes widened. It's not just going hard mode. He's growing stronger as time goes by. In a matter of minutes, the area around Black Scythe was already littered with goblin corpses. In stark contrast, goblins surged into the other entrance like a bursting dam. With numerous entrances, there was no choice but to let some of them through. Zhou Zhongsik made his way to the window on the opposite side to assess the situation within the village. Thousands of goblins clashed with an equal number of players, creating a chaotic scene of entangled combat. This is pure chaos. The number of goblins exceeded expectations, prompting the players to fight desperately for their lives. Having gained some experience, they skillfully wielded their weapons, slaying goblins with ease. Amidst the bluster of screams and the stench of blood, Zhou Zhongsik tightened his grip on his dagger. There's no time to waste. I need to get out there quickly and make numbers. Survival hinged on the number of monsters killed, making it advantageous to eliminate as many as possible. After choosing the right moment, Zhou Zhongsik ventured outside, swiftly dispatching a passing goblin with a precise stab. Keek, keek. Several goblins witnessed the scene and charged at Zhou Zhongsik. Come on, you experience-granting fuckers. For Zhou Zhongsik, dealing with a few goblins posed no difficulty. Thanks to the insight rune, he could predict their movements and dispatch them skillfully. Thwack, thwack, thwack. With each goblin slain, a peculiar sense of exhilaration coursed through him, knowing that he was robbing them of their lives. Goblins are nothing more than cannon fodder. Smirking, Zhou Zhongsik suddenly glanced towards Black Scythe's location. Swoosh, swish. In a single swing, the scythe cleaved through the goblins' bodies. Zhou Zhongsik couldn't help but be surprised by the scene. Can anyone become that powerful at just level 16? Witnessing Black Scythe's battle, a subtle desire for combat stirred within him. He also felt a competitive spirit, aspiring to surpass Black Scythe. Perhaps it was the notion that he needed to slay more monsters. Fearlessly, Zhou Zhongsik shifted to a safer spot within the village, where the goblins were preoccupied with other players. Now, while the goblins are focused on others, this was an opportunity to kill more without taking unnecessary risks. Die, die, cake, ah, come at me, you fucking goblin. As Zhou Zhongsik advanced further into the heart of the village, the resounding cries of humans and monsters grew more distinct. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Zhongsik hunted the goblins. Thwack, thwack, He methodically dispatched goblins that passed by or were distracted, maintaining a relaxed pace. This is too easy. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped Zhou Zhang-sik, prompting him to turn his head. Splatter. An arrow grazed his cheek. An arrow. Zhou Zhang-sik's expression hardened. Since there were no goblins shooting arrows, it had to be a player. Damn bastards. Ignoring the pain, Zhou Zhang-sik dashed towards the source of the attack. Hey! In an instant, Zhou Zhang-sik closed the distance, catching the player off guard. Thwack! His dagger found its mark in the player's chest. Die! Die, you bastard! Inflicting a flurry of stab wounds, Zhou Zhang-sik pushed the defeated player away and lifted his head. At that moment, swoosh! Another arrow flew past his thigh, grazing it. There was a player holding a bow, readying another arrow. These fuckers. Zhou Zhang-sik retrieved his dagger and charged towards the player, seething with rage. Ah! The gap between them quickly closed, and as the player attempted to swing the bow in panic, thwack! Zhou Zhang-sik's dagger plunged into the player's chest. Die! Die, you son of a bitch! After mercilessly slashing his throat with his dagger, Zhou Zhang-sik pushed the lifeless player aside, raising his head. Just then, fwish! A spear passed right beside him, narrowly missing him. Zhou Zhang-sik looked in the direction where the spear came from and rushed toward it, just before he could reach him the player hit him with an arrow. Whoosh! Fortunately, this time he could predict the path of the arrow and dodged to the side. That bastard! Ignoring the pain in his side, Zhou Zhang-sik charged again. Thwack! Zhou Zhang-sik's thrown dagger hit the player square in the forehead. You damn bastard! How dare you aim at me? After retrieving his dagger, Zhou Zhang-sik took a deep breath, blood trickling from his side and covering his body in wounds. Vigilantly, Zhou Zhang-sik scanned his surroundings. Damn it, I have to be more cautious of players than monsters. Clearly, players were more troublesome than the goblins. Who knows where the next surprise attack will come from? Zhou Zhang-sik regretted his position as the zone representative. This damn zone representative title, I wish I could pass it on to someone else. But the only way to do so was through death, leaving him with no other choice but to remain on high alert. Thwack! Zhou Zhang-sik resumed his hunting, but he had to be cautious of his surroundings. Naturally, his hunting speed slowed down. The pain in his thigh grew more intense with each passing moment. Should I have just accepted Black Scythe's offer? The thought crossed his mind, but Zhou Zhang-sik shook his head. A man has his pride. I won't bow down to him. He needed an alternative, a way to hunt safely without worrying about player threats. What about him? At that moment, Zhou Zhang-sik noticed the name Black Flame Dragon. He was ranked third in the area. A brilliant idea sparked in Zhou Zhang-sik's mind as he approached Black Flame Dragon. Hey! Black Flame Dragon, who was fully engaged in hunting, turned his head. In an instant, Zhou Zhang-sik's eyes glowed with purple light. It was the transformation that occurred when he used the command authority. From now on, protect me. Black Flame Dragon. Chapter 33. Quack. Goblin Annihilation. Experience point triple buff is in effect. Experience points plus 0.4%. Gold plus 3.33. Additional gold plus 1.66. Current kill count, 502 100ths. Rune of Slaughter grants a 100% boost to all stats. Skeletal Bone Necklace increases attack speed by 25%. Amidst his relentless massacre of goblins, Ryu Min took a moment to assess his collected gold. Already close to 2,000 gold, he noted with satisfaction. Despite the first wave not yet reaching its conclusion, he had managed to accumulate a substantial amount. His high luck stat also contributed to the occasional influx of additional gold. At this rate, I could easily gather 20,000 gold during the second wave. A mere 4,000 more gold and he would have the desired sum. Then, he could finally acquire that skill. After that, I'll earn an additional 20,000 gold to buy another skill. Ryu Min's goal for this round was to purchase 2 skills. Once I achieve that, his thoughts drifted to an upcoming plan. The plan to obtain the Rune of Secret Desires, he chuckled to himself. Curiosity piqued, Ryu Min checked his level. He had already reached level 18, ensuring a smooth ascent to level 20 in the next wave. I'll reach level 30 in this round and purchase 2 skills. With his target set, he swung his scythe. Swift and deadly strikes echoed through the air. The Scythe truly excels at mass slaughter, he mused. Each swing of the Scythe could claim the lives of up to 4 goblins. Its elongated reach, akin to a spear, allowed him to eliminate foes without being touched. Kook. The goblins, sensing his prowess, timidly retreated from Ryu Min's path. Had his solo feat of eliminating over 500 goblins influenced their fear? If they won't come to me, then I'll go to them, he declared confidently. With all the necessary buffs already stacked, fear held no power over him. After 5 more minutes, pop, as the sound of the horn signaled the end, a message materialized before him. First wave success fully defended. Surviving players, 3,933. Deceased players, 967. Each surviving player will be rewarded with 500 gold. Approximately 80% of the initial 4,900 players had persevered. Even though the goblins were weakened, underestimating them would be unwise. Ryu Min's gaze shifted toward the village. There, he spotted Zhou Zhang, gasping for breath. Looks like he made it through, Ryu Min observed. With Zhou Zhang's skills, surviving until the 4th wave should be a breeze. Amidst it all, he managed to gain a class. However, Ryu Min was aware of the challenges that lay ahead for Zhou Zhang. Escaping this round wouldn't be an easy feat. Damn it all, Zhou Zhang panted heavily, yet his eyes burned with determination. Opening his guard against surprise attacks could lead to unforeseen threats. Why did those bastards only target me instead of the goblins? He had no idea how many close calls he had experienced throughout the first wave. The relentless stabs from his comrades had been unforgiving. But I'm grateful you're here, he admitted. Zhou Zhang's gaze fell upon a man near the entrance, a gentlemanly figure with the nickname Black Flame Dragon over his head. Thanks to the power of the authority, I can even make the 3rd-ranked player in this area my subordinate. Next to him was also Wang Yongmin, a muscular guy, but Zhou Zhang didn't need to use his authority power on him. He's a guy who willingly follows me like a senior. He had also incorporated several skilled players under his command. With them protecting me like a meat shield, I don't need to worry about any more surprises. Zhou Zhang looked at his side. The bleeding from the initial surprise attack had been severe. Can I endure the remaining waves? He had to survive. He had the determination to do anything to survive and rank higher. And if I survive, all the wounds will heal. Whoosh! Accompanying the sound of the horn, a message materialized before him. 30 minutes had passed since the first wave commenced. Second wave, 3,933 players versus weakened goblins and hobgoblins, 7,866 in total. Goblins are weakened to 1/3 of their usual strength due to the round's characteristics. Wishing you the best of luck. Though the monsters had grown stronger, their numbers had reduced. It seems they're appearing at roughly twice the number of remaining players, Zhou Zhang observed, his face etched with tension. His eyes narrowed as he awaited the impending monster onslaught. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a Black Scythe near the entrance. He intends to face the horde alone, doesn't he? Displeasure creased Zhou Zhang's brow. For now, his sole focus was on survival, against both the monsters, assaults and the players' surprise attacks. I will survive, no matter the cost, he declared with unyielding determination shining in his eyes. In the second wave, Ryu Min once again single-handedly guarded the entrance. The scythe sliced through the air, a blur of lethal precision. Swish swash. Gah. Keek. During the merciless goblin slaughter, a welcome transformation occurred. Ryu Min had reached his desired level, level 20. Rank upgraded from trainee to regular. You can now utilize the combination function. The newly unlocked combination function is as valuable as the store itself. With combinations, I can craft items above the unique rarity, unattainable through ordinary means. Of course, forging unique items was no easy task. Specific materials only obtainable during certain rounds were required. Mastery of combination techniques did not guarantee instant results. That's why I need to acquire the alchemy book. It will make item creation easier. If things does as planned with Ma Kyung Rock, acquiring the materials needed for crafting would no longer be an issue. However, that's a matter for after surviving this round, Ryu Min acknowledged. Once again, his attention was drawn to the message window. With the rank upgrade, the skill, Seal of Death, has been enhanced. Additional damage from the Seal of Death skill increased from 100% to 120%. Additionally, you have acquired the exclusive skill, Knight of Death, for Reapers. The next skill will automatically be acquired at level 40. Upon becoming a regular, his existing skills were enhanced. Now I can deal an additional 120% damage with the Seal of Death. Not only that, but he also learned a new skill. Exclusive skill, Knight of Death. Effect. Disperses an aura of darkness within a 500 meters radius, creating an artificial night. The caster can deactivate it at will. The explanation was brief, but the effect couldn't be ignored. It's a skill that complements the rune of the night, which grows stronger during nighttime. Due to the rune's characteristics, attack speed increased by 50% during the night, and perception probability drastically decreased. Truly a skill tailored for a Reaper. Now, even during the day, I'll receive an attack speed buff without any issues. Thanks to the Knight of Death. Above all, to obtain another important rune called the Rune of Hidden Desires, the Knight of Death skill was absolutely necessary. And of course, I need the common skills I plan to purchase as well. Ryu Min allocated his stat points to luck as he leveled up. The attributes of agility and luck have now reached the standards. Improving luck ends here. Until level 30, I'll focus on strength. Since his strength stat was the lowest, it was necessary to balance it out. As he closed his status window, the goblins rushed towards him. Ryu Min greeted them with a smile. I learned a new skill just in time. He immediately cast the Knight of Death. Wong. The space within a 500 meters radius was engulfed in darkness. What's happening all of a sudden? Why did it turn dark? We can't see anything. The surrounding players were taken aback, but Ryu Min paid no attention. Swoosh, swoosh. With a 50% increased attack speed, he busily slaughtered the goblins. Successfully defended the second wave. Surviving players, 3,343. Deceased players, 590. Each surviving player will be rewarded with 500 gold. Upon reaching level 21, the second wave came to an end. Fortunately, Ryu Min was able to reach his target of accumulating 20,000 gold. Now I can buy the common skill. Without delay, Ryu Min opened the shop window and searched for the desired skill. Common skill, sensory detection. Effect. Able to detect the presence of enemies within a 30 meters radius. Sensory detection was a useful skill that allowed the detection of all targets within a 30 meters radius. It's an essential skill in such chaotic situations since it enables detecting enemies even from behind. Ryu Min purchased the skill without hesitation, and since it was a passive skill, he immediately gained awareness of the surrounding targets. There are only goblin corpses within 30 meters. If there happened to be any players lurking, caution was necessary, as their intentions couldn't be considered good. Now I just need to gather 20,000 gold to buy another shared skill. With 3 remaining waves and sub-quests to complete, earning 20,000 gold would be easily achievable. Third wave, 3,343 players versus weakened hobgoblins, 6,686 in total. Successfully defended the third wave. Surviving players, 3,001. Deceased players, 342. Fourth wave, 3,001 players versus weakened hobgoblins and trolls, 6,002 in total. Successfully defended the fourth wave. Surviving players, 2,700. Deceased players, 301. Zhou Zhongsik survived until the fourth wave. He glanced at the progress window, and only the fifth wave remaining. Time remaining until the third round ends, 1 hour 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Just one more hour. If I can hold out for that long, I'll survive. Despite the intense pain in his side, thigh, and other minor injuries, he believed he could endure for an hour. As for the ambushes from other players, he no longer cared. As long as they protect me, my life won't be in danger. Zhongsik cast a trustworthy gaze at the guards surrounding him. 10 guards stood tall under his command. It's good a thing that I have this power of authority. Thanks to that, he could hunt safely without worrying about ambushes. Even though he had used up all 10 usages of the skill. What cares if I've used them all? Survival is the priority now. Moreover, due to shedding blood and engaging in fierce battles, Zhang-Sik obtained the gladiator's job item while hunting monsters. And the moment he reached level 10, he immediately advanced to become a gladiator. I can't die just like this after advancing. If he could endure only the final 5th wave, he could survive the next round too thanks to his job. I'll become stronger. Strong enough to take the heads of those bastards who targeted me. The players who mocked him and looked down on him, once he survived, he would slaughter every single one of them. Suddenly, the sound of a horn announcing the final wave reached his ears. 5th wave. 2,700 players versus weakened trolls, 10,800 in total. Due to the round's characteristics, trolls are weakened to 1/3 of their usual strength. Wishing you the best of luck. Zhang-Sik widened his eyes in surprise as he gazed at the number of trolls. 10,800. Why are there so many? It was 4 times the number of players, as it was the final wave. No need to worry. I have guards protecting me. Zhang-Sik considered this an opportunity to set the record. He still believed he fell short of being in the top 25%. CRKRK. CRKRKRKR. More than 10,000 gnolls revealed themselves and charged. 2,700 players clashed with the trolls. Die. Die, you bastards. The players fought frantically. The Black Scythe continued to mark the entrance, standing alone. Inspired by the sight, Zhang-Sik's fighting spirit flared up. I'll become stronger. I'll survive. With the guards he commanded and his sincere hunting, he launched into the real battle. There was no need to be wary of friendly fire, allowing him to fully immerse himself in combat. That's what he thought, but all of that changed in a moment. What's happening? 2 guards, who served as meat shields, were struck down by sword blows. A group that had conspired to target Zhang-Sik managed to penetrate through the guards. I got him, you gangster. The power of the authority belongs to me. Was it because they thought this was their last chance? They were resolute, and the number of conspiring players exceeded 30. Stop them. Guard bastards, stop them. The guards, even without words, were already holding off the attackers. An order to protect Zhang-Sik had already been imprinted in their minds. However, handling over 30 players was no easy task. Thud, thud, kook, The players aiming for the Zhang-Sik and those under authority engaged in a fierce battle. If I mess up, I'll be in trouble. Zhang-Sik, who observed the guards fighting, quickly left the scene. Now wasn't the time to hunt. Since he appeared as an easy target for players to kill. He's going that way. Chase him. The players who witnessed Zhang-Sik's escape chased after him with fierce determination. Damn it. Just need to hold out for this wave, just this wave. Zhang-Sik's eyes widened as he muttered curses under his breath. In an instant, one person caught his eye. Nickname, Black Scythe. He was the only savior who could turn the tide in the current situation. Hey, Black Scythe, I accept your offer. I'll do whatever you say, just protect me. Zhang-Sik stuck close to Black Scythe, causing the pursuing players to hesitate. Even for them, the number 1 player in the entire area was a formidable opponent. Black Scythe, you're going to accept the offer, right? Come on, protect me. I refuse. Zhang-Sik's face froze at Black Scythe's cold response. I told you before, I won't pay attention to you. Black Scythe, Ryu Min, looked at Zhang-Sik with cold eyes. Whether you die or not is up to you now. Chapter 34. Ryu Min's rejection momentarily stunned Zhang-Sik. He never expected the Black Scythe to turn down his offer. Wait, hold on. Did I hear you right? You're accepting my proposal, right? Nope. But it was your own idea. You said you'd protect me if I followed your orders. That opportunity has passed. Once a bus has passed, it doesn't come back. As if to emphasize that point, the Black Scythe coldly turned its back. Zhang-Sik couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Why on earth? I'm willing to be under your control, so why are you rejecting me? Ryu Min's steps halted at his voice. Then, with nonchalance, he retorted, without the authority power you're not even worth being under control. Leaving those words hanging, Ryu Min walked away, leaving Zhang-Sik dumbfounded. The players who witnessed this scene had different expressions in their eyes. Did you all see that? The rejection of the offer. It seems like the Black Scythe has completely abandoned him. Thank goodness. I was worried about what would happen if the Black Scythe actually helped. Life can be quite unpredictable. Now we can breathe easy and kill him without hesitation. The players approached with grim expressions on their faces. Zhou Zhang's expression twisted, resembling a lion surrounded by hyenas. Damn it. So now I'm worthless because I've used up my authority. If only he had known this would happen, he would have accepted Black Scythe's proposal earlier. Then he wouldn't have needed to rely on his authority, and he wouldn't be facing this crisis. Thump. The pain in his side intensified. Running away was no longer a viable option. Damn it, is fighting my only choice? Zhou Zhang turned around and tightly gripped his sword. It was a short sword he had received when he became a gladiator. Even if I'm going down, I'll take at least one more person with me. Looking at the group of over 30 players, Zhou Zhang steeled himself. He didn't have confidence in winning, but if he fought with the resolve to die, he might have a chance. Damn it, I shouldn't have run away from my guards. He wished he had an ally at this critical moment. Even if they were under the control of the authority. Can't be helped. I have to find a way to get out of this situation alone. And then, someone he had forgotten appeared before Zhou Zhang. Senior. Wang Yongmin. Zhou Zhang was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the burly figure. Where were you, Junior? I came to help you because it seemed like you needed it. Yeah, thanks. Once I recover, I'll make sure to repay you. Zhou Zhang couldn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, his vision flashed, and he caught a glimpse of the sky. Senior. In Zhou Zhang's field of vision, Wang Yongmin stood with a raised fist. I'll make it easier for you to die. You betray. Thump, thump, thud. Wang Yongmin's powerful blows rained down on Zhou Zhang's face. Before losing consciousness, Zhou Zhang saw Wang Yongmin, grinning like a demon. Damn it, I'm betrayed by someone like Wang Yongmin. Thud. Zhou Zhang's breath ceased as he lost consciousness. Zone representative, life is a documentary, has died. Authority is transferred to the killer. Player, Wang Yongmin has become the new zone representative of ESKS 45-5. After the message appeared, Wang Yongmin finally ceased his punching. He raised his bloodied fist and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, now I'm the zone representative. I'm the king. He also checked his newly acquired skill, the power of the authority. Though he could only use it 10 times, it granted him immense power over non-specialized players. That should be enough. As long as I set my mind to it, I can make Xiao Aaron do whatever I want. He. In truth, this was his goal of becoming a representative. To make his ideal, Xiao Aaron, his obedient slave. I've reached level 9, and Xiao Aaron probably hasn't advanced yet. Ho ho. Wang Yongmin laughed gleefully, thinking about using the authority on Xiao Aaron. His innocent laughter left the other players dumbfounded. What happened? Wasn't he just a lackey for the gangsters? Did he approach him from the start to betray him? He's a terrifying guy. No, he's not terrifying, just ruthless. I can't believe such a guy became a zone representative. Voices of condemnation could be heard, but Wang Yongmin paid no attention to the surrounding gazes. He simply boasted about his achievements to his gang friends. Hey, guys, did you see that? I landed the final blow. I told you I had a good chance of winning, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Well, it turned out just fine. Although his friends laughed along, deep down, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. That guy, he killed someone with his bare fists. He said he could kill the zone representative just by hitting him from behind, and he actually did. What a crazy psycho. His friends shook their heads, astonished by Wang Yongmin's repeated actions. His calculated behavior sent shivers down their spines. However, Wang Yongmin had never intended to betray him from the start. Not until Zhou Zhang showed his pitiful and desperate side, running away from the players. It was disappointing to see the so-called boss Zhou Zhang fleeing. Wang Yongmin remembered. He remembered Zhou Zhang's feeble attempts to escape from the players. That's why I got rid of him. Instead of struggling in vain, wouldn't it be better for him to die by my hand? A zone representative without the power of authority is worthless. And Zhou Zhang, who had lost his charisma, was also worthless. That's why Wang Yongmin stepped forward. To strike Zhou Zhang in the back and become the zone representative himself. I will make good use of this power. He. After briefly contemplating Zhou Zhongsik's lifeless body, Wang Yongmin lifted his head. The eager gazes of those around him were focused solely on him. The target had changed. Now they're coming after me. Heh. Yet Wang Yongmin didn't show fear or hesitation. Because he had a glimmer of trust. Black Scythe. Wang Yongmin rushed straight towards Ryu Min. Ryu Min, who sensed something was amiss, turned his head with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Did you see the message? I'm the zone representative now. I have the power of the authority. So what? Wang Yongmin thumped his chest. I accept the offer you made to life as a documentary. I'll do whatever you ask. Just protect me. Wang Yongmin believed Black Scythe would agree to his offer. He had overheard the conversation with Zhou Zhongsik, after all. Zhou Zhongsik was rejected because he lacked the power of the authority. So he'll accept my proposal. Although he didn't want to get involved with the Black Scythe after that incident, he had no choice. In a life-threatening situation, there was no room for such considerations. But to his surprise, the Black Scythe's response was cold. I don't like your attitude. Pardon. If you want me to consider it, why don't you try begging on your knees? Wang Yongmin snapped out of his daze. Wait, didn't you hear me correctly? I have the power of the authority. So what? Ryu Min's cold reaction startled Wang Yongmin. Seems like you're delusional. You're the one in need of help, not me. Do you want my protection? Then get on your knees and beg. Wang Yongmin looked around, feeling the intense gazes of the players. It was a humiliating situation, but Wang Yongmin didn't let his pride get in the way. Thump. He immediately set aside his pride and knelt down. Black Scythe, I'll do anything you ask. Please, make me your subordinate. I beg you, he shouted, bowing his head until his forehead touched the ground. Seeing him like that, Ryu Min couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was a scene he had witnessed too many times. As expected, Wang Yongmin became the zone representative. That was why Ryu Min spared Wang Yongmin's life. Because Wang Yongmin was the variable that would eliminate Zhou Zhongsik. Zhou Zhongsik doesn't matter to me. What I need is a loyal pawn who follows orders. Zhou Zhongsik hadn't surrendered his pride, and he didn't have the power of the authority, to begin with. There was no reason to protect him, not in the slightest. On the other hand, Wang Yongmin has some value. For now, watching Wang Yongmin fervently prostrate himself, Ryu Min pretended to be unable to reject him. Fine, I accept your proposal. Thank you. Thank you, Black Scythe. Wang Yongmin repeatedly bowed his head, a smile of joy on his face. Enough. I don't want to see your pathetic face. Yes. Oh, yes. As Wang Yongmin scratched his head in confusion, Ryu Min stepped forward, wielding the large scythe, as if protecting Wang Yongmin. The other players hesitated to approach, sensing Ryu Min's overwhelming presence. It ended up like this, huh? Black Scythe is protecting Wang Yongmin. Damn it. Killing Wang Yongmin was one thing, but Black Scythe was different. Just his presence alone was intimidating. And rightly so. Until now, Black Scythe had demonstrated a level of skill that was beyond human. What should we do? The wave will be over soon. Why not rush in all at once? Have you not seen Black Scythe fight? He guarded the entrance alone, facing hundreds of monsters. Yeah, that monster is not someone we can defeat. But now is the chance to become a zone representative. The players found themselves in a dilemma, with Ryu Min standing before them. They debated whether to retreat or persist in the attack, despite the risks. Feeling frustrated by their indecision, Ryu Min presented them with options. I'll help you make a decision. You have two choices. Give up on becoming a zone representative, go back and kill monsters to set records, or die by my hand. I recommend the former, but the latter is also acceptable. Once you challenge me, I won't see you as human anymore. Ryu Min's words were the final blow. I'm out. Me too. The players began to turn away one by one. Wang Yongmin grinned, suppressing his laughter. Isn't this amazing? Everyone is retreating at the word of Black Scythe. Wang Yongmin once again felt the majesty of Black Scythe. When he was his enemy, he was scared, but as an ally, he felt secure. It was a kind of vicarious satisfaction. Wang Yongmin straightened his shoulders and reveled in his victory. However, Ryu Min observed the situation and counted the remaining monsters. It's almost over. The gnolls were being pushed back and killed. At this rate, they would clear the fifth wave unscathed. And then players will receive rewards, and the round will end. But that wasn't Ryu Min's desired outcome. Ending it like this would be disappointing. He was waiting for the right time. The right timing for the sub-quest to be revealed. That was why he had accepted Wang Yongmin as his subordinate. Wang Yongmin. Yes, Black Scythe. Carry out the tasks I assigned to you, as promised. What tasks are they? Just give me the orders. Wang Yongmin energetically responded, but moments later, his face turned pale as he heard the command. Chapter 35. Excuse me. What did you say? I couldn't hear you properly. Use the power of the authority 10 times to destroy the artifact. Destroy the artifact. Upon hearing the order, Wang Yongmin couldn't help but doubt his own ears. Why would he want to destroy the very artifact they were supposed to protect? Is he trying to forcibly end the round? Failing to protect the artifact would result in the round ending prematurely. It would make sense if they were doing it to secure their rank. But the round is almost over anyway. There's no reason to do this. After a short while, the remaining monsters would be cleared, and the fifth wave would be completed. Even if they just waited, the round would naturally come to an end. By protecting the artifact, they could even receive additional rewards. Then why? The angel had mentioned receiving a penalty if the artifact was broken. There was no reason to forfeit the extra rewards and face penalties willingly. Moreover, Black Scythe is practically guaranteed to be the top-ranked player. Considering the countless monsters he had defeated, this round would undoubtedly secure his top rank. It has nothing to do with the ranks, then why? Doubts arose, followed by a natural sense of discontent. Above all, being instructed to use all 10 commands of the power of the authority was the source of his dissatisfaction. If I use all my commands, I won't be able to enslave Co Aaron. Losing the opportunity to make Co Aaron his servant would eliminate his main reason for becoming a district representative. May I ask why? Wang Yongmin gathered his courage and inquired, but Ryu Min shot him a piercing gaze. Just do as you're told. What if I use it only 9 times? I won't repeat myself. Do as you're told or die alone. Refusing to obey meant facing death. There was no room for choice, yet Wang Yongmin still had something to say. But, Black Scythe, if I use all the commands of the authority, it means risking my life. If you could spare at least one, why do you think it matters to have one command left? I will protect you, won't I? Even if you use all the commands, the contract will still be valid. Did I ever say I will only protect as long as you have the skill? That's true. Even as he answered, he couldn't hide his underlying uneasiness. Is this all? Then why did I become a representative? If he can't use the power of the authority as he wishes, there would be no reason to strike Zhou Zhang sick from behind. Is our conversation over? Yes. Then follow the orders. I understand. I'll do as instructed. To preserve his life, he had no choice but to comply. I will tell you now which players you're going to target with your commands. Yes. Ryu Min glanced at the players nearby and spoke. Sim Sung Gyu, Small Pepper, Don't Meddle, Spring Summer Fall. Order them to destroy the artifacts. Wang Yongmin was surprised to hear the last few nicknames. After all, they were all members of his clique. What's going on? Is he doing this on purpose? Wang Yongmin's gaze shifted towards his friends. His friends also seemed bewildered, their mouths half open. Guys, I'm sorry. It's an order from Black Scythe, so you have to understand. What? Are you serious? Reluctantly, Wang Yongmin activated the power of the authority. Using the skill on his friends wasn't something he desired, but he had no other choice. Don't meddle, destroy the artifact. Spring Summer Fall, destroy the artifact. He gave each of the 10 players the order one by one. Without questioning, they immediately rushed to the central area of the village. Though it felt like a waste to use the commands on such a thing, what else could he do? To stay alive, I must obey. As he used the last command, he clenched his lips in frustration. I've used them all. Yes, I can see that. You've definitely used them. Ryu Min could tell even without being told. Wang Yongmin's eyes turned purple each time he gave an order. Most importantly, the players obediently headed to destroy the artifact as soon as they heard the order. Once an order is given through the power of the authority, the players can't refute. Under the power of the authorities' control, those 10 individuals would do everything in their power to destroy the artifact, even if it meant risking their lives. With 10 people, we should be able to destroy it easily. A smile appeared on Ryu Min's face. Undoubtedly, Wang Yongmin was easier to handle than Zhou Zhongsik. Warning. The artifact is under attack. Warning. The artifact is under attack. Warning. The artifact is under attack. Even without the warning messages, people could see what was happening. The 10 individuals, under the influence of the power of the authority, were openly attacking the artifact at the village's center. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop right now. What's wrong with you? Are you intentionally trying to get penalized? Other players tried to intervene, but it was in vain. The orders given through the power of the authority were absolute. Clang, crash, clang. Though the artifact was diamond-shaped, it wasn't as sturdy as it appeared. With all 10 players joining forces, the surface of the artifact quickly turned to gold. It might break if this continues. Can someone stop them? Just kill those bastards. Despite the surrounding pleads, the 10 players were completely focused on shattering the artifact. Even if some of them were injured, they didn't halt their assault. Swoosh, swish, it's over. Ryu Min, witnessing the artifact splitting apart, silently chuckled. He knew exactly what would happen next. Crash. The artifacts have been destroyed. Main quest failed. A harbinger of divine punishment will be summoned as a penalty shortly. Survive against the harbinger of divine punishment for the next 30 minutes. The round will not end until the time limit expires. What? Harbinger of divine punishment. What does that mean? Is it like a boss or something? The players were all wide-eyed with surprise. No one had anticipated that a boss would appear as a penalty. Hidden sub-quest discovered. Survive against the harbinger of divine punishment for the next 30 minutes. Success. Receive 3,000 gold. Remaining time. 0 hours 29 minutes and 59 seconds. There was a hidden sub-quest. The players were surprised once again by the sudden appearance of a sub-quest. Especially considering the generous rewards it offered. For players who hadn't even collected 3,000 gold throughout the 5 waves, it was enticing. So, if we survive, we get 3,000 gold. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? It's like a game of hide and seek. With 2,700 players remaining, the situation seemed manageable as long as there was only one seeker. Ryu Min, however, had a completely different perspective. Escaping from the harbinger of divine punishment won't be easy. There was a reason behind the substantial reward. Players who realized this wore serious expressions, while others displayed confident smiles. In Ryu Min, naturally, he belonged to the latter group. If he had any doubts, he wouldn't have intentionally activated the sub-quest by breaking the artifact. If we had simply cleared the 5th wave and ended the round, we would have received an additional 2,000 gold at best. The reward for revealing the sub-quest by breaking the artifact surpassed the gold received. For protecting them, that was Ryu Min's reason for activating the sub-quest. But why didn't he break the artifact himself? The reason became apparent through a message that appeared shortly after. Confirmation. The artifact has been attacked by players. Penalties will be imposed on the 10 players who attack the artifact. All stats will permanently decrease by 50%. What? Stats decrease? Damn it. The 10 players, including the ones from Wang Yongmin's clique, cried out in anger. It felt unfair, especially since they didn't do it willingly. The members of his clique glared at Wang Yongmin with resentment. I'm sorry. I didn't expect such penalties. Wang Yongmin apologized, but it wasn't the time to worry about others. Responsibility for failing to protect the artifact will also result in penalties for the district representative. All stats will permanently decrease by 50%. Wang Yongmin was left speechless, his expression filled with loss. Oh, for fuck's sake. He never even dreamt that he would receive penalties himself as the district representative. Except for Ryu Min, of course. That's why I hesitated to become the district representative. A permanent decrease in stats was fatal, directly impacting survival. It even affects the potential of the player's growth. He hadn't warned against becoming a district representative without reason. Not breaking the artifact by himself was also to avoid penalties. In the meanwhile, swish, crunch, the last null was killed by one of the players. Yet, the message signaling the end of the round didn't appear. We've killed all the monsters. Why isn't it ending? Didn't you read the message? It won't end until the penalty round is over. So, we have to endure another 30 minutes. Think of it as a game of hide and seek. It won't be too difficult. Ryu Min inwardly clicked his tongue at the player's nonchalant thinking. After repeating this scenario dozens of times, he noticed that people will always react the same way. Every time the artifact was shattered, people would think so casually. They didn't understand the difficulty of the penalty. I died twice from the penalty alone in the third round. Ryu Min didn't initially know that revealing the sub-quest was triggered by breaking the artifact. He simply protected the artifacts and proceeded to the next round as usual. But then I accidentally discovered what happens when the artifact break. That's when Ryu Min learned that surviving against the Harbinger of Divine Punishment was incredibly challenging. I died twice, even with enough skill to endure until the fifth wave. He still felt confident. He also thought, if it was just a matter of evading for 30 minutes then it will be easy with enough people. But it turned out to be more difficult than I thought. Out of 2,700 players, only around 500 survived. A survival rate of less than 20%. At one time only 1,225 players survived worldwide. Truly an extreme difficulty. The moment you lose your focus it's the end. Of course, Ryu Min was confident now. He had enough experience and had broken the artifact dozens of times and came up with a great strategy. It's a penalty for others, but for Ryu Min, it wasn't a penalty. Instead, it was an opportunity for significant growth. If he defeated the Harbinger of Divine Punishment, that is. I currently have around 13,000 gold. If I complete the sub-quest and defeat the Harbinger of Divine Punishment, I'll easily exceed 20,000 gold. Ryu Min had no intention of running away. On the contrary, he planned to eliminate it and reap the significant rewards. After deducting about 4,000 gold, I'll still have enough to buy 2 decent items. After calculating his available funds, Ryu Min immediately opened the shop window and purchased 2 2,000 gold items. First, he acquired Assassin's Hood. Category: Helmet. Grade: Normal. Defense: 20. Effect: Agility +3. Durability: 250/250ths. Usage restriction: Regular grade or higher. Description: A hood favored by assassins, emitting a faint scent of unwashed blood. Next, he obtained Agile long boots. Category: Footwear. Grade: Normal. Defense: 15. Effect: Agility +2, movement speed +5%. Durability: 250/250ths. Usage restriction: Regular grade or higher. Description: Snug fitting, black long boots that may seem stuffy but are surprisingly comfortable to wear. Although these were normal grade items, Ryu Min wasn't particularly concerned about their effect. Instead, he believed that even slight stat increases would make capturing the enemy easier. Besides, he could always resell the items at the shop, even though he would only receive half of the original price. Whoosh. Is it starting? I feel nervous for some reason. As the sound signaling the start echoed, the players became tense, but Ryu Min remained composed. I'll defeat it and reach level 30. Ryu Min was currently at level 27, and he was confident that defeating the Harbinger of Divine Punishment would easily propel him to level 30. Furthermore, he would accumulate 20,000 gold as planned and buy another common skill. But that wasn't all. I can also obtain runes, titles, and even that items. A hopeful smile appeared on Ryu Min's face. He was confident in his ability to kill the Harbinger of Divine Punishment. After all, it was only a divine-type enemy. Chapter 36. The First Angel Slayer. Ryu Min had earned the title by slaying Briel, the angel that was assigned to his area. It was a prestigious title that granted him a double increase in stats when facing opponents of the divine type. The Harbinger of the Divine Punishment was none other than a being of the divine type. This is the reason why Ryu Min went beyond mere evasion and aimed to capture them. If it weren't for this title, I wouldn't have dared to challenge it. The Harbinger of the Divine Punishment was a monstrous creature that required a team of at least 5 level 40 players to barely defeat it. Being only at level 27, Ryu Min faced the daunting task to confront it alone. But with a solid strategy and the right stats, there's nothing I can't overcome. Ryu Min possessed the Rune of Slaughter that enhanced his stats twofold. In addition, his Angel Slayer title provided an extra double boost. Altogether, it was a four-fold increase in power. In terms of sheer stat quantity, it was comparable to a level 99 character, at the maximum level. Of course, this comparison is based on the assumption of a level 99 character equipped with standard gear. Still, it's better to improve my stats even a little. Ryu Min opened the combination window, revealing a large slot and 5 smaller slots surrounding it. The large slot was for the main ingredient, while the smaller slots were for the sub-ingredients. I'll enhance my stats by combining magic stones. Ryu Min dragged the item from his inventory and placed it into the slot. Main ingredient: skull bone necklace. Sub-ingredients: low-grade purple magic stone. None. Filling all the sub-ingredient slots wasn't necessary. Once he was ready, he pressed the combination button. Combination successful. The skull bone necklace now has the option, all stats +1. The sub-ingredients vanished, leaving only the skull bone necklace. Without hesitation, Ryu Min proceeded to combine magic stones with other equipment. He had 2 magic stones in his inventory, one blue and one orange, obtained from hunting. In this round, since I can attach 1 magic stone to each piece of equipment, then combination successful. The leather armor of the seasoned hunter gains the option, damage received -1%. Using the low-grade blue magic stone, he obtained damage reduction. Combination successful. The Scythe of the Reaper gains the option, strength +2. With the low-grade orange magic stone, his strength stat increased. Although they're low-grade magic stones, they'll help boost my strength a little. Ryu Min combined them without any hesitation, striving to increase his power. After all, the combined magic stones could be separated at will. They're not consumables, so I can attach or detach them whenever I need. Once all the preparations were complete with the magic stone combinations, boom, the sky tore open, and a pillar of light descended to the ground. Whoosh! Emerging under the spotlight was none other than an angel, a celestial being. Cloaked in a judge-like attire and a robe that concealed the face, their gender remained indistinguishable. Flutter. Massive wings, measuring up to 6 meters in length, confirmed their angelic nature. The number and the size of wings determines an angel's power. The more wings it has and the larger it is, the stronger the angel. Ordinary angels have wings that are much smaller. Compared to a regular angel with a combined length of only 2 meters, the size of this angel's wings was astounding. However, players, unaware of these facts, could only stare in awe. Is that the harbinger of the divine punishment? Do we just have to avoid it to survive? Doesn't it seem too easy? Laughter echoed from various corners. As majestic as their wings were, the harbinger of the divine punishment's appearance was similar to an ordinary human. In response to such reactions, Ryu Min smirked. Did they expect a giant beast to appear or something? Until they experienced it firsthand, no one would grasp the true strength of the harbinger of the divine punishment. Swish! The harbinger of the divine punishment shook its staff, and bells attached to its end emitted a sound. Swish swish! The angel, leisurely leaning on the staff, suddenly stomped on the ground. Thud! Simultaneously, a purple aura emanated from the staff's tip. The harbinger of the divine punishment has cast a restriction field. Players cannot leave the field until the caster releases the skill. Stats of players within the field are reduced by 50%. A translucent purple barrier manifested within a 100-meter radius. Trapped inside, players collectively grew bewildered. What is this? Our stats are decreasing. We can't escape. Are we really trapped? As they touched the purple barrier, they discovered its rigid and wall-like nature. Enclosed within the colossal dome, the trapped players fell into contemplation. Their plan to evade and roam around had crumbled from the start. Observing the trapped players from outside the barrier, Ryu Min assessed their numbers. About 300 of them are caught, roughly. Naturally, Ryu Min himself remained outside the barrier. Aware of its 100-meter range, he positioned himself beyond its reach from the beginning. It's unfortunate, but I won't be able to rescue all 300. Once trapped within the restriction field, there was no escape. It was akin to being a mouse trapped in poison. Furthermore, with the stat reduction debuff, the odds are against us. Ryu Min knew this well from his initial encounter with the entity. Getting trapped within the field meant certain death. Flutter. The harbinger of the divine punishment unfurled its wings. Simultaneously, countless arrows of light materialized around their wings. Their number easily exceeded 200. It has begun. Ryu Min averted his gaze as if there was nothing to see. The subsequent event was already anticipated. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The arrows flew like beams of light, piercing through the players' bodies. Pop 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 pop. Ah, ah. In an instant, 30 players in the front line became hitting targets for the arrows, meeting their demise. Ah, are we supposed to dodge those? It's nearly impossible to track them with our eyes. Startled, the players retreated, but unfortunately, there was no escape route. Dodging the arrows of light is next to impossible. Ryu Min had a reason for avoiding being trapped within the barrier. The combination of the field and the arrows of light created a lethal combo. As long as I stay out of it, I won't die. In fact, he could even target the entity's blind spot. The entity is solely focused on hunting humans, neglecting its surroundings. Unnoticed by the entity, Ryu Min circled around the barrier, positioning himself behind it. In the meantime, a party of death was taking place in the circular dome. Quag. Saw save me. Mom. Players were helplessly killed by countless arrows of light. Focused on finishing the job, the harbinger of the divine punishment moved to the center of the barrier as the players kept moving around like rats inside the trap. Not even noticing that Ryu Min was watching from behind. As expected, he's focused on hunting the others and doesn't even pay attention to the back. I can see his back, I can do it. Though he couldn't approach due to the barrier. As soon as the barrier is lifted, I'll launch a surprise attack. That was the only way to ambush the entity while evading its line of sight. The opponent you're facing is a divine type. With the title of the first Angel Slayer taking effect, all stats are doubled. A sudden message caught Ryu Min's attention, prompting him to open his status window. Strength, 80, Intelligence, 28, Agility, 116, Luck, 96. With the added title effect from the Rune of Slaughter, his stats skyrocketed fourfold. This should be enough to deliver significant damage. It was crucial to land a critical hit with his first strike. That way, the following move would become much easier to execute. As they say, a preemptive strike leads to victory, right? While waiting for the barrier to be lifted, Ryu Min glanced at the surrounding players outside. They seem utterly shocked. Everyone stood speechless, unable to comprehend the brutal slaughter happening within the barrier. Some players were trembling like leaves caught in a storm. Survive against this monstrous creature for 30 minutes. Are you out of your mind? I can't even look at it, let alone survive. I need to run away. The hesitant players quickly made their way to the exit, desperate for safety. But running away wouldn't solve their problem. The angel has wings. It's only a matter of time before it catches up. No matter how far they fled, it would be effortless for the angel to catch up with a few flaps of its wings. And then, it would unleash havoc within the field, effortlessly slaughtering the trapped humans. Running in different directions is a much better strategy for survival than running around in a group. The best option was to flee behind the harbinger of divine punishment. It rarely looks back. The reason was simple. He underestimated humans. That as long as we don't initiate an attack. Finally, as the barrier fell like a descending curtain, the lives of the 300 players trapped inside were extinguished. In that moment, the harbinger of divine punishment took a step forward, searching for new prey. Now is the perfect opportunity. Ryu Min dashed forward with all his might. The once significant distance of over 100 meters, caused by the barrier, rapidly closed in. 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. He could sense the presence of his opponent, but the harbinger of divine punishment kept his sight focused forward. There's no need to worry about being noticed. After all, that creature had no ears. That was his first weakness. The distance to the angel is now 5 meters. As Ryu Min closed in on the relatively short distance, he leapt high into the air. Swish! The seal of death was already engraved. I must go all in with the first strike. He exerted all his strength, channeling it into the hand gripping his side. At that moment, as if it felt a shadow descending from above, the angel finally looked up. But it's already too late. Ryu Min's scythe struck the angel's eyeball faster than expected. Thunk! Did I hit it? When Ryu Min landed from his aerial somersault, the harbinger of divine punishment clutched his eye. Ah! I got him. Ryu Min found himself holding his breath as golden blood streamed through the angel's writhing fingers. Though Ryu Min couldn't understand its words, the agony was apparent. I hit it precisely, right in the eyeball. Hitting the face, especially an eye, with a large scythe was no easy feat. It required a deep understanding of the weapon and considerable expertise. But Ryu Min accomplished it. But it's not over yet. Despite the scythe hitting its eye, the harbinger of divine punishment remained alive. He's a tough one with high endurance. Furthermore, his other eye remained intact. While it suffered a critical blow, a single attack wouldn't be enough to kill it. Thanks to the seal of death, Ryu Min could clearly see the remaining health, indicating there was still 60% left. Considering that I managed to get rid of 40% with just one attack, it's not bad. Ryu Min retreated, putting some distance between himself and the creature. The harbinger of divine punishment blinked its remaining eye, searching for Ryu Min. However, Ryu Min had long vanished from his line of sight. While he was out of sight, the harbinger of divine punishment conjured a purple barrier. Once again, the harbinger of divine punishment has cast the restriction field. Even though it was an attempt to trap him, Ryu Min anticipated it and swiftly evaded. Ryu Min had long since moved beyond the 100-meter radius. The enraged harbinger of divine punishment searched for prey within the barrier. But realizing that there were no captured victims, he promptly lifted the field. As if waiting for this moment, Ryu Min stomped on the ground. Thunk! He closed the distance, rushing through the entity's blind spot, before leaping again. I've taken one down. Swish! Rumbling sound. Now I must claim the other. The crescent moon-shaped scythe found its mark in the harbinger of divine punishments. Remaining eye. Ah! The angel screamed in agony and anger, immediately casting the field once more. The stats of the players inside the field are reduced by 50%. Though Ryu Min's movements slowed due to the stat reduction, it didn't faze him. A blind creature with no eyes is nothing more than a splendid punching bag. There was no reason to fear a sightless opponent. Whip! The harbinger of divine punishment spread his massive wings. Unable to see his opponent, he launched beams of light in all directions, intending to kill. That's when. Now is the time. Ryu Min unleashed the Night of Death. Thunk! Countless beams of light vanished like extinguished candles. The light was swallowed by the darkness. That's his second weakness. Ryu Min raised his scythe. It's his vulnerability to a Reaper-class entity. Light cannot triumph over darkness. That's how the system of the otherworld was designed. Confused, the harbinger of divine punishment swung his staff. But Ryu Min had already evaded, moving behind him, making it impossible to land a hit. Now let's finish this. To prevent the creature from fleeing, Ryu Min decided to start by severing its wings. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few strikes, the angel's wings fell to the ground. The creature screamed in agony, but two wings remained. Without hesitation, Ryu Min swung his scythe again. Slice! Strike! Thump! Both wings were torn asunder. Now, the creature had lost its means of escape. Its health is now at 10%. Only the final blow remained. However, instead of ending its life, Ryu Min distanced himself. The body of the harbinger of divine punishment emitted a golden light. Condition met. The passive skill, Radiant Final Radiance, of the harbinger of divine punishment has been activated. The harbinger of divine punishment becomes invincible. When its health dropped below 10%, the final phase began. Ryu Min smirked. If I had aimed for its neck or other parts, it would have escaped without me being able to kill it after the beginning of the final phase. That's why Ryu Min removed its wings first, even if the phase begins he has no means to ascend to the sky. Now it's time to end this. Ryu Min's scythe gracefully danced through the air. The harbinger of divine punishment's head fell, severed in an instant. You have slain the harbinger of divine punishment. Chapter 37. You have slain the harbinger of divine punishment. Experience gained x3. Experience plus 304.3%. Gold plus 8,200. Additional gold plus 4,100. Level up. Level up. Level up. Ryu Min, with a single kill, skyrocketed from level 27 to level 30. And Lady Luck smiled upon him with additional gold rewards. Talk about being lucky. Now he possessed around 21,000 gold. I can finally afford another common skill as planned. Even after deducting the 3,000 gold reward from the sub-quest, he still had plenty of money left over. But that wasn't the only stroke of fortune he encountered. You are officially recognized as the first player to slay the Harbinger of Divine Punishment. You have earned the title, the one who opposes punishment. As a reward for being the first to slay the Harbinger of Divine Punishment, you have obtained condensed ether. As a reward for being the first to slay the Harbinger of Divine Punishment, you have obtained the Radiant Rune. The acquired rune is automatically engraved on the player's body. Among the flood of messages, Ryu Min's attention was drawn to an item. As expected, it's here. Condensed ether. Condensed ether. Category: inventory item. Description: a highly valuable form of ether, emitting a radiant glow from the very essence of the angels. Checking his information window, Ryu Min recognized this ether. A mischievous grin crept onto his face. Killing the Harbinger of Divine Punishment was all about this. After all, condensed ether was the key ingredient for crafting grade god items. Regular ether won't cut it. Only condensed ether can create grade god items. Although he still needed 4 more ingredients, obtaining them shouldn't be a problem if everything went according to plan. As long as I secure the crucial ingredient, which is the condensed ether, the rest should be a piece of cake. Ryu Min couldn't resist touching the new title he had earned. Title: the one who opposes punishment. Acquisition condition: be the first to slay the Harbinger of Divine Punishment. Effect: reduces damage received from divine-type enemies by 80%. An impressive 80% damage reduction skill. Even though it only applied to divine attributes. I won't easily fall, even if I accidentally get attacked. Even if faced with area of effect skill or unavoidable strikes, he could mitigate the damage. Ryu Min's attention then shifted to the Radiant Rune that appeared. Radiant Rune. Effect: increases intelligence by 1 and boosts the effects of divine-type skills by 1% per level. This rune enhanced intelligence and skill effects by 1% per level. At my current level of 30, my intelligence and my skill effects will increase by 30%. Although its benefits were limited to divine-type skills, it seemed promising for Ryu Min's future endeavors. Moreover, the boost in intelligence alone was a significant advantage. No need to invest in intelligence for the time being. As the remaining time dwindled, a message popped up. You have completed the sub-quest. You will receive a reward of 3,000 gold. Not only Ryu Min but also the other players received this reward, their faces lighting up with delight. However, some gazed at Ryu Min with a mix of awe and fear. After all, no one expected someone to single-handedly slay the Harbinger of Divine Punishment. Even the angels were taken aback. Kahahehe, that's really impressive. Suddenly appearing, the angel Olive cast her eyes upon Ryu Min. To take down the Harbinger of Divine Punishment alone, you're the first human I genuinely admire. The death of the Harbinger of Divine Punishment was an astonishing feat, even for an angel. Shall we conduct an interview? Player Black Scythe, how did you come up with the idea to kill the Harbinger of Divine Punishment? This slut is asking some unnecessary questions. Ryu Min, who didn't want to engage in a lengthy conversation, offered a simple response. I killed it because I wanted to. Though you only have to survive, why did you want to kill it? After witnessing people being massacred by that thing, I couldn't just stay standing. Though his reply was only to evade the question, it made the other players admire him even more. He stepped forward to save us. I thought he was arrogant because of how strong he is, but surprisingly, he has a sweet side. He got character. Ryu Min's previous negative image, entangled with Wang Yongmin, suddenly took a positive turn. Upon hearing their comments, Ryu Min flashed an awkward smile. It wasn't my intention, but I did end up saving people in the end. Considering the potential greater losses, the death toll of 300 was relatively small. Had he not intervened, only 500 out of 2,700 would have survived. To protect others, humans are indeed strange creatures. They tear each other apart as if they want to destroy their race, yet they live harmoniously later as if nothing happened. It's Difficult for me to comprehend. Exactly. How would self-centered angels understand? Anyway, congratulations on surviving. But don't relax just yet. Whether you'll be eliminated or not will be determined based on the final results. Kahahehe. Olive's words startled the crowd. Shall we take a look at the final results? After a while, the results of the third round were revealed. Undoubtedly, Black Scythe claimed first place. Wait, what? The results left everyone. Chapter 38, Round 3 Results. Overall. First place, Black Scythe LV30 Reaper 3,631 kills. Second place, Stupid Fools LV13 Shaman 982 kills. Third place, Heavenly Demon LV13 Dark Knight 963 kills. Specific Area ESKS 45-5. First place, Black Scythe LV30 Reaper 3,631 kills. Second place, Onsang Chul LV11 Knight 687 kills. Third place, Seo Aaron LV11 Summoner 576 kills. The results of the tally left everyone astounded. Did Black Scythe really take down 3,600 creatures all by himself? The second place couldn't even reach 1,000 kills. It was no surprise that Black Scythe claimed the top spot. But no one could have imagined he would achieve such an impressive feat. And there was something else that caught their attention. Look at his level. It's 30. Wow, that's incredible. Did he receive an experience bonus or something? The vast difference in levels left everyone speechless. Except for Ryu Min, the person in question. I did receive an experience buff. They probably didn't know about it unless they secured the first place in the overall region. The first place in the overall region was awarded a special reward selection box. The 3x experience bonus could only be obtained by opening that box. Meanwhile, the rewards for second and third place in the overall region are significantly lower. Not to mention the rewards for first, second, and third place in the specific area. However, it was still better to be in the top 3 and receive additional rewards. Considering the significant difference in growth speed. Moreover, with such rapid growth, there's a higher chance of securing a spot within the top 3. In the next round, as rewards accumulate, one's growth becomes as unstoppable as a snowball, eventually making them a formidable presence among other players. That's why aiming for a high rank is crucial. As expected, Heavenly Demon, Ma Kyung Rock, secured a place within the top 3 once again. Stupid Fools achieved a similar feat. Stupid Fools is quite talented. Does having a psychopathic personality make it easier to reach the top ranks? While pondering such thoughts, a message appeared. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the specific area quest. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the overall region quest. The current rank of Black Scythe is first place in the overall region and first place in the specific area. As the first place in the specific area ranking, you will receive the intermediate rare ring. Selection voucher is a reward. As the first place in the overall region ranking, you will receive the special reward selection box is a reward. An intermediate rare ring selection voucher has arrived. The rewards vary based on the player's level. If someone else had secured the first place, they would have received a lower grade voucher. Without hesitation, Ryu Min immediately used the received reward. You can now select one of the following rare rings. Please touch your desired reward. 1. Ring of Swift Wind. 2. Ring of Blue Magic. 3. Ring of Resistance. Ryu Min's finger moved swiftly without hesitation. I choose the Ring of Resistance, option 3. Ring of Resistance. Category: Ring. Grade: Rare. Effect: Luck +4, Resistance +35%. Durability: 450/450ths. Usage restriction: Regular grade or higher. Description: A ring that provides resistance against debuff status. The items provided through selection cannot be previewed. I'll have to deduce what kind of item it is solely based on its name. Although Ryu Min is uncertain, he feels that very few people would choose the Ring of Resistance. Given its name, it appears to be weak. However, resistance is crucial for survival. After all, being afflicted with a debuff status is a dire situation. The system encompasses numerous debuff statuses: stun, bind, sleep, fear, silence, freeze, bleed, burn, blindness, slow, weakness, and many more. Some monsters can inflict debuff statuses, and certain player skills can also have such effects. Ryu Min anticipates that players will encounter more situations like this as the rounds progress. And eventually, they will realize the significance of resistance in terms of survival. No matter how high your stats are, falling victim to a debuff status means certain death. Moreover, resistance cannot be increased through stats alone. There are not many items with additional options either. In other words, they are rare and difficult to acquire. Even if I don't currently need it, it's better to possess it. And since it also boosts luck, Ryu Min decides to equip the ring. Next, Ryu Min opens the special reward selection box. There won't be a 3x experience buff this time. And as he thought, you can now select one of the following special rewards. Please touch your desired reward. 1. 50% stat increase buff valid for round 4. 2. 4,000 gold. 3. Information about round 4. The 3x experience buff, which was always present as the first option, is absent this time. This implies that killing monsters is not the objective for round 4. And indeed, that's the case. Round 4 doesn't revolve around slaying monsters. However, there is no pressing need for a substitute like a stat increase buff either. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryu Min chooses option 2, the gold. Instantly, 4,000 gold appears in Ryu Min's possession. There were no other alternatives available. Hey, everyone, have you checked your ranks through messages? As you already know, the cutoff line is at 1,225. Kahahehe. Angel. Something seems to be wrong here. Please double check. It seems like there might be a miscalculation by the system. Please verify. Yes, I caught so many creatures. How could my rank be this low? While players who didn't make it into the top ranks voiced their concerns, the angel ignored them. Then I shall eliminate the bugs who couldn't make it within the top 1,225. Olive proceeds to mercilessly annihilate them, sporting an evil smile that contradicts her appearance. Fs. Among the 2,400 survivors from the wave, half of them vanish. Round 3 concluded. Overall, survivors, 214,007,550. Specific area ESKS 45-5. Survivors, 1,225. After a while, your soul will return to your original dimension. Ha! CO Erin opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. I'm back. I survived round 3. But it wasn't just surviving this time. She had even acquired the job of a summoner. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to use her skills once again. Fairy Summon. A small fairy materialized in a dazzling display of light and fluttered around, exploring its surroundings. It was a summon that provided a protective shield. Although it lacked combat abilities, it enabled her to safely overcome the 5th wave. I owe a debt of gratitude to bodyguard Nim 2 for attracting the monsters' attention from me. She made a mental note to express her thanks later. However, there were other fortunate developments. She achieved an impressive rank of 3rd place in the area rankings. Can you believe I made it to 3rd place in the rankings? Even though it was the area rankings, it marked the first appearance of her nickname on the list. She also received a reward known as the Purple Mastery Stone. Curiosity piqued, CO Erin took out the Purple Mastery Stone and examined it from various angles. I wonder if Black Scythe would appreciate this gift. Though uncertain of its purpose, it held value as a reward. She carefully stowed the Purple Mastery Stone back in her inventory. Once she entered round 4, she planned to seek out Black Scythe and offer it as a token of gratitude. He should appreciate it, but what if he doesn't? What could she give him then? I should give him something nonetheless. It would ease my conscience. CO Erin was someone who couldn't stay in debt, especially if the debt is saving her life. Upon returning to reality, Wang Yongmin's first action was to open his status window. A penalty is being applied. All stats permanently decrease by 50%. His stats had been mercilessly halved, just as he had anticipated. Ah damn it. Regret washed over Wang Yongmin's face. If only he hadn't commanded the relic to be destroyed. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, it was his close friend. Hey, Sunghan. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean? Everything went to hell because of you. We're damned. You know. His friend's voice trembled with anger. How could you manipulate your friends like that? Are you even human? Hey, it was an unavoidable situation. If I hadn't done that, Black Scythe could have killed me. Dying would have been better. What? Instead of causing harm to our friends. Come on. I'm frustrated too, damn it. I received a penalty because I'm the area representative. Do you think you were the only one to receive the penalty alone? We have also received one. Because of you. Would you have preferred it if I had died then? I'm your friend, you know. Hey, come on. Stop. Don't you dare to contact me again. Don't act like you know me, whether it's in reality or the other world. If I see your face, I might get so pissed off that I'll kill you. With that, the call ended abruptly. His friend seemed infuriated. Did I really do something wrong? Damn it, I'm a victim too. Although he felt wronged, he had to let go of his anger. With that in mind, he attempted to contact another friend but received no response. Checking KakaoTalk, he discovered that he had been expelled from the group chat as well. Damn, they're cutting me off without even listening. Despite being abandoned by his friends, he didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, his eyes blazed with anger. What? They say they might kill me if they see my face. Wang Yongmin made a silent vow. Next time we meet, I'll kill them all. He, too, was capable of revenge. Welcome, Director N. You've survived once again. Ma Kyung Rock, the owner, greeted with a smile, causing An Sang Chul to feel a bit flustered. And scratched the back of his head. I got lucky, haha. Round 3 must have been challenging. How did it go? It was fine. The weakened monsters didn't pose significant challenges. Do you have a job? What's your current level? I'm at level 11. I became a knight. A knight, that's an impressive job. By the way, CO Erin is at the same level as me. Although she chose to become a summoner. A summoner. Ma Kyung Rock showed an unexpectedly enthusiastic reaction. That's remarkable. It doesn't seem like an ordinary job. I was surprised too. After changing jobs, she summoned a fairy. It provided a protective shield, allowing us to hunt safely. That's great. Keep maintaining a close relationship with CO Erin. If you like her, you can even consider dating. Date? What are you? I mean, it's easier to find weaknesses if you get close. I don't mean it in a serious way. Ah. And Sang Chul didn't pay much attention to the suggestion of finding weaknesses. He had already carried out more severe orders. Should I really date her? Ha ha ha. It's been a while since I've seen Director and flustered. You don't have to do it if it's uncomfortable. Ah, okay. And Sang Chul breathed a sigh of relief. And besides, CO Erin probably doesn't have any feelings for me. Why? Director and is reliable and has a strong presence. She still addresses me respectfully as Mr. An. Is that so? Ma Kyung Rock chuckled and swirled his glass of whiskey. Teasing An Sang Chul was one of his little hobbies. Anyway, what's this urgent matter you wanted to report? Ah. An Sang Chul suddenly remembered and immediately lowered his head. First of all, I apologize. Why? I failed to fulfill the order to assist Black Scythe. I also didn't deliver the message from the representative. I see. I'm sure there must be a reason. An Sang Chul nodded and gave a detailed report on Black Scythe's impressive achievements, and how he didn't require any assistance due to the overwhelming strength he had shown in blocking one of the entrances alone. The tally showed 3,631 kills, so Ma Kyung Rock wasn't surprised. He had already anticipated it. However, when An Sang Chul mentioned that the relic had shattered and a sub-quest had appeared, even Ma Kyung Rock couldn't hide his astonishment. So, sub-quests appear when the relic shatters. In our area, we protected the relic and received 2,000 gold as a reward. Yes, we had to endure a quest for 30 minutes against a being called the Harbinger of Divine Punishment. When An Sang Chul mentioned that Black Scythe had ended up killing the being, Ma Kyung Rock's eyes widened. You're saying he managed to kill such a powerful entity? Yes. He defeated it with overwhelming skill as if he knew its strategies. Just by looking at the level tally of 30, it was evident how formidable Black Scythe was. I used to think that obtaining the Black Knight's rune was an advantage. How foolish of me. There were individuals whose very existence was an advantage. Black Scythe didn't need any assistance from the beginning. Even though I examined the situation closely, there hasn't been any need to help him. I understand. Ma Kyung-rok nodded. If Black Scythe was that strong, there was no opening for Sang-chul to intervene. Black Scythe, I'd like to meet him if the opportunity arises. It would be great to know his true identity, but there was no way to find out. He couldn't even meet in the other realm. It was a pity that they belonged to different areas. As long as there's a reason, I won't hold you responsible. I apologize. By the way, as Ma Kyung-rok mentioned the truth of their identities, certain individuals came to mind. What happened with tracking those troublemakers? It was none other than Wang Yongmin's group. Chapter 39. Nickname: Wang Yongmin. Assuming that's his real name, there are dozens of people across the country with the same name. However, Sang-chul spoke with a gleam in his eyes. Let's say he's a man in his 20s living in Seoul. In that case, the number narrows down to 5. Are you certain he's in his 20s? Ma Kyung-rok inquired, and Sang-chul nodded. He claimed to be a young man in his 20s aspiring to become a gangster. So the likelihood is quite high. And what about his whereabouts? To accurately trace the addresses of those 5 individuals, it would take over a month. Over a month, so we won't know the results until after the 4th round. Exactly. Since there's no immediate urgency, you can patiently await the outcome. Are there any other names? One of his companions goes by the nickname Kim Sunghan, which could potentially be his real name. We're also tracking him, but it will take longer due to the commonness of the name. I see. Ma Kyung-rok sighed with a tinge of disappointment and poured himself a glass of whiskey. How much gold have you amassed? Approximately 10,000 gold. Ah, so you've reached 50%. Ma Kyung-rok took a sip of whiskey. There's a useful common skill called tracking at the shop. As I mentioned before, once you reach 20,000 gold, I strongly recommend learning it. It may come in handy in the future. Understood. Sang-chul didn't display any signs of dissatisfaction, despite being asked to learn a skill. On his behalf, his sole focus was gathering 20,000 gold as quickly as possible to be of assistance to the boss. Oh, boss. Suddenly, Sang-chul spoke up, recalling something. I was so preoccupied that I forgot to mention there was a significant shareholder who purchased a large number of shares in your company last month. Ma Kyung-rok raised an intrigued eyebrow. Considering the multitude of businesses he was involved in, which company are you referring to? I'm talking about Cheonma Consulting, the very one we're currently focusing on. Ah, Cheonma Consulting was Ma Kyung-rok's most substantial and dedicated venture. It's the company I established to gain my father's approval. His father had stated that the proportion of the inheritance would be determined based on the success of Cheonma Consulting. Even if it's ranked 85th on the KOSDAQ, it's still a respectable position. To his father's eyes, a company that hadn't even been listed on the KOSDAQ would appear as a mediocre, run-of-the-mill business. You're saying someone has bought shares of Cheonma Consulting? What percentage of ownership are we talking about? Prepare to be surprised. They've acquired a staggering 31%. Pardon me. Ma Kyung-rok questioned his own ears. With 31%, they would become the majority shareholders. Are you telling me that a single individual has acquired shares to the extent of 31%? Yes. I too doubted my eyes when I saw it on the monitor. Cheonma Consulting's market capitalization stood at 900 billion won. With a 31% stake, it meant an investment of 280 billion won. Who would possess such a significant sum of money? Is it a conglomerate? Or perhaps one of his siblings playing a game? They must have invested 31% to actively participate in the company's management. Ma Kyung-rok weighed the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to meet them. May I have the contact information of this major shareholder? Ryu Min, who had returned to reality, glanced at the date. It's about time I received a call. He was eagerly awaiting Ma Kyung-rok's phone call. After all, investing 280 billion won couldn't go unnoticed. Of course, he could have contacted them first. But the major shareholder has his pride. Anticipating their call, there was no need for him to take the initiative. And then, hey, Hung, what's your level? The door swung open as Ryu Won barged in. Why are you suddenly asking that? There's this guy in our class who pretends to be all that, boasting in our group chat about how his older brother has a high level. Really? What level did he claim? He said it's level 11, and he even has a job. Level 11. Ryu Min almost burst out laughing but composed himself. Well, my level is higher, so don't worry. What level are you then? What level? Well, he had to strike a balance, neither too high nor too low. Level 12. Really? And you already have a job? Yeah, what kind of job is it? Ryu Min playfully cut off his younger brother's curiosity. It's a secret. Ah, come on, where's the fun in keeping secrets between brothers? Oh, there are secrets. So now, go away. You should get some more sleep. As if acknowledging his weariness, Ryu Won took a step back and settled into bed. Fine, fine, rest well. Once the door closed, Ryu Min didn't immediately shut his eyes. A phone call might come soon, and sleep seemed elusive. Should I purchase a common skill? He opened the shop window and bought the common skill he had intended to acquire. With 20,000 gold gone, he was left with 8,000 gold. With the remaining funds, I should buy an epic item that will be available in a few days. In about a week, the shop would feature a desired epic item. But before that, I must meet Ma Kyung Rock. Meeting with Ma Kyung Rock was of utmost importance. In terms of the company, it was akin to meeting with crucial clients. Of course, I won't get too close. I must maintain a distance and utilize them strictly as a card. To be discarded when necessary. To achieve that, he needed to keep a watchful eye on the situation as if he were holding hands with the other party. This was precisely why he required the Rune of Inner Thoughts. I can obtain it in 3 days, the Rune of Inner Thoughts. Just then, his cell phone buzzed. They've arrived. It was an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Yet Ryu Min immediately recognized it as Ma Kyung Rock's number. Yes. Is this Ryu Min by any chance? Yes, but who's speaking? Hello. This is Ma Kyung Rock, the representative of Cheonma Consulting. Ah, hello. Ryu Min deliberately affected a gruff voice. From now on, he had to work on his image. The more underestimated he appeared, the easier it would be to catch the other person off guard. I heard that you invested in our company last month. Yes, but what's this about? Well, it's important, because you've become the largest shareholder of our company. I wanted to meet you in person, even if it's just to put a face to the name. Shall I treat you to a meal? Ah, that sounds good. Excellent. How about we meet this Friday? Friday. Friday held great significance as it was a crucial day for obtaining the Rune of Inner Thoughts. Meeting after acquiring the rune would be more favorable. Ah, I have prior commitments at that time. How about Saturday, the next day? Yes, that works. I'll see you then. As the call ended, a faint smile played on Ryu Min's lips. As expected, Ma Kyung Rock would call. Cheonma Consulting was a company he managed meticulously. He wouldn't neglect the major shareholder who had invested 31% in the company. There will probably be discussions about control rights. At that moment, Ryu Min intended to showcase his own value to Ma Kyung Rock. Thinking about this, Ryu Min couldn't help but tighten his fist. But first, I need to obtain the Rune of Inner Thoughts. Seeking to compensate for his lack of sleep, he closed his eyes. There were still 3 days remaining until Friday. Plenty of time indeed. There are various ways to obtain runes. They can be acquired by defeating boss monsters or discovered at specific locations in certain rounds. They may also appear as special rewards for completing rounds or even dropped by regular monsters. Although the probability is extremely low, people would come to realize the difficulty of acquiring runes. Yet, they would also discover the methods. The execution, however, posed a challenge. But there is a method unknown to most. They probably don't know that runes can be obtained in reality. While people in this realm might believe that runes can only be obtained by defeating monsters or completing quests, but you can also obtain runes in reality. These are known as hidden runes. Due to their scarcity, they are not runes that can be easily obtained. Of course, their numbers are limited. At most, around 5. If people were aware of this fact, they wouldn't rest easy. Even after the round ends, they would be alert, tirelessly searching. Of course, that doesn't concern me. I already know where to find runes. However, it's not merely a matter of location. Specific conditions are required to obtain the runes. When the hidden location meets the specific conditions, that's when the rune can be obtained. With that, the reason Ryu Min was hiding in the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Gyeonggi province became clear. In a little while, Jang Sok-yun will appear. Nickname: Jang Sok-yun. His real name is also Jang Sok-yun. An unforgettable name. He is none other than the criminal who had kidnapped Ryu Min's younger brother. Although it happened during the 11th regression, the memory remains vivid. The voice of the individual demanding information in exchange for his brother's life. I can't forget his appearance either. He reminded me of a burnt bun. It was that bear-like figure who possessed the rune of inner thoughts. As a result, Ryu Min was exposed as a regressionist, and his brother was taken captive. That's why I never revealed my regressionist identity to my brother again. He had already exacted revenge on Jang Sok-yun. From the 11th round until now, there were no lingering emotions left. I'm merely using him, although they couldn't meet in the same realm due to being in different zones. The only way was through reality. Of course, if the zones were unified, there would be a chance to meet someday. But if he didn't seize the rune of inner thoughts now, he might never get the opportunity. That's why today, March 4th, Friday, held such significance. Before he gets it, I will get it. And a wry chuckle escaped Ryu Min's lips. I will kill him. His gaze shifted to a corner of the system. The target, Jang Sok-yun, location has been identified. Currently 2,285 meters away. Currently 2,221 meters away. Currently 2,160 meters away. Observing the distance rapidly decreasing, it appeared they were traveling by car. Judging by the diminishing distance, it seems they're approaching this way. A faint smile curved Ryu Min's lips. A half smile. I'll wait here in the abandoned factory until he arrives. In the silent factory, Ryu Min passed the time. And when the distance between him and Jang Sok-yun narrowed to within 100 meters. Sueueuek. He donned his gear. Equipped with a large scythe, he was armed. Yet, he couldn't conceal his face. For precaution, it's better to hide my identity, just in case something bad happens. He retrieved a mask he had prepared in advance. A common white mask with a generic face shape found on the internet. It should suffice to cover my face. Donning the mask, he prepared for the reception in the darkness. And then, thump, thump, Jang Sok-yun appeared. Finally, he's here. An unmistakable face. And the woman beside him. Chapter 40. Jang Sok-yun, a man with a history of 12 criminal offenses, is nothing short of a disgrace. While most of his crimes were petty, such as theft or harassment, there were also grave offenses like rape and murder. Well, even if I cause a ruckus, it will be just a couple of years in prison, and that'll be it. Though he boasted about causing trouble, the reality of prison life wasn't as tough as he claimed. Sometimes, he even longed for the meals served in jail. During moments of hardship, he would contemplate committing a crime to end up in prison, hoping to escape the struggles of daily life. In fact, the thought crossed his mind more than a dozen times. Isn't it great how guys like me can lead such a comfortable life in this country? Do whatever you want while being drunk, and get a reduced sentence. Ha ha. Not only did they offer reduced sentences, but they also looked after the rights of criminals. In prison, they provided regular meals funded by the taxpayers. Being young was an advantage, too. Back in middle school, he had killed a classmate after bullying him relentlessly. He took his life without a second thought. But just because I was young, I only spent 2 years behind bars. Of course, now at the age of 29, he couldn't afford to be as reckless as before. Still, isn't it great that committing petty crimes like theft or harassment is so easy? Especially this year, life had become even better. That was because he had become a player, someone with unique abilities. When I was fighting for my life against goblins in the first round, I couldn't help but wonder how I ended up in such a ridiculous situation. But now, his perspective had changed. He found himself feeling grateful to a higher power. Utilizing my abilities makes committing crimes even more enjoyable, hee. The rune of luminescence. It was the rune Jang Sok-yun had acquired early on in the first round. With a single touch, it would illuminate his body, leaving his opponent blinded. It's a rune that's perfect for committing crimes. Using the rune of luminescence, he could blind his victims and commit acts of harassment without fear of being reported. Although it had a cooldown, lasting only 10 seconds, it was still useful for evading surveillance cameras. This is fantastic. The ability to act as I please in this situation is simply marvelous. Hee hee. It almost felt like a gift tailored specifically for him by a divine being. In the past, life was so dull that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, everything had changed. He was determined to survive, to fully embrace his abilities. Still, I managed to survive until the third round. Although he hadn't reached level 9 yet, denying him the opportunity to choose a job, it didn't bother him. After all, he had the rune of luminescence. As long as I have this rune, I can indulge in a life akin to paradise. The worry of whether he would survive the next round lingered, but who knew? As long as I have the rune of luminescence, I'll find a way. Yet, he couldn't shake off the underlying anxiety. Therefore, Jang Sok-yun decided to focus on the present. Life was unpredictable, and death could come knocking at any moment. Wasn't it only right to live each day as if it were his last? I wonder which woman I should choose today. Jang Sok-yun strolled through the streets like a hyena on the prowl. After exerting himself during the monster wave in the third round, he needed a way to alleviate his fatigue. A single woman might be just what I need to recharge. Hee hee hee. Jang Sok-yun found pleasure in spontaneously selecting his prey as he roamed the streets. If he spotted a woman who caught his fancy, he would discreetly follow her, perhaps give her buttocks a squeeze or seize her breasts before making a swift getaway. And yet, despite indulging in such acts numerous times a day, he never once got caught. All thanks to the rune of luminescence. However, today he couldn't satiate his pent-up desires with such simple harassment. Unless he took things further, sleep would elude him. Perhaps I should satisfy my hunger first. Jang Sok-yun located a cafe he frequented and downed a refreshing iced Americano. Welcome. To his surprise, a new face greeted him from behind the counter. She's quite attractive, isn't she? Jang Sok-yun swiftly adjusted his expression and approached her. I'll have a venti-sized iced Americano, please. Will you be having it here? Yes. I'll assist you with the payment. It'll be 5,100 won. As he extended a thick stack of cash from his pocket, Jang Sok-yun inquired. By the way, have there been staff changes here? Yes. I'm a regular customer, but I don't see the usual staff. Oh, you're a regular customer. I apologize for not recognizing you. All the part-time workers quit due to personal reasons. You know how strange the world has become these days. Jang Sok-yun nodded in understanding. He grasped the meaning behind her words. In a rapidly changing world, it was unlikely that the part-time workers turned players would still be working there. Some might have perished without ever returning. Are you the owner, by any chance? Oh, yes. How old are you? You look quite young. I'm 32. Oh, so you're not a player? No. I suppose I'm fortunate in that regard. Could you share your number? I'm quite interested in you. Pardon. The cafe owner wore a bewildered expression at Jang Sok-yun's audacious request. Haha, just kidding. Just kidding. Jang Sok-yun scanned her from head to toe, flashing a mischievous smile. A cafe owner she. Not only did her face captivate him, but her figure was also impressive. He chuckled inwardly, yet the cafe owner seemed to furrow her brows, seemingly troubled. Is there a problem? Jang Sok-yun suddenly said. Why are you giving me that look? Oh, well, is my face dirty or something? Damn, you suddenly seem rather displeased. Are you disgusted by the stubble on my face? Jang Sok-yun's annoyance became apparent as he blinked his eyes. Since you find it gross, just give me the coffee to go. It's because my ugly face won't be good to have in your coffee shop. I sincerely apologize for my behavior, customer. I'll arrange a refund for you. Caught off guard by the unexpected situation, the cafe owner nervously refunded back the payment. Jang Sok-yun accepted the money without a backward glance and left. These women judge people solely based on appearances. Angry and genuinely upset, Jang Sok-yun chose his target. I'll make her pay for underestimating me. He planned to assault the cafe owner, forcing her to cry and beg for mercy. But that'll have to wait for another day. He set the execution date 3 days later, on Friday, March 4th. First, he needed to determine the locations of the CCTV cameras and familiarize himself with the cafe owner's daily routine. He also had to find a suitable location for the crime. But I have no intention of going to prison just yet. Jang Sok-yun's twisted smile grew even more pronounced. 3 days had passed, and the day of execution had arrived. Jang Sok-yun's plan had fallen into place. Thump, 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 thump. The cafe owner, trapped in the trunk, was pounding on the door. Hee, it was a good idea to bring a car. It's a rental, so there shouldn't be any issues. Indeed, when it came to kidnapping, a car was all you needed. It was easy to transport, and there was no need to worry about attracting attention. It was too easy. I didn't even need to use my abilities. Jang Sok-yun had hidden in an alley near the street where the cafe owner would appear, and knocked her unconscious as she passed by. He then simply pushed her into the trunk of the car he had prepared in advance. He had done well to observe her daily route while stalking her. Thump, 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 thump. Hey, stop banging. We're almost there. Jang Sok-yun, driving the car, arrived at an abandoned factory with no signs of human presence. This place is perfect for what I have in mind. At night, nobody would come near, and there were no CCTV cameras in the vicinity. Where should I do it? Ah, that spot looks good. After parking in a suitable location, Jang Sok-yun opened the trunk. Creak. The cafe owner was bound with duct tape and writhing like a fish, her makeup smudged from crying in the darkness. Gag. Jang Sok-yun easily carried the cafe owner on his shoulder. With his new stats, exerting force became effortless. Clank. Squeak. He opened the door of the dimly lit abandoned factory and stepped inside. Thud, thud. There was a switch nearby, but it didn't work. Well, that's fine. Darkness isn't necessarily a bad thing. Although he could have made himself glow, doing so could blind the cafe owner. There was no fun in engaging with a blind opponent. I'll untie you, so don't make any noise. Got it. The cafe owner nodded, and Jang Sok-yun removed the duct tape that bound her. Peel. Huff, huff pee, please spare me, spare. Damn it, is that all you can say as soon as your mouth is free? Jang Sok-yun's excitement waned at the predictable repertoire. Say something different for once. Something other than begging for mercy, mentioning your children, or offering money. It's all so boring. I'm sorry. Did her apology come from genuine remorse? Jang Sok-yun sighed heavily, calming his excitement. Sigh, why did you do something to warrant an apology? I looked at you with a displeased expression a few days ago, so that's why I'm sorry. Did her heartfelt apology have an effect? Jang Sok-yun's gaze softened. What are you sorry for? For forgiving you a dirty look a few days ago. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She continued to apologize, but Jang Sok-yun remained silent, just staring at her. This won't do. What? I don't sense sincerity. Jang Sok-yun forcefully pushed the cafe owner down to the floor. Did you think I wouldn't know? Pretending to apologize to defuse the situation. Pete, please let me go. Apologizing. You apologize, and then what? You should pay a price if you're sorry. A sinister smile crept across Jang Sok-yun's face, reigniting his desire. And then he started to strip the woman forcibly. Pete, please, stop. Although she resisted to some extent, she couldn't withstand the player's strength. I made a mistake. She pleaded for forgiveness, but her words fell on deaf ears. No, they were heard, but Jang Sok-yun chose to ignore them. I've come this far, there's no turning back. Having crossed an uncrossable river, he couldn't retreat. Since you admit your mistake, then just accept this, Jang Sok-yun said as he unzipped his pants. That's right, just stay still. Hee. The owner shop cried in response, and suddenly. Oh, is that so? If it were you, will you just stay still? In an instant, Jang Sok-yun froze, as if turned into a statue. What? Damn it. Suddenly, he heard a voice from an unexpected third party. And it was a male voice. I thought nobody was here. Cold sweat trickled down Jang Sok-yun's back. Could it be that a detective had followed him? He quickly adjusted his pants and stood up. Who the hell was that? Don't use profanity in front of a lady. Jang Sok-yun turned his head toward the source of the voice. In any case, you'll have plenty of time to curse later. Ryu Min walked out of the darkness, capturing Jang Sok-yun's attention with his large scythe. What's with that ridiculously huge scythe? Next, Jang Sok-yun noticed the white mask worn by Ryu Min. His attire seemed like some kind of character cosplay. Jang Sok-yun couldn't help but chuckle. Are you crazy? Do you think this is Itaewon? Halloween is still far away. I haven't quite grasped the atmosphere yet. Does this look like a toy to you? Ryu Min swung his scythe in a half-moon shape. Swoosh. The sound was quite threatening. Hold on, wait a minute. It's not a toy. Only then did Jang Sok-yeon's wariness kick in. Are you a player? Are you stupid? Why did it take you so long to figure it out? Ryu Min, outside his mask, let out a sigh. You should leave. Miss, this is your only chance. What? Who do you think you are to decide? Did he feel safe because the distance seemed greater? Jang Sok-yeon turned his gaze toward the woman. Just then, thwack, Ryu Min closed the distance. He held the scythe in reverse and struck Jang Sok-yeon's vulnerable area. Crunch. Urgh. It happened in the blink of an eye. Jang Sok-yeon, struck in a most unpleasant place, doubled over in pain. A wave of indescribable agony washed over him. UFCKER. UFC King Bastard. I told you, you'll have plenty of opportunities to curse later. Ryu Min kicked Jang Sok-yeon's rear end, causing him to tumble away from the woman. Leave now. Leave the rest to me. What? Thank you. As the cafe owner ran away, only the two of them remained in the abandoned factory. Ryu Min laughed inside his mask. Well, shall we start the main event? Chapter 41. Jang Sok-yeon unleashed a relentless stream of curses, his eyes blazing with fury. His target had struck him right in the crotch. I'll kill you. I'll damn well kill you, you son of a bitch. The fact that the girl had managed to escape didn't matter anymore. His lust had long faded, leaving only an insatiable desire to see his opponent dead. I must say, you have quite the fighting spirit. If you had surrendered easily, I would have been caught off guard. With an air of amusement, his opponent's voice sounded surprisingly light. Jang Sok-yeon couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion, almost as if he could hear laughter. You bastard! Why the hell are you laughing like that? Jang Sok-yeon charged forward, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. As a player, he could still move despite the injuries, unlike an average person. Just a little closer, and that scumbag won't stand a chance. As long as he closed the distance, it would be a piece of cake. Luckily, his opponent was as immovable as a statue. You foolish idiot. In the blink of an eye, a dagger materialized in Jang Sok-yeon's right hand. He swung the dagger wildly, desperately attempting to strike. Swish, swish, swish. He was confident in his skill to pierce a goblin's throat, but his opponent proved to be far more skilled. With his meager level 9 stats, it was nearly impossible to graze the collar of someone at level 30. He actually dodges all of this. His attempts to thrust, slash, and rant at his opponent proved futile, merely scorching the empty air. Still clinging to a goblin's dagger, huh? His opponent's mocking voice rang out as he brought his scythe down. Quack. Jang Sok-yeon, sprawled on the ground after being knocked over, scowled in frustration. A wave of agony surged from his core. Feeling the pain, are we? The voice of Ryu Min, his opponent, emerged from behind the mask with a hint of a smile. But we haven't even begun yet. In a flash, the scythe descended, causing Jang Sok-yeon's wrist to go limp. Keiku, arg. Enough with the theatrics. Ryu Min swung his scythe once more, severing Jang Sok-yeon's other wrist, effectively rendering him unable to wield a weapon. Jang Sok-yeon's mind swiftly realized that this was a hopeless situation. His ability to fight back had been practically nullified. It's hopeless, I don't have a chance against him. Did he come to that conclusion? With his limbs severed, Jang Sok-yeon's body began to emit a blinding white light. Or at least, that was the intention. To his bewilderment, the light failed to radiate as expected. What's going on? Why isn't it working? While his hands were now gone, his 2 feet remained intact. He had hoped to blind his opponent with his luminous ability and make his escape. But why? However, his body seemed unresponsive, as if the ability had vanished into thin air. There was nothing but the same darkness that had shrouded him before, without a glimmer of light. Ryu Min couldn't help but smile inwardly at Jang Sok-yeon's perplexed expression. No matter how brightly you glow, it's all in vain. No light is permitted in the face of the impending night of death. Anticipating this, Ryu Min had already prepared the skill of the Night of Death. Jang Sok-yeon's runes had become utterly useless. If I hadn't surpassed level 20 and learned the skill of the Knight of Death, the tables would have turned. He would have undoubtedly fallen for the illusion, plagued by blindness. Well, even before that, I would have sliced off your ankles. While the thought crossed Ryu Min's mind, his scythe swung once more. Slice. A chilling sound accompanied Jang Sok-yun's pitiful collapse. Only now, belatedly, did he cry out in agony upon seeing his severed ankles. Keiku, damn it. Now you can't run away, can you? With severed wrists and ankles, Jang Sok-yun's voice trembled with despair. Keiku, damn it, you devilish bastard. Why are you doing this to me? Why, you ask. Thud. Keiku. The scythe struck his back, twice in quick succession. Arg. Pain coursed through his body, splattering blood in its wake. It was a hopeless situation with no escape routes. As Jang Sok-yun writhed in torment, his mind struggled to find clarity. All he could think of at that moment is salvation. Should I bite my tongue and just die? The moment he thought it would be better to just die and tried to bite off his tongue. Chin. Ryu Min lifted his head with the scythe. You thought I'll let you go just like that? Not until you beg me to kill you. Thud. Once again, the scythe moved, piercing through his thighs. Ah. Thud. The other thigh was penetrated as well. K-ka. Jang Sok-yun's thoughts turned towards death. It felt unfair. And it was agonizing. But I will never beg, even if it meant killing myself. However, the moment he tried to open his mouth, Ryu Min once again stopped him. This kept going for a couple of rounds. Thud, thud, ah, thud, thid, ah. The pain Jang Sok-yun was suffering was unbearable to the point that he started sobbing. And all that he could think of is how much he wanted this to end. Chaff Joe. What? Please kill me, please. Are you serious? Jang Sok-yun nodded. He didn't want to suffer anymore. Was that satisfying to hear? Though his face was hidden behind a mask, Ryu Min wore a pleasant smile. I bet you can't understand why I went to such extremes. You and I have absolutely no connection. Silence hung in the air. Actually, we do have a connection, Jang Sok-yun. We've met before. A flicker of surprise flashed across Jang Sok-yun's eyes. You know my name. Jang Sok-yun cautiously spoke up. Could it be related to the woman? That's not it. There's no connection between me and that woman. Then, you kidnapped my brother. And you blackmailed me, demanding information about hidden peace. Me. I didn't do that. Of course, you haven't done it yet. It's an event that hasn't occurred. It's both the past and the future to me. Whether Jang Sok-yun understood or not, Ryu Min continued speaking. If I hadn't intervened, you would have obtained the Rune of Inner Thoughts. The Rune of Inner Thoughts. There's a hidden rune in this place. Really? Jang Sok-yun's eyes widened at this previously unknown fact. The manifestation condition for the Rune of Inner Thoughts is listening to the sincere voice of the other person. The sincere voice. A voice that comes from the heart, filled with utmost sincerity. If I hadn't intervened, you would have heard the sincere voice of that woman begging you to spare her life while you raped and tortured her. And after obtaining the Rune of Inner Thoughts, you would have used it for further crimes. Thinking it granted you control over your own world. Jang Sok-yun couldn't refute it. Ryu Min had an accurate understanding of his behavior and personality. This fact has been verified through multiple incidents. Even without that, the fact that you are a repeat offender with 12 prior convictions is reason enough for you to deserve death. If I deserve to die, then kill me quickly. Ryu Min lowered his head. I won't lay a hand on you. What? In fact, why do you think I would bother explaining all this? I've been waiting for you to die on your own chin. Ryu Min's scythe closed Jang Sok-yun's gaping mouth. No matter what, you will die from excessive bleeding. Suffer and slowly meet your end. Jang Sok-yun attempted to bite his tongue and end his life, but his intentions were thwarted. The scythe pressed against his jaw was preventing him from opening his mouth. Even when he remained motionless, his entire body throbbed with excruciating pain from the punctured wounds. He desperately wanted to break free from the relentless torment, but escape was impossible. I can't even utter the words, kill me. I can't even speak the words the other person wants to hear. Then what's the point of all of this? Since he couldn't speak, he had to communicate his plea through anguished eyes. You're trying to speak now. You sincerely want to be killed. And wondering what's the point. Of all of this if I won't let you speak. Did Ryu Min comprehend that gaze? Jang Sok-yun's eyes widened. Why are you looking like this? Ryu Min replied. You're wondering how I knew. It's thanks to the rune of inner thoughts. What? It wasn't a mere understanding of the gaze. Well, despite not being ideal, I already obtained the rune. He was delving into Jang Sok-yun's thoughts. Remember, you already asked to be killed. Sincerely. Now that I think about it, I did beg him earlier. The rune responded to your sincere voice. Even though I already obtained it, I pretended not to. I tested its capabilities, and as you can see, it works quite well. Now that I have what I desired, it would be good to end your life. No, you shouldn't die so easily. Ryu Min's voice, behind the mask, sent chills down the spine. It's because the victims would feel unjust. You devilish bastard. Jang Sok-yun, uttering his final curse in a desperate manner, trembled. His consciousness grew faint, and his eyes lost their luster before his breath ceased. Observing this, Ryu Min nonchalantly remarked, he's dead. A concise observation. His voice lacked any emotional tone. After all, he had taken his life countless times before. Nevertheless, inflicting maximum pain and ensuring a slow death each time feels good. Even if it took some time. Anyway, I have plenty of time. He had acquired the desired rune. He possessed ample leisure. He briefly worried that the woman he had rescued might have reported the incident to the police, but there were no one nearby. His senses didn't detect anyone. He could rest assured. Even if I were reported, it wouldn't matter since I'm wearing a mask. Ryu Min's gaze shifted to the message that had popped out earlier. Hearing the sincere voice from the other party. The activation condition has been fulfilled. Discovered the hidden rune of inner thoughts, at the designated location. The obtained rune will be automatically engraved on the player's body. Recalling the message that appeared as soon as he heard Jang Sok-yun's plea for death. Ryu Min accessed the information about the newly acquired rune. Rune of inner thoughts. Effect. Reads the thoughts of the visible target. With careful observation, it can also vaguely discern inner thoughts. Can only be used within a 30-meter range. It truly was a rune that allowed him to delve into thoughts. By persistently observing, he could even penetrate the depths of one's innermost thoughts. Even if the other person remains indifferent. Whether for gathering information, adapting to various situations, or identifying enemies, the rune had limitless utility. It was not unworthy of being included in the list of the 18 essential runes. Ryu Min's gaze returned to Jang Sok-yun, lifeless before him. Now that I've obtained what I wanted, let's clean up the aftermath. He utilized an additional skill he had acquired. And then, as if in an illusion, Jang Sok-yun's corpse vanished. Chapter 42. Neat. The once blood-soaked scene transformed into a clean environment as if by magic. Not a trace of Jang Sok-yun's body remained. This remarkable transformation was all thanks to the newly acquired common skill. Universal skill, trace erasure. Effect. Erases all traces at the scene, including corpses, bloodstains, fingerprints, footprints, and more. The performance is undoubtedly impressive. Just as described in the skill description, the scene became as clean as if it were brand new. It was hard to imagine that a murder had occurred here. The 20,000 gold invested was indeed worthwhile. This is how the aftermath should be handled neatly. There's no need to dwell on how it's possible. After all, the resurrection of the dead was also one of the skills this system offers. No wonder players would be so thrilled to have it. Trace erasure is a skill perfectly suited for committing crimes and covering up their tracks. One might even suspect that it was specifically designed for such criminal activities. In the future, there may be players who offer their services to erase traces for others. Although they demand payment in the form of items. It's not entirely free, but the demand for this skill is high. Instead of spending 20,000 gold to learn the skill, it's more cost-effective to exchange it for an item and have the traces erased. Currently, there might be a few, but in the future, there will be more players providing trace erasure services. Once they reach level 40, the trade function becomes available. It enables players to trade items and gold with each other. That's when players who specialize in gold trading will emerge. They will offer services such as finding people or erasing traces at crime scenes using universal skills like tracking or trace erasure. But I have no intention of venturing into gold trading. I will likely have frequent use for tracking and tracing erasure in the future. For Ryu Min, it's a better choice to purchase these skills rather than rely on others. Besides, I don't want to get involved in other people's crimes for a mere pittance. Regardless, I have already figured out ways to earn money beyond gold. One of those methods involves utilizing Ma Kyung-Rok's company. We agreed to meet for lunch tomorrow, right? After clearing the scene and leaving the abandoned factory, Ryu Min recalled his lunch appointment with Ma Kyung-Rok. He had no thoughts or worries about the murder. I should buy a suit for tomorrow. His sole focus was on meeting Ma Kyung-Rok. Thoughts concerning Jang Sok-yun had long been erased from his mind. The following day at lunchtime, Ryu Won couldn't help but be surprised when he saw his brother dressed in a suit. It was the first time he had seen his brother in formal attire. "Hung, do you have a date this weekend?" "What are you talking about? You suddenly dressed up in a suit, so I thought. It's an important appointment. Who are you meeting?" "A business partner." "Huh. Hung, are you going into business?" Ryu Min nodded, and his younger brother looked worried. His thoughts were conveyed as always when he observed quietly. Last time, he went all in on stocks, and now he's getting involved in business. What if he fails? He will be greatly disappointed. Ryu Won was worried about the emotional impact, not just the money. His younger brother was concerned about the potential mental toll, regardless of the financial aspect, even though Ryu Min had already achieved success. Is it normal to feel anxious, but worrying even after you've achieved success? Well, I suppose it's only natural. A smile appeared on Ryu Min's face. Do you trust me, little brother? I trust you. Who else can I trust besides you? Then wait patiently at home. It's dangerous outside due to the presence of players. Yeah, I saw the news. They mentioned that players are causing trouble by utilizing their abilities for crimes. There were even reports of criminals escaping from prisons in other countries. That's because some criminals have become players. It was an anticipated change in the world. The population decreases every month, while players grow stronger. It would be strange if things remained the same, but this is just the beginning. In the future, there will come a time when ordinary people are hunted without hesitation and treated as slaves by players. Truly, an era where players reign supreme, disregarding laws and regulations. Before the city descends into complete lawlessness, I must significantly increase my power and further enhance the reputation of the Black Scythe. Ryu Min expressed his thoughts while putting on his shoes. Anyway, be cautious when you venture outside. Most of the players after the third round have jobs, so the overall strength of players has improved. It has become even more dangerous. Got it. By the way, when will you tell me about your job? It's a secret. I'm curious. I'll let you know soon, so please don't keep asking. Really? Ignoring his curious younger brother, Ryu Min opened the door. I'm going out to have lunch with my business partner. Don't wait for me, go ahead and eat. Treat yourself to something more expensive than jjajangmyeon. Osung Group, a colossal corporation known to every South Korean citizen. Ryu Min stepped into the lobby of a hotel owned by none other than Osung Group. And it was none other than Ma Kyung-Rok's hotel. I had a feeling we would meet here. Playing football at your home ground always has its advantages. However, the fact that the hotel was owned by Ma Kyung-Rok was strictly confidential. Furthermore, Cheonma Consulting was not affiliated with Osung Group either. It was a company established secretly by Ma Kyung-Rok to gain recognition from his father. Probably, among ordinary people, no one else knows this information except for me. At most, only Ma Kyung-Rok's relatives or close acquaintances would be aware. Therefore, it was crucial to leverage this information to impress Ma Kyung-Rok, to demonstrate his own value. But first, I need to work on my image. Ryu Min approached the front desk, attempting to appear unsure with a hint of naivety. Hello. I have an appointment, and I was told to inform the front desk upon arriving at the hotel. Ah, are you referring to the appointment with the CEO of Cheonma Consulting? Yes. The staff member placed a hand on the intercom and spoke in a friendly manner. The CEO will be arriving shortly. Would you like to wait in the lounge over there? We will guide you once he arrives. Yes, thank you. After a polite bow, Ryu Min walked awkwardly to the lobby lounge and took a seat, waiting. For Ma Kyung-rok, while waiting, he gazed at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, his mouth slightly agape. Resembling a curious fool. This was all part of creating an image for various contingencies. Then, as the lobby door swung open, and Sang-chul entered. He's here. Striving to avoid any appearance of familiarity, Ryu-min cast admiring glances around the hotel lobby. And Sang-chul, engrossed in a conversation at the front desk, made his way towards Ryu-min. Are you Ryu-min? Oh, yes. Hello. Ryu-min feigned surprise, and even in Sang-chul, with his stoic demeanor, displayed a hint of astonishment. It was expected. We've met before, haven't we? At Galleria Forest. Oh yes. I think I caught a glimpse of you while moving upstairs. Weren't you standing next to the actress, Seo Erin? And Sang-chul recollected the situation from Ryu-min's description. That's right. Are you, by any chance, the major shareholder of Cheonma Consulting? Yes. As soon as Ryu-min confirmed, and Sang-chul bowed respectfully, bending at a 90-degree angle. I apologize for the previous misunderstanding. Although he appeared apologetic on the surface, his true sentiments were different. How can this youngster, who doesn't even look 20, be the one to invest 280 billion won? It doesn't make sense. Despite maintaining a composed exterior, doubt lingered within him. Even his eyes betrayed a faint trace of wariness. Well, isn't this a natural reaction? It's unlikely for someone my age to possess such wealth. However, Ryu-min had no obligation to convince Sang-chul at this moment. After all, the person he needed to converse with was Ma Kyung-rok. Naturally, Ryu-min knew the expected reaction. Oh, it's all right. You didn't know, so it's understandable. I, too, wasn't aware that the CEO of Cheonma Consulting resided upstairs. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I'm not the CEO. Oh, I apologize for the delayed introduction. I'm manager and Sang-chul. I arrived early as the CEO will join us shortly. I see. He purposely feigned ignorance of Ma Kyung-rok's presence. This response was fitting for someone claiming not to recognize him. Please wait inside until the CEO arrives. Oh, yes. Following in Sang-chul's lead, Ryu-min entered the hotel's restaurant. As expected of a top-tier corporation, the restaurant's interior exuded magnificence. Wow. Ryu-min, like a country bumpkin visiting Seoul, couldn't help but gaze wide-eyed at the restaurant's grandeur. And Sang-chul discreetly glanced at him. What an innocent look. Not only his gaze, but his thoughts were also evident. Well, it was intentional. Let's sit here and wait comfortably. The CEO will be here soon. Yes, sure. While waiting, they took their seats in the reserved room, and Ryu-min observed Sang-chul fidgeting with his phone near the door. He must be informing the Ma Kyung-rok. Ryu-min immediately used the rune of inner thoughts. I've just met the investor. He's young. He looks out of his place. Perhaps the investor sent him instead. Be cautious, as someone may be pulling the strings behind the scenes. The message from the text translated directly into his thoughts. He could even understand his unspoken ideas. As expected, an undercover mission, sending Sang-chul ahead. It was just as he anticipated. Given Ma Kyung-rok's meticulous self-management, it was highly unlikely for him to be late for such a crucial appointment. A moment later, swoosh, greetings. A man with a commanding presence and a tall stature made his entrance. It was none other than Ma Kyung-rok. While Ryu-min, due to his short stature, appeared somewhat awkward in his suit, Ma Kyung-rok looked immaculate, his suit enhancing his charismatic aura. I'm Ma Kyung-rok, the CEO of Cheonma Consulting. I'm Ryu-min. Quickly rising to his feet, Ryu-min shook the hand Ma Kyung-rok extended. Please, have a seat. Yes. Manager, and please join me on my side. Yes. Without seeking permission, he urged Sang-chul to sit beside him. He's subtly taking the lead. Sensing Ryu-min's gaze, Ma Kyung-rok smiled as if to say he understood. Manager, and as a staff member I trust more than anyone else. It's all right if we sit together and have a conversation, right? Oh, yes. That's fine. Thank you. But before we discuss business matters, let's have a meal. We've prepared a set menu, but I'm not sure if it suits your taste. As long as it's something offered in a high-end hotel like this, it should be delicious no matter what I eat. Shortly after, dishes arrived according to Ma Kyung-rok's instructions. Soup, Cold dishes, grilled fish, Korean beef, braised ribs, stone pot rice, bibimbap, and more. From the plating to the course meal itself, everything was presented with meticulous detail. They focused solely on eating, with minimal conversation. It's truly delicious. I'm glad it suits your taste. Their exchange consisted mostly of occasional comments. However, for Ryu Min, who could read their inner thoughts, it was not a time devoid of meaning. His thoughts seemed complicated when I read them. Even without uttering a word, Ryu Min could grasp their thoughts. He's grappling with the idea that he received someone else's guidance. And that was exactly it. Manager and is right. It's hard to believe that he invested 280 billion won himself. He looks too young. However, considering his age, he must be a player. He has survived until the end of the third round despite his youthful appearance, and he must possess skills. Well, luck might have played a part too. Ma Kyung-rok didn't underestimate Ryu Min despite his young age. Ryu Min inwardly admired his attitude. Indeed, it's Ma Kyung-rok. Quite the talented survivor, making it to the 15th round. Unlike in Sang-chul, he neither dismisses nor underestimates his opponent. With a piercing gaze, he remains vigilant, carefully assessing the true extent of their capabilities. Yet, Ma Kyung-rok's poker face remains flawless, concealing any trace of his inner thoughts. So, Mr. Ryu Min, you said you're only 20 years old. Well, I'm 29. Pleasure to meet you, as a fellow 20. Haha. Yes, pleasure to meet you too. Ma Kyung-rok then wonders aloud, how did you amass such substantial wealth at such a young age? Are you perhaps a scion of a chaebol family? Ma Kyung-rok's directness is quite evident. Dismissing the notion with a nonchalant wave, Ryu Min responds, chaebol. No, not at all. There's no one behind me, as you may suspect. Until recently, I was nothing more than an ordinary student. Until recently. Ryu Min senses the need to shift to the main topic and continues, have you come across any news articles lately? Perplexed, Ma Kyung-rok asked, what? The article about an overnight millionaire winning the lottery jackpot 5 times in a row. Oh, yes, I've seen it. Ryu Min's lips curl into a slight smile as he said, that's precisely it. Chapter 43. I am the 5-time consecutive winner of the lottery's prize. Excuse me. Ryu Min's confession left Ma Kyung-rok's eyes wide open. Unlike before, his expression showed genuine surprise. Is that true? You're the person who caused such a sensation a few months ago. Yes. Well, and it wasn't just Ma Kyung-rok. And Sang-chul, who was standing next to them, also had a surprised expression. Is he the person who 70 billion won won through the lottery? The two of them finally understood how Ryu Min managed to amass such wealth at a young age. But Ryu Min, according to the articles, it was said to be 70 billion won. How did you invest? 280 billion won. I dabbled in Bitcoin. Just Bitcoin. Is that all? Yes. He turned 70 billion won from the lottery into 280 billion won. Ma Kyung-rok's expression changed upon hearing that. Anyone who knows about Bitcoin knows that it's unstable. It's an impossible feat without considerable courage and audacity. Seeing how Ryu Min was different from the image he had in mind, Ma Kyung-rok couldn't help but be in awe. That's truly amazing. How did you have the courage to invest 70 billion won in Bitcoin? I wouldn't have been able to do that. Haha. Maybe and Sang-chul found it displeasing that his CEO was belittling himself, so he furrowed his brow upon hearing that and unexpectedly interjected. You must have been incredibly lucky. It's not luck. Ryu Min immediately refuted, causing an Sang-chul to give him a dissatisfied look. I read an article. It said you predicted the lottery numbers in your dream. If that's not luck, then what is it? I didn't have a dream. Then, Ryu Min paused for a moment and averted his gaze. Ma Kyung-rok eagerly waited for his answer, his eyes filled with anticipation. I have a called rune of future sight. Excuse me, I can foresee the future up to several years ahead. In other words, Ryu Min spoke with clear pronunciation. I'm a prophet who can see the future. Silence fell upon the room for a moment. What did I just hear? A prophet? Is this kid spouting nonsense? Only Ryu Min, who could read thoughts, was allowed to remain silent. Ma Kyung-rok regained his composure and barely opened his mouth. A prophet? Are you seriously saying that? Why would I lie? Are you saying that you predicted the lottery numbers through this rune of future sight? Yes. It's the same reason I invested in Bitcoin. I had the confidence that I could see the future, so I put all my money in. In truth, he discovered the future through dozens of regressions. Whether it's this or that, it's essentially the same when it comes to knowing the future. That's why it wasn't completely a lie. But still, should I believe what this person is saying? A rune of future sight. Such an incredible rune. Both of them couldn't shake off their doubts. If it's not too much to ask, can you prove it? Prove it. Can you predict what I'm going to do in a moment? Ryu Min inwardly chuckled as he read Ma Kyung-rok's thoughts. If I can read his thoughts, predicting his next action is child's play. However, restricting his abilities was good for the future, so he shook his head. I'm sorry, but my abilities don't work like that. Sometimes they manifest without me knowing. You mean it's random? Yes. Well, if it's a rune of future sight, it makes sense to have such limitations. While Ma Kyung-rok was lost in such thoughts, a sudden idea crossed his mind. Ryu Min, then could it be that you invested the 280 billion won in our company? Yes. I invested in it because I knew Cheonma Consulting would experience rapid growth in the future. If it's rapid growth, how far will it go? Within 6 months, we can easily get listed on the Kospi stock market. Exclamation mark. A surprised expression flickered across Ma Kyung-rok's face. How wonderful would that be if it were true? Not only would he gain recognition from his father for his abilities, but he could also adjust the proportion of his wealth. Succeeding as the next chairman would be a natural course of events. Ma Kyung-rok's lips curved slightly, but it was short-lived. I must have gone crazy. Laughing at information that may or may not be true. Still, the mention of his company doing well made Ma Kyung-rok feel good. Until Ryu Min uttered the next words. But in order to succeed, you'll have to completely overhaul the industry. Excuse me, the industry. Cheonma Consulting is a company that provides consulting services in various fields such as corporate, construction, medical, real estate, management, employment, and startups. It is Ma Kyung-rok's company specially created to utilize the information and know-how of his father's group, which has its foot in various fields. Therefore, changing the industry was akin to toppling a carefully built tower. Ma Kyung-rok had to set aside his pride in this situation. Could it be because he knew that? And Sang Chul's voice grew louder. That's an unreasonable demand. You're telling us to change the industry now. Are you saying we should change the company name as well? Director and Ma Kyung-rok tried to interrupt, but their thoughts were not much different. Ryu Min spoke in a calm voice. If the industry changes, naturally the company name should change as well. What are you saying? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking at a time like this? Ryu Min glared at Sang Chul, who was opposing him. His unwavering gaze contrasted with his disheveled appearance earlier. It's good to show such a resolute attitude when showcasing my abilities. It makes me appear trustworthy. As Ryu Min expected, Ma Kyung-rok's thoughts changed. There's no hesitation in his gaze. Does he have such confidence in his ability to see the future, this dubious power? Ma Kyung-rok corrected his thoughts. Well, it's not necessarily so. I can't definitively say that there's no rune of future sight that transcends reality. Does changing only the industry really mean my company can succeed? Ma Kyung-rok pondered. If that's all it takes, then he would change the industry without hesitation. The problem is, I can't distinguish whether his words are true or just nonsense. As Ma Kyung-rok wore a troubled expression, Ryu Min tried to convince him once again. As players in this game, I'm sure both of you know. Opening up about your own rune comes with significant losses and penalties. I was willing to bear those losses and open up about my rune. As the major shareholder and a future business partner who will participate in management, I want to contribute to the company's growth. Why would I invest 280 billion won otherwise? Despite his persuasive words, both of them still seemed unable to believe and sent skeptical glances his way. For the company to succeed, you'll have to join forces with me. CEO, surely you don't believe those words, do you? Ryu Min let out a small sigh at Sang Chul's remark. It seems my abilities are not impressive enough. To be honest, they're not. Words alone weren't enough to convince them. I knew this would happen, so I prepared various things. Now it was time to show the evidence. Director and Sang-chul, have you ever thought about why I moved to the apartment below? Do you think it was just a coincidence? Wait a moment. The apartment below and Ma Kyung-rok looked at Sang-chul as if demanding an explanation. Director and, what's the meaning of this? You're saying Ryu Min lives in the penthouse below? Seo Erin, the actress. Yes, he moved in this January. It's been only a few days since he obtained the rune of future sight. Ma Kyung-rok turned his head to Sang-chul. Director and, why are you telling me this now? I only found out today. Moving to the neighboring apartment of a person related to the company you plan to invest in. It's impossible without knowing the future. Well, that's the only way. If someone knows that I'm sponsoring Seo Erin, they could easily move to the neighboring apartment. Even with Ryu Min's persuasion, Ma Kyung-rok didn't believe easily. Yes, this might not be enough. As Ryu Min anticipated, he took out the next card. You still have a doubtful expression. How about this? Ryu Min smiled faintly. This hotel we're in right now, it belongs to you, CEO Ma Kyung-rok, right? And you're the eldest son of the Osung Group. And Cheonma Consulting is a company you secretly established to gain recognition from your father. Ma Kyung-rok's expression seemed to waver under the 3 consecutive revelations. But he didn't easily succumb to them. Instead, Sang-chul suddenly stood up, getting excited. Who told you this? How do you know such information that only close relatives can know? Director and, please calm down. Sang-chul sat back down, calming his anger. In contrast, Ma Kyung-rok's tone remained calm. Yes, everything you said is true. However, it lacks the persuasiveness to claim that you discovered it by seeing the future. As Director and mentioned, it's information that anyone who's a close relative could know. I'm sorry, but it doesn't resonate with me. To be honest, it feels like someone set me up and gave you this information to trap me. There are some people who wish for my downfall. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Ma Kyung-rok's lips. In this situation, you want me, as the major shareholder, to trust you and change the industry. You know how odd this is. Even as a major shareholder holding 31%, I can't be convinced. Of course, it's a persuasive argument, but it also has its flaws, doesn't it? Ryu Min listened silently without giving any response. I, too, want to believe that the rune of future sight exists. Truly. If there's a path for my company to grow, who wouldn't follow it, even if it means breaking the signboard? However, it's difficult to believe your words, Ryu Min. While I appreciate the investment you made in our company, we should convene a shareholders meeting to consider the matter. Convincing other shareholders will be your responsibility. Ma Kyung-rok began to button his suit as if he were about to stand up. I apologize for my lack of influence. I will take my leave. Just a moment, CEO. At Ryu Min's call, Ma Kyung-rok paused. Do you have something else to say? Is there no other way after all? Ryu Min cautiously opened his mouth, having hesitated for a moment. How about this, then? What? I will give you the information for round 4. Round 4. Both Ma Kyung-rok and even Sang-chul widened their eyes. Do you have information for round 4 as well? Yes, I saw it all through future sight. I know what tragedy will occur. Smiling at the astonished 2 individuals, Ryu Min said. With this level of information, it should be enough to prove my ability, right? Chapter 44. After parting ways with Ryu Min, Ma Kyung-rok remained seated, deep in thought and murmuring to himself, will this amount of information suffice to demonstrate my abilities? He believed it should be sufficient. After all, there was nowhere else to obtain information about the 4th round. Now, we must wait to verify its authenticity. The information relayed by Ryu Min had been nothing short of astounding. Ma Kyung-rok contemplated, could it be true that such a catastrophic event awaits us? If it were indeed true, then caution was paramount from the very beginning. One should never underestimate the importance of being vigilant in their surroundings. Suddenly, Sang-chul, who was seated next to him, lowered his head and expressed his remorse. I apologize, Director. I allowed my emotions to get the better of me earlier, raising my voice without realizing it. Ma Kyung-rok reassured him, it's all right, Director, and You were simply showing empathy. Towards me, weren't you? Well, since you mentioned it, may I share my thoughts on this matter, sir? Speak without reservation. Honestly, I find this person named Ryu-min suspicious. If he can truly see the future, why would he need to help us? With such an ability, he could lead a comfortable life without relying on anyone. He claims that he wants to grow alongside our company. Perhaps he simply desires to accumulate more wealth. Does he really need a reason for that? With 280 billion, he already possesses more wealth than he could spend in a lifetime. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Even someone like me would readily invest if presented with reliable information that guarantees profits. Even so, it is too risky to place our trust solely in the information provided by one person. Furthermore, the existence of such an extraordinary rune is also questionable. I agree with your concerns. However, Ma Kyung-rok's gaze transformed, akin to that of a predator fixating on its prey. If he truly is a prophet capable of foreseeing the future, we must ensure his unwavering loyalty to our cause. Imagine the benefits if we could obtain information and prepare for every round. The growth of our company in the process would be an incredible bonus. But how can we be certain of the prophet's reliability? That is a valid point. Ma Kyung-rok's lips curled slightly. We will know once we enter that realm, won't we? As Ryu-min made his way back home, his steps were light, buoyed by the success of his plan. I managed to pique Ma Kyung-rok's interest, just as I did in the previous regression. While he couldn't completely convince him, there's no need to worry. Once the 4th round is over, he'll be convinced that I am a prophet. Deliberately, he withheld important information such as sub-quests, and intentionally kept hidden the secrets to reaching the top ranks. I have enough on my plate to share with others. He revealed only the surface, carefully concealing the essence. This should be sufficient to establish my credibility as the prophet. A prophet. It's not an empty claim. After all, I can glimpse the future through countless regressions. The rune of foresight. Yes, such a rune exists. However, it doesn't possess the far-reaching foresight Ryu-min described. At most, it grants a glimpse a few seconds into the future. Nevertheless, I can't dismiss its significance. It's an essential rune on my acquisition list. I can obtain it in the 8th round, but that's still far off. Regardless, if the information I provided turns out to be accurate, Ma Kyung-rok won't be able to doubt me. Even though Ma Kyung-rok and Sang-chul now know my home address and my status as a prophet, Ryu-min exuded confidence. He believed there was no immediate danger. They wouldn't harm him or his younger brother, nor would they entertain the idea of threats. On the contrary, they will treat me as a prophet, offering utmost respect and protection. Having me as an ally by his side is more advantageous for Ma Kyung-rok than making me his enemy. The presence of an ally named the prophet would provide unparalleled reassurance. So, it's best to inform Yuri now, isn't it? To let her know that I am a prophet. Since he had committed to embodying the role of the prophet, he had to press on. Concealing things served no purpose. Delaying the revelation risked eroding trust. It's wiser to keep my identity as the Grim Reaper hidden, though. Disclosing that he was the Grim Reaper would impose restrictions on his actions in this realm. If I mishandle my darker nature, I might become disliked. The true identity of the Grim Reaper must remain concealed, but unveiling my status as the prophet is advisable. It would allow me to openly provide Yuri with information about the upcoming round and extend overt assistance. She may inquire about my occupation one day. It's better to disclose it now. Despite the suddenness, Ryu-min called Yuri. Hey, Yuri. What's up? I have something to tell you. Can you spare some time? Let's meet in front of the convenience store. What? Now? Yeah. How about meeting in an hour? Oh, okay. See you then. After setting up the appointment and exchanging handshakes, Ryu-min hailed a taxi. Could you take me to GS24 Yonwei branch, please? Yes, sir. Please fasten your seatbelt. Lost in thought, Ryu-min gazed out the window when suddenly the phone rang. Expecting it to be Yuri, Ryu-min glanced at the screen, only to see an unfamiliar number. Oh, this number. Is it already time for the handover? With that thought in mind, Ryu-min answered the call, and as expected, Hello, sir. This is Choi Tae Gook, the supercar dealer. As you've been eagerly waiting, the supercar has arrived. I wasn't exactly waiting eagerly. Nevertheless, since he need a car for various reasons, it's good that it arrived today. Should I deliver it to you right away? Where should I go? What should I do? I need to meet Yuri now. Delivering it to my home immediately would take time. Asking him to come to the convenience store seems awkward. It's also too noticeable, and the location is cramped since it's an alley. Can you come to Siadiman GU? I'll send you the address via text. Yes, I'll be there soon. After ending the call, Ryu Min sent the address and informed the driver. Driver, please go to a residential area near Siadiman GU Fire Station, not GS24 Yanwei. Branch. Yes, sir. The place Ryu Min mentioned was none other than the old house before moving, a shabby multi-family house. If it's there, I should have enough parking space for the car. Just in case, I should check if there's any mail waiting. Please stop here. Yes, sir. After settling the taxi fare, Ryu Min stepped out of the car. Walking through the narrow old alley to receive the car brought back nostalgic feelings. It has only been 2 months since I moved, but it feels like the good old days. Having lived in a lush 100 square meter apartment, Ryu Min made a stop at a shabby residential area. Feeling a sense of disconnect in the neighborhood, it almost felt like coming back to a hometown. As Ryu Min walked, reading the text message from the dealer, he said he will need 10 more minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the front of the house, intending to check for any mail. Unexpected individuals were loitering near the house. Dad, look, it's Ryu Min. Ryu Min. Observing the approaching duo, Ryu Min furrowed his brows. It was those relatives he didn't want to encounter again, his unlikable relatives. The ones who left him and his brother to live alone after the death of his parents. It's been quite some time, Ryu Min. How have you been? His uncle asked with a tone of concern. Why are you here, uncle? Ryu Min responded, his voice filled with a chill. Upon hearing this, the image of the disheveled older cousin next to uncle crumbled. Hey, you little brat. What kind of manners are those to use with our father? If it's been a while, you should bow from the waist. The cousin retorted. Why should I? Ryu Min countered. What? When dad and mom passed away, and our world fell apart, did your father ever stay by our side? Did he protect us as a guardian? Why should I bow to your father? Is it because of some favor I received? All he did was turn his back on me, treating me as if I didn't exist. You brat. Do you remember, uncle? You used to ask my dad for money all the time. But once he left, you didn't even utter a word. Don't you think that's too much? Silence enveloped them as Ryu Min's words struck them like a lethal blow. Their expressions twisted in confusion. Why do you look like that? Did I say something wrong? You little brat. And why are you speaking informally to your older brother? The cousin growled. Brother. When did I have such an idiot brother? Ryu Min scoffed. What? You little brat. Stop it, both of you. Uncle intervened. In that moment, Ryu Min turned his gaze inward, questioning himself. Damn it. I let my emotions get the best of me without realizing it. Was it because he was hurt by his uncle so much? Or was it because he believed this might be their final encounter? I got too carried away. That's not like me. Ryu Min recognized his overexcitement and quickly suppressed it. Clearing his throat, Uncle spoke with a refined tone. All right, I admit that I was wrong. We didn't come here to fight with you, we came because of this. A rustling sound accompanied Uncle as he took out a document from his bag. Sign this to give your consent. What on earth is this? You don't need to know, you punk. Just do as you're told. Despite the older cousin's relentless barking from the side, Ryu Min paid him no attention. Thunk. After swiftly snatching the document, Ryu Min carefully examined its contents. An insurance claim agreement. Lifting his gaze, Ryu Min locked eyes with his uncle. Oh, this guy. Ryu Min could discern the intricate implications. He had already delved into their inner thoughts, leaving nothing concealed. Allow me to shed light on this matter. Have you been informed about the recent passing of your grandfather and grandmother? No, I haven't received any news. Nobody bothered to reach out to me. Indeed, that's the case. Now, here's the situation. your grandfather had a life insurance policy, and your grandmother was designated as the beneficiary. However, with the passing of your grandmother, there's no one left to receive the insurance payout, right? So, we approached the insurance company, and fortunately, they informed us that legal representatives of your grandmother, who happen to be relatives, can step in and claim the payout on her behalf. That includes you. However, they made it clear that the consent of all the legal representatives is required to proceed with the payout. Hence, I kindly request your signature here. So, if I refuse to agree, none of the relatives, including you, uncle, will receive the insurance payout. Huh. Well, yes. Not just us, but you as well. In that case, I won't grant my agreement. The uncle's eyebrows twitched in response. Why? I'm not keen on those unreliable relatives getting their hands on the money. Ryu Min, think this through. It's not the time to be swayed by impulsive emotions. You're already an adult, and you have numerous expenses to cover. Shouldn't we distribute the insurance payout accordingly? Consider your younger sibling too. How much longer are you going to endure living in this dilapidated house? Huh, I don't want to witness you resorting to such pathetic tactics just to secure my agreement. Are you implying that it's solely for my benefit? I am not showing any consideration for you. Even though you're penniless. Rip. As if there were no further contemplation needed, Ryu Min tore the consent form into pieces. What are you doing? Since words seemed insufficient, I decided to demonstrate my stance through action. You foolish brat, who didn't learn anything from your parents. How utterly absurd. Witnessing the uncle getting all worked up over a mere piece of paper. I can't believe I once put my trust in and relied on such a money grubber, Ryu Min sighed to himself. I knew it. Dad, did you see that? This brat doesn't understand through words. The older cousin glared at Ryu Min and cracked his knuckles menacingly. You should have just signed the consent form when asked nicely, you punk. Why? Planning to hit me? Feeling confident? Look at this brat. His confidence has soared in the time we haven't seen him. Acting tough. Because you're also a player. The older cousin, with a sneer on his face, growled with an intense expression. Don't act tough, you punk. It seems like you've managed to survive until the third round, but let me warn you, we're on an entirely different level. What level are you on? Level 11, punk. I even have a job. Level 11. Ha ha ha. FCK, why are you laughing? The uncle grabbed his son's shoulder as if he were a dog ready to charge at Ryu Min. Wait a moment. Before you do anything, let me say something first. Uncle locked his stern gaze onto Ryu Min. Ryu Min, why are you doing this? Why are you making things complicated with matters that are long gone? Is it because you lack money? Were you dissatisfied because I didn't repay your father's debt? Fine. Your father may not be in this world anymore, but let me compensate you at least a little. How much would satisfy you? Take some time to think about it. That's when it happened. Vroom vroom. The thunderous engine noise made all three of them turn their heads. What they beheld was a supercar that seemed entirely out of place in the humble neighborhood. That's it. The Lamborghini Aventador model, right? As the dream car he had searched for countless times materialized before him, the cousin's voice was laced with nostalgia. I envy whoever owns it. He's right in front of you. Ryu Min blurted out, causing the cousin to furrow his brows. What did you say? UFCKER. If you want to be treated well and live a good life, stop cursing so much. Ryu Min retorted, then looked at his uncle. The same goes for you, uncle. Lead a good life. Don't be driven solely by money. Take good care of your children's education as well. Someday, you'll receive the same blow from your own children. Fine, I understand. I was wrong. So let's go together to the insurance company and give our consent. Forget it. I can't bear to listen anymore. Where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet. The uncle blinked his eyes as he spoke, but Ryu Min was engaged in a conversation with the driver who had stepped out of the supercar. What's going on? Do you know each other? Or are you friends? However, the driver bowed 90 degrees to Ryu Min, a gesture that indicated they weren't acquaintances or friends. He even handed over the car keys and vanished into thin air. What's this? Could it be Ryu Min instinctively took a seat behind the wheel. Observing from a distance, the cousin's pupils shook back and forth. The uncle, seemingly less aware of the situation, wore a bewildered expression. Vroom. Ryu Min pulled up in the Lamborghini in front of the two. Vroom. Lowering the car window, Ryu Min left them with one last piece of advice. Live a life where you can afford to buy this and live it well. Got it? With those words, it all came to an end. Vroom. The Lamborghini roared to life, tearing away from the neighborhood at lightning speed. Chapter 45. Min Yuri's heart raced as she made her way to the agreed meeting spot. She couldn't contain her excitement. What could this be about? Why did my secret crush suddenly call and say he has something to tell me? Her mind was flooded with possibilities, and her cheeks flushed red as she tried to imagine what it could be. In an attempt to calm herself, she vigorously fanned her face. As she approached the convenience store, her eyes caught sight of a sleek sports car parked out front. Who could that be? What kind of a careless person would park a car in such a narrow space? Yuri. Ryu Min. To her surprise, the careless person turned out to be none other than Ryu Min himself. Min Yuri felt a wave of confusion as she caught sight of Ryu Min sticking his head out of the car window. Is this your car? Yeah, I'm sorry for squeezing it into this tight spot. I originally intended to park elsewhere, but circumstances led me to bring it here. Get in. Let's take a drive and talk. Oh, okay. Min Yuri hopped into the Lamborghini, which roared to life as they sped down the road. Vroom. Despite the powerful engine noise, the interior of the car was surprisingly quiet and comfortable. It felt like a tranquil haven. With wide-eyed wonder, Min Yuri explored the luxurious interior of the supercar. It was just as dazzling as its exterior. How much does a car like this cost? Not as much as you might think. Around 900 million. 900,900 million. Min Yuri's eyes widened in disbelief. And no, it's not that expensive. Do you know how many multiple convenience stores you could open with 900 million? Compared to the money I won in the lottery, it's not a huge sum. Ah, yes. Min Yuri had to remind herself that her friend was a lightning-rich multimillionaire, with 7 billion won from the lottery and a whopping 300 billion won in Bitcoin. It's more expensive than our house. She couldn't help but feel the stark contrast between their lives. Min Yuri pressed her lips together tightly as if trying to seal away her astonishment. An awkward silence enveloped them, and Min Yuri could hear the sound of her own heart pounding. It almost feels like we're on a date, doesn't it? She blushed even more at that thought. And to add to her embarrassment, Ryu Min seemed to keep stealing glances at her. Feeling self-conscious, Min Yuri avoided making eye contact and instead focused on the view outside the window, perhaps due to her uneasiness. I have something to confess. What? A confession? Startled, Min Yuri's head snapped towards Ryu Min at the mention of a confession. Considering he was even dressed in a suit, it was easy to misunderstand. Ah, it's not that kind of confession, so please don't misunderstand. Who would misunderstand? Min Yuri turned her head away from the window, hoping to hide her embarrassment. Ah, I wish I could disappear into a mouse hole. Unbeknownst to her, her face had turned as red as a radish. So, what kind of confession is it? I told you before that I dreamt of the lottery numbers, right? Yeah, you did. But the truth is, it wasn't just a dream. It was information I obtained from the runes of the future of. Ryu Min smoothly revealed to Min Yuri that he was a prophet. Though he made it up, it held a grain of truth. After all, he did possess knowledge of the future, the runes of foresight, and my current job is also that of a prophet. A prophet. Min Yuri blinked her eyes, resembling a curious rabbit. With an expression of pure admiration, Min Yuri couldn't help but applaud. This is incredible. Being a prophet, isn't that an amazingly unique job? Well, I suppose so. This is truly wonderful. And the runes of the foresight sound absolutely fascinating. Min Yuri's excitement was contagious, leaving Ryu Min slightly taken aback by her unexpected reaction. Thank you for being so honest with me. Even among friends, it can be difficult to open up about something like this. Well, you also revealed that you're a buffer. It's only fair that we share these things with each other. Fair enough. But I didn't mention the runes. Should I tell you about mine since we're on this topic? No, it's okay. It's the protective rune. I drew it in the first round. It creates a thin shield around me, with each person within a 10-meter radius receiving their own layer of protection. So, if there are 10 people, there will be 10 layers of protection. Unaware that Ryu Min already knew this information, Min-Yuri enthusiastically shared the details. Now we're even, right? It feels great, like we've confided secrets in each other. Haha, yeah, but why did you share such important information? It might have been better to keep it hidden if possible. Keeping it hidden was weighing on my mind, and if I didn't share it now, you might not believe what I'm about to say in the future. Huh, what do you mean? Ryu Min revealed the details of the fourth round to Min-Yuri, providing her with even more detailed information than he had shared with Ma Kyung-Rock. Of course, he kept the specifics about the rewards concealed as much as possible. So, the fourth round quest is like that. Yeah, so, Yuri, be careful too. You never know how other players around you might act, so always stay vigilant. Yeah, got it. Min-Yuri nodded, a faint smile suddenly gracing her face. Even though you shared this with me, I'm grateful. It feels like you've entrusted me with something personal. At the same time, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. Perhaps you told me because you were genuinely concerned about me as a friend. She wondered if his words arose from personal feelings. If only that were true, it would be wonderful. Min-Yuri beamed at Ryu Min, sitting in the driver's seat, with a smile full of gratitude. It was a smile that carried a deep sense of appreciation. After the drive, Ryu Min dropped Min-Yuri off in front of the convenience store and returned home. Hey, you're back. Why the long face? Is something bothering you? What do you mean? It seems like you're troubled about something. There's nothing like that. Nonchalantly, Ryu Min entered his room and changed his clothes. Though he claimed there was nothing wrong, deep down, he had his own worries. And they were quite perplexing. Min-Yuri had feelings for me. He discovered the truth through the rune of inner thoughts. I had no idea Min-Yuri had been interested in me since our school days. No wonder she had always treated him so kindly. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and bewilderment, Ryu Min shook his head, attempting to dismiss those thoughts. It doesn't change anything if Min-Yuri likes me. If anything, it might be a positive thing. If she likes him, wouldn't it be advantageous to have her in my team? No, perhaps she's already in my team. Ryu Min sighed with relief, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Once Ryu Min revealed himself as a prophet to Min-Yuri, he couldn't anticipate the outcome. But surprisingly, things seemed to be falling into place. When someone is well disposed towards you, it becomes easier for them to believe in prophecies. If he plays his cards right, keeping Min-Yuri alive until the 20th round wouldn't be too challenging. Just 3 more days of waiting, and then it'll be over once I buy that epic item. He didn't have much going on in the real world this month. I hope April comes quickly. Ryu Min flopped onto his bed, succumbing to the fatigue that awaited him in the next round. Seizing the opportunity for a much-needed rest, Ryu Min soon found himself drifting off to sleep. 30 minutes remained until midnight on April 1st. It was a crucial day that required entry into the otherworld. Ryu Min, in the safety of his room, meticulously inspected his items and patiently waited. Shadow Glove of Darkness. Category: Gloves. Grade: Epic. Effects: Strength +5, Agility +4, Weapon partial invisibility applies only at night. Durability: 1000. Usage restriction: Regular grade or above. Description: Gloves that cloak themselves in darkness, making them invisible at night. The weapon held also becomes partially transparent. This epic item was purchased from the item corner for 8,000 gold. The stats are impressive, and the option of weapon partial invisibility seems quite useful. Weapon partial invisibility. Simply put, when night falls, the weapon becomes partially see-through. While it's not completely invisible, even this level of transparency is enough to confuse opponents. The dimly lit environment makes it challenging to distinguish. At first glance, it may appear as if I'm not even wielding a weapon. A subtly advantageous attribute, indeed. Furthermore, it pairs well with the Knight of Death skill. Since there's no light to penetrate the partial invisibility, the chances of it being discovered are minimal. Tick-tock. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts as his younger brother entered the room. Hung, it's time. His brother wore a worried expression on his face. Do you feel confident in your strategy this time again? I won't know until I try. But Hung, you're a prophet. You have some knowledge about the fourth round. Knowing and taking action are two different things. Ryu Min confided in his brother about his role as a prophet, urging him not to reveal it to anyone else. Since Jang Sokyun is gone, and I possess the rune of inner thoughts, there shouldn't be any danger. He had only mentioned being a prophet in previous Regression 2, concealing his status as a returner. I didn't explicitly reveal that I'm a returner, so it shouldn't disrupt the course of the future. Tick-tock. Glancing at the wall clock, Ryu Min realized it was time. Soon, they would venture into the otherworld. Make sure to come back alive, Hung. Don't say such unlucky things. It's like tempting fate. Ryu Min lightly tapped his brother's shoulder, as if to reassure him not to worry. Although the fourth round is known as the round of death, there was no round easier than this. Here we go again. Whoosh. Wang Yongmin, once again summoned to the otherworld, opened his status window. Punishment in progress. All stats permanently decrease by 50%. Curiosity got the best of him, so he opened it up, but as he suspected, the curse remained unbroken. Damn it. This was the consequence of betraying Jo Young-sik, his role model. But the losses extended beyond just his stats. He not only lost his stats but also the power of authority and even his friends. Perhaps that's why Wang Yongmin had always been on edge, like a vigilant meerkat. There might be blind fools among the district who will target me. With all his commands depleted, he had no means of defense. His friends, whom he believed had betrayed him, might seek retaliation. But where am I? A white expanse with no horizon in sight. It was a stark contrast to the blue meadows and forests they had been summoned to so far. What kind of quest starts in such a twisted place? Everything was drenched in white, giving him the feeling of being a rat in a laboratory. Wang Yongmin's eyes momentarily narrowed as he scanned the surroundings with a tense expression. Black Scythe. There stood the savior who had protected him in the previous round. Yet, at the same time, he was the devil who tricked him. All of this had come to pass because Black Scythe ordered him to shatter artifacts. That damn devil. He must have known it would end up like this. Considering how he used others to destroy artifacts and callously killed the harbinger of divine punishment, it seemed as if he had foreseen it all. Although Wang Yongmin couldn't fathom how he had known. If I had the power, I'd smash that bastard's face into oblivion right now, but there was no use dwelling on what he couldn't change. If he wanted to save his own life, he had no choice but to shake the devil's hand. I don't know if he'll still extend his hand to me, but shouldn't he at least make an attempt? With that thought in mind, Wang Yongmin approached the Black Scythe. Black Scythe Nim, what is it? What about our previous agreement? Is it still in effect? Agreement? Didn't you promise to protect me in exchange for my allegiance? A faint smirk appeared on Black Scythe's lips. A worthless subordinate like you is no longer necessary. What? You no longer possess the power of authority, do you? What good is a district representative without his power to command? The dreaded situation had unfolded before Wang Yongmin's eyes. His complexion turned pale with apprehension. And besides, most players have already completed their job changes. Even if you still had the 10 commands, they would be considered useless. Well, your value as a pawn has expired. Black Scythe's voice rang out with an icy chill. Now, you're nothing more than a walking dead man. Chapter 46. A walking dead man. Wang Yongmin scanned his surroundings, taking in the scene. All eyes were fixated on this spot, completely drawn to it. Caught in a gaze reminiscent of a predator eyeing its toothless prey, Wang Yongmin involuntarily shivered. Witnessing this, Ryu Min couldn't help but smirk, breaking into a subtle chuckle. Don't fret too much. When I said a walking dead man, it's merely figurative. In reality, there won't be many people actually aiming for you. What? You mean they won't be targeting me? Considering you've experienced what it's like to be a zone representative, you should know better, right? Jo Young-sik had put his trust in Wang Yongmin, only to be betrayed and meet his demise. As a consequence, Wang Yongmin suffered the penalty of reduced stats, transforming into a feeble existence. The position of zone representative, which once held promise, had yielded nothing but unfavorable outcomes. People have started to realize that being a zone representative isn't the coveted position they once believed it to be. Moreover, with more players changing jobs, the scope for exercising command power has drastically diminished compared to the risks associated with the representative title. In essence, it lacks the merits it once held. Ryu Min's words rang true. The status of zone representative had lost its allure. If given the chance, Wang Yongmin would eagerly relinquish the authority to someone else. Even so, I no longer have authority on these people. Wang Yongmin cast his gaze around once more. The players seemed disinterested, casually diverting their attention elsewhere. Did they only turn around because of what Black Scythe said? He had presumed himself to be the target, but it turned out to be a self-induced illusion. In fact, they went so far as to avoid eye contact, seemingly unwilling to become entangled. They truly had no interest in assuming the representative position. This somehow feels unjust. Just as Wang Yongmin wore a despondent expression, someone approached. It was Xiao Aaron and Insang Chul. Why are those guys here? Momentarily taken aback, Wang Yongmin instinctively flinched. He couldn't help but remain cautious, suspecting they might have their sights set on the representative role. However, their attention wasn't fixed on Wang Yongmin. The imposing presence of the Black Scythe acted as a barrier between them. Ah, hello, Black Scythe Nim. Xiao Aaron and Insang Chul respectfully inclined their heads. Do you remember us? Of course. But what brings you here? Insang Chul cast a sneaky glance in Wang Yongmin's direction. We wanted to express our gratitude once again for saving us from those ruffians. Our company's representative also wanted to extend his gratitude for rescuing us. Oh, speaking of our representative, that's enough. I'm not interested. Ryu Min attempted to avert his gaze. Wait, Xiao Aaron urgently interjected. Be Black Scythe, this is a token of our appreciation for your assistance. Please accept it. Xiao Aaron presented a low-grade purple magic stone. This is an unexpected reward. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Ryu Min's eyes. We thought it would be more fitting to offer something tangible, rather than merely expressing our gratitude verbally. That's a thoughtful gesture. I graciously accept it. Ryu Min effortlessly stowed the magic stone in his inventory. There's no reason to decline such a valuable item. Moreover, combining two magic stones of the same grade and color can create a higher grade magic stone. Ryu Min contemplated the possibilities as he surveyed the scene, his thoughts swirling with newfound insights. I should gather some low-grade magic stones and keep them for later. Given the number of prying eyes here, it's better to be cautious. He didn't want to disclose unnecessary information. Besides, the current strength of the magic stones was more than sufficient, so there was no urgent need to infuse them further. Nevertheless, it's quite generous of them to offer me something like this. I appreciate it. Lost in his thoughts, Ryu Min found himself inadvertently gazing at Xiao Aaron, and her unspoken thoughts reached him. Did he like it? I hope he doesn't feel disappointed by receiving what might seem like an insignificant stone. He realized she underestimated the true value of the magic stone. No need for her to know. As Ryu Min shifted his gaze, he coincidentally caught a glimpse of Wang Yongmin's thoughts. I have something similar to that. Really now? A glimmer danced in Ryu Min's eyes. Does that guy possess a magic stone too? With Wang Yongmin under his scrutiny, Ryu Min delved deeper into his hidden intentions. However, it turned out that Wang Yongmin didn't possess a magic stone. Instead, he had an even more remarkable item. He has a black gold ore. Black gold ore. It was a material item that bore a resemblance to a magic stone and dropped with an incredibly low probability when defeating monsters. In fact, obtaining it is even more challenging than acquiring a magic stone. Though encounters with black gold ore becomes more frequent after the 10th round. Obtaining it in the current round was as rare as capturing stars from the sky. To think he possesses such a precious item and it got revealed to me. Is it good fortune or misfortune? Ryu Min barely suppressed the rising curve of his lips. With black gold ore, he could create unique items in the next 5 rounds. Oh, by the way, Black Scythe, do you happen to need a protective barrier? Xiao Aaron's words piqued Ryu Min's interest, causing his eyebrows to raise. A protective barrier. I recently switched to the Summoner class. Summoner. Co. Aaron. Although not as unique as the Dark Knight, it was still a decent class. In the early stages, there was a player who gained recognition as a summoner but struggled to level up. Of course, that player wasn't Co. Aaron. I can summon a fairy to provide a protective barrier. If you ever need it. I appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. I don't think I'll need it. I understand. Disappointment tinged Co. Aaron's expression. Well, then we'll take our leave. Good luck in this round. Best of luck to you. Co. Aaron and Insang Chul nodded, bidding their farewells and departing. Not having any further business, Wang Yongmin discreetly tried to slip away at that moment. Wait. Yes. You'll regret it if you leave like this. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you? You're a dead man walking. But aren't there hardly any people aiming for me anymore? I didn't say there were none. The advantages of being a zone representative haven't completely vanished yet. I see. Most players reached level 10 and changed their jobs, but there are undoubtedly some who haven't. That means there are still targets for the command power. Ah, it was indeed true. Even though Wang Yongmin alone was level 10, he hadn't obtained a job yet. The absence of job change items was to blame. Think about it. Do you really believe that among over 1,000 people, there won't be a single person targeting you, no matter how risky the role of a representative is? In fact, non-job changers might even be desperate enough to try and kill you. It might be more advantageous for them to eliminate you. Each of them would rather be the wielder of the command power that poses a threat to them, rather than handing it over to someone else. Wang Yongmin's expression grew uneasy once again as Ryu Min spoke with reason. What should I do, then? I'll help you so that you won't be targeted anymore. Really? Thank you. I didn't say it's free. Did you see the stone that Co. Aaron gave me earlier? If you have such a stone, hand it over to me. If it's that kind of stone, I have one. Wang Yongmin took out the item from his inventory. Black gold ore. Classification, possession, description, a solid black stone with a smooth and glossy surface. From the description alone, it was hard to tell what it was used for. Snickering to himself, Ryu Min couldn't help but feel even happier than when he received the magic stone. As someone who understood its value, he couldn't help but be pleased. Good. Do you have any other items? Well, no. This is all I can offer. Seeing Wang Yongmin covering his body, fearing that even his currently equipped equipment might be taken, Ryu Min couldn't help but let out a laugh. Don't worry. I won't take anything like that from you. If it were equipment bought from a shop, he would have sold it to get some gold, but since it wasn't, he couldn't sell it. Now that I've given you the item, will you help me from now on? Yes. I'll keep my promise. Wang Yongmin's face brightened at Ryu Min's reassuring words. He wouldn't go back on his word, right? Deep down, Wang Yongmin had worried about whether the promise would be kept, but those concerns seemed unfounded. At that moment, a bright light filled the sky as the angel named Olive appeared. Kahehe. Humans, as usual, you've gathered here today, haven't you? Though the numbers have decreased, I must say. The numbers have decreased. Did people fight in the real world again? Currently, there are 1,042 people assembled. In round 3, there were 1,225 survivors, to be precise. The players were taken aback, but to Ryu Min, it wasn't a surprising turn of events. Actually, it's more unusual for players not to cause any accidents while staying in the real world for a month. Since he had never witnessed survivors gathering intact after each round, he wasn't surprised at all. Now that it seems like everyone is here, shall we announce the quest for round 4? Flutter. As the angel's wings flapped, a message appeared before them. Round 4. Kill each other for 3 hours. All zones. Participants. 181,906,418. Achievers. 090,953,209. Zone ESKS 45-5. Participants. 1,042. Achievers. 0,521. The players who saw the quest were bewildered. What is this? Kill each other. Keha, humans are so funny. It's exactly as it says, everyone. The angel wore a bright smile that seemed out of place with the atmosphere. You want us to kill We must kill each other. The players exchanged glances, hesitating. Out of nowhere, player killing PK. They couldn't help but feel bewildered since, as usual, they thought we would be fighting monsters. To clarify, the objective of this round is to decrease the player count by killing each other. Unlike the previous rounds, there won't be any monsters. No monsters. We need to level up quickly and become stronger. Low-level players will find it unfortunate. To grow, they'll have to wait for the next round. Angel. So, if only half of us can survive, we just have to kill one person each, right? Well, there's a secret, but it wouldn't be fun if I told you. Ryu-min silently chuckled to himself. Fun. She's just doing what she's told. The angels were mere guides, there was a greater presence above them. If they were hiding specific rules, it must have been that person's orders. The angels are NPCs who don't have the authority to freely disclose the rules. People probably think that all of this is orchestrated by the angels. While the players were still surprised by the revelation, the angel continued explaining. Just killing other players won't make you an achiever. Only the top 521 players will be able to survive. The criteria for ranking is a secret. By the way, killing many players quickly doesn't guarantee you'll be the first. Kahahe. Now, that concludes the explanation. Since there's nothing more to say, I'll be going. From now on, have fun killing each other. Kahahe. After the angel disappeared, a message appeared. Time remaining until round end, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The players looked at each other with puzzled expressions. What should we do now? Do we simply kill each other? They want us to kill people we have no grudges against. Isn't this round completely insane? Glancing around, I could sense the hesitation in the players' minds. Turning my head, I also read Wang Yongmin's thoughts. Kill other players. That's actually not bad. I had some bastards I wanted to kill. A bitter smile formed on Wang Yongmin's lips. So, he plans to kill his friends. Ryu-min chuckled and approached Wang Yongmin. Wang Yongmin was lost in his thoughts, unaware of Ryu-min's approaching. He even let out a mocking laugh. Those bastards, even if I don't know where they are, I'll kill them all. Only after Ryu-mi was so close to Wang Yongmin that he noticed and was taken aback. Oh, it's a surprise. Black Scythe, is there something you need from me? I said I would help you so that you won't be targeted by the others, remember? That's right. Ryu-min slowly raised the scythe. I've come to keep that promise. What? Slice. With a chilling sound, Wang Yongmin's vision tilted. Before he could grasp the situation. Thunk thud. Wang Yongmin's head fell to the ground, wearing the same bewildered expression as in the previous regression. Chapter 47. The fourth round quest was straightforward. Kill players. But even within this main quest, there lay a hidden sub-quest. A hidden sub-quest awaits. Eliminate the zone representative within the given time limit. Successful completion, receive a lottery ticket for a low-grade magic stone. You have completed the sub-quest. As a reward, you have received a low-grade magic stone lottery ticket. The reason Ryu-min killed Wang Yongmin was revealed here. To vanquish the zone representative and claim the reward for the sub-quest. Low-grade magic stone lottery ticket. Category: consumable. Rarity: rare. Effect: obtain a random selection of 1 to 5 low-grade magic stones. Usage restriction: until the next round, requires trainee rank or higher. Description: a limited time item that grants you a chance to acquire magic stones through random selection. The item will automatically expire upon advancing to the next round. Its acquisition is influenced by your luck stat. Excellent. I've obtained the desired reward. The low-grade magic stone lottery ticket allows you to potentially acquire up to 5 magic stones. Since it's a time-limited item, it must be used before reaching the 5th round. When I return, I should request some buffs from Yuri. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the air. Someone's been killed. I saw it. Black Scythe did it. Upon witnessing the decapitated Wang Yongmin, the onlookers erupted in screams. Some gazed at Black Scythe as if he were a savage beast. So, when you had your blade ready to seize the position of the zone representative, you were silent. But now you try to feign innocence. Clicking his tongue, Ryu-min wiped the blood off the scythe. A few players couldn't hide their disgust, resorting to taunts. Hey, Black Scythe, is that who you really are? How can you kill someone you don't even know? Don't you have any remorse or tears to shed? Murderer. You're nothing but a murderer. A murderer. Indeed, I killed Jang Sok-yun. But is that all? I've ended the lives of countless individuals leading up to the 20th round. They were all mere obstacles in my path. No matter how much I tried to explain, my reasons held no importance in their eyes. All they needed was a scapegoat for their condemnation. They probably think they've found the excellent target. And just as expected, as I glanced at the players condemning me, they all shared the same thought. I must tarnish the reputation of the Black Scythe. It's truly absurd. A wry smile escaped me, provoking an outburst from the players. Do you find this situation amusing? Are you a psychopath? What's so funny about what you've done? And then, a message materialized before the players. Player, Black Scythe, has become the new zone representative of ESKS 45-5. Upon seeing the notification of the change in zone representative, the realization dawned upon them. The one who wielded a knife now also held a gun. The players who had mocked me quietly lowered their hands. Gulp. Suddenly, silence fell upon the crowd as if everyone had turned into statues. Ryu Min's sneer deepened, emanating a sense of triumph. Why aren't you shouting like before? Does my newfound authority as the zone representative suddenly fill you with fear? Aha, so it seems you were afraid of the power I hold. What are you implying? The players stumbled over their words, taken aback by Ryu Min's accusation. Some slipped away through the crowd like frightened mice. Their apprehension stemmed from the fear of Ryu Min's leadership. As the zone representative, I wouldn't incite others to kill, as if that was my intention. For those inexperienced in the game, Ryu Min's climb to zone representative's position spelled despair. It meant their chances of snatching the coveted position had plummeted. Hence, others hoped for the downfall of the Black Scythe. But if he would fall, Black Scythe will drag others with him. And then, it happened. Look at that. The crowd pointed their fingers towards Black Scythe. More specifically, above his head. The color of the Black Scythe's nickname has changed. Though he couldn't see his own nickname since it hovered above him, Ryu Min understood. It must have transitioned from neon to crimson. Usually, killing someone wouldn't trigger such a change, but this round was different. Committing murder caused the nickname to take on this shade of red. At the moment, it's probably a faint shade of red. After all, I've only taken one life. The more lives one took, the darker the coloring became. What was the purpose of implementing such a system for this round? Perhaps it's to differentiate between murderers and non-murderers. Killing a murderer might relieve some of the burden of conscience. Taking the life of a murderer could alleviate guilt more than killing an innocent non-murderer. After all, they were murderers. They belonged to the same breed as monsters, extinguishing the lives of their fellow human beings. But the one who kills a murderer becomes a murderer as well. Once a murder was committed, the nickname invariably turned red. In essence, they became the same as the murderers they targeted. Despite deeming themselves dispensers of justice, in the eyes of others, they were merely killers, no different. Regardless, the change in nickname color will likely fuel mutual slaughter. However, everyone seemed hesitant to take each other's lives. In such moments, a little instigation was necessary. What is everyone doing? We don't have time to hesitate, you know. You, just stay put. You're obsessed with murder. If anyone sees me, they'll assume I'm the only one desperate to kill the zone representative. What about those who fervently attacked Jo Jong-sik in the previous round? Were they chasing him for a kiss? That's. Don't be hypocritical, face the reality at hand. In a cutthroat society where we trample on others to rise, who among us wouldn't raise a blade when faced with the choice to kill and survive? Amidst the silence, Ryu Min's voice broke through. Of course, a truly virtuous person would choose not to kill. But let's be honest, did you refrain from killing for the sake of others? Or was it merely a lack of courage that held you back? Now is not the time for blank stares. If it bothers you so much, engage in a discussion, just like you did during the previous vote. With those words left hanging in the air, Ryu Min turned away. Do as you wish, whether it's to kill or be killed, as if the decision was left in their hands. Even without stating it explicitly, a fight is bound to happen. But by then, it would be too late. If I don't speak up now, we'll just waste time in pointless stagnation. However, that might prevent us from reaching the required number of achievers. After all, this round's rule was clear: failure to commit murder meant automatic elimination. Even if what I'm doing right now means promoting murder, it's the path that will ensure the survival of more people. Ryu Min headed towards a secluded corner, arms crossed, keenly observing the unfolding situation. It seemed that Ryu Min's arguments had an effect, as murmurs of uncertainty arose. We can't just remain idle like this. Wouldn't it be better to do something, as Black Scythe suggested? What do you propose? Are you suggesting idle chit-chat? Why do you respond with such sarcasm? I'm suggesting that we discuss and plan our next move. What can we do? Let's grab one another and fight. Or we could have a fair tournament. What fairness is there in fighting and killing each other? And a tournament? Are we here for a leisurely tour? What did you say? The murmurs grew louder as the conversation became heated. Amidst the unfolding debate, Co Aaron glanced at and sang Chul. What should we do? Bodyguard Nim. Should we really kill someone, as Black Scythe suggested? Of course, we should kill. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die. What significance does a stranger's life hold? At that moment, and Sang Chul seemed unfamiliar to Co Aaron. After all, it wasn't the role of a manager to discuss such matters of life and death. I fully agree with Black Scythe's arguments. Aaron, it would be best for you to brace yourself. Murder is not a pleasant experience. It sounds like you're speaking from personal experience. That couldn't be further from the truth. It's just speculation on my part. Co Aaron didn't miss the fleeting moment of hesitation from Sang Chul. So, who should we kill? Well, let's gauge the atmosphere and gradually make that decision. Besides, people are already debating that topic. As Co Aaron followed Sang Chul's gaze, she saw people engaged in passionate discussions. Instead of idle talk, let's determine whom to kill. Who should we kill? The murderers. Let's focus on eliminating those whose nicknames have turned red. Why are you the one deciding that? Life is precious. Even if they're murderers, we shouldn't become killers ourselves. That's right. By killing, we become no different from them. Opposing opinions emerged from various corners. Some players caught on to Black Scythe's subtle glances. Are you suggesting we kill Black Scythe? Black Scythe, are you out of your mind? How are we supposed to kill someone at level 30? Even if we all attack, we won't be able to kill them, will we? Quiet down. What if Black Scythe hears us? They're so loud. I can hear every word. Ryu Min, who had been observing, couldn't help but curl his lips in a smug smirk. A few people hastily turned their heads, feeling the intensity of his sharp gaze. Don't worry. I have no intention of killing anyone just yet. He would refrain from stepping forward until the situation took a dramatic turn. Suddenly initiating senseless slaughter would only have a negative impact. There's no need to act impulsively when we know that chaos will ensue on its own. We just have to wait for the right moment. As Ryu Min patiently waited, the debate reached its boiling point. Then what should we do? If I want to live, does someone else have to die? Instead of engaging in endless arguments, let's agree to eliminate the criminals. But how do we differentiate the criminals? Are we going to ask people to raise their hands if they have a criminal record? That's a pretty absurd suggestion. For fuck's sake, stop the sarcasm. If you have an opinion, speak up, you worthless piece of shit. What? This crazy bastard is spouting nonsense. Do I look easygoing just because I'm a woman? You motherfucker, why don't you kill me first? Look who's triggered. When did I ever make sexist comments? You fucking piece of shit. The debate quickly escalated into a gender conflict. Hey, you two. Instead of just talking, why don't you settle it with a fight? And who the hell are you, instigating and meddling? These bastards are worse. Sneaky bastards who incite from behind. What? You dog-like scum. Should we just kill them all? If you're so confident, why don't you try killing them? You fucking piece of shit. Damn these bitch. The air was filled with shouts and profanity, descending into utter chaos. The atmosphere of the debate had long dissipated. However, despite all the talk of killing or not killing, no one actually took action. Fear held them back. The aftermath that would follow being labeled as murderers. Time remaining until the end of the round, 2 hours 50 minutes and 13 seconds. Soon, it will be 10 minutes since Wang Yongman's death. I should start preparing. Ryu Min uncrossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the progress window. Even though they weren't fighting as intended. No need to worry. Soon enough, without hesitation, they will willingly engage in murder. Ryu Min was well aware. Wang Yongman, the person he killed at the beginning, would serve as a trigger. Don't just scream and shout, provide practical opinions. Hey. Are you even listening? Why? Are you staring off into space? The player who was shouting turned his head, following everyone's gaze. And like the others, he couldn't help but be left speechless. Because Wang Yongman, whom they believed to be dead, had miraculously come back to life.